Yeah, I don't understand this at all. This whole NASA is taking steps to create more opportunities related to space, including those from underserved and underrepresented communities. I mean, like, shouldn't they already be past this?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
good.
know why
Yeah,
you're worried about where the people come from. Don't you just want the best, smartest people? Like, where does it matter where they come from?
yeah,
It wouldn't matter
exactly.
if they come from the hood or from the rich upper class areas. It's dumb. It's dumb.
This feels like full damage control. Like some scandal was about to get, about to come forward, and as part of the agreement, they had to do some sort of press release like this.
Well, they got to put something out. You can't have your last thing be we can't fill up our fucking rocket with fuel.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
you got
that
to do
too.
something.
No. You have to have quotas, and you have to fulfill those quotas to make it appear as though you are doing the right thing.
It's important we get enough women, Puerto Ricans, Asians in there, especially when we're doing the most dangerous shit ever known to man. Make sure we mix it up. Don't worry about getting the most qualified people for the job. That's not important.
No. Don't worry about the most qualified.
Yeah, they just can't fill a fucking rocket up with fuel. That's all. Yeah, but make sure you get enough and Hispanics and black people and all that. Women, transgendered. Make sure you get enough transgendered people trying to fill the rocket up.
Yep.
We're gonna end up like Idiocracy.
Yeah, that's what I don't get.
Can't
Like,
tell you.
they're supposed to be on the cutting edge of social progress. It's like, why now? Like, shouldn't you have already been there?
They're dumb. They're dumb. We're gonna end up like Idiocracy. I'm telling you guys. Because we do dumb shit like this. You should just be worried about getting to fucking Mars, wherever we're going next. It's funny because I was telling Kosho about how they had to Biden or Bolden, the old head of NASA, in front of like Congress or whatever, and they're grilling them, and they start arguing about where's next. And then I told Kosho that, and then we started arguing about what's next too. I'm like, dude, you're doing just. I'm like, see, that's classic Glover shit right there.
Yep. What's next is some cringe press release.
Moyak said if we don't go to the moon or something in 4 years, within 4 years, anyone, it could be China, us, whatever. Anyone doesn't go to the moon within 4 years, he'll start getting suspicious.
Oh, it's only taken him 60 or 70 years to not be.
I know. It's almost like dude, I was suspicious back in the '90s, bro. Fuck,
God.
and I wasn't even born until like, decades after the moon landing happened. Your old ass should have been suspicious in the '80s. Mike cutting in and out. Like, are you guys hearing the first part of my sentence?
Yeah, no, your pods have been doing it lately, Jeremy. Kind of just clips the beginning of your sentence.
Yo, what the fuck, man?
I told you, man, those cheap Chinese import pods that you.
They work good for 3 fucking years. It's something with Discord or something. Adjusting my settings one day and then talk at all. Oh, what the fuck? I had to undo all that.
Have you tried
Fresh
changing
enough?
the Have you tried changing the settings in voice and sound to input?
Now, should I turn voice activity off, auto sensitivity? You gotta shut the noise suppression off and just fucking hot mic all over you guys.
That's all right.
Because my mic's always on. See, I'll fuck with it later. I can't do this now. Any action last night? It was bumping when I logged off.
It's
You guys
been
are trying
pretty.
to do that. Okay.
No, it's been pretty busy today. It's kind of just quietened off in the last hour and a half or so, 2 hours. But yeah, it's been pretty. It's been pretty good, actually.
It was fucking slow yesterday. These Glovers pissed me off so much. I was fucking screaming at them last night. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that was the thing too. What's interesting was they don't want to talk to APOC because APOC's drunk. Is there any other flat earther to talk to? No, all the flat earthers are sick of talking to you guys. You're just annoying and rude and condescending. No one wants to talk to
Yeah.
you anymore.
I'm really not interested in engaging with these guys anymore like that. It's just annoying. We don't get anywhere. You think I would have learned my lesson by now? I didn't. I'm very hard-headed. I
Actually,
never learned my lesson.
Rolling and I left the room. We went down a couple of rooms and we're chilling out down there and having a bit of a back and forth, and came back up, tried to continue it, and then bloody fucking Zanuck just comes in and just bombasts everything with his calculus and shit.
He comes in like the Tasmanian devil and shit.
Man.
Like just out of control, fucking all over the
Yeah.
place. Looney Tune ass motherfuckers in there. Xanax pulled out. I told him I'm writing his obituary because he's dead to me now. That fucking. Well, actually, yo, something was funny happened last night. Bob was in the room. I didn't know Bob was in the room. I don't think Xanax did either. And Xanax started talking mad shit about that Coriolis thing that I've been pressing him on for like weeks now.
Yeah.
And Bob actually conceded that, yeah, it is Coriolis.
Hmm.
Dickhead in a dickhead manner. He's like, yeah, that could be considered Coriolis. He's like that. Just concede like a man.
Good luck.
And I don't even know where I was with that with him. 2 weeks to get him to concede to that one little point. Now where the fuck were we? That was a whole nother conversation. I don't know. Is it even worth it? Like, what are we doing?
I'm just chilling, Jeremy. That's what I'm doing. I don't know why you would expect to get anything from these guys personally.
I got Bob to concede to that little point. That was something, though. We're making big moves here. Progress.
Progress.
Big moves. Big fucking moves.
Giant leaps. Giant leaps.
What else is new, guys? Nothing. They were talking about that bullshit radar, bouncing a radar off of Venus thing last night.
Yeah, Apocryphon had them going for, what is it, like 4 hours?
Yeah, I was here when he left. I was about to tell him a message to chill out because he was bugging at the end, but he just left on his own.
I thought it was a good thing because it's like, what other flat earthers were willing to talk to them at that point?
Yeah.
They're upset that, well, only Apocryphon, the drunk guy, is talking to us. Maybe you should think about that. You should probably take some self-reflection.
They were concerned about his intoxication, yet they engaged with him for 3 to 4 hours. Go figure.
Yeah, it's like this self-defeating claims, layers of claims. You're worried about someone's intoxicated level, but yet all you do is keep talking to them and talk about their intoxicated level.
Has anyone seen Dell's latest video by any chance?
I haven't seen any. I don't even watch Dell, really.
No?
Is he good? He's hard. Them Irish people are hard to understand.
Well, this one's very easy to understand. He's talking about the pull of gravity or the pull of magnetism, actually, and he's kind of doing some experimentation or visual representation.
Ooh, I love magnet experiments.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah. But if you take what he's referring to from about the 24-minute mark onwards is that things need a vector to give them a direction, right? And it seems that he's alluding to, which I haven't necessarily got to the end of the video yet, that the reason why perhaps we have a downward vector towards the ground is because the ground is actually moving up.
No, are you serious?
Well,
We're going up. We're shooting up. I mean, no,
well,
I want to. Go ahead.
This is what he's alluding to, and I can see exactly his thought process because he's looking at it with a very logical set of eyes, and everything has to have a vector to give it direction. Everything generally has to be pushed in some way, shape or form to give it its direction. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. The only forces that we experience are a pushing force, and that in turn will give things a vector at which way it moves. And
He's trying to say the only way we would have that vector is if we were going up.
well, he seems to be alluding to that, Jeremy. Like I haven't got to the end of it yet, but yeah.
I mean,
But
they
I don't think.
counteract that vector by going down. By going down is the way you counteract that vector. So, you know what I mean? Remember how you get the density tower and then they'll fall in the vomit comet, and they're like, "Look,
Yeah.
see, we're counteracting that force."
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't. That came out. That was in the Flat Earth Society, and people were saying that shit was crazy. But now that I'm actually thinking about it, I don't know.
Yeah, he's not making any claims, and this is the first time I've actually ever heard him talk about it. To be honest with you, it's kind of hard to imagine what we're standing on is actually moving upwards. To give us our downward vector. It's a little bit
Wouldn't
hard
you
to
feel that though?
Well,
That's a huge acceleration.
Mm.
Not only that, you know how fast you'd be going after like that, or
Mm.
like a year of doing that, or 10 years of doing that, you'd be going at like light speed or something.
And when do you hit the roof? If you keep on going up all the time.
Yeah. I don't know about this one.
No. I'm not claiming anything.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. It's
I know.
just
It had me thinking for a second, but I'm like, nah. It sounded good. It sounded good, but yeah, no way. We'd be going at like a million times the light speed now, just in your lifetime. Like, picture 60 years. How old are you? You old fuck.
yeah.
You're like 80 years old in Australian years.
Yeah.
Time
Well,
dilation.
if we do the conversion, I'm only half your age. If we do the conversion.
No, but yeah, if you did the math for that acceleration for your whole life, I mean, it'd probably be an astronomical number.
Mm.
Because that's not a constant just a velocity. That's an acceleration. So, like 1 second you're doing X, the next second you're doing
Mm-hmm.
X, X squared, and then it just keeps going. Like it would get crazy after like a few minutes of that. Like acceleration is going faster than before. Well, some of these guys think slower too, which is ridiculous, I think. But it's at 9.8 meters a second, you'd be going faster than you were before, and like you're always going faster than you were before, so it would just get crazy at quick. There's no way you'd feel, and we feel acceleration.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, maybe we're. What's up?
I don't know if he is referring that we are accelerating at 9.8 per meter second squared, or if it's just a constant velocity. I haven't got that far into it.
And be a constant thing. I don't think they're going to sell me on this one. This is probably why I don't watch a lot of Dell.
Don't be so quick to jump the gun.
Those Irish people are crazier than you crazy Australian bastards.
Don't be hand waving. I know what you're like, Jeremy. You just hand wave dismiss things. Come on.
It's fucking freezing up in here.
Well, then put a
But
fucking
no.
jumper on. You cheap ass bastard.
What's a jumper? We don't
A
listen. We don't all have electricity just flowing into our house from the sun. Okay.
A sweater. A sweater.
Yeah,
What's a
what are you on,
jumper?
man?
Are you for real? What's a jumper?
That sounds like something a chick would wear, like a
Well,
I can't think of the word they use now.
well, I suppose I can see you dressed up in a nice little flowery cardigan. Yeah.
It was like 70 degrees plus. It was warm, hot outside. I was out in a t-shirt all day yesterday, and now it might warm up.
Damn.
Crazy weather where I am. Crazy weather. It goes all the way cold to all the way hot, like unbearably both directions.
It's
-0 to 90 degrees.
It's still 25 degrees here. Damn.
That don't even make sense. I would be freezing if it was that temperature here.
Well, that's because you're not in the real world, right? Which is, what is that? What's that? That's 77. Your temp. And that's
I do
10
wonder if
o'clock
we're
at
ever
night.
going to switch over.
That's 10. Well, you need to get into the real world. What the fuck is keeping you guys behind in the imperial system is beyond me.
There's something to these units, though. These units are buried deep in ancient megalithic structures.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot of shit with like inches and feet and stuff, and that has to do with a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is like ancient American wisdom with these feet and inches thing. What's up, kiddo?
There was this funny story or meme, whatever, where it says sinkhole in highway measures 6 dishwasher links.
Say that again, Crit.
Yeah, it was like hole in sinkhole in freeway measures 6 dishwasher links. And the
It
caption
measures
was
6 dishwashers.
yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll use anything.
Yeah, anything
You guys,
but.
when I first went in the gyms, they were telling me to measure with the moon with my thumb. I'm like, is it your thumb really? I'm like, not a ruler or something else? At least something with some kind of fucking metric on it, just your thumb. They're like, yeah, that's fine. I miss you over at Gems, Crit. You should go back over there.
Banned.
Yo, we're gonna start getting a lot of Gems people. I'm letting you guys know right now.
Yeah, they
Because
banned
how
all the
long
flat
can you
earthers.
talk to Johnny B, Pete, and Dave and them for?
No. Apparently Dave got banned over there.
Oh yeah, that's true. He couldn't take it anymore. See, Staplehead. He was he's a legend over there at Gems.
They shut him down. Damn, after all these years, they finally shut him down.
Dude, you can't take it. How long can you take it for? People were probably complaining to Gem. And I think he did something that was like risky that might have got him flagged or something.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh, Gem definitely got flagged by Discord.
Mm.
Well, somebody told me that anyways. I don't know. Not 100%, but
That's the rim.
That's the word on the street. The streets is watching. So yeah, no more fucking medical talk at all.
No, that's
Don't even talk about taking a Tylenol or nothing. Nobody take it.
Apparently, you got to be careful of the U word too. Someone said.
No, that's ridiculous.
Well, I know it's ridiculous, but apparently you got to be careful of it as well. So.
Just don't talk about that whole situation, or don't even say that country's name.
Yeah. Well, pretty much the whole situation and the country's name. It's just best.
Yo, we're heading to 1984.
Yeah.
We're gonna be living in 1984 soon.
Mm-hmm.
George Orwell shit.
Look, it makes it a bit harder when things are streamed live on YouTube. I suppose if the room is private and not being streamed, it might be a little bit easier, maybe. But when things are being streamed and out there, you've got to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, definitely. And Jem can get away with more though because he doesn't save his stream, and ours gets saved, so ours gets more scrutinized or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Bev got like a 7-day temp ban from Twitch or something, I guess.
Oh, for what?
I forgot. I don't even know if I don't know. I don't even know if I ever know.
Or from Twitter?
Oh, he was streaming on Twitch or something.
Damn.
We're streaming on Twitch too.
Oh, are we? We're twitching. We're twitching.
Twitching out
Damn.
over here. That's what the kids are calling it these days.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, we gotta get a TikTok. I had a flat earth. I'm not even lying. I must have added 10 flat earthers this week.
On TikTok? Really?
Yeah, 10 brand new ones. And I already subscribe to everyone or follow everyone that I come across anyway. So, and the algorithm works good, so they're automatically feeding you that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So that leads me to believe that those people, they're new people. I don't know if it's one guy making 10 TikTok accounts. It could be. Some weirdos got fucking 13 cell phones in their house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Could be one of those guys.
Possibly. Are you on Rumble?
No, I'm not even on Twitch. I don't even have a Twitch account, I don't think. I might have made one years ago. I don't even remember. What's Rumble?
Oh, it's just another platform, but as far as censorship is concerned, it's
It's like YouTube and Twitch and that?
yeah.
Did you tell Gio about it?
Not yet. I only came across it a couple of days ago. Someone sent me a video, and the video was a Rumble video.
Huh.
And I go, what the fuck is Rumble? Anyway, went in there and downloaded the app.
Yo, any app
Yeah,
that gets big though. What's up? Go ahead.
well, no, I'm just going to say, like I've just done it just now. I've never done it, but I just went onto Rumble and I just typed in flat Earth, okay, and every single video that I can come across, every single one of them, is all pro.
Really? Wow.
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I was
every,
wondering. You had me on the fucking edge right there. I'm like, what is
yeah.
it?
No.
Fucking
Every
gave me a little
single one of them.
cliffhanger right there.
Yeah, no, every single one of them is pro. Like, well, you know how you type it into YouTube and you might get one, but then all of a sudden you've got 62 million debunkers that come up after it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
The thing is, if any of these platforms ever get big, YouTube will just come through and wipe and buy them out.
Oh, exactly. But
You know, say
you
YouTube. I don't know how much Google makes every year or YouTube or whatever, but Google was to come across this platform like, yo, we'll give you $100 million for it. $1 billion. I don't know how much they make a year, but it's probably in the fucking billions.
oh, they'll just offer them a few $billion.
Is that just straight up Google? Google owns them, so they can offer whatever they want, pretty much. My friend works.
Exactly.
I got a friend. My friend's an engineer who works for Google. He makes over $1 million a year.
Mm-hmm. Is he in charge of the algorithms? Is he, Jeremy?
No, I don't think so. He goes to like other countries and like does shit.
Googleises them. He Googleises other
He
countries.
Googleizes them. Yeah, that's a good word. I like that. He really does. He goes down there and Googleizes them.
Mm-hmm. Can't wait. Cannot wait for Australia's first rocket launch. Cannot wait.
Are they working on it, or
Yeah.
you might be able to beat the birds if you get some rockets going?
And it should fly directly over my head.
Nice.
Yeah. That will be pretty cool actually to see it. I must say. That will be pretty
Wait, they're gonna let rockets go over people's house, like off to the side or something? You're saying, or
Well, where the launch pad is, it's got to go over some people's heads, right? It seems like
no?
yeah.
Oh, they scrub launches. Actually, I think Elon Musk does do that.
Yeah.
NASA scrubbed the launch before because there's a little fucking fishing boat out in the ocean.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'll watch it go up, 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 and then I'll watch it coming down, 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 down. I'll get my little dinghy and I'll row out there to where it splashes.
Yeah, man. If this shit was real, you would have sent someone to Mars by now. You'd be working on an enclosed biosystem on Earth. That would be
Wow.
like that would be the number one priority you would get. You'd be working on getting humans to survive in an enclosed, isolated environment. Or as isolated as you could get it, or maybe just closed. Closed would probably be fine.
Or closed and open all at the same time.
Slightly open, but mostly closed.
Mostly closed.
That argument was so silly. I'm like, so it's closed. Like,
Mm-hmm.
well, it's mostly closed.
Mostly.
It's
But
open.
just a little
Like,
bit.
no, it's
A couple of little pin pricks here and there. But it's mostly. You can consider it closed, but it's a little bit open.
the shit was real. That would be our like number one goal right now would be to get people to be living in a closed system. We could still use the sun for solar power or whatever, but you'd
If
want it
this
mostly.
shit was real, we would have been to the moon 500 million times. Perfecting that. Before we even
Yeah, we'd be
considered
at
it.
Mars by now. We'd be on Mars
Yeah.
by now.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you wouldn't risk letting your planet get wiped out by some doomsday scenario
No.
and not have a colony on Mars to be able to repopulate it someday or something.
We have gum trees growing on Mars by now. That's what we'd be having.
You'd have a whole bunch of colonies next to each other or something, or even spaced out. That way a colony doesn't get wiped. You still don't want your whole Mars colony to get wiped out, so you put one here and then one somewhere else. You have like a bunch of little colonies going up there.
All we
Maybe
need
that
to
were.
do, Jeremy, is get some slime and put it in a puddle, and the slime will do the rest. Right? It'll crawl out of the puddle onto a rock, and it'll stand upright. We'll be able to watch it.
Eventually, we'll just have they'll just evolve to humans.
Yeah, exactly. Right before our eyes. All right,
That evolution thing kills me.
Oh, God. I can't believe Sean G was in here a couple of months talking about evolution, and then his proof of evolution was 2 different lizards on an island that breeded and created a different lizard.
Yet still a lizard.
I know.
So you got lizards to make lizards? Holy
Yeah,
shit. Stop the
I know.
fucking press.
I know. Yeah,
Press.
that was funny. That was funny.
I heard one of them people talk about it where this white tip and black tip reef shark have evolved to be a gray tip reef shark,
Mm,
and I'm like,
there we go.
let me see that. Like walk me through that.
uh,
So you got a bunch of
There was a,
phenotypes. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, this guy's been doing an evolution experiment. I think the longest evolution experiment was like 30 years. Like they did this shit for 30 years. He had, it was like bacteria or something. In the end, I'm pretty sure he still had bacteria. Like nothing crazy happened. Nothing crazy. Dogs make dogs. Fucking bacteria makes bacteria. I mean, what do you think's gonna happen out there? What do we want for dinner tonight? Fucking slim pickings in here, man.
pizza with pineapple.
We might be doing a pizza tonight. What the fuck? There ain't not even in here.
Friday night, pizza night.
What's this? Oh, I got a little pork chops. I got some pork chops. New York
Pork,
chop.
pork chops and applesauce.
Might have some. Let me see. What am I going to do with that? Good question. Now that you said that, do some Parmesan cheese pasta. Maybe some broccoli. I hope we got broccoli or corn or something. There we go. This little thing of broccoli. We're all set, man. We're all fucking set over here. You got it. My wife clearly did not give a fuck last night. There is all kinds of dirty dishes and shit out here.
Damn.
Yeah, she's usually a spaz with it too. Like she'll almost never leave dirty. She can't stand leaving dirty dishes.
Well, what you do, Jeremy, is you make more dirty dishes and you leave them for her to clean up.
You gotta learn her lesson.
Exactly.
You know what I'll do is I'll wait till 30 minutes before she gets home and then start scrambling.
Yeah. I've done that too.
Clock all day, but
Yeah.
got time,
You,
still got time, and then
you put it off to the last minute and you do the calculations in your head how long it just may take you, right, before you hear the car driving in the driveway. Okay, then, yeah, no, I've got another 30 seconds I can put off. Damn, and I'll just get it done.
seriously, man, if I was running the show here, I'd have us on Mars by now. We'd be golden.
Fuck Mars, I'd be on Polaris by now.
Well, I mean, yeah, something, yeah. Yeah, start at least start with get another colony out there of humans at
Yeah.
least just so we're a little bit set up. Get them going. Because
Well,
that's the heliocentric version of being immortal, basically.
mm-hmm.
Like not personally immortal, but like as humans.
Yeah.
And you get to interstellar and then intergalactic space travel and shit, and you're good.
Well, Crit posted something before. Apart from all the problems they are having with the actual rocket itself, right? Fuel leaks, this leak, bloody dodgy gaskets left, right, and center. They are still yet to develop the spacesuits that might get them to the moon. Go figure, eh?
Or a training program.
Or a training program.
Seriously?
Yes, seriously. Yeah.
They don't have the suits or the training program yet, and they think
No.
we're going to go in 4 years. We're supposed to go by 2024.
Uh-huh.
For
It's
the Olympics, for their whole
no,
fucking life.
no. It's like the dishes, Jeremy. They're going to leave it till the last minute.
Last second, right?
Yeah.
Wife gets home 30 minutes before and then fucking go for it.
Here we go. Here we go.
Seriously, man.
I know. Like I can understand, like with a new rocket, they may be having a few problems with that. I'll grant them that. But the fact that they haven't developed the spacesuits when they've already developed them in the past.
Yeah, like, what do you mean? You already have the spacesuits.
That's right. Just go down to the museum, right, and take them off the wall.
Like
There you
100 times better by now.
go.
Like, that's what I mean. Nothing evolved. They devolved.
Mm-hmm.
All human space travel has devolved. These guys want to act like it hasn't. We don't have spacesuits. We have no training like evolved when it comes to human space travel. Like, oh, we sent a probe to the sun. So fucking what? And no, you didn't.
Hey,
We sent a probe to the sun.
The we thing too. Who the hell is this
Hey.
we? I didn't do shit.
This we shit.
Hey, here's a question. You know that big training pool that they have, where they train the astronauts in, apparently, wherever that may be. Does that training pool have blue or green walls to it?
If I can remember, blue. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
Like a green screen type of setup underwater.
Yeah.
is what I'm getting at. Do you know, Crit?
No, I don't know, but that would be really. If it's green screen or green walls, that would be like.
Wouldn't that be interesting if it was, actually?
I did see one video of they were in the pool fucking with something. And they flipped the screen for them to be outside the ISS or something.
Actually, I've got to Google it now.
It does look like something you could just flick back and forth, like it's all one color.
Yeah, I've got to Google it.
And they're changing it to black anyways. Like the ISS is there, so all they have to do is change the background to black, and you're good. So it doesn't matter what color the background is, you could do that easy.
Oh, let me have a look. It doesn't really tell me anything.
So Jeremy, can I ask you?
Uh-oh.
I got all excited that time when they were talking about the spherical axis thing and the distances between, not spherical axis, sorry, but the 4 points and the 5 distances.
Yeah, you need 5 points, but okay, I know where you're going. What's up?
Because you sounded like you were like, that's it, it's stitched up. This is the way to tell, and set out to measure them. And I was getting excited because Kosho was getting excited, where he's like, maybe he's measured it, maybe he's found that it does stack up with globe and doesn't stack up with flat. What happened with over that time?
The distances. I tried to go through it with RC Meisty over the distances and how we get the distances to these places, and RC Meisty couldn't handle it and spiraled out of control on me, and we never got to the bottom of it because I don't believe that the distances
you still haven't measured them and all that.
How am I gonna measure? I can't measure the distance from New York to LA.
Like you
I can look on
you
Google
wouldn't
and
sort
see
of
what
take
they
the
say.
best estimation and a few other. from a few other sources and consider that good enough?
All the sources got their shit from the same. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to verify it myself, and I don't trust these people. So, and the difference between the globe distances and the flat distances wouldn't be that different if you know the difference between a chord and the arc length on Earth on the globe model. Like, could they fudge a centimeter every 100 feet or something? Like, it wouldn't take much to hide it in. So.
Except they don't know which 4 cities you're picking, right? So you can pick any 4 cities. That doesn't give them a place that they could hide the excess in, right? They can't go. Well,
No, you just have to do it
there,
everywhere.
the distances are different. That's what I'm saying. How could you do that?
You'd have to just do it everywhere. From any point, you hide the distance a little tiny bit every, I don't know, 10 feet, 100
You're not
feet.
getting what I'm saying. The distances need to stack up sometimes, but not all the time, right? Either that or what you're talking about is they don't stack up all the time, but then distances won't be the same. North south won't be the same as east west, right?
No, they need to stack up the same all the time. So if you just add a little tiny fraction of a centimeter or millimeter or something every so often, you're good.
I don't think you've thought through that.
Yeah, all the globe distances need to be longer. Okay, listen. All the globe distances need to be longer. Because an arc length is long. Because an arc length is longer than a chord. Do you understand?
Yeah. I get that, but the point I'm making is, as you go south, as you go past the equator and go south, distances are getting shorter again. So they're not always just getting longer. But yeah, I see what you're saying, which is like a straight line distance will always be more than a straight line travel over a curved Earth.
So in the south, maybe they fudge it the other way. I don't know. I don't know if the map's even laid out like that. I don't know. I mean, obviously you can tell what side of the equator you're on, but
I think I've finally built a structure capable of pushing this bloody asteroid. I think I've finally
Are you playing Kerbal?
done it. Yeah. I accepted a mission to push this asteroid to orbit around the Mun, and I've been on it for days. And every time I try and push it, it just wobbles out of control. But here it's been cooking through like 200 meters per second of delta V, and there's no discernible wobble yet. I can even put the panels are out. You can see those rockets are gimbaling a bit. They're a little bit of correction, but it's doing well. Right. I guess, yeah. The reason I was asking Jeremy is because I thought Kosho and I were thinking he'd gone off and measured the distances and gone, oh my goodness, they do match the globe, and then renounced
Of course, they're going to match the globe when you Google them and shit. Yeah.
Also, when you drive them, would be my assertion.
Well, they never match when you drive them. What are you talking about?
They always match for me when I drive them.
They literally, it's impossible unless you are driving on a level surface, a totally level surface with no left or right turns. It'll literally never match. I mean, it'll match the driving distance. Yeah, of course. It's not the actual distance. When you drive, though, you're going up and down hills. You're doing, slight left and right turns. I mean, maybe if you follow a coastline or something, if you could stay, even then, you'd have to find a straight spot right on the coast. Even then, I don't know about that because you get different tides coming in different spots. Like, I don't know. Whatever we're going to do to measure this needs to be happening in a very controlled way. Like, it's not going to happen and just out there by moving around and shit. Like, something that needs to be super controlled. Like, Geo wants to build a giant level surface, like fucking 20 miles, 15 miles long or something, and make a triangle on it.
That is
That sounds funny, but that's what needs to be done, dude. Like, there's no other way to absolutely know for sure, tangibly measure the shit.
Yeah, I started
On
asking
water.
about that spherical excess, and I was hitting Rui up about it. He's like, "Have you done the maths?" Because I was like, I can see some really distant mountain ranges from the farm, and I was like, you could just drive out. They're 80 k's away, but I could drive out with my ute that's got big fog lamps on it and get the bearing. And he's like, "Have you looked at how much you're looking for?" It's like and I tried to work it out. It was like less than an arc minute for 80 k's of driving, and I have to do that 3 times with a like orders of magnitude more than an arc minute's accuracy.
Dude, way less than an arc minute, dude. The biggest spherical excess triangle they ever made was like 16 arc seconds or something. It's like nothing, and it was 140 miles. One of the distances.
I'm just so excited this thing is pushing this.
You will literally not. That's not something somebody could do themselves with even a regular. I don't think you could use a regular theodolite for that. The one they used had a giant disc because the more accurate you're trying to get, the bigger disc you need, so you can mark the arc seconds on it. Because an arc second is such a small little piece of the circle, 360 degrees. Inside all those, the degrees are tiny, but inside all those degrees, inside 1 degree, there's 3,600 arc seconds in just one of the degrees. That's a lot of marks you need to make on a circle.
Yeah, exactly. That's an interesting point. I was bringing it up many times, I think, with Bandy before. What is this? When we try to map out degrees, angles to equal a linear distance, when we try to make an equal distance between angle measurements, what shape do we always end up with?
Try to do a what?
So when you are trying to work out an angle, the device you use, what shape is it always?
Circle.
Yeah. Why is it a circle?
Because degrees are measured circle segments. What do you mean?
Degrees are measured in circles, yeah. So the only way to get a degree, a distance, to match up linearly with an angle is for it to be mapped onto a circle, right? It's the only way to make all of
Wait,
those
would you talk?
right.
Hold on,
So
why'd you say distances?
because the distance, if you go around the edge of a protractor, you would say each of those degree marks is equidistant from the last one. The distance between each one along that curved surface of the protractor are almost like a millimeter apart, maybe a bit more than a millimeter apart. I guess you'd call it like, it'd be less than an eighth of an inch, like a 16th.
Wait, were you talking about pi? You're talking about pi.
No. I just mean like when you get a protractor and you're trying to measure like 1 degree to 2 degrees and 2 degrees to 3 degrees and 3 degrees to 4 degrees, each 1 degree is the same distance on the curve of the surface for the same reason you said, right? They're always circular.
Yeah, and it's even parts of a circle, a degree. Yeah, one 360th.
That's how celestial navigation works. That's why
By taking an angle
degree
measurement. Yeah.
equals. That's why 1 degree equals a distance works only on a circle. In fact, it's wrong because of the oblateness of the Earth. It is wrong in proportion to how oblate the Earth is, which is interesting.
Yeah, I don't know about that sextant argument. It's not a good look that our people aren't actually doing it. And they're claiming you can only do it on a flat Earth. Like, do one then.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know how they're gonna do a sextant measurement and then open an almanac. I don't think you can use the almanac for that.
well, it's just you
You're
don't
saying
even
it.
need the almanac. If you just want to know latitude, you can just do that with your eyes.
Yeah, you can find your latitude with a Polaris angle measurement or something. North.
Yeah. I just got to get my girl.
Another star. Is there any stars that go perfectly over the equator? Because whenever you see the time lapse of the star trails at the equator, you always see them diverging.
Well, you see them converge and diverge.
Converge. You see them converging and diverging. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So there's no stars like right on the equator.
Ooh. I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know. I know nothing when it comes to the stars, to be honest with you, mate.
Dude, there should be stars right over the equator.
Like, who's the star expert in our realm?
Over the
I don't
equator
know.
goes the ecliptic. So like Orion is on the ecliptic, and that's always scooting around, and it's always not always visible to both people, but like there are some stars we share, and there are some stars we just flat aren't able to see. Like you said, you're New
I'm
York.
talking
You're
about
not
dead
able to
nuts.
see. I doubt you're even able to see the top of the Southern Cross. What Adirondack?
There's a
I'm talking
13th.
about dead nuts right over the equator because we
Yeah.
never see that circle. We never see the star trail circle over the equator. They're always converging and diverging. But if there was a star that was on the equator, isn't there like a zillion fucking stars? How could none of the stars be on the equator?
There's a 13th.
Because the equator is the point at which there is the most spin, and the two poles are the points at which there is the least spin, almost as if you're on a ball. One going clockwise, the other one going counterclockwise, all of them going east to west.
There's
So,
a 13th zodiac that's supposedly right on the equator.
what
But
is there?
how?
Wait, what is there, Crit?
There's like a 13th zodiac.
Yeah.
Is there? That's interesting. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's like the Dragon Slayer or something like that. It's been like kind of, well, not partially erased from history, but they took it out for whatever reason. I can't. The name. There's
So,
no way to pronounce the name. It's like just a bunch of random letters almost. Like it's actual Greek.
okay,
It looks
so
Greek to me.
all right. So why is there no stars on the equator? Because that's the fastest part of the rotation. But your answer didn't make sense, really.
Yeah.
Eggshell.
Why does speed got anything to do with the tracking of the star itself?
What are you asking me?
Yeah. You
You
said
gave us.
speed.
There in the celestial sphere. There are stars that are at the celestial equator, if you will, and there.
Is the celestial equator the line we drew on the ground for the midpoint of the sun throughout the year? That one?
Yeah, so it's a point at which a lot of interesting things happen. Coriolis goes from east to west, so left to right. The tornadoes, which is probably from the same reason, but tornadoes curl east to west. It's a point at which the southern celestial pole will rise from zero, and keep rising as you head south per nautical miles, all of that business, versus head north.
The
So
midpoint of
it's the exact midpoint. So yeah, it's a whole variety of things. It's the warmest area.
okay, that's fine, but why is there no stars directly above this point?
Why are there no stars directly above this point?
Yeah.
There are. But if it's in the middle of a spinning ball, then the stars that it's in front of is
Dude, do I got to take my iPhone to a basketball right now and show you this?
yeah,
How it
I mean,
would look?
I'm just trying to think of the way to explain it the best way. I mean, you could actually join my game and I could explain it to you. Yeah, just watch my screen because I'll just I don't need to do anything for a couple of hours with this. This is Kerbin, right? And it doesn't actually have set stars, but the idea is if you're on this equator, stuff will go past, right? It'll rise in the east, so it's sort of sun will rise in the east and go like that, bang, because you're spinning around on this big thing. So this equatorial will always be the most interesting thing because it's usually lined up with the equator of the rest of the solar system, and everything usually goes around itself in the same way. So that's Kerbin and the Mun and Minmus, and then we are on a similar, all of us are doing that on a similar bigger thing here. When you're asking why aren't those stars, it's because everything around this line on the equator is going straight past, right? We're just going around this line, right? Whereas up here, it doesn't move as much, right? That the stars do a lazy little circle in the sky because that's our axis of rotation. And down there, same deal, right? The star, oops.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and if there was a light that was perpendicular to the axis of rotation, and you were at that point on Earth, you would see the star go in a straight line.
You would, just much faster. You'd see it go.
It has nothing to do with it. Yeah, really.
Yeah. You're not getting it riding because the tilt and all that sort of stuff is fixed. It's fixed. It doesn't move, right? And so we're spinning around. So if you have a star, right, that is fixed, okay, and we're spinning around, right, it's going to stay fixed regardless of the speed, and it's going to stay on that on the equator.
It's quite cool. I mean, what I think would happen across the equator is that's where things would be going in virtually a straight line in the sky. Whereas when we see the southern pole, the southern cross, it does a tight little circle in the sky.
No, things at the equator are going fucking crazy. They're converging, diverging. It's nuts.
Yep.
You ever see a time lapse under the equator? A star trail? Time
I
up?
mean, they appear to converge and diverge in a camera lens, absolutely. In reality, they're staying equidistant from one another. Their angular dimensions from one another change at a rate of, generations.
So you're telling me there's some points where we're looking at stars in the time lapse, and that's not the actual position of them?
No. Barring refraction, like barring tiny bits of atmospheric refraction, i.e., when you look
Yeah, forget about refraction. Look at this time lapse from under the equator. Are we seeing the actual positions of the stars?
Because you're turning a circular image into a rectangle, there is a warping. There is always a warping. There is no way to not do that. You're trying to catch light at a single point. That's what a photo is. It's a point, and equidistant from all points is actually a circle. It's not a rectangle. So every time you take a photo of the stars, you get this weird converging and diverging depending on the kind of lens you use. But in reality, the stars will always stay exactly the same distance from one another that they were, without fail. It's not a like sometimes thing.
Okay, I don't really. You went off on a tangent there. When we're seeing this time lapse of the stars on the equator,
Yeah.
and we're watching that video, is that video showing us, barring any refraction, is that video showing us the actual position of the stars?
It depends what you mean by actual position. It's showing an image. It's like, I mean, show me the video you're talking about, so I can see what you mean by converge and diverge. Because like they do appear to come from over the horizon to over your head, and that can have a sort of.
So this is a good question, Banza.
Every star has to, for our model to be right, every star has to be exactly the same distance from every other star on every night. They swirl around
Yeah.
most at the
I
equator.
know about
virtually
your model.
stationary at the poles, one clockwise, one counterclockwise, always going east to west. Yeah.
Yes, we know the model. We know the model. Now we're seeing something in the sky, and we're seeing if it matches. So I'm wondering, are we always seeing the actual position of these stars? Bandsaw, this is good right here, this one, because they need us to be always seeing the actual position. And if we've got them diverging and converging, they can't be actually diverging and converging. Oh. I know they have an excuse for the divergence and the convergence, but now you're in the realm of, so we're not seeing the actual position of them. That can't be their actual position. They can't actually be diverging and converging.
I don't know what you mean
You
by
feel me?
converging. I've said it so many times. They will stay exactly the same distance, angular distance from one another.
They don't. Okay.
In reality,
you've never seen it?
do. If you've got videos with a warped lens, you'll get a warped thing. I can show you warped footage if you want. I'll show you some of my 360 footage. The more open, the more field of view the lens has, the more warping there will be, generally speaking.
Yeah, I hear you.
I think.
In the meantime, we got. What's up?
That's the way it seems like it works to me.
Yes, we know. In your model, they should always be equal. It's the same distance apart. Yes, but we see a different thing now.
What do we see?
We see them diverge and converge. The Globers have an excuse for why we see this.
I mean, that breaks celestial navigation. That breaks star charts. It doesn't make sense to have star charts if they're moving apart. That breaks all of astronomy, most of astrology, and most of lived experience. If what you are saying is that they converge and diverge, they change in angular distance from one another, not as an artifact of a lens, then you've just upset so much that I just don't think that's probable.
Hold on.
So anything taken with a lens is no good anymore. Any kind of lens.
That's not what I said at all. Most
well,
things.
What kind of lens?
Right, but like if I want to see somebody do a jump on a motorbike or give a good speech, I don't care if there's a little bit of convergence and divergence in the corners that I'm not really looking at, provided the face looks good and there's an audio record.
No. What kind of lens would you need to make you happy that
the narrower field of view, the better. A telescope. That's the best thing we tend to use for looking at stars. If you're talking about a wide-angle lens to catch an entire landscape, then that's the exact opposite of what I'm suggesting. I don't know.
So you're saying any Star Trail videos? No, you're saying any Star Trail video is no good then?
Not no good. Some could be taken with a telephoto lens. The closer you take it to it, the better. You'll see. I mean, if they're converging and diverging, that is a lens. That's the simple truth of it. Show me the converging and diverging. Well, it could be something.
Of course, because you're a fundamentalist.
It could be something else.
Of course, it has to be. That was my bad. No, my bad. Go ahead.
Back off from your mic, Harry. You just went super loud. Sorry, mate.
I don't know what happens. That the thing just suddenly changes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it did. There's a picture of the star trails in the chat, Jeremy. If you want to refer to that.
Where is it? I'm scrolling up. I guess.
No, it's the last one.
Oh, hang on. I was in the wrong chat. There we go. No wonder suddenly nobody's chatting. Yeah, so they look like they're getting further from one another. But what I would suggest is that you're looking at the inside of a ball. That's the celestial sphere. And so they are not converging. They are all staying equidistant from one another. If you measured them at the top and the bottom and all throughout their thing, they should be staying equidistant to one another, but there are two poles. That's taken at the equator, right? You can see it shrinking towards two poles. Or that could be warping of lens. I don't know. But that looks to me like looking due east or due west, bang on the equator, to me.
Yeah. Well, you're telling me if I... Hold on, man. You're telling me if I measured one of the lines all the way to the left and all the way to the right, and I took an angle between that when it was at the bottom near the horizon, I waited till it got to the top and followed the same star trail line and took an angle from the top of that or the middle of that to the middle of the other same one I did on the other side of the screen, and did that, that 3 point start, middle, and end. You're telling me that'd all be the same angle?
they'd all be the same distance, angular distance from one another.
Yeah, you're saying it'd be the same angle.
100%. Yeah. Got to. Has to.
Do I gotta get a protractor? I'm gonna see if one of the kids got a protractor. I mean, it's obviously not the same angle visually. I don't know why you would even need to put a protractor this, but hold on.
This is how celestial navigation works.
Oh my.
There's not much up for. So can you clarify for me what it is that you think, Jeremy?
I think they're measuring different angle. I'm gonna get a protractor, put it on my screen. You have a protractor? Does anyone have a protractor?
I mean, Stellarium will help. What you're looking is for.
No, I want to not Stellarium, not your model. I want to do what we see in reality.
Oh, right, sure. Yeah. Well, what are you measuring though? What are you going to put the protractor against?
We're gonna measure the bottom of the star trail
on a lens. You're talking about a photo.
On the far left.
No, nobody's interested in a photo. It doesn't show you anything. Photo doesn't show you anything. Is that 180 degrees? Is that 9 degrees? Is that 10 degrees? Is it the same at the top, at the bottom, in the middle? We're not. There's no point measuring a photograph in this way for angular distortion when there will be barrel distortion, the wider the lens, and that lens looks like it's trying to catch as far north and as far south as it possibly can.
Okay, what lens would be good for you?
I said it before. I'll say it again. The narrowest.
You got an echo going.
My feeling is the narrowest aperture, like narrowest field of view you can find. So a telescope is best.
So something we couldn't get this measurement with. Something that's so narrow we couldn't get both the stars on the left and the right in it. You're saying, and when it couldn't do this measurement, that would break your model.
No, you could measure in 100 different ways. You just wouldn't use the shittest tool in the box to do so.
Yeah. All right.
A rectilinear lens, a camera not made for looking at stars, is the worst way to check this. Get a telescope, get 2 stars, and see if they converge and diverge. If this is happening to any stars, it's happening to all stars. Use a good tool for the job and test.
It's funny. It's funny you're blaming the lens though, because the Globers actually have an actual explanation for this, and it's not the lens.
Well, I mean, they don't converge and diverge. Right ascension and declination is where the stars are. They're a map in the sky. They are always in fixed position to one another, such that the right.
We know your story. We know. Right. We heard it. I know.
But I'm telling you how much you're going to disrupt. If what you're asserting is true, having not checked it, you're going to put a protractor up against a monitor. Having not checked it, you're saying, I'm pretty sure that those people who use these things to navigate are probably had it wrong, and they don't understand that they're moving and converging and diverging. These people.
The thing is, they're
living off observing stars. Didn't notice this thing I haven't checked.
The thing is, this is actually happening, and the Globers have a different reason for it. So it's not even like it's the lens, or maybe it's like it's happening.
I think writing just pointed something out. I mean, we use this for navigation. If that star was not at the proper angle and relationship to the other stars, you'd have a little bit of a problem, wouldn't you?
I think so.
So you don't know the reason what the Globers give either.
Well, you tell us. You're having a conversation with me, Jeremy, and I'm not giving this other explanation you haven't given. I'm saying right ascension and declination is the number given to a star's latitude and longitude in the celestial sphere, and they move at a rate that is so unfathomably slow that it takes like brains like Chronic to work on it. It's called proper motion of stars.
Well, so the Globers' excuse is that we see this divergence and convergence because we're on a ball, and the way it moves through the sky. That they're saying that's why we see this convergence and divergence. So it's not a question of if it appears to be converging and diverging. It does. That's not even a question. Like
I don't even know what you're talking about. They don't diverge and converge. If you can show me something other than the one thing I said that was the worst way to test it, which is a wide angle lens, if you can show me something that isn't the worst way to test it, I guess we can have a better conversation.
There's tons of...
You're ticking the only box I said no to.
Yeah, there's tons of videos that show them diverging and converging with all different types of lenses. the Globers have an excuse for this. Why we see the convergence and divergence, it's not because the camera lens, it's because you're on a ball and that's what you're supposed to see. Like, it's not even just because you don't know doing this. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. I mean, personally, I haven't seen this. I mean, I see the image and I see what you're talking about, but I do know that the relationship of the stars is invariant over the course of a night.
Yeah.
And therefore, I don't know whether this is an optical illusion for the fact that, the way it moves through your field of view. Like, when I showed you how the toothpicks play out, but they're straight up and down when you look at them direct on. I don't know if it's some kind of effect like that, but the absolute position or relationship of those stars does not change. You don't see Scorpio turn into Gumby as it goes through the sky. It doesn't stretch out and become a big mush. It's still Scorpio from start to finish.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you don't know the reason why we see them either. The convergence and divergence, it's fine. I don't know. We'll wait for maybe Dr. Bob knows or something.
Jeremy, you're just asserting that. I've given you multiple reasons why I am confident that what you are saying is totally wrong. And the only thing you can present is the one thing I said, here's the only way to not test it, a wide angle lens. And you've gone, but check out this wide angle lens. I've given you celestial navigation. I've given you the star maps. I've given you detailed explanations that they do not converge and diverge. And you're like, well, I don't know. That doesn't stack up against the one thing you said was the worst way to test it. What's your other reasons? What's your other...
No, it's not stacking up. It's not stacking up against the Glober's excuse of why it happens. Like, we all know what this happens. The question is now, why is it happening? It's not a matter of if it happens or not.
Happen. I'm saying it doesn't happen. Moyork's
You're
saying
that,
happen.
but I mean, you're not really.
Show me where it does happen.
It's a little.
Wouldn't you want to show me the evidence of this one thing that I'm saying? This would break our model. If they converge and diverge, you're like taking it for granted. This breaks our model. It's over tonight if you show me that they converge and diverge.
Really?
Absolutely.
You would agree? You would agree that breaks the globe model if these diverge and converge?
It breaks stellar navigation for me.
Over the course of an evening, it breaks the entire model. If it shimmers and looks at all like it would if there was a dome, basically, if there was some sort of refraction, meaning we've got a south celestial pole, if there was any convergence and divergence in it, it breaks the entire model.
Cool. So when the Globers come in here and tell you why this happens, it's not going to matter for you why it happens.
Conversation, Jeremy. Show me your best evidence that this happens. You're presenting nothing at the moment. You're just saying, oh, it probably happens. What's your best evidence that happens?
There's tons of star trails from people on the equator. Like, you can go look for them, dude. I've been in this for years and I've seen tons of them. If you can't find them, I don't know.
I think this is actually a lens, like I think HL said it, but I think this is a lens effect.
It's just not happening. Like, it's not too many ways about it.
You're using a wide field of view lens. Shit happens in that.
It's the one way I said you could do it. I can show you okay, fine. Do you want me to show you an image of me riding over a mountain? Okay, I'll do it. It's actually a good demonstration. Let me share a different thing. Actually, I'll just skip out of that for a second. And I'll switch screens.
Oh, riding, pre-warning.
What?
Your mic, it goes really loud.
Oh my God, I've got no idea what that is about.
You sound about normal to me.
So I'm going to open this one up and back.
Here's one from astrophotography telescope.
So here's one from me. Here's one from me.
Talk about your picture of you riding a mountain or something on a bicycle. That's not important right now. But I don't know why you didn't go search instead of that. I don't know why you didn't go search for star trails at the equator. You went and got a picture of you riding a bike on a mountain.
I'm explaining something to you. The narrower this aperture,
The narrower this aperture, the less distortion. So the more I zoom in on this, the more normal it looks. But as I try to widen the aperture because I'm trying to get all the way, I'm trying to get all of the star trails from north to south, what I do is I zoom out. And when I zoom out, I can do weird things like make it look like I'm constantly going around a right-hand bend. That's a straight road, but I'm going constantly right.
Is there a picture?
Right? Or I can do this and I'm now riding over the ball earth.
Did you put a link?
Dude, go Google instead of looking for bicycle pictures. Go search for star trails at the equator. There's a bunch of them with telescopes.
I'm explaining to
They're
you
still
why
diverging and converging.
Yes, I'm explaining to you why this might be the case using a wide angle lens. If you can show me people saying, because do you know what right ascension and declination is?
Dude, you said you needed one from a telescope, right? There's a bunch of them on Google Images. If you search star trail images from the equator, a bunch of them from telescopes. Google Images.
I'm not.
Tons of them.
Show me which. God, man, I just don't know how many
Telescopes,
other ways to say
photography.
I get
from
that you've got-
astrophotography places,
Holy
tons
shit.
of them.
Please, Jeremy, listen to me for a second. You are giving me the one thing that I said would cause this effect, and you're just going, but I've got lots of the wrong thing. It's the wrong thing, Jeremy. Listen to me, please.
And you said you needed them from a telescope. We have them from telescopes, from
from a telescope,
from astrophotography.
Okay,
places.
Jeremy,
they're all
you think
over
that-
Google, dude. They're
Jeremy,
all over
do you-
Google Images.
Jeremy, do you think this happens to the? We can see that this star trail here. Do you think they do this? If this is what you would observe if you stood there with
I can't be
your eyes
looking at
in your
pictures
eyes?
right now. I
What's
can't be
that?
looking at pictures right now. I don't know why we're having such a big deal with this.
Oh, well, okay.
If what you're saying is they go straight in the middle and form tighter circles at either end, if that's what you mean by diverge? Yes, they do that because you're looking at the inside of a sphere. So they always stay the same distance from one another in relation to their right ascension and declination. I've put the definition of that in the chat if that helps you. But yes, they're going to appear like the ones at the left of Bandy's pick are veering left, the ones at the right are veering right, but they're not actually diverging. They're staying equidistant from one another, but are in the inside of a sphere. So when you're looking up at the inside of a sphere and they spin around, there's tight circles at the end and big bands in the middle. But they
So now
all
it's
stay
not
the
the
same
camera.
distance.
So now it's not the camera lens, and they are supposed to diverge and converge.
Look at the ones in the chat. This is why I've been asking you to post something. There are many camera effects that can cause it. I wouldn't be surprised even if the one, when is it that I first posted or somebody posted here was actually correct.
I'm not even looking at the chat right now. Like, I don't need to go over the images. We did this for years. We've gone over these images. They diverge and converge at the equator. It's not a
You
question.
say you don't need to go through the images. Let me describe the image to you. I have one that has making right angle turns when it gets to the top, and they're doing all sorts of different things because it's a full 360 camera taking the image, and the image is completely distorted. The lens is making all these wonderful things happen, but it doesn't happen when you look at it. Even so, I would suspect at this point that the lens is the majority of what's going on here. You've got a wide field of view image that I saw was posted by Bandsaw. And
would one from a telescope help? From an astrophotography place, would a telescope image help of this?
No, let me see what you got. I don't know.
Can you clarify?
They're all over Google, dude. Search Google Images.
So, Jeremy, can you clarify for me? When I say, are you saying they're getting further from one another? Can you answer that question directly?
They appear to converge and diverge. Yes.
You need to define what you mean by converge and diverge, please.
At one point, they're closer to at one point, they're far away from each other. Then they get closer. Then they get farther away. Converge and diverge, dude. What are we really defining simple?
Sure. I got something for all you guys.
All right, $5 bet, $50 bet, $100 bet, $200 bet. What do you want to bet?
Yeah, I'm not a gambling man.
Well,
but I'll tell you right now, you would have lost because the Globers have an excuse for why this happened. So it's not a question of if it happens. That's not even a question.
They do not get closer and further from one another. If you've got evidence that is not wide-angle lens photography, or even in that photograph, show me how they are further and closer from one another in it. But you're looking at the inside of a sphere. So yes, the circles will be smaller towards the poles. That's why we've got a north and southern celestial pole. Exactly what it should look like.
I think Jeremy's right. Just saying.
Yeah, the Globers actually have an excuse for this. Like, it's not a question of if it happens. Their excuse is this is what we should see because
Jeremy,
this is what they.
Oh, fuck it. I can't be bothered anymore.
I found a camera effect. I discovered a camera effect, and therefore I can tell you what you see.
Okay.
What sort of lens do you want it to be taken with writing?
I mean, it doesn't bother me exactly which lens. I've just described the one thing that would prove it for me, and it is a narrow lens like a telescope. If you can show them diverging, getting, as we clearly define, getting further from one another, like where do they go? Do they squidge up on one side of the ball? They're on a celestial sphere, right? We both sides agree on that. How do they converge and diverge across a sphere? Are they like tides?
Yeah.
Are there star tides? Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. You're just wrong.
For your model, it actually does make sense because they actually have an excuse for this.
Well, but you're wrong. It doesn't happen because this
that's
is
weird that it doesn't
happen.
happen.
Star charts. How can you map something that converges and diverges? How would that work?
It's weird. You're telling me it does.
At the end of the night. It doesn't make any sense, man.
You're telling me that it doesn't happen when the Globers have an excuse for why it happens. That's all I'm going to say on this.
A conversation with other people, Jeremy. It's just you and me here.
Well, Jeremy being a little belligerent and obnoxious.
Just sticking to this.
Not
like,
really.
Jeremy's right.
Yeah, really.
Bring them here.
Jeremy's right.
Because
it's ridiculous, man. Just like we're here having a conversation, you're like, but other people disagree. I don't care. You don't care.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. We're backtracking now because we already did this like 10 times. This conversation I'm having with you right now, we've already went through this. Shown that it happened.
You and me.
You personally, but me and 10 different other Globers, or I've heard it happen multiple times.
So
like,
why are you having their conversation with me? We're having a perfectly reasonable conversation where I'm just asking you to present evidence that the stars get closer and further from one another through a night. And you're like, but I argued with somebody. Like, come on, man. Have a conversation.
Listen, I can't get on my phone right now. If you want to look at it, there's plenty of astrophotography places that take these with telescopes. See it for yourself. It's all over Google Images. I can't play with my phone right now. If you don't believe me that it happens, then fine.
About if this, I mean, let me just table a possibility. You've had this conversation with people in the past. They've been confused about what you meant by converge and diverge. And they think that what you're talking about is the arching out there, which is what you expect if you're looking at the inside of a ball, a celestial sphere. Or they're wrong, or you're misremembering it. There are so many other possibilities with a conversation you had with other people, right?
Yeah, I heard that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So,
ridiculous.
The conversation seemed to start off with, is there a star that follows the equator in a perfectly straight line? And your response writing was no, there isn't, because of the rotation or the speed of the rotation at the equator.
Like most of the stars and the sun follow the ecliptic, but due to but different things will go through it. The equator doesn't have a star. All of the stars will cross over it back and forth. The only points at which it'll be fixed is just on the axis of rotation, which is tilted in our orbit. So just the north and the south are the only places it should be still. There's not like all of the stars and everything goes across the sky roughly around the equator, east to west.
I know Jeremy can't look at it, but here's how I would kind of like answer it. I think that the distance between these stars in pixels and in degrees will remain uniform throughout the night.
Kosho, what's the reason why we see the divergence and convergence of the stars at the equator?
Hey, what's up, my man? What's up, you guys? Yo, yo, yo.
Yo,
Bro, actually, I got something for everybody, dude.
The spider killing man. How you going, Kosho?
Don't fucking ever, dude. Don't tell people about that. Fucking show up and you say shit to me. I've been meaning to want to talk to Eggshells, so I will talk to him after I figure out what you guys are talking about.
Okay, what's the reason? What's the reason for when we see the star trails at the equator? What's the reason why we see the apparent convergence and divergence of the stars?
Yeah. Could you define converge and diverge for him, Jeremy?
Kosho knows what. Kosho knows what those words mean. Are you serious?
You mean diverging? Okay, let me ask you a question. Is what you're trying to, or is what you're asking? Why is it at the equator? Do you see? Why do you see the rotations going in opposite directions on either side, and then straight line in the middle? What you're saying?
Why on the equator do we see the stars apparently converge and diverge?
All right, I'll tell you what. This is the other thing I wanted to bring to you, dude. Just want to let you know that last night, Doofus was being a bit aggressive, but your mic was messing up.
I know. I know.
Yeah, I know, dude. But you were getting pissed at me. I was answering your questions, dude. And anyways,
bro, you played the same game. You did answer it at the end, but after listen, don't try to derail us right now. I know what you're trying to do.
I came to apologize to you and ask for a favor.
Apology accepted.
Well, not apologizing to you. I'm saying
second day in a row you apologized to me. I accepted both days.
Hey, just check this out, dude. I made this a long time ago. I make a lot of shit, dude. I made this. Check this out.
He's trying to derail us, man. So you see that?
Oh, I was trying to stall while I loaded this. Okay. So here's what I made in Blender at one point. I made this Earth, and I made these balls, and I rotated.
You love balls.
Yeah, whatever, dude. And I made that, and so you see, this is what it looks like from the equator. It's kind of bizarre, right?
Can you explain to us why we see the apparent convergence and divergence of stars at the equator?
Well, I'm going to because I understand what you're saying by convergence and divergence, right? But I'm not going to use that language, so just to let you know. When you say divergence and convergence, I know that you mean they're rotating in opposite directions, right? So, right.
Sorry, to clarify, what he was talking about was the words he used before. I think you would agree, Jeremy, is they appear to get closer and further from one another. Stars will appear to get closer and further from each other throughout the course of the night.
Yes, we know what convergence and divergence means.
Yeah, I know.
Everyone knows what those words mean. I don't know why.
I understand what you're saying when you say that, because I mean, it's just, if I didn't know what you were saying, then it wouldn't make any sense, to be honest with you, because the path, you could say the paths are you could say that the path from the equator, like if you see the first one I posted, the one that says the equator, it's kind of like the path. One's going straight, it's not deviating, and then the other ones are going opposite directions. And so because of that, you could say they're diverging for some reason, but it's just a confusing way of saying it. So, but I'm not gonna beat that to a pulp. I just wanted to yeah, you asked me what question again? Why do they do that? Yeah, they do that because they're going in opposite directions.
So they do appear to converge and diverge.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't use that language, but
do the stars change in their position relative to one another throughout the night? Do they get closer and further from one another in terms of angular distance from one another throughout the night?
Let me see. I'm looking at this first one.
I can't believe you're pausing over this. There is no
dude, because this is for eggshells. I'm telling you this.
How did you make a star chart if they're not all fixed in position to one another?
You made it seem like this was an open and shut thing, and it doesn't even happen. Yeah, that's not even a question.
We're talking about perspective here. This is very different. We're talking about perspective. It's just
so it converges and diverges because of perspective.
Well, I mean, like I said, the
Reason's
only one
irrelevant.
that's
The
happening
reason's
is.
irrelevant at this point. Can you just tell eggshells that it happens?
Well, I mean, if you look at my picture, the first one, the equators one, the one that I posted, the first one, it's a Star Trails equator. It does. I mean, if you're strictly talking about the path on either side of the hemisphere, they're doing circles in opposite directions. So there's gonna be a point where they, appear to be getting closer and appear to get further away, I suppose. But
So what I'm saying is there is right ascension and declination is where stars are, and they're fixed in relationship to their position to one another. Like Orion is always the same formation of Orion, same as and same in its distance from other ones and its plot there. They don't. None of the stars throughout the night. You know this, Kosho.
yeah, but that's why I don't like that language that is being expressed, because like I wouldn't describe it that way, but I mean that they are rotating in opposite directions. Like I said, it's purely in that's a perspective thing.
This star is like 12 arc minutes from that star. That never changes, right?
Eggshells.
Not
Eggshells.
Oh,
They
yeah,
diverge.
right.
Eggshells. He's telling you why they appear to diverge and converge. Are you hearing him? It's because of perspective.
Are you just trying to break the discussion, Jeremy, and make it confusing? Because they seem to be getting to an understanding, and you're just coming in trying to muddle it again.
No, I'm trying to get to the
knows
point.
this,
Me and
Kosho
eggshells
made
were
that
just
the star map. I think we're just confused in terms because I don't know. But
Yeah, so I wouldn't use this language, which sounds like we're using. But I'm trying to also hold on.
I mean, I'll
Imagine being
insist.
on the
I don't know about whether this optically looks like this no matter what lens you get, but I will tell you that as I understand it, our star 1, 3 degrees away from star 2, will be 3 degrees away from star 2 no matter what time of night it is.
I know what they told you, Moyak.
No. And now, do you agree with that? Do you think that star formations actually physically change? Does Scorpio become 3 degrees wider as the night progresses? No, it does not.
good way to ask.
So, Kosho, why do they appear to get closer away and farther away from each other?
Why do they appear to be curving?
Is it a perspective? Yeah, perspective.
Well, you know what's a better one? The one that Bandsaw posted, or even Moyak or whatever. If you're on the equator and there's 2 circles in both sides of you, I mean, there's going to be a point where those circles are getting closer and closer, but I'm trying. Let me think for a second. I'm trying to think of it where the actual path is.
Imagine it like this, right? You just get a basketball with a camera in the middle of it, and then pinpricks all around the basketball, so light's coming in. Those pinpricks don't get closer and further from one another. They draw tight little circles at the poles, but the pinpricks don't move. That's what we're talking about.
I hear what you're saying. However, you've heard the reason for why they appear to get closer and farther away from each other, right?
Yeah.
So we agree it does appear to happen.
I'm not sure that Kosho's on the same page with what we're talking about. I still get the feeling Kosho's talking about something different.
He knows exactly what we're talking about, dude. We've done this conversation many times.
Right, I know. So, but let's just have it again now. Like, don't get angry at me for other people you've talked to, if that's okay.
It's fine.
So, yeah, go to Moyok's question. Is Scorpio, let's say, sometimes a fraction of a degree or 3 degrees wider than it normally is? Does it change or warp in shape, Kosho?
I'll say again. Oh yeah, no. But that's what I'm saying is that these observations of star trails are strictly it's perspective. So, and it's also not even a single. It's not a single image. So it's not even a snapshot or anything like that. It's like it's just kind of that's what I'm trying to think for a second of what exactly.
A better way to explore that would be a constellation that is right on the equator, not a southern or a northern.
Let me think for a second. Hold on.
Set of stars.
Is there constellations on the equator?
Yeah.
That's what I don't know, but if you're talking, say, Scorpio for argument's sake, that's is that a northern constellation or a southern? But I'm talking about right on the equator.
Yeah, is there any constellations on the equator, guys?
Yeah,
Come on,
dude,
this should be
I
an
don't know
easy
if
one.
you knew this, but most of the what do you call them? The ecliptic. The ecliptic is like the equator of our orbit, kind of, and that's what all the stars are, dude. I mean, that's what all constellations are on. But over the
But
equator,
we have to
if
take
you're looking at the
perspective.
star trails, like right there, dude, there's obviously stars there. You can see them in that picture.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to have to take perspective into account when we make star observations, right?
No, I'm saying that's what we're looking
No.
at. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at something that's is behaving like this because of perspective. Like it's not
Okay,
gonna.
so we're definitely going to have to take perspective into account when we're looking at star trails or stars from now on.
No, dude, it's star trails. You had it right the first time. That's why let me
star trails. Okay, any star trails definitely is we're gonna have perspective in it. So if I'm at
for a second, dude, hold on.
You might want to rethink this one.
Rethink.
All wrapped
There's
up.
no point in rethinking anything. I'm thinking about this now for the first time, dude.
We've had this conversation.
I'm actually trying to see what exactly the stars would do as they orbit, because they're obviously doing, like Moyak said, that if let's say you have a star, let's say you have a constellation that it's on 3 north, there's a star on 3 north, a star on the equator, and a star on 3 south, and those stars are always going to be on that same latitude, and they're just going to change their longitudes as they go across the sky. That's all. So that's these 3 stars. It's always going to happen like that. Now, I'm just trying to think of why. I'm trying to think of what you're seeing when you see them curve away from each other. So just give me a second, because like I said, what you're seeing is
Take your time. Take your time.
What you're seeing when you see those star trails is you're seeing the rotation of the Earth, right? So these 3 stars are always going to be 3 south, 3 north, and the equator is at 0. And it's really just it's just an observation. It's just like train tracks, right? Like when you see train tracks and they diverge away.
Yeah, train tracks. I got you. So we're definitely going to take any star trails. We're definitely going to take perspective into account. So if I make
wow.
All right. So only star trails, not any regular star observations, though. No.
Well, what are star trails? If you're looking at the star trails and those are going and staying on the same latitude and they're going longitude from behind you, changing longitude going in front of you, it's going to be behaving the same way perspective behaves, right?
Okay, so say we do a reverse star trail. Say I'm at the equator and I'm looking at Polaris, and I just go along straight to the North Pole, like a reverse star trail. We're gonna have to take perspective into account for that.
That's not a reverse star trail, dude. What are you talking about?
That's a reverse star trail, bro. What are you talking about? The star's fixed. Instead of the star moving, we're gonna fucking move. It's a reverse star trail.
Okay, dude.
You just made that shit up.
This is when I put a bag over your head and punch you in the stomach, because that's not fucking a reverse star trail, dude.
It's a reverse, dude. I just made that up, and it absolutely is a reverse star trail.
No, listen, the reason why the star trail bullshit, or this is what the way I'm thinking about it. When like they're making these circles, they're making these curved paths. If you're on the equator looking like that, is because if you imagine something above your head behind you, and then going above your head in front of you, in this way, that you would see that. That's true. The distance is the same. It's consistent. It's really just where those distances, how those distances are in respect to you and your vision, and that's why. That's why perspective comes into play. Because if it was railroads or something, those paths would be looking like they're getting further away or closer together. But
I understand that. We're definitely going to be taking perspective into account when we look at star trails or reverse star trails. Yes.
Oh my god.
Why is a reverse star trail not a real thing?
I just don't understand its relevance, because the description.
It's relevant. Don't worry about if it's relevant or not. Is that a real thing?
No, it's not. It's not a real thing. Also, it's not.
Why not? Why is it not? It is relevant. Don't worry about the relevancy. We need to just first get a reverse star trail definition down.
Yeah, see, like I said, I'm a bit.
Okay.
Remember how XPL said the pinpricks pinpricks, right?
Put a pin in the reverse star trail for now. Just we're gonna put a pin in it. We'll get back to it. Okay. The point is, we're definitely seeing convergence and divergence of the stars at the equator because of perspective, right?
Yeah, now I have it visualized in my head. I got it perfect. Perfect.
Okay, are we? Yes or no? Don't do your little obfuscation game that got me all mad
I
last
was
night.
trying to fucking comprehend something. I finally have, dude. Very easy. With the pinpricks, that's the best way. You have these pinpricks that are 100 miles tall, all of them, and they're on every latitude and every longitude. So every time there's a new latitude and longitude, they're there. Okay, and there's one, like I said, at 0. These are all on the prime meridian. The prime meridian at 0, there's a pinprick. At 3, and at 3 south, there's a pinprick. Okay, and if you were to observe these pinpricks going around, yeah, they're all 3 next to each other the whole time. They're cool, good to go. But you, as an observer from Earth, staying, as stationary, as this pinprick thing spins around you, it's gonna be making straight circles going around this ball. But from your perspective, as I said, these 3 pinpricks are going to appear to be getting closer together as it comes towards you, and then moving away from each other as they're moving away from you.
I hear you. So the reason is perspective. Fine, I'm fine with that. That's fine, bro.
Well, there's no reverse perspective, dude. Okay.
I didn't say reverse perspective. No one said that. Nobody said reverse perspective. I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Making videos and sorry. Okay.
That's a weird straw man you just tried to do. You made up a word just because I made up a word, and then you made up another word.
I thought I was like, oh, I talked to eggshells about something. I got to clear everything up with you. I was in a good mood, and then you guys fucking ambushed me. I gotta fucking understand something all of a sudden.
We did you like one of those Vietnams in those spider holes in the tunnels? Just pop right up on you.
Dude, man.
Whatever. Go ahead. Eggshells. Are you satisfied? It happens because
I don't even know, dude. You're the king of making contention. What's the contention, dude?
No. Listen. In conclusion, the star trails appear to converge and diverge because of perspective. Would you say that's a fair assessment of what just happened?
I don't like the words you use ever, but I wouldn't say it's due to perspective.
Which words do you have a problem with?
Is included, but yeah.
Make a list. Make a list of words.
Words did you not like? I can rephrase it.
You say these things in like absolute way, and so it's a dangerous thing, especially from you, because then later on you'll use it in the same absolute way.
I'm definitely gonna body you guys with this shit.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I don't like the way the words you use. I wouldn't say that's you see it because of that, but yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason. It's just not. I wouldn't say
definitely see it. We see it, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're in the pictures.
Definitely see it. All right, eggshell.
Wait. Definitely see what? What are you saying? They definitely see what? You're saying deviate. You're saying converging and diverging. I don't.
Apparent deviation, the apparent convergence and divergence, apparent getting farther and closer together. Yes, all that stuff. They all mean the same thing.
No, but listen to what you're saying, dude. You don't see that. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, dude.
Perspective, and now we don't see it.
Let me ask you a question. There's 2 airplanes flying over your head, right? They're flying right next to each other, perfectly side by side. Or 2 cars even. You're the girl at the beginning of a race who fucking waves the flag, okay? And there's 2 cars, and they drive from being in front of you to being behind you, and you turn around, you see them move further away from you, right? So it's perspective that causes your observation to make their distance look different, but they're not actually moving away or further or closer to each other.
First of all, in your analogy, you might have had it backwards. I don't know. I know you know how perspective works, so I won't go into that. But so you're saying the reason this happens, that we see this apparent, just like the train tracks or the cars, they apparently seem to get closer and apparently seem to get farther away. I understand you're saying not actually. They're not actually getting closer and farther together, but that is apparently what we see, right? With the stars.
Like I said, the only time you will see that is when you're looking at these star trails.
Okay, fine. Yes, when we look at the star trails, we see them appear to get closer and farther away. Apparently, not actually in your mind, right?
That's right.
All right. Oh,
But it has
Jesus.
to do
Why
with
do you
the
make
fact
everything so difficult? You're like the most
I have to think
complicated
about these
person I
things,
know.
man. For fuck's sake.
Oh, show. You get me all worked up. Me and Eggshells were having a nice, calm conversation. And then you came
That's
in
not
and we had to
true.
ambush you.
No, dude. I came in and I was like, what's going on, dude? We're on rampage again.
Oh my god.
Hey, check this out. The dust, the lunar dust, valued at 1.2 million, sold for just over $500,000.
What?
Dude, because nobody believes that shit. Some sucker just blew $500,000 on some bullshit fucking rock dust or something.
Yeah. Labeled 2
Yeah.
through 6.
What happened to the one? What happened to number one? Did they use it
I
or
know.
something? Or
That's what
No?
Jerry was saying. Did someone check their nose? Like
or did they mix that shit with a little?
Hey, hold on.
little
Where was this moon dust from? Like,
Yo, fuck the moon dust. Hold on. Did Eggshells
Okay,
just
my
hear what
bad.
happened?
what are you
Are you
talking about?
there?
Eggshells is doing something, dude. All right, chill
Eggshells.
out, man.
All right, go ahead with the moon dust then.
Well, I gotta tell
We
you,
got him,
dude.
Bandsaw. We got him, Bandsaw. Go ahead with the moon
You're a
dust.
sick
If
son
that
of a
makes you
bitch, dude.
happy.
You know that? I come in here.
Go ahead.
I come in here, and your fucking goal is to get me to disagree with Eggshells. You sick bastard.
Goal. No, I wasn't trying to
What's
get
your
you
goal,
to
dude?
disagree with him. I was trying to get you to explain reality to him. That's all, Kosho. It wasn't a trick. It wasn't a trap.
That's right.
Fucked up. I didn't know Bob was in here last night, bro. I swear to God.
That was funny.
Did not know Bob was in here.
I saw him. I saw him, dude. And I was just laughing, dude. I was like, that was funny as hell. He was there the
Zanuck
whole
didn't know
time.
either. Zanuck didn't know. Zanuck
I know.
played like he knew.
I think he realized last minute. Tried to save his ass. What did Bob say? He's like, I'm fucking in here right now.
You know I'm in here right now.
Yeah, but he was in there the whole time. And the reason why I know Zanuck didn't know he was in there is because of the way Zanuck was talking. He's like, Bob was wrong, dude. Wrong as hell.
Because he's like, if that's they were talking about liquids compressing it, and he's like, well, you heard it.
Yeah, it was funny. Funny. Anyways, dude, I'm trying to think of a good example, but there's no good example. You have to just imagine yourself being on a ball with fucking poles on it.
Yeah. Imagine yourself on a ball riding a bicycle. That's what
I'm rendering the same render. No, it can't be a bicycle. It would have to be an actual sphere.
Not a bicycle. What is it going to be? A train?
A sphere, sir.
Trains. You guys love trains.
Yeah, that's true. A nice key party. There's nothing wrong with that. But enough about that.
We got him. Perspective. It happens because of perspective. Remember that one.
No, dude,
that leads into something. All my stuff leads into some devastating shit.
That's why I make these simulations, dude. I want you to close your eye, Jeremy, and imagine what I'm about to say to you. Okay?
Close your eye.
Yeah. I want you to think.
Ouch.
I want you to think.
He likes to make fun of disabled people.
I'm disabled, dude. I got a Snake Plissken. I finally found my Snake Plissken action figure, by the way. I thought I lost him. I'm getting ready to film this movie. He's the main character. Anyways, I found him. He's got one eye. And he's a...
What are you filming? A claymation style thing?
That's stop motion, yeah.
Stop motion, that's what I meant.
That's right, dude. And I was filming it 4 years ago, and then I got into, things went backwards.
You know what I used to like in the 90s? Those claymation fights MTV would have?
Yeah, Celebrity Deathmatch. That was fun.
Yeah, that's it.
It was actually pretty fun.
We got him, Bandsaw. We got him, bro.
On the ropes.
You guys ever
This Star Trail at the equator things is a wrap.
Reverse Star Trails.
Wait, what is it?
We're not getting into that yet. Hold on, Bandsaw.
This is very important. This is very important. This is actually a big deal. This is the biggest deal of them all. Okay?
I got you, bro. I know.
But listen, listen. I think that what happened was you bought yourself a body bag and you jumped in it and you fucking zipped it up
on it.
And now you're laughing at everybody. But let me tell you what happened, dude. Listen, the perspective that I'm talking about, The only reason why perspective would do this, what I'm talking about, is if you were on a sphere and if there were spokes that were moving, or not spokes, but there's something, the stars, whatever it is, moving as this thing's rotating around perfectly. So either they're equidistant apart and they're moving around us like a sphere, which would be weird, or we're a sphere and we're just doing circles. Because there's no other way for you to get the observation. That perspective, that getting closer and farther away, making these circles around you, that would only be due to if you were. And by the way, you would have to be a sphere, and they would have to be a sphere around you, making a circle.
I know everyone has to be a sphere.
It would have to be.
That's so funny. We're human spheres. Your whole body is just a sphere with eyeballs on it.
You're not a sphere, dude. Not you.
You're a sphere. I'm a sphere.
Listen, when I say you, I mean the Earth, the thing you're making the observation from, because that's the only way you'll make this observation, where it's converging and diverging, as you said. Otherwise, if it was some sort of planar thing moving over you, it would be like the train tracks. It'd be like straight lines, not these curving ones. So that's the only.
We've heard all your presuppositions about how the sky works. We know, man. It can only be this. There can't be anything. We know it's from here to all the stars. We've heard it all.
Is it one moment you want an explanation for why that happens, and then when you hear the explanation, it's you already. I don't know,
dude. I didn't even care. Listen, we weren't even on the explanation. We were at the observation. He didn't even think it happened. Trying to get you to explain it.
But you asked me, so why did it happen? That's what you asked me. You said, why does that happen?
Yeah, perspective. But I only asked you that because he didn't even believe it happened. So I figured if he heard you explain why it happens, the debate on if it happens would be over.
I think he should come back, man, because if he comes back, I want to tell him that he was actually beating you in this exchange.
Everyone just heard what happened. Everyone just heard what happened. I don't know. There's a lot of people in here. They all were listening.
I missed the beginning, but the context, I might be lost with the context. But ultimately, though, you inadvertently shot yourself in the balls.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
It turns out.
No, I didn't, because we didn't even get to reverse star trails yet. We didn't even get to the reverse ones yet. So don't worry about that.
Never get there, though. That's something.
We are going to. Oh, we're going to get there.
If the southern hemisphere is slightly larger, like 1 in 300, than the northern hemisphere, then surely the scales out.
Say what again?
We got him, Vance. It's a wrap.
You keep saying that, dude. You keep saying got him. And every time you say that, I'm going to remind you that what we've concluded was that.
No, I wasn't talking about sorry to interrupt. I wasn't talking about the 3%. It's just generally speaking, if you look up on Google, it will say that the southern hemisphere is slightly larger than the whole northern, equating to
pear shape.
The pear shape. Yes, but even with the south being slightly bigger than the north, it's going to offset every single measurement amounts, because the scale you use in the north is different to the scale. Well, is the same in the south.
Yes, exactly the same.
I mean, if you're using the scale on a sphere, fair enough. But if the bottom of the sphere is larger than the top of the sphere, then you have to come to some mean average measure, don't you?
Yeah, there's different there's great circles everywhere you go. So there's going to be a great circle going this way, going that way, going whichever way. And those great circles are going to be different sizes because of the reason you're saying. That's true. Be 24, 901, 24, 902, 10. There's going to be a lot of different circumferences that will be pretty close to each other. And when you divide all those 24 901s by 360, you're going to get 69.169 and all things that are very close to 69. You know what I mean? So, and that's always going to be very close to 60 nautical miles. And so when you do celestial navigation, it's not those errors are not going to amount to very much.
No, cool, man. I'll go off this 3% thing, but for every mile or kilometer that you want to measure, that there's going to be a dip angle of 1 1/100th or something, or it's 0.009 degrees drop down per kilometer. So there, your straight line to the, it's going to add length. It might add length or might not, but cool, man. I was just wondering if there was a way that, you know, you can kind of tie it all together and kind of say, yeah, we're out more than we think, because we also have to account for the degrees of drop.
Actually, we don't need to account for that at all, because dip angle is only to get you to horizontal. You can use a tool that does horizontal. You can skip the whole dip angle step and go to any altitude, no changes. Dip angle just goes away.
Yeah, if you just use any kind of plumb bob, or you can even use one of those total station things. Just use something that already has a horizontal, you know, that you can reference.
Yeah,
Or vertical that you can reference.
If you've got a hexagon Earth, for example, and then you put a circle around the hexagon, is the circle the great circle? And unfortunately, the hexagon is obviously going to be dropped in places. But it doesn't necessarily, it wouldn't say that the hexagon itself is 14,000 kilometers. The circle joining all the outer, which would be the sea level. You know what I'm saying? But I know
there's no great circles on hexagons, though. That's
well, no, I was saying that maybe I should have said a multi-sided circle or sphere or something like that. You have to count for all those bits and pieces. It's like if you've got a football,
a disco ball.
Yeah, but a football's got flat sides.
No, disco ball.
I know, but the football. That's what I'm saying. If the oblateness were more extreme, like a football, like an American football, then it'd be a big deal, and it wouldn't be negligible. But I
was talking about soccer. Sorry.
Okay, so just a regular ball then.
Yeah. So if you take the football, for example, the soccer ball, which I think is a perfect example of how they came up with their measurements, but then the measurements were actually a sphere going round that, like we have a celestial sphere that goes round us. We could
but that's not the soccer ball is not a good example though, because it's not like a dodecahedron or, you know, a round shape with flat parts all over it. It's a round shape. You know what I mean?
But all the shapes around a soccer ball are not the same.
Right, yeah, there's pentagons and hexagons, just right.
And they're close enough to find a coordinate from, depending on how close you want your coordinate.
Yeah, I mean, these black, like if you take a soccer ball, the black areas of a soccer ball are exactly in the same places as a fella called Ivan Sanderson. He was talking about these things called the 12 Weil vortices, which are equidistant from each other, and they represent the same thing as a soccer ball. Being the black being the voids, or not the voids, but the discrepancies, because the area is not the same as the rest, and then naturally you've come up with a sphere-looking object, but the surface area is not.
Guys?
Cool.
Yeah, what are you doing here?
You hot micing?
Who let you in here?
Jeremy, you're hot micing.
Stop telling him his mic is attractive, dude. But anyhow, yeah. What you said, good stuff, sir. What did you say again? Oh yeah, that's right. You said the hexagons and pentagons, and they represent something on Earth, something or other. But anyways, the point is that the oblateness of the Earth and stuff like that is not. It's like basically, if imagine, like, you ever played dodgeball, or like, you know, those balls, like those really cheap rubber balls that they put air in and you throw them at each other. Those almost they look like they're round, but then you look closely and like they're just a little off for being round. But they're still, they're round, but they're not perfectly spherical. It's like a little bit off. That's basically what Earth's like. So it's not like there's not flat parts on it.
I saw I'm going to go off in 2 seconds anyway, but I found an old map from 1500s. Well, not a map. It was, I typed in what did the world look like without water, and it did come up with something from the 1694, actually, I think it was. And it was amazing that they were actually able to know the contours of the Earth without water in 1694.
I don't think they were, though. The contours of the Earth without water?
Yeah, they were able to illustrate that, so they must have known what those things were in 1694. I thought it was quite interesting.
They had no way of knowing that back then.
Exactly.
But I don't think that they did know about that. I don't think they indicated that. So I'd like to see what your evidence is.
Hey, Realm, you there, mate?
Yes, mate.
Yeah. I watched a video that you may be very interested in. I just sent you a link actually, so you might want to check it out.
Send it to Jeremy too. He likes gay porn also.
Nothing wrong with a bit of. No. Thank you for that. I love decent videos that people have sort of found across their journey. I'll have a look in a bit.
Yep.
I'll try and find anything.
Good man. Bansaw's a good man as well, dude. He doesn't give me videos, but
maybe you should ask him if he knows anything about saws. Maybe because that conversation last night was cool, man. It's just like you guys are like comparing your tools and shit, and it's like I can imagine.
I was messing around, and there's a guy in here though that thought like everyone was being serious and shit, and he got really aggressive. He's like, "You don't know shit about saws." I'm like, what are you talking
Listen, you don't know shit about saws, man. You just have you don't even know what a sawzall is. So just suck an egg. Suck an eggshell.
Suck an egg, okay, man.
Hey, seriously, do you have the image of that thing where you claimed that they knew the contour of the ocean floor?
Yeah, I'm just looking up now, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just gotta say it's impossible just because they didn't even have submarines back then.
Hell, we don't determine the shape of the floor of submarines. They could do it with a rock on a string, but it's a really long fucking string.
Oh, yeah, I guess they could. You're right, Moyak. I didn't even think of that. They could have fucking went around the whole ocean with a rock and a string.
Yeah.
And fucking measured the contours of the ocean floor. That's a good point. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I mean, it's just true. They could have done that.
16,000 foot string, though. It's kind of a little rough to pull back in. You get really big forearms.
I gotta bring this back up just because it's troubling me, okay? But when old boy, I came here to talk about these fucking diverging, converging, these circles in the sky. I'm telling you true that whether they're spokes coming out of a ball or whether they're fixed lights and the ball's rotating, it doesn't matter which is which. The only way that you'll get the observation due to perspective of the diverging, converging bullshit, the curving like that, the only way you'll get that is one of two scenarios, and they're both involving the Earth being a sphere. So that's a little dangerous argument to go with, because there's really no way to square that circle. You can't. There's no way to describe how the stars are doing that, like how the star trails are doing these curves one direction on one side and the other direction on the other side.
Let me try. We don't know what the sky is. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing about
fine.
What's that quote from Sherlock Holmes? He says, "You eliminate all of the impossible things, and what's left, however improbable, must be the truth." Well, even though you don't know what the sky is, or anything else for that matter, you can though. You can. What was the word I'm looking for? You can narrow down what it could possibly be by.
Listen, where's eggshells? Where is eggshells at? Moyak, you were saying it too. Moyak, you were saying this fucks up celestial navigation.
It doesn't.
Nope. I said that based on what I said. I don't know what happens optically. I don't know what will happen in a lens. But I will tell you that if I go and I aim at any two stars, they will be the same distance throughout the night.
I'll put up that link that I found.
Hold on. So you're saying that? So you're saying the position you see them in, that's their actual position.
Their actual position, their relative position to each other does not change. It's invariant.
Yeah. So if their actual position isn't changing, that's if they're actual position isn't changing, then where we see them is their actual position, right?
Their relative
We can't
position.
see them in different
Their
positions.
relative position is invariant. I'm not going to let you go and change my words to whatever you want.
So the position for one star in relation to another, yes, that's diverging and the divergence and convergence we're talking about.
That must be it's either some kind of an optical effect or something, but when you look at them and you take a measurement, you will get fixed locations relative to each other. Fixed distances.
Okay, so if I did a star trail, froze it at the bottom, angular measurement, froze it in the middle, made another angular measurement,
and then looked up at the in the middle of the night, so you got one coming up on the let's say 10 degrees above the horizon, maybe 15. We don't want to have any refraction fucking with things. And I go and then look at it later on that night, and they will be the same angular distance apart.
Even though it appears to converge and diverge.
Don't know what that is.
In relation
why
to
that
each
happens,
other.
don't know what. And just like the moon grows at the horizon, and it doesn't when you measure it.
Just like
I don't know what's happening.
I'm trying to.
You don't know what's happening, but you know they're not. Go ahead, Coach.
No, I'm trying to, because I can't honestly. Oh shit.
We do know what's happening. We know that they're appearing to converge and diverge in relation to each other, just like you said. Angular measurement from one to another in relation to each other appears to be changing. Yo, where's your pants?
So do we have two stars at the equator, one on the left-hand side of the equator, one on the right-hand side, where we can measure it early on in the night, midnight, and later on in the night? Is that possible?
Is it possible? Sure.
Yeah, okay. So, like, how do we do this? Like on a app like, say, Stellarium, or do we have photos of this where we can actually measure it, Moyoc? Like, how would you go about it?
I'd probably start with Stellarium.
How would we do what? What is that question?
He wants to know if you can you do what I've been saying. Measure star A and star B.
Oh yeah.
Opposing the equator and see how far they are apart in the beginning of the night and the end of the night.
No, it is the truth. First of all, okay. Like let's imagine that they're 500 miles. So you're on the Earth. It's a ball, okay. By the way, and there is 1,000,000-mile high towers at every latitude and longitude point or whatever.
That's true. That's true.
Well, I'm just saying that this were happening, right?
I demonstrated this with toothpicks, so I'm trying now to see what you're saying. Go ahead.
Okay, right, yeah. So if you view it from where you are in the God perspective, in reference to this ball, you can see that those, and you try to do the outlines of the circle of the points that those points are making, the paths those points are making, they're going to appear to do two circles around the ball, just two circles around the ball. Pretty normal stuff. But, however, if you're on the ball and you're viewing this, just like, like I said, train tracks or two cars or whatever it is, they're going to appear to be coming from two different what do you call that, curves. So they're going to appear to be coming at you from two different curves and then coming towards you closer, and then as they go over your head, diverging again. And but I'm trying to imagine what angles you'll get. I'm trying to calculate where exactly they'll be. It's not too hard to do. Just give me a second.
In relation to each other, since we see them apparently converging and diverging, are they changing in an angular measurement?
Angular distance?
No. You have to remember that So this is what's needed. And if no one else will do it, God damn it, I'll do it myself. But this is what's needed. You need to do the Haversine function. You need to do.
No, you don't.
You're on the equator and pretend.
No, you don't need to do the Haversine function.
Yes, you do, dude.
Absolutely not. Why would you do that?
Well, that's a good question. I'll tell you right now. Let's pretend you're on the equator and you're on the prime meridian. That's your location, 0, 0. And there's 3 stars, and they go around the Earth at -3, 0, and +3.
The
And
Earth's not curving. Why are we going to do the Haberstein formula?
listen, dude, because we're trying to explain the observation in our model. You can afterwards explain your model if you'd like, but first we're going to explain in our model, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. All right.
Because
let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done.
Well, I'm just saying what you want to calculate is you'll want to calculate what angular elevation you expect to see the star in when they're 10 degrees east of you and then 10 degrees west of you, right? Like you want to see how, and then also right above your head. Right above your head is easy to predict. It's the star and over the equator is going to be 90 degrees, and the other two stars are both going to be 87 degrees. But we're going to try to see what we can predict them to be when they're over there on the other side. And then once you do that, we're going to try to predict. We're going to use that to determine the distance to the GP. Give me a second, sir.
Make sure you factor in that reverse perspective.
Hey, dude.
Did you?
Why I wanna?
Yeah. I just sent that exact message to Jeremy.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Also,
you did like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I was cracking up.
Listen, dude. I'm sorry for picking on you guys. You guys all gang up on me and shit. Listen,
Star Trail. We don't need reverse perspective yet.
I don't care what you need, dude, because I'm gonna give you what is yours. Oh, like the fucking eggshells are back. Fine.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Dude, eggshells, you missed it, dude. You missed it.
What happened?
You missed it, dude. We realized that Jeremy shot himself in the balls with this whole thing.
Osho said the word balls about 30 or 40 times while you were gone.
Jesus Christ. Here's the deal, eggshells. Those pinwheels. So remember how we were talking about how it's like perspective would cause this thing that Jeremy's fucking sweating about, like he's hyperventilating because he's excited about it. Well, this perspective is only possible if you are on a sphere and there's a sphere circling around you, or if you're on a sphere that's itself doing circles. That's the only way that this
Awesome. I know. We heard the story.
Yes. Yeah.
Eggshells. It is happening though. Hold on, Kosho. Relax before you get all antsy and pantsy. We didn't come to that conclusion. Not in conclusion. I'll do the in conclusions around here. Okay. Second of all, we've come to the conclusion. In conclusion, this does happen.
That's not the conclusion, dude. We're not at the.
That's
we're not
the conclusion
at all
that it happens. The observation happens. The effect, convergence, divergence, it happens.
Yeah, we're not at the conclusion or close to it yet, dude. I gotta do this math first.
I realize that. That was the conclusion for me in eggshells 15 minutes ago.
45 minutes ago, at least.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever. You're gone for a minute. Time flies. Listen, in conclusion, the apparent convergence and divergence, that is the observation we make at the equator with the star trails.
It's conclusive.
So
we're now into the reasons why, and it can only happen on this, and all their fallacious bullshit. That's not the point. We're just discussing the effect.
Anyways, dude, wherever you need to reach up your ass and grab the victory flag from, that's fine, dude. What I'm doing is I'm doing this math real quick. I'm determining what the angle. We're confirming the angular elevation of these given bullshits based on where they should be. Just give me a second.
Have two.
I'll have a lot. Okay, just give me a few minutes. Yeah, so we're going to do... So, by the way, just once again, the observation is being made from the prime meridian on the equator, 0, 0. The three stars are at -3, +3, and 0. There's just three stars like that. And we're making observations as they travel from... what would it be? It would be +10 to -10. So it would be 10 east to 10 west. Give me a second.
We go to eggshells. It definitely happens. We're just into the why it happens now.
He's such a clown, dude.
So, sorry, we need to go back a couple of steps. The core claim was that the stars converge and diverge in their distance to one another.
Yes, we see convergence and divergence. We're just into the why it happens now.
In what way do they converge and diverge?
They get closer, appear to get closer and farther apart. That's what we see.
To one another throughout the night. So you mean like?
Yep, in relation to one another.
Scorpio, the thing grows and shrinks throughout the night, not due to refraction.
In relation to one another, throughout the course of the night, they appear to get converge and diverge, appear to get closer and farther apart from each other. Yes, we're just into the why it happens now. We're way past the point of we know we see it. We're now explaining why it happens.
No, dude, we're actually not at that point yet. What I'm doing right now is vindicating this dude. And Moyak, actually. Well, I'm vindicating somebody because...
you buried him. How? You already buried him.
Oh, no,
earlier when you came in and said we see it.
No. If the stars themselves, right? Even though like you're claiming because star trails give this pretty picture where they do this thing that you're claiming they're farther or closer. I'm about to show you using the math that when the angles that you actually get from where these stars are not saying that same thing. They say something different. You'll find out in a second. So hold on.
So we can see them appear to converge and diverge, and you're going to show me some math to say why we don't see it, or what are you going to do with the math?
You don't see them converge and diverge. You see star trails. What you see? Just give me a second,
star trails appear to converge and diverge. Yeah.
Yeah, the math will tell you what you should see. You can go out and measure it if you want, but I know you'll never do that.
But let me ask this question. When we say latitude and longitude, we mean a fixed place on the Earth, correct? Correct.
Why are you guys arguing that they don't appear to converge and diverge?
Because they don't.
Well, they do appear.
Kosho's not arguing that. Kosho's on our side. He knows it happens.
Someone is.
Can I asked a question and then we just diverted. I want to ask the question. Do we think that latitude and longitude are fixed or variable?
Fixed.
They're fixed, right? If I give you the latitude and longitude of my house, it's always the dot over my house, and I can measure a fixed distance between that and another place. Latitude and longitude do not change. Right ascension and declination are latitude and longitude for the stars. They are fixed in their location.
We know the story. We know the story. However, when we look at the star trails on the equator, we do see them appear to converge and diverge.
What you're seeing is towards two poles inside a ball. It's drawing tighter circles as it goes away. So the two things appear to be arching up next to one another. But if any point during that flight, be it near the horizon, near dead overhead, or nearing the other horizon, if you measured their distance, all of the stars one from the other, they're all staying perfectly one from the other. It's just that there is a pole, a celestial pole around which they are all rotating. That's the one you're looking for.
Okay, so we definitely see them appear to converge and diverge, right? Are we past that or no?
Hold on, sir.
Move in relation to one another, except at a scale of eons by tiny amounts that chronic works.
In relation to one another,
they do not
see them
distance on another.
In relation to one another, we do see them appear to converge and diverge throughout the course of the night.
Okay. So let's put money on it. We're all clear on it. Let's just finish the whole thing with money on it. What do you want to do?
I don't want to gamble. We're already past this. Me and Kosho are way past this point.
Something. All right, one testicle. I got to put a nail through one testicle. Come on, offer something up.
Whether or not they actually do converge and diverge doesn't take from that they appear to converge and diverge.
The star trails seem to indicate that, yes. The star trails.
Thank you, Moyle.
Of a ball.
Thank you, Moyle.
You're seeing the inside of a ball. Of course, it appears to converge and diverge towards the poles around which that ball is rotating. Yeah. but the stars in their relationship to one another can draw those tighter, smaller circles towards the poles without changing in their relation to one another. Just the same as I could put pinpricks through a basketball and you see glints of light through them, you'll get exactly the same effect. Tight little circles around the axis of rotation and fanning out elsewhere up to the equator, so that they appear to be peeling, arcing left and right at the equator, but they're still fixed in their relation to one another. They are recorded in their relation to one another in right ascension and declination, and that is basically Latin long for stars. So while Jeremy sees some star trails and goes, they're clearly going apart. They're going apart. They are staying.
That's not how I talk, is it? Oh God,
that's not how.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
I thought that was Jeremy.
I don't know. I want this to. I'm gonna show because I don't want to. I want everybody to find their position here because I don't like the way you're wording your thing, Jeremy. Because here's the thing, though.
No, you're scared of.
No. Here's the thing. What Eggshells just said from the outside perspective. If you're outside of this ball or outside of the Earth or whatever, and you had you're viewing these lines would look like just regular lines, like circles. I'm sorry, regular circles, perfectly fine. They would be two parallel circles, equally distant. I've just discovered something doing math. Okay,
dude, it's like you're playing the five. It's like you guys are playing the 5Ds. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
Listen to me, dude.
Here.
Listen to me, asshole. The only reason I'm reluctant to speak in now is because you are going to take what I'm going to say as some kind of victory, and it's not a victory at all. So
I'd tell him, talk to him.
It's not him that I'm telling it to, dude. Because anyways, I'll just tell you what I calculated. So I calculated those three stars. One's at 3 north, one's at 3 south, one's over the equator. You're on the equator at the prime meridian. If you were to measure, if they were right above your head, obviously the one that's 3 south and the one that's 3 north, they're going to be, 180 nautical miles away. The GPs are going to be that 180 nautical miles away. And the fucking angle is going to be 87 degrees. Okay, that's what's going to happen there. But something weird happens in the
tell them about the weird thing.
It's not that weird actually. I mean, it's why the star trails look like that. But
that's why
so if you measure, hold up, bro. If you measure those 3 stars from when they're at 10 degrees east or 10 degrees west, and they're still at 3, 0, and 3, then the one that's at 0 is going to be 600 nautical miles, and the other one is going to be 626 nautical miles. The other two, but that makes sense. It's the same. It's the same exact reason why if the Earth were
you're telling us the angles would measure different. We'd have different angles.
If a box was going over your head, right, and you were measuring the box as when it's over your head, it would seem like everything was same distance or whatever.
Did you buy one of those borehole diggers we were going to send to the Mars or the Moon?
Hold on a second, dude.
I feel like you're digging this hole.
Your conclusions.
Okay.
Hold on, Moyak. Will you take my numbers and make sense of it real quick, Moyak?
I'm not numbers guy, but where the hell?
No. I have the numbers already. I already have the numbers, but you were saying something a second ago about taking a measurement from the equator of the stars, like at the angle of the stars, right?
Right.
As they're over your head and as they're east and west of you, as they move. I just did some math and now it's like I should have wrote my notes down better. Just give me a second. I'll just rewrite my notes down.
Yeah, you better use some fuzzy numbers or something.
I have the numbers.
I know the numbers.
I have to write like this means this. I didn't get to sleep.
I know they're fine, except they're not going to match what Kool-Aid's saying.
Kool-Aid's not here, asshole.
Or Moyak. Not Kool-Aid, my bad, eggshells. I don't know why I get them back.
You high bastard, dude. You don't even know who the hell you're talking to. Just give me a second, dude.
I don't know why I'm getting so excited about it. They just don't move in relation to it.
That's the problem, because Jeremy gets excited. He makes things out of big deals that no one's even making.
You guys get me excited. First of all, okay, with
the
your
thing is
reverse
that
perspective.
Jeremy's trying to get a win and not trying to understand things.
Get excited.
I've already get excited.
I think he thinks he already gets it.
Oh right, okay, no. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay.
I get
That's right.
I think I get what you're saying, Jeremy, which is in your mind, if the stars are arcing one way, if you're at the equator, if they're arcing left to the left and right to the right, then they are converging and diverging. But what you're not understanding is you need to test that against what would it look on the inside of a ball.
We know what it looks like. We know what it looks like on the inside of a ball because that's where we're observing it from, according to you guys. So that's not the point of what we would
answer, Jeremy.
That's not what we would expect to see or whatever. Fine, we would expect to see that. However, what are the angle measurements? And are they, they do appear to converge and diverge. That's an angle measurement between the two in relation to the two of them. If they didn't appear to converge and diverge, the angle measurement between the two of them in relation to each other, that would stay the same and they wouldn't appear to converge and diverge. Why don't you tell them your numbers, Kosho, that you came up with?
Hey, watch your mouth, dude. I realized I just figured out why I misrepresented it. Just give me a second.
Bunk cake dome.
Hold on 1 second, dude. I need to do some ratios. Just some extra shit I didn't do. So give me a second.
Yeah, no doubt. All we need is angle measurements, bro.
No, it's not. It's not. Dude. You don't even know. Listen, dude.
Again, you gotta remember, Jeremy's not looking for truth. He just wants to take the conversation down and get a pseudo win.
I'm looking for the truth of these angle measurements.
No, you're not.
Guys are
you're bucking and making cracks in comments. You're just trying to
friendly banter
conversation.
It's a little friendly banter. We're right on topic, though. What are you talking about?
Dude, you're about to get smacked in the ass, dude. Just wait.
You know they have a match, or there would have been people way smarter than us that are pointing out the mismatch. So what we got to do is be like, hey, guys, can we work on how, the magic of the dome could be working, like how the eyes of the statue follow you all around the room or making us think it's a circle everywhere. That's unless we're talking about that, you wasting time acting like you're going to get them to be like, oh, you're right. We fucking got flaws. Let's throw it all out. That ain't going to happen.
Moyak, I don't know why you would even say that. I'm right on topic. I'm trying to find the truth of these angle measurements. Like what's up, man?
Well, because every time somebody speaks, you then come in with the, so what you're saying is this. And you are obviously trying to tailor the conversation to what you want.
I'm trying to stay on topic and get down to the bottom of this. I'm trying to find out the truth of this.
Well, then you actually let somebody finish.
I'll be honest with you, this is kind of an interesting question, man. And I'm kind of curious now. And I'm sorry for the presentation I just did. And this one's going to be better. Just give me a second, bro.
Kosho is burying. Remember that drill we were going to buy for Mars or the moon? Kosho must have bought that last night, and now he's using it to bury you guys.
Dude, listen to me. This is why I don't want to. This is why I don't want to participate in this, dude. Because I'm not burying anybody.
Okay.
You freaking. You like to fucking pit people against people.
I'm not trying to pit you guys
against. Yes, you are, man. It's the end result of what you're doing.
I'm gonna pit you against fucking Bandsaw, dude. Wait and see, brother.
Bands are allowed to disagree. We got our own ideas how the world works,
No, you don't. You never disagree, do you?
We have a few times, actually.
On this topic?
I don't know, something, bro.
Yeah. Not on Star Trails, on
No, I mean on this topic of flat Earth.
No, I think we disagreed on a world without money.
Okay, that's not the same thing.
100%.
Nobody is allowed to disagree on flat Earth. Nobody's allowed to actually comment on how it works and say that in the flat Earth community. They all just sort of accept, it's ether that makes pendulums move. Yep, I agree with that. Oh, no, I think that we don't know what the sky is or what the medium is of space. We all agree on that.
The question is, Moyak, do you have a better theory for how pendulums...
yes, rotational motion.
Really?
Explains everything.
Okay.
And they just happen to process in the opposite direction of all the other stuff in the northern hemisphere. You know which direction they go, right?
That's right.
That's exactly what is predicted by physics.
they happen to process exactly the same way in which the ether flows.
No, you see, that's the beauty of it. Is if you had like an ether, and I don't want to go too far off talking. If you had an ether wind that was blowing, let's say west, one direction in the north, one direction in the south, that would be pushing on both balls. Yeah, the ball in both positions, the up forward position and the backward position. If it was doing that, then it would not get any precession at all.
Really?
The only place you would get precession would be on the equator.
But see, now you're claiming you have some understanding of how ether works, even though you don't know what it is.
I'm talking about an ethereal force that goes in one direction. If you want to say that ethereal forces are somehow tied to Foucault's pendulums and decide to push one direction and the other direction in order to keep the ball processing in one uniform direction, like a little tiny whirlpool that tornadoes that form over Foucault's pendulums, I guess that's possible. Not likely reasonable or logical.
Well, it's just as logical as a rotating big blue spinning testicle, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, can you imagine, physically speaking, can you imagine a sphere that is spinning? I can't imagine a mechanism by which a tiny tornado would form over pendulums.
Yeah, but
I can't imagine an entire ball that's moving.
I've got no problems in getting back to it more.
Yeah.
But we are derailing the conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You guys are good filler, man, because I'm just in the middle of. Oh, I got it.
Oh, damn, he's got it.
Yeah, I got it. Give me a second.
I can't believe he killed a spider, Kosho. Seriously.
I didn't kill a spider. What are you talking about?
He killed the spider?
He did.
I heard on the internet he killed a spider.
The mop bucket? Yeah, I did, man. I did, man.
He drowned it. He drowned.
Well, I drowned. Yeah, it was an honorable death, man. I mean,
honorable.
Oh my God! Like if I lived in Australia, I'd have like a shotgun and I'd be shooting the spider.
God, I had to kill a snake about 12 months ago. Freaked me the hell out.
Yo, this summer I'm buying one of those bug shot things. You ever see them? It shoots like salt or something.
Yeah, those things are fucked up, man.
Yeah, bug assault. I think they're called bug assault.
Bug assault. That's it. Bug assault. Cool name. Neat name. Play on words.
If you have if you have like a Crossman BB gun, you can make up your own bug assault, but you can have it like going out much faster and more powerful.
Get a crossbow and put a little thing of.
No, Crossman, like a 10-pump BB gun.
Yeah, how do you make salt ones out of those?
You just take a soda straw, put a little salt in it, pour it down your barrel.
Take a what?
Like a soda straw. You fill that up with salt, and you just put a charge in your barrel. And I used it for killing wasps. Yeah, like I go up to a big nest of them.
Oh, nice.
Do you shoot a BB or no?
It pissed off a shitload of them also.
BB with the salt or just the salt?
Just the salt.
I bought a bunch of BB guns.
I think I overheard. I'm sorry, Jim. I think, remember 2 days ago when we were talking about a better world in the morning? I think Kosho would be he would agree with that type of murder of the wasps. That might make it a better world.
No, that's way more honorable than what Kosho did. Kosho gave that spider a horrible, agonizing, tragic death.
Oh, I didn't, dude.
They'll make sonnets to this.
Don't besmirch me, dude.
The sonnet of the drowning spider. The sonnet of the drowning spider.
You said don't Bismarck you?
Besmirch my name. Listen, dude, I'm in the middle of working on something. I don't got time to fucking...
Okay, so far, we got you tragically killing spiders. I'll make a list and just... I'll make a list.
Doing your fucking list, dude.
So
you're on the multiple list.
We've come to the conclusion that stars apparently seem to converge and diverge.
What does that even mean?
Just that.
Doesn't mean anything, Bandsaw. This is what I'm gonna pit you guys against each other, dude. When you least expect it. Sitting here trying to fucking.
Dude, we're not trying to pit you guys against each other. We're trying to get down to the truth.
That's right.
Give me a second, dude.
Bandsaw.
McConnell. Yes, mate.
Why don't you put a dog in the fight? Do you think stars change in their position to one another throughout a night? Get closer, further from one another.
Well, they seem on the equator, riding.
Yeah.
They have the appearance that they do. Okay, and that's just on the equator. I'm not talking about anywhere else. I'm just talking about on the actual equator itself. Now, having, can we test it? Which is what I mentioned to Moyoc just before. Like, can we get a couple of stars that are, slightly to the left, slightly to the right, track their path, and see if they actually do. Now, none of us are going to disagree that they actually appear to converge and diverge. Right now, what is being said though that they don't actually do this in reality, which is fine. But can we test it? Can we actually test it with a couple of stars?
I'm in the process of testing it now.
Yeah,
exactly. I'll tell you, I'm on the fence on it. Actually, I'm trying to think of. There's different ways of measuring things, and I'm just not. I'm absolutely. I got to say, you put me on the fence, Jeremy.
Short of refraction, nothing can, nor can anything move the latitude and longitude of your front door. Nothing moves the latitude and longitude of a star, and that's
right. But is it still like these same stars 3 degrees apart at the horizon? Are they 3 degrees apart at the zenith? If I measured them,
barring refraction. So refraction probably won't move them left to right, but could certainly move them up to down. But Jeremy said, barring refraction, that's not what he's talking about. If a star's 3 degrees apart from another star at the sunrise, it's 3 degrees at the middle of the sunset. Sorry, it's going to be 3 degrees in the middle of the night and at the end of the night.
I think that, but I'm trying to figure out what's happening in the image
within a mile if they're wandering about, right?
And I'd grant you that. I'd grant you that in the north and the south. Riding, no problems whatsoever, but we're talking right on the equator here, right on the equator.
They just don't anywhere. They're fixed in their latitude and longitude, which is their right ascension and declination, and just the same as if you gave me a latitude and longitude, short of us losing the system by which it's kept, I could find that tree or that rock. It's just that fixed. This is
perhaps
I'm having such a long conversation about it.
All
you need to do is show how they move, right? Rather than going, they look like they arc over. Because I accept there's that the left they curl left and the right they curl right at the equator. I'm just saying they're staying fixed in the location, but able to do that on the inside of a ball. This is a claim you can make. If you're saying they diverge, they change. What you were saying is a star doesn't have a right ascension and declination. Right.
Well, I mean, look at them. You could measure that they're getting farther away from each other and closer to each other, apparently, as we see them.
But you cannot. That's the thing I'm saying. So here's what you're disproving. The right ascension and declination, which everybody uses, seen on the inside of a celestial sphere. I'll just share the whole thing with you because
yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried about what I'm disproving. And you're
sure. Yeah,
I know.
I'm just saying how much you'd be disproving. Everybody back to the Egyptians, you'd be disproving.
I don't know. I mean, if I'm that guy, I guess, but
you're not.
I don't know. I'm not like the flat Earth Jesus or anything, but
okay. I think in my own mind, I've gone back to being convinced that I'm right. Basically, I'm thinking about like a long time lapse where I'm actually tracking the stars. Where I'm on a what do they call those mounts? Equatorial mount. And if I'm on an equatorial mount and I stay on that star throughout the night, or on the entire sky the whole night, I'm not going to get the stars making lines. Yeah. So if I'm just collecting lots of light, trying to get really a lot of light from distant stars, they don't just sort of mush around and become lines. So they are not moving in reference to each other.
Yeah. If they were converging and diverging, they'd probably be crashing into one another.
Exactly.
Maybe. But
right, it would get rid of still time lapses. It would make them impossible.
Yeah.
I got some strange news for you fuckers.
Oh. Doesn't sound good for riding.
Well, it doesn't sound good for me either because I'm just working out how to. I'm trying to fucking. I don't even know how to interpret it, dude. Okay, it's above my head. It's over my head.
Here we go, Jeremy. Here we go.
Oh, dude! Now you really sound like a cheerleader. Wow, dude.
What happened? What happened? I missed it.
Jesus
What'd they
Christ,
say?
cheerleading for you.
Here we go.
Well, he's like, I would call it more like if I'm the flat Earth Jesus, he's like one of my disciples.
Yeah, okay, dude. You guys are like fucking Matt Damon and Ben Affleck and
that's a dope movie.
I was watching the other
Dogma.
day. Yeah, Dogma. Yeah.
That's a dope. I loved all those movies though with that guy did.
Yeah. Anyways, give me 1 second. I'm almost there, dude. I'll tell you what, though. We're going to have to interpret this together because I don't know. The interpretation is confusing me.
Exactly.
And that's not
I know. You're very confused. This is not something new. It's not like today. Oh, just today you happen to be confused.
And
nice one.
I'm gonna put it out there, Kosho. We are going to interpret it the best way it suits us.
Yeah, I know that. I know that for a fact, dude. Everybody knows that.
I don't understand how this is such a long conversation. Yeah, so right ascension and declination doesn't change in the model or in reality. I don't know if you want me to like go and like I'll offer to give you my firstborn or something, but it just doesn't change. And you guys like, but the weird thing about the other side of this is like, what's the best evidence that they do change?
Oh,
and all I hear Jeremy saying is like, it's not up for debate anymore. It's like, well,
besides the photographic evidence, besides the photographic evidence of it happening, I guess there's no evidence besides all the photographs.
I'm not disagreeing with your photographs. I'm saying measure them out. Are those lights, those trails, getting closer and further from one another, or are they staying equidistant from one another?
Well, it sounds
they appear to be getting.
Yeah, it sounds very much like the Kosho is measuring them, and they may be doing just that.
I got news for you guys. What if I told you everyone in here is wrong based on my data?
Okay.
I'm not kidding.
I thought we had both positions covered, so I mean, I don't know how everybody's.
Yeah. Wait and see, dude, because it's a mystery.
This only means Kosho's extra. Remember how he told us he was confused a minute ago? This is just his level of confusion. He's at like a 99 out of 100.
Shut the fuck. Hold on, man.
Kosho, I'm gonna call you in an hour.
Yeah, man. Call me in less than an hour.
All right.
I didn't check your DMs yet. I'll be honest. I don't check DMs very often, and but I remember you told me to. You said you'll talk to me this morning, so I gotta check my DMs and I'll be ready when that happens. All right.
Like they literally either do something or don't do something. How could everyone be wrong?
Listen, dude, you're the most wrong out of everyone here. Okay,
that doesn't even make sense.
When it comes to interpreting what we're about to have to interpret, you are not going to be able to even. You're not going to even know what you're looking at. You're not even going to look at it. For a fact, I know you're not even going to look at it. So
I gave it to my math guy. A couple of my math guys.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're about to be following me, Jeremy. What Kosho's saying. Oh no.
Give me just
whatever. Everyone in the room is wrong somehow. So I mean, we're gonna both see.
That's the twist, man. Hold on.
Navigation works because the stars have to be fixed in their position. Because if they're getting converging and diverging,
I know.
they don't
I
point
know.
in a single place on the Earth.
It'd be handy if they were, wouldn't it? Like, then we could rely on them.
Yeah, then you use them for maps and stuff. Like long stories about them, make things look different. It'd be certainly handy if it was accurate. You're in a funny mood today, Manny.
This is a lot like the intuitive nature of when I was looking at the globe and the toothpick sticking out of it, and I looked straight on, they're straight up and down. Look at the other one, straight up and down. Then I look between them, and I can see that they're diverging. Yet you can't really see that in reality, because of the way vision works. It's these counterintuitive things that I can't picture in 3D space that well.
Well, that's why this is about to confuse the fuck out of us in a second when I post this. Hold on.
What do you? I still
You're the only one confused here. Everyone else at least thinks they know where they stand.
I'm confident on where I stand. I've never been so confident.
Yeah, like Writing's got his left testicle on it at this stage.
Yeah. He's got a rusty screwdriver to the left.
I think the equatorial mount is something tangible we can all kind of agree on, that how it works and how it looks at the stars. The fact that the stars don't form lines tells me that your intuition, Jeremy, is not matching what I'm saying, which is I say the stars don't move in relationship to each other, and I've got the evidence of a long period photograph taken on an equatorial map.
Yeah, why do I have the same evidence you have?
Good call.
Why do I have this?
Equatorial mount's a way to test it.
He said a long distance, or sorry, a long elapsed time frame shot.
Right, not a star trail, one where you stay on the star and try and collect as many photons as you can over the night.
So
we're on this.
It turns the equatorial mount turns in the sky at 15 degrees per hour to look at a single body, so it keeps that frame still in the sky while the Earth turns underneath it. And so if the equatorial mount is tracking things over time and they are burning the same holes onto that camera thing, what that says is they are not converging and diverging. They are staying fixed in their distance to one another, as I've been saying for quite a while now.
So you're saying if you had an EQ mount at the equator, stayed on pointed in the middle or something, right straight up, and that you track the sky with the Earth, they would all be staying equidistant apart?
That's what I suspect, and I kind of observed in the videos I've looked at, or the images I've looked at. So I don't know why they diverge, as you see. I just know that they don't diverge.
Yeah, wait and see, guys. This is going to blow your minds.
Hey, hurry up. You've been saying that for half an hour already, Kosho. Come on.
I have to explain when you see what I'm about to post. I gotta tell you what it means. Okay.
It better be good.
It's not going to be good, dude. How long have you known Kosho for?
That's what I love about this guy, dude. He doesn't do fucking anything, right? At all. He doesn't
know how to delegate. He's making these claims. How much work?
Anything to do to investigate if it's true or not.
Kosho, you are our simulation guy, Kosho. Right, you are it.
Yeah, and you're Jeremy's stimulation guy. He's fucking jacking off to you right now.
Hey, come on, that's all right.
Where the hell is Stingray when we need him? Where's Stingray when we need him?
Where is Stingray? Is he back on the bandwagon? Is he more?
I don't know.
He was quite prolific back in the day, old Stingray.
Well, he does a lot of time over at
Jose's,
but I thought he came over here for quite a few times. Okay. Especially after he made his 3D model of the solar system and showed that, with just the assumptions of where the planets are, everything does work. Just in a physical model.
What, he debunked himself again? Damn.
Guys, it's time.
Come around. I wonder.
It's time.
It's time. Okay. What do we got?
All right, take a look at this. Oh man, the cursor in there. Hold on. Just 1 second.
That's not a. Well, I guess just tell us what that number is. We can get on with life.
Yeah. Just
What are we looking at here? You've worked all this time to punch some numbers in a column. What are we doing?
That's not just one column, dude. Okay. Now listen to me, because I had taken notes before, and I can't show my notes, so I took notes and put them on here, and I'm just going to explain to you what I'm doing. So this is what you're looking at, okay? This is you can see there's 0, 0. Okay, so remember I told you the observation is you're at the prime meridian and you're on the equator, and there's 3 stars, and one is at -3 latitude, +3 latitude, and the equator. So there's 3 stars in a line, and they're traveling from longitude to latitude. So anyways, so I did it from let's see here. I did it from when they're going to be right above your head, when they're going to be 1 longitude away, 8 longitude away, 9 longitude, 10 longitude. Okay. So anyways, and what's above them is the respective distance of the other ones. Okay. So when they're right above your head, okay, the ones that are on 3 and -3 are 180 nautical miles away from you, while one is directly above your head. And I'm talking about, these are the GPs. So the GPs, this is how the GPs are changing in distance. I should have used the angles as well, but the angles don't matter. Anyways, these are the angles. These are the GPs that you would get from the angles. So that's not important. Anyways, whenever it's 1 degree, it's moved 1 degree away from you, or it's 1 degree approaching you, whichever one you want to do. So yeah, and I've also put the difference on top. So the difference is on top, and those are the 2. So the 60 nautical miles is the one that is above the equator, but 1 degree away from you, and then the 189 nautical miles is how far away the 2 ones flanking, the -3 and +3. So there's a difference of 129 nautical miles. So you can see the pattern anyways. You can see what's happening. And the part that perplexes me, okay, and the reason why I said everyone's wrong, and by the way, like I said, this is a relationship of the GPs. We have to remember that. This is a relationship of the GPs. And that's why I think maybe there's some more thinking I have to do here, because this is how the GPs, the distance of the GPs are changing from you. Okay. Just making sense to anybody?
They seem to be changing.
Yeah, but we're talking about the distance of the GPs. Now we have to extend that radially. Now we have to explain. This is like is that chicken? Yeah, chicken or something. Anyways, yeah, so that's the problem, is I'm showing it what it is on the surface. This is what the surface is doing as it's moving away and towards you. And actually, as it's moving, well, no, this is right. Hold on. As it moves away from, that's just weird. As it moves closer to you, those distances are actually getting bigger. Whereas the observations of the star trails show that they're closest when they're above your head, and they move away from each other. They move further and further from each other.
The further away they get.
Yeah, but then again, this is not describing their speed, their distance from each other. This is describing their distance from you. So I don't really know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Can you give us an in conclusion statement with what you just said, or?
Give me a second, man. I calculated the distance they are from you, but I don't know why I forgot that ultimately you're describing their distance in reference to each other, but their distance in reference to each other never changes. So you gotta come up with how their distance from each other appears from you. That's why it's
could it have something to do with the fact that it's being transformed onto a flat surface? I mean, I don't know.
Well, no, but here's what the conclusion is, in my opinion. This is showing
like where your head's
the reason why I'm showing to you what you would be looking for. This is what you'd be looking for. You'd be measuring the angles, and you'd be seeing how far the GPs were from you. And you're talking about how they appear to be, the distance they appear to be from each other from your perspective. The problem is that's not relevant to anything ever, and that's why it's weird to say that it's diverging and converging. Like that doesn't make any difference in anything. Like when we're measuring star trails as they're moving away from you, this is how they change. This is how the GPs change.
How the angles change?
Yeah.
Yeah, how the angles change, the GPs change.
Yeah, no doubt.
But their distance, but the relationship of how far away they are from each other, or how far they appear to be from each other, it doesn't have any consequences in anything. It's a perspective. It doesn't mean anything.
So how they
So
match
the
up
angle.
with Go, Joe.
Go ahead. So the angles are changing because of perspective.
No, the observation you're making is because of perspective. Okay.
No.
Not the angles. The angles are changing because of the GP's distance from you. This is actually representing the GP's distance from you. It is a real difference.
The
However,
angles are changing.
that difference is not further. That distance is doing the opposite of what you're saying. That's what I'm saying to you. That's why I'm saying everyone's
Okay,
wrong.
the angles change. The angles are changing.
Yeah, but it changes. They get more. They get closer and closer as they move further from you.
Okay.
The
Good.
angles that if I posted their angles, it would be the same thing with the angles. The angles are the farthest away from each other when they're directly above your head.
We agree.
So their ground position, right, does seem to converge and diverge, which matches the sky.
The angle. We're talking about the angles. The angles are changing. Because this was their big contention now that the angles weren't changing.
Yeah.
But they are changing, right?
No, of
Kosho?
course. Of course. What's the question? The angles are. Of course, the angles are changing the whole time.
I know. No shit, man.
Yeah, but you have to make sure you're asking the right question, man. I'm gonna post the same picture with the angles next to it.
In relation to each other, are the angles in relation to each other? Hold on. In relation to each other, are the angles changing?
Yeah, but in the opposite way that the star.
Okay, whatever.
Listen, but that's a big deal, dude. They are changing, but in the opposite way that the star trails are implying they are.
Okay, great. That doesn't help. That you think that hurts me?
Yes.
The angles are changing.
So now we have reverse angles as well as reverse perspective and
fucking hell, dude.
Reverse everything else.
Fucking hell, dude.
That's a reverse angle due to reverse perspective. So there you go.
Yeah.
Listen,
We're making some real headway.
Angles, dude. Hold on.
We're making some real fucking headway today, man. So
we are.
Listen to me. That's not a good thing, dude. There's the reverse fucking. God damn it, dude. That's bad for you.
Eggshells, are you here? Hold on, because we got to catch eggshells up. Hold on, eggshells, are you here?
Yeah.
Fucking crazy.
Okay,
dude.
you heard the angles change.
Yeah, in the opposite way.
In relation to each other. Okay, in a way, the angles are changing.
Sorry, what have I missed about the angles changing?
Nothing, dude.
The angles are changing in relation to each other. There's an angle change. They're not remaining the same.
No, dude. Just hold up a second, dude. I'll have you.
You just gave us the answer. What do you mean? You told us the angles are changing.
That's right. And Riding has just lost his left testicle.
Yeah, with a rusty screwdriver, you said, right?
Exactly.
You guys are.
I have such a habit of being like, just call it a win and run. Just run with it.
You guys are crooked.
Yo, this shit is obvious. I don't even know why this is like simple stuff. I could a fifth grader could.
You guys are crooked as hell, dude.
Right,
well, you worked it out, Kosho. It's your numbers.
What
your
the
numbers
fuck,
say they
man?
change.
Yeah.
We're the crooked ones. You're the one that worked it out.
Dude, you listen to me, dude. How is it that you're claiming victory in some fucking anything, right? When you're sitting there claiming that the star trails are they're fucking converging and diverging, when they're doing the exact opposite of what you're saying.
No.
So they're not converging and diverging.
No, they're diverging and converging.
Okay, so there's definitely an angle changes. There's definitely angle changes happening, right?
I'm going to quantify that in a second. Just give me a second.
We're just trying to.
You guys are fucking degenerates, fucking idiots. I hate both of you guys.
This is gold. It's
not gold. You guys just claim victory or anything, dude. You guys stab yourself as an arm.
Like, gotta win, call it, run quick.
You're just pissed. You're just pissed that you worked out that it actually does change.
I know. First of all, that wouldn't piss me off at all. I'm not trying to prove one way or the other. I never said they didn't, anyways, and I'm not trying to prove anything one way or the other. I'm actually trying to calculate it so I know what the answer is. Right? I never said what I was like telling you. I'm thinking about it. That's what I was telling you. I don't have a fucking stock in this fucking argument, right? I mean, I'm trying to learn something. That's pretty cool that this is actually, but I'm trying to find out what I'm learning, and that's what I'm realizing, that this question is not this answer is not the answer to any real question, because what I calculated was actually how you would measure the distance to the GPs in reference to you. And you're talking about how the stars appear to be in relationship to each other from you, which is not even, it doesn't mean anything. It's just like railroads. Like, just because the railroads are appearing to converge in the distance doesn't mean anything. It just means that they're fucking moving away from you. So I don't know what it's supposed to tell anybody. But I'm gonna write down the angles right now. We'll go from there.
So as the stars move away from us, we definitely should take perspective into account, you're saying?
No, not at all. I specifically said that. I specifically
feel like you just said
when
that.
you asked me that. No, I told you before. No, because you said some stupid shit about reverse something. I don't know, reverse sextant or something like that. Reverse cowgirl. What would you say? You said reverse something.
Reverse star trails, was it?
Yeah.
That's what it was. Fucking hell, dude.
So we take a star that's stationary, like we could use like Polaris, relatively stationary over the course of a night. You going to your friend's house? Did you tell your mom?
These damn angles. Just give me a second, dude. It's just gonna take me a fucking second. Okay, now I'll do it.
You sound stressed, Kosho. You sound stressed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit stressed, actually. It's actually true.
Yeah. Time lapse, the YouTube video. Time lapse video of stars diverging at the equator.
Yep.
Is that Moak's video? I mean, is that Bansaw's and Jeremy's video?
Same as like an archway of a bridge going over the top of you, right? The arches would appear to converge and diverge, but you know they're staying equidistant from one another, right?
Right.
I can't believe this is actually working. 3 boosters all at once. Get in, boys.
I'm almost there, guys, and I'm actually really sorry also.
What do we got here, Moyak?
I just picked the video. I was trying to find an equatorial mount, taking the image that I need. One that's shooting straight at the equator with a sufficient field of view to show that lines don't form in a time lapse. So it's kind of a weird video. I'm trying to find whether anybody ever would do it. Because usually you want to have a lot of zoom, so you're going to not be looking at a sufficient width to really make, you're going to have like a 20, 30 degree field of view at the equator. And I'd say most, when you use an equatorial mount, you're probably going to have, a 1 degree field of view.
Okay. It's got a really bizarre, the way those lenses are makes them look almost squarish, doesn't it? At some point.
What you talking about, Willis?
So when we look at a star and it's not directly above us, or if we don't follow, depending on where we look at the star, it's not in its actual position. You're saying doesn't appear in its actual position.
It's in its position. Needs to be. We need to assume it's exactly where it is, and we know it's not near the horizon with refraction. But other than that, we need to see it exactly where it is, so close to it as
well. Barring any refraction, we see it exactly where it is.
Yeah. I mean, I like Dane's video or GIF.
Well, according to that little GIF, Moyok, there should be a star that follows the equator all the way around.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what you would see. That's what I'm saying. That's how perspective works, man. If you're on the equator and something is traveling directly over the equator, it's like the sun on the equinox. That's right. It appears to be a straight line.
This is what we asked before, and writing said no, there wasn't a star because of the speed of the rotation.
I didn't understand that statement.
What?
No.
No, I didn't say there's not a star. No, I just mean all of the stars go across the equator. It doesn't have one star, whereas Polaris is one star because everything rotates around it.
Oh, right. But there is one that is probably coincidentally lined up with at least one that's lined up with the equator and goes in a perfectly straight line.
Sure, but only at some of the year, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the pole star is always the same.
Yeah, I'm almost done with these angles. This is tedious stuff, and I apologize to everybody involved.
I feel the calluses that are on your fingers, Joe.
Yeah, well, guess what, dude? I've worked my whole life, so I don't want to get any calluses on my fingers, bro. That's actually they're already weathered.
They're weathered and broken in.
Absolutely. Give me a second, dude. You fucking guys, man.
Is that Dane? Is that a video that you produced, or? Because I'd like to know. Can you move your camera on it to follow the stars when it's on the equator and looking up?
He ain't here.
Oh.
Who are you talking about?
The thing is, we're not always looking straight up when we're doing celestial navigation, though, right? Like you're looking at the stars when they're off in the distance like that.
We're looking directly at the star, though. We're the center of field of view.
Right.
So I'm
if you're
saying,
looking
if I keep it
straight
in
up,
center
you're
of field of
actually
view,
where
what
the
happens to
GPU
it?
is.
Right. So I would have to look at the star when it was on near the horizon. You'd have to look at the star.
And then tip my head back
in
as it
relation,
goes up.
then in relation to the other star. Hold on, we're on the horizon. We have our thing centered on one star. Then we're going to make an angle measurement to another star.
Yep.
Right. You said in relation to the other stars, right?
Yep.
You said that angle wasn't changing, so we measure it there. Then you do that again when they've converged or diverged or whatever, or when in the middle of their thing, and you make an angle measurement from one star to another star, and then you do that at the top, and you think that's going to be the same throughout the whole night.
I can't see how it wouldn't be. And again, based on what I said earlier about the time lapse,
because we could see it.
So I'm thinking that the thing that's different about the time lapse is that they're typically tracking the star. So if I tip my if I keep that star in center of frame all the way through its arc, it's going to remain the same angular distance from other stars.
Hey, just picture this. Picture the stars at the horizon. You make an angle measurement from the star on the left to the star on the far right.
Yep.
Then you wait till the middle. What's up?
Then tip your camera quarter of the way through the night. Tip your camera back 45 degrees, and keep that star in center of frame. Or those stars, so that they make the center across the image. And you take that measurement.
Well, we know where they are.
When it gets up to 90 degrees, you tip back another 45 degrees. Now you're looking straight up at them, and it's in the center of field of view again. That's what I'm talking about. Keeping the camera lined up with the stars in the center.
So they're going to change. They're going to change positions depending on how we look at them. You're saying?
I'm thinking that's probably where it's happening.
Yeah, we've been arguing that for years. We've literally been arguing that for years.
And I think it has to do with the transform.
Unbelievable.
The stars appear onto essentially a flat surface when you take a photograph, or even your eyes. But if you keep it in the center of your field of view, I think the problem goes away.
Right. To state in another way, the angular separation between the two stars doesn't change if you follow them.
Exactly.
Yes,
Beautifully worded.
depending on how you look at the stars. This is what we've been arguing for years. Depending on how you look at the stars, they will appear a different way.
Well, not exactly, because you should always look at the stars the proper way, which is straight on.
Right.
You don't use a sextant and look at that. Put your stars at the corner of your field of view to take your measurement. You put it in the center of your field of view.
Yeah, I know. Depending on how we look at them, they're gonna appear to be in different places. We know. We've been telling you that for years.
Yes, you're telling us that we should. Well, you're implying that there's an option of using tools improperly. That's a good method of coming to good solutions. Like with this is typical. Like I have a wide a fisheye lens. Oh, look at that! The horizon goes kind of wonky when you have a fisheye lens. Like, yeah, well, don't use a fisheye lens. Don't use a fisheye lens.
Nothing you or Doofus can say now is going to save you guys from what just happened. Everyone heard what just happened.
I still haven't varied in what I've said.
I haven't varied what I've said. I don't know. It's so strange sometimes, Jeremy, when you're like, claim a win.
Yeah, what you think you found is unfortunately the thing we already knew, which is there's a celestial sphere.
Yeah, the celestial sphere, the stars are fixed in their position. They swirl around on the inside of a circle. That will mean that if you're looking along the equator of that circle, right curls right and left curls left, even though they're staying equidistant from one another. Because we're not getting closer or further from them. That could move them in their relation, but we're not getting closer or further. We're at a fixed point in the middle of all of them. That's what a sphere is. It's equidistant from the one point, right? It's that simple. It's just they're all in the same place. I don't understand why people on the globe side are confused by this.
Well, I'll sit there in the globe side, putting myself in the slightly confused category where I'm confident of my answer, but I can't explain what's happening in the image.
I told you, it's due to perspective. If you imagine those spokes, that's exactly what they would do, or the needles. I mean, the needles.
Yeah, using spokes and stuff. That's all. That's not infinite distance thing. That's where.
That effect would be the same though. The effect would be it would do the same thing. It's above your head, and as it's coming from behind you, they're coming from a curved. They're making circles in two different directions. Two wheels. It doesn't matter how you think about it.
So the angles, Kosha, hold on. So the angles between them throughout the course of the night will appear to change, right?
What do you mean?
In relation to each other, the angles. In relation to each other, the angles between the stars. Hold on. It's all right.
That's fine.
I think I just understood your spokes analogy. Yeah, I think I agree.
Spokes and needles. What was the thing with your toothpicks? Your toothpicks too.
Right. No, I think I agree with it now. Yeah.
But that's why I think when Doofus said about if you follow it around, then that's like what I said too. If you look and see what they're actually doing, they're making two equidistant circles. The whole time, but that's if you follow it around. But if you're from your perspective, that's what I'm saying. It's just basically a perspective phenomena, and it has no consequence in celestial navigation or anything like that.
Okay, so the angles throughout the course of the night, the angles to the stars in relation to each other will appear to change. No. Right, Kosho? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Can you just express that again? Just express it like a. So I understand what you mean.
Throughout the course of the night, the angles in relation to two stars will, if you're at the equator, will appear to change.
So, like in that scenario I gave, where there's one at 0, one at 3, one at -3, the difference. You're saying you mean the difference between the angles, like the difference between the angles of these stars. Is that what you're saying?
As we observe the stars throughout the night, at the equator, will the angles between two stars appear to change?
Like I said, I understand what you're saying to mean as is the difference. staying
Say no,
the same?
Koso. Just say no.
Well, I mean, the answer is not no though, because
It's not no. You're wrong, doofus. Sorry.
Hold up, dude. Hold up. I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to make sure you're clear on what you're saying, because what I calculated right here. So I put the angles on there. So these are the angles that you would measure based on those stars and based on where their GPs are at the time. You know, when it's right above your head, you're going to measure a 3-degree difference between the star that's over the equator and the star that's...
All right. I think I see what you're doing here, and let me ask you this. If I was to take a protractor out and measure the distance between those stars in my hands, and would that angle change in your opinion, Kosho?
You mean like a sextant? Or
I'm talking actually a protractor. I'm holding it up. I'm making a plane between both of the stars.
Oh, yeah, the angular distance. Yeah, I know exactly. But yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's clear because that happens in the star trail pictures. That has to be clear. We would need to see. No, that is happening from your position. You're talking about, does the angular size increase or decrease?
I contend if I made a plane with my protractor and I looked up at those stars and lined myself up with that plane, that degree would not change.
I said it again?
If I stayed tracking those stars with that protractor, I say that the distance won't change.
What do you mean? What do you mean tracking the stars with the protractor, though?
I'm forming a plane between the two stars.
Okay.
With my protractor. I'm looking right down my protractor. My eye is aligned with that plane.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I will see the same angular distance between those through the entire arc of that.
I don't understand how you're making that measurement. You're looking through the straight edge of the what do you say?
Through the protractor.
Protractor, yeah. You're looking at the straight edge of it, and you're making the angle by the angular separation of the other star. So you're describing the angular size then, or the angular
distance. Angular distance, yes.
Right, yeah, but that obvious. But in the star trails pictures, you can see that they change over time.
No shit. That's what I've been telling them for about 2 fucking hours now.
That's because your plane is not adjusting with it. Your plane is fixed reference to the Earth. My plane is fixed to the stars.
But you're staying in the same spot the whole time, right?
Dude. Hey, where'd you get that from?
Did you find your kid found your weed?
Daddy, I like the Colombian gold better.
Anyways, yeah. So
you guys not.
This is what you would find from. So this is what you would find from. Like I said, celestial navigation observations, whatever. The difference between the angles from your perspective, they would change, but that's not what you're saying, Jeremy, because you're talking about something different. You're talking about the distance between them, as viewed from where you are. And even though that'd be more difficult to calculate, it's apparent in the observations because there's two circles going in two opposite directions, and over time those. So if you take like the Big Dipper, for example, it starts off going in one direction and then going another direction. If you're looking at a star that's like on the southern equator, or below the equator, below the equator, and you're tracking the distance between that star and a star on the Big Dipper, there's going to be a point where they're closest and they move farther away from each other, from your perspective. But that doesn't mean anything, though. That's what I don't understand.
Kosho, you're making this way too complicated. In the celestial sphere, those two stars have the same angle between them the entire time they're passing over you.
Yeah, of
what
course.
they look like in a projection on a camera does not mean that they have a difference in angular separation as they pass over you. It is actually still the same angular separation.
Well, yeah, of course.
You can literally see a difference in
but you measure different.
Fucking dumb, dude.
You measure different angles though as they're moving further and closer to you. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Both of you missed it. Both of you missed it. Here we
No,
go.
I agree with what you're saying,
I'll
but
try
it's just
one more time. What it looks like on the projection on the camera does not change the actual angular separation. They are still separated by the same angle, regardless of how it looks like on the camera.
I agreed with you. I agree with you. I told you I agree with you, and I understand that the observation from the star trails is something different. But so is the celestial navigation is different than both those two things, because the angles that you get from celestial navigation, I'm doing like an observation for celestial navigation. They will change. The difference between those two numbers will change between the two stars. But you're right. But I agree with what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
Sphere. They don't actually change.
Well, from your position, they do. But yeah, from
they don't. Don't say they do. They don't.
I mean,
they simply do not.
They don't change.
Dude, you guys are wrong.
If I told you that a star was at 0 degrees north, I mean, was at over the equator, and a star was at 3 degrees north, as I put here, and you're at the equator, you're at the equator and prime meridian, then one of the stars is going to be directly above your head, 0 degrees different, 90 degrees, and another star is going to be 87 degrees. And there's a 3-degree difference between that. And those two same stars, as they're moving away from you, they're going to have measurements that don't stay 3 degrees different. That's what I've showed. The degrees is changing, and it gets closer together.
They only get closer together at the horizon only due to refraction. Without refraction, they don't change.
Yeah, but these would be the measurements that you actually get, though. So I don't understand that. You would actually, in order to measure those nautical miles, which would be the distance that they are, the GPs, you would have to measure. They would have to be these angles. So like these, the 0 degrees and the 3 degrees, those are the actual GPs of those stars at that point, and that they should be, in this case, 60 nautical miles, 0 nautical miles, all that kind of stuff.
All right, just think about it conceptually real quick. If you've got two stars in the celestial sphere that are 3 degrees apart, as that celestial sphere is viewed to us as to be rotating around the Earth, the separation between those GPs on the surface of the Earth will always be 3 degrees. Always.
Yeah, I agree. I think the problem
to us to have that same angular separation.
Yeah, but I think that's what I'm saying. We're almost talking about 3 different things, because the angles that you're describing is in reference to like the center of the Earth, whereas the angles that you're measuring when you're doing it are in reference to where you're standing and seeing them from, and they're going to be appear to do different things.
It's literally still 3 degrees.
Yeah, they're treated as the same place. They're treated as light rays coming in parallel, because it's not just the circumference of the Earth. It would be the circumference of our orbit, but it makes so little difference that it's treated as one point. So
I mean, all I can say is I challenge you guys to simply do the same thing I just did, is to just try to calculate what the angle you would observe. So I had to do the whole thing with the fucking what's it called? What's that one equation? What's it fucking called? I can't even think what it's called now. Hold on. Haversine function. I had to do the Haversine function to figure out what the distance between these 2 points would be as they move, and then I had to determine what the angle you would have to have measured for the GP to be at that distance from you. I mean, I have the numbers here, and that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why.
This is your own math going against you guys. This is awesome.
It's not. Why do you say it's going against anybody? This
still
conforms to a globe, dude.
I'm telling you, we're
talking about 3 different things, dude. Because you're talking about the distance. You're talking about the distance of the stars from each other, and it's actually the same thing that that Doofus and Exos are talking about. They do keep the same angular distance from each other. But that's only going to be observed if you're at the center of mass, or you're at the center of rotation or whatever. Because as you're on the Earth, they're not going to appear to be doing the same thing from your position.
They're not close enough to you for the radius of the Earth to be significant. So if you're on one side of the Earth or the other side of the Earth, it's still 3 degrees.
Yeah, but okay. Check this out. If you're, that's what I'm saying. I did these numbers 0, 0, and compared that to -3, 1. I'm sorry, -3, 0, and then 0, 0, and then 0, 0, and that's 3. That is 3 degrees. But when you move that 1 degree away, it's not the same. It's not the same distance. Like there's a measurable difference change.
Talk to him, Coach. This is obvious.
Yeah, but it's the
This
same
isn't
thing.
even, like,
That's why I
complicated.
said it's the same thing before. I said it's the same thing as if you had a bar. You had 3 points above your head, one directly above your head, and one to the left, one to the right. You know, you measure the angles to these things, and then they move in the distance in front of you. Those, even though they're staying the same distance apart or together or whatever, and especially in reference to something that is moving along with them, but from your perspective, those angles are going to change in relation to each other.
You're thinking of things that have a where your position is significant to the how you observe the thing in the distance.
Yeah.
Which is not the case for stars. That is totally not the way that you think about these things.
Okay, so
they're too far away for your position to make a difference.
Yeah, but let me tell you that because if you do celestial navigation and you measure that the star is 60 degrees in the sky, then you know that the star is 30 times 60 nautical miles away, because that's the relationship between them. And so if you know that you're at one location and you know that the GP of a star is at another location, and then you measure the distance between them, and then you determine how you would have to like what angle you have to measure to observe that distance. I mean, that's all I've done here, and that's exactly what the angles are saying. So these are the angles that you would view to view those GPs. But I'm saying all I'd say is just check the math I've done, or just do, because I don't see why.
Yeah, we got the math. It's all good. We got the math for this. They got nothing.
I know you're happy.
Back me up, Jeremy. You're gonna be
Big I am. I'm very happy about this. We got the math backing us on this shit.
Yeah, but I have the observation with the EQ mount, which defies the math, at least from what we're saying's position.
I'm not fully understanding Jeremy's way of doing it, but I mean, let me sorry, Kosho, let me ask you this: when you made the app that tracked the stars' positions, how did you tell that app where the stars were?
They use the almanac.
Right.
How far away did you put the star?
Right ascension and declination. You just got it to read the almanac and put that back out.
Yeah, but that's what I mean is, you see, okay, so that's what I'm saying is the declination and the right ascension. These, when you compare their angles, when you compare their positions due to these angles, they're always going to be the same no matter where you're viewing it from. That's true, and that's what I'm saying. If you're at some position where you're at the center of rotation, everything's rotating around you equally from your position because you're in the center of it, then you would always observe their angular distance to be the same. However, the actual measurement that you're making is the elevation angle, and the elevation angle is what I'm talking about is changing. The one that you're actually measuring the difference between them.
We're asking is, do the stars move in relation to one another? So not in relation to where you're seeing them on the ground. I mean, like the way Moyok put it well was, does that mean this star or something, this star sign grows and shrinks in size throughout the night?
No, but I've stated this as well, because I've said this several times that this is why it's irrelevant, is because you're exactly right. Like the stars themselves, and that if you moved with them, they don't. The angular distance between them doesn't change, but it's only a perspective. That's why I said it's basically due to perspective from your position where you're standing. This apparent
the angles
in opposite directions is happening.
In conclusion, the angles to the
what?
The angles.
No.
Kosho literally just told you that. I don't know.
The elevation.
That was the conclusion of Kosho's summary.
Just think about it this way, Kosho. How could the almanac know exactly where the star is if they're moving in relation to one another?
Okay, but I'm not saying that they are. They're not. I know they're not. I'm trying to make it clear that
this is
I'm
cognitive
telling you,
dissonance.
like the celestial navigation, the celestial sphere, the relationship between the stars, the angular distance between them does not change no matter where you are. That's true. However, when you're talking about making the observation and the elevation angle, that the difference between them will change.
Kosho.
Yes.
Jesus Christ, dude. Where you're shooting at these two stars, your elevation angle and your azimuth, those are of course changing as the stars are moving. And depending on where you are, the numbers will appear to do different things for different stars. But the actual angle between the two stars themselves, I'm not talking about azimuth and elevation angle. I'm talking about the angle between the two stars will always be 3 degrees.
Right. And have you heard me already agree? I agree with you before you ever said it, and every time you've said it. I've said that as well. I've said that every time. That's true.
Except you're saying
the angle I'm talking about is the elevation angle. The angle I'm talking about are the ones that are observed from the person. But you're right. The ones that
that's where you're losing Jeremy on this.
No, that's
Jeremy's whole,
that's the reason why we're talking about it in the first place. That was his point.
That's my whole point, baby.
Yeah, his
that's
point.
My whole point. You're
the
lost.
Star trails.
Where you got lost somewhere along the way.
Those two stars, as they progress throughout the night, are still always 3 degrees separated from each other.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the bit. Jeremy is just. I think the thing that Doofus is just talking about is that what you're saying makes Jeremy think you're agreeing that stars.
No, I said this to him clearly too. That what you're bringing up is irrelevant, Jeremy. It doesn't have any consequences in any of this other stuff. Because that's not how celestial navigation is done. That's not how any of this stuff's done by comparing how far away the stars appear to be from each other, from where you're standing.
But that's the question that's being asked. I think that's the problem is that's the question being asked, and you're answering a question that's not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm answering that question.
That was what the whole contention was on. Do the stars appear to does the angle appear to change between them throughout the night?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the answer is no.
It's yes.
No, they
what do you mean?
Appear. They do appear to converge and diverge. How you can say they don't appear to diverge and converge is beyond me. That's just a denial of what you actually see.
You can measure an angle. Kosho, can you measure an angle difference between two stars if you're on the equator?
That angle difference isn't the same angle difference. It's more for the point you're making. It's easy enough to just look at what Moyak just posted with the star trails. Not the ones he pointed out, but maybe that black line on the left side and the I don't know whatever that color that is on the right side. Those are obviously appearing from you to be changing an angular distance, angular size. But it's only it's only a perspective thing. It's not they're not actually changing angle. But that's the reason I'm answering that question, because that's the point he's making. I don't think it's relevant, and I also know that of course, in the actual celestial sphere of the night sky, their angles from each other are not changing. I've said that like so many times this whole time, but they're making two circles that are parallel or whatever.
Yeah.
So throughout the course of a night, hold on, Eggshells. Your mic's very low, Eggshells.
They're not moving in relation to one another.
Okay. When we measure them at the horizon, and then in the middle, and then at the end of the night, we can definitely measure an angle change happening between the two stars when viewed from the horizon, right, Kosho?
Do you ask questions in the weirdest freaking way, dude? I don't
when
know
viewed from the equator, I mean.
Just ask it again slowly.
Well, the answer is yes, Jeremy. Yes.
I know this isn't even like this isn't even a difficult fucking thing.
I wasn't listening to
Kosho, all you have to say to that question, the answer is no. I don't know why you're making it so
goddamn hard. I like to listen to what people are saying before I make it so hard. Ask me, dude.
Okay, listen very carefully.
If I don't know what he's asking me, then I'm not going to just say no when I don't even know what he's asking me.
What he asked you
one at a time.
What he asked you was, does the separation angle, the angle between those two celestial objects as we watch them pass overhead at the equator, does that change? The answer is no.
Okay,
Don't make it more complicated.
How do you explain that star trails picture right there? Because that they're obviously doing that.
Circles.
Right. The camera
Yeah.
is doing the camera is having the light projected onto it in a rectilinear fashion. That's going to cause perspective effects. If you have the camera track those two objects as they're going overhead, that separation will stay the same in the camera too.
Yeah. What if you just measured the angular the distance between them? You just measure the angular distance between them as the night progresses.
That's what you're doing by having the camera follow the stars. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. But that's going to change if you measure that.
No, it's not. If you're always looking directly at the stars or the center between the 2 points, as they pass overhead, they will not change. The answer is no to this question every single time it's asked.
It appears to change. It appears to change.
Right. It appears to change if the camera is not tracking the stars. If the camera is tracking the stars, it won't appear to change.
That's what we're talking about, though. Of course, if it's that's what I think somebody said that too. If it's moving with it, then yes. But we're saying if the observer is stationary and they're not changing their observation, not changing their observation.
As I mentioned like a half hour ago, what the projection is doing onto the camera's sensor is irrelevant to the actual angular separation of the stars. They will always have the same angular separation.
Because even that's true, but that's just not what he was asking, though. He's talking about what it appears to be doing.
Well, if they're going to have the appearance of being in a different position and a different ground position, which is what Kosho's little calculations pointed out there, right?
Wait, what did you say?
Well, your little calculations that you worked out said that the ground positions of the stars do converge and diverge. That's what your calculation.
Well, no. You have to remember that what I posted was what the distance, how the distance from you, how they change, how the distance to each star from your position change. Yeah. So you're measuring the distance to one star's GP, the distance to another star's GP, and how that difference changes over.
Exactly. Due to perspective. That's how.
No, that's not due to perspective at that point.
Of course.
Due to you being in a place, it's
not in this case.
Stars' ground position in relation to us is something that can converge and diverge because sometimes it'll be closer, sometimes it'll be further. That doesn't then mean that goodness, I've completely lost the train of it.
You guys.
You're just taking the wrong inference from it. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sort of running out of ways to be able to explain it better.
Right. The ground position as it passes by you is not the same as the angular separation of things.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was trying to say when I did that. That's right.
Is not the same as their ground points distance from us. You are going, but sometimes this one matches up. It's like, but they are moving evenly across the ground, staying equidistant from one another. They're listed, I don't know how many times to say this, in their right ascension and declination, which is a fixed number that is changed by fractions of an amount every 50 years, according to Chronic.
From your position with the calculations that Kosho just did,
right? No, but that's
calculating a different thing.
Those calculations don't represent the distance they are from each other. That represents the distance each one is from you, and how that difference changes. But I've said this several times that the circles that they make in the sky or on the ground, those circles are going to be equidistant the whole time.
We weren't arguing that if the actual stars do in reality diverge and converge. We were saying that they appear to converge and diverge.
I understand that. That's why I was agreeing.
And from your position, right, which you just worked out, right, they do exactly that.
But Banzo, that's what I'm trying to say to you. What I've worked out was not the answer to that question. The answer to that question, you can see that in the star trail pictures. The question that what I had shown was that was comparing the distance between each other, like their distance between each other, but their distance from you and then the difference between that number as it moves closer and further from you. So it was a different question altogether. That's why I said that whenever I originally posted it.
Your calculations showed divergence and convergence. That's what your calculation showed.
Yeah, but it's not the same. Not for the same. That same question.
We're talking from a ground position. That's what we're talking about.
No. He's saying the ground position of the star as it goes past. Is there going to be convergence and divergence there? It's a different question to what Jeremy's asking. It's related to the same thing, and he's still giving the same answer with it. But the distance from me to the ground position is different from saying these stars are getting closer and further from one another.
No one has said that they do.
Yes, Jeremy has
Except
multiple
Jeremy.
times. I've forced him to clarify on that repeatedly.
Jeremy thinks that the angular separation between them actually changes. It does not.
Right. We said there was an appearance that they do, and then we went into a path where let's pick a star on the left-hand side and the right-hand side and track it all through the night and actually measure them, right? And then it went down some other calculations that Kosho was doing. It's been down about 5 different rabbit holes already.
Sure.
Right. I think that's the problem is that people are concluding something so like I said, what Jeremy's not saying is angular separation of them, in what do you call that? The celestial sphere, because he's only describing as from your observation, as from how you're observing. Like if you had one camera just pointed at it, or one person just one direction, what they would appear to be doing. But I don't think that has any relevance though.
So the stars in the horizon, it's very relevant. The fact you don't know why, or I don't know why you don't think that, but the stars as they appear on the horizon, right? It's just a perspective. The stars as they appear on the horizon, they're just in their apparent position. That's not even not counting refraction. That's just their apparent position due to perspective. That's not where they actually are in relation to each other.
Oh my God.
Why is that relevant?
Why? Jeremy, why? Why do you try to make this more complicated?
I got my motives. Don't worry about why.
All right. The answers to all 3 of these questions is very simple. Does the angular separation between the stars change? No. Does the distance between the GPs on the surface of the Earth change? No. Do they appear on a camera that's not tracking the stars to diverge or converge? Yes. But the reason for that has nothing to do. The reason for that has nothing to do with the fact that the angles do not change. They don't change.
Kosho did the math. The angles change.
He's talking about different angles, though, Jeremy. That's what I'm saying. What you're stating is just not the things that were stated before.
You just said the angles to the GP. They get farther.
You got to specify what the angles you're talking about. You're talking about the elevation angles to the GPs. He's talking about the right ascension and declination, and then their difference from each other in that respect.
Yeah, the relation to the
distance on the ground. The 2 GPs from each other are the same distance. They're not diverging or converging. Those 2 from each other are not diverging or converging.
They make 2 parallel circles. Don't change the distance ever.
Yeah, and when we measure the angles to them throughout the night, they appear to change.
Not if you properly set up your equipment. If you want to use your equipment wrong, then you can.
He's saying something totally different. Yeah, he's talking about the elevation angle when he says that, but it's irrelevant. I don't know why he's saying that, but that's what he's talking about.
No, he's not talking about elevation.
Elevation angle.
Go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
Elevation angles, the stars are irrelevant?
No, I'm saying it's the elevation. Yeah, I mean it's irrelevant. It's not making any points. I don't know what the point is. Like, yeah, from it appears to be
made a crazy point.
It's like railroads. Railroads, they appear to be converging, but what's the point though? That's not. This doesn't mean anything. They appear to be doing circles in 2 opposite directions in the sky.
The elevation angles, the stars are irrelevant.
No, it's relevant to what point you're making.
You literally just said that.
Yeah, so I'm saying to this point, and not to fucking reality. I'm saying to this point. I don't know what the point is, man. I don't know what claim you're backing up, or like what the point of bringing it up in the first place.
If we're going to ask the question about angular separation between the two stars, azimuths and elevation angles do not matter in order to answer that question.
That question wasn't asked though. Yeah, when I came in here, Jeremy was talking with other people about what the stars appear to do from any position, any observation. From the equator. I'm sorry, from the equator. And so that's what I was responding to, was just about based on what it appears to be doing. Because obviously, like I told him several times, yeah, if you were viewing it from a totally different perspective, they would be doing circles that stayed the same distance apart from each other.
So it definitely matters on how we look at the stars to see what's actually going on in reality with the stars. If you got to look at them in your very specific way, and to match your model, and then that's it.
Right. Don't look at your stars with the corner of your eye to take your measurement. Look straight at them.
Right. There's no sense in measuring them obliquely. That makes no sense.
So the camera, this is due to camera or perspective, or what's the reason why
I said this the first thing I told you. This is
due to perspective.
This is happening. This is just a perspective thing, but there's no consequence to it.
Right. The stars themselves.
There's definitely consequence to it. Allow me to respond to that, or not. I can't fuck with you guys. Seriously, I'm home with my family and shit. You guys are just a pain in the ass. Really, I don't know why we even go through this. It's not like we never come to any conclusions or anything. You guys are arguing. It's ridiculous.
Mate, with respect, you've been not really helping. You've been like claiming a win from the start and just like shouting the same thing again and again, and then making it like it's our fault. Like we're all been saying the same thing in very different ways. I get you're getting confused by that, but like you feel like you're winning from the start, and now.
Well, now I'm starting to get excited because there's a lot of multiple globers. I can't get a point out ever. Like it's tough, so I'm just gonna back off, and you guys have at it.
Well, we could also. I mean, even if he comes back or not, we could just try not to speak over each other. But I know when Jeremy's at home, he doesn't like to be provoked because he doesn't want to shout and look like a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, I can get that.
You don't have to, agree to his screwed up wording or the way that he wants to try and weasel a different answer out of you. You just answer the questions that need to be answered. For instance,
I'm not trying to weasel shit out of them. Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm not trying to weasel shit out of them.
Do the stars have a different angular separation throughout the night? No. Do the GPs have a different separation throughout the night? No. Do they appear to separate when you do a rectilinear projection on a camera? Yes. That's it.
They do appear to have a different angular separation throughout the night, though. You're wrong.
All right, I have an example.
What was my third question that I answered? What was the third one that I answered? What was the third question?
I was responding to the first thing. You want to scattergun points and shit. That's one of your tactics. That's one of your tactics, I know, to scattergun points. I was responding to the first one.
Okay, did the third one answer your point before you went fucking crazy?
Didn't even pay attention to the third one. I was busy responding to your first bullshit point you made.
All right. So the first one was, do they say change in angular separation? No. The third one was, do they appear to have a different change in angular separation from a rectilinear projection on a camera? Yes. The 2 points that I made just now are not the same question.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying to you, though. So I mean, that's why I don't appreciate telling me what to. I'm answering his question. His question was the third question. He didn't ask the first 2 questions, so I didn't answer the first 2 questions because he didn't ask.
He wanted it. I was only responding on the third question.
Yeah, but I was only responding to what he said. What he's saying about how it's viewed in perspective and stuff like that.
I have an example photograph that I just modified of me taking a picture of my door, and with it in the center of frame, and then with it way out of the center of frame. However, the camera is the same distance away from that door. The angular size of that door, when it's the door frame, when it's at the top edge of view, is much larger than when it's down in center of view. Did you think that the angular size of that door changed without me moving position just by tipping my camera? It's sort of like the inverse of what we're seeing with the sky. I'm moving the camera instead of moving the stars or moving the door. You can see that this is how cameras work. This is what happens when you bring something up to the top of your image and change all the angles to be transform that image onto a rectilinear surface, a flat surface.
Right. And Kosho, listen to the question he was actually asking. He asked, do the stars converge or diverge? It's not about do they appear to. He was asking if they actually converge or diverge.
Well, no,
which is no. The answer is always going to be no.
Yeah, whenever he asked that to begin with, I told I don't even know what that meant when he says that. And so that's why I told him about the rotation. He specifically one of those words.
Appear.
That's his
Means,
words he's using. I'm not using those words.
Specifically described it as appear, apparently, not actually. What we measure, what we see.
That's what I'm saying.
What we can see, what we can measure.
Right. What we can see and what we can measure is they don't.
Yeah. Don't misrepresent what he said, Doofus, because that's not what he said at all.
Right. What we can see, what we can measure is
Sneaky
that they
Weasley
don't.
tactics. That's all. Sneaky Weasley tactics this guy's got.
So again, with my image, Jeremy, do you realize that this is how cameras work? I mean, do you think that the angular size of that door changed without me moving my position?
Perspective. It's just how perspective works, right?
It's exactly how perspective works. Except there's another aspect of perspective. This isn't necessarily a distance thing. It's a distance in the image, an angle to objects in an image.
Well, but the same thing happens even with your naked eye and you're viewing what do they call that? Like the Terminator moon effect or whatever it's called. Like how people always think that the Terminator line on the moon is in a different angle than where the sun is, but it's basically because you're looking at it from our perspective. Is it because I've seen that on Vsauce? He actually did the same thing that you're showing right now. He showed the door and without the context, like the sun and the moon. There's nothing else in the sky. Like you have walls and stuff for the context, but so that's why it makes it an eerie observation.
I came late to the party. Can I ask a question?
Go for this.
Evidently. Would you like to ask another?
So I just want to ask, let's say you were at the equator in your mythical sphere, right? And you look up. What would you see? Are you saying you would see a straight line of stars directly above you? What do you guys envision you will see directly at your equator?
Yeah, straight line of stars would be a good description.
All you have to do is think about what the sun does on the equinox on the equator, and that's what any star would do that travels along the equator, as viewed from the equator.
Any other star?
Which would be what? A straight line? What would you see? Like
if you had like a pencil on a plate on the equator on the equinox, and the shadow that it would make, it would just go from one side to the other.
How about not
a straight line? Yeah.
How about any given day, not on the equinox? You're at the equator and you look up.
Any given, that would be if there's a star that's right above the equator on any given day. That's what the sun does the sun's only over the equator on the equinox. So,
but let's say you were to do star trails right dead on zero, right at the equator. What do you expect to see? Straight lines and then curves on either end?
Straight lines. That's what I'm telling you. Straight lines that are for the stars that are directly above the equator.
And if you look to the left or to the right, what would you see?
Rotation in opposite directions.
Now you are aware that the stars move in one direction, right?
In reference to the Earth's, in reference to the Earth's surface, sure.
Okay, so how do you square the circle? How can stars moving in one direction appear to be moving in 3 different directions?
The same way that my door seemed to move, even though it didn't.
Well, it's the same way. It's the same way that your car, east to west are cardinal directions, just so you know that. And counterclockwise and clockwise are relative directions. So 2 people on opposite ends of something could be both rotating eastward, and at the same time, or westward, whichever direction. At the same time, from their perspective, going clockwise or counterclockwise.
Yeah, but hold on. Aren't you rotating in one direction according to your sphere?
One cardinal direction.
Yeah, but you're rotating one direction, right? Is it from east to west? Or is it the other way around? I forget.
Yeah, I think eastward.
Okay, so how is it then that if you're rotating in one direction, how is it when you look up, you see 3 different things, 3 different directions of movement? How is that possible?
I just told you.
You're not actually seeing 3 different things. You're seeing the celestial sphere appearing to you to rotate in one direction.
So it's not actually doing that. It's actually going in one direction, east to west, or you're going east to west. They're not actually moving.
Thanks for that senseless point, Rakia.
It's just an appearance, right?
From your position, the celestial sphere appears to move from the east to the west.
Right, but like SE is saying, whether you're north of the equator or south of the equator, you're still on your fantasy model moving in one direction, right? So why would the stars above you as you look up appear to move differently in opposite directions?
Put yourself inside a sphere and then rotate, and then you'll figure it out.
Inside a sphere?
Yes, that's what the celestial sphere is.
No, I'm on the surface of a sphere looking up.
Yeah,
I'm moving in one direction no matter where I'm at. I'm looking in the same direction up at stationary lights in the sky, and you're telling me those lights are moving in different directions now?
No.
Look at my door photo. I agree with you.
The celestial sphere is rotating in one uniform direction. The celestial sphere is rotating in one uniform direction. I say again, the celestial sphere is rotating in one uniform direction.
I thought the Earth was rotating. That's what gave the appearance of the stars moving.
All right, and from you, of an observer on the ground, the celestial sphere appears to rotate in one uniform direction.
Or the celestial sphere is rotating. Like, you understand what SC is asking, right?
No,
what
gives
gives that appearance?
He asked, why does it look like they're doing 3 different things?
Okay,
that's
you're
not
on the
actually what's
equator.
occurring. They
You're
don't
on the
look like they're
equator.
doing 3 different things.
You're on the equator and you look up. You're saying the stars move in a straight line?
Anything on the celestial equator is going to appear to move in a straight line to somebody on the equator, yes.
Okay, at what degree do I look left or north or south? Does that appearance change? Do you know? Or does it? Or as long as you're on the equator? So
it's
any
a sphere.
little angle change?
Yeah, it's a sphere.
No, when I look, I don't move. I just look at a 5-degree angle towards the north. Those stars appear to rotate in a different path?
The ones that are north of the, north. The ones that are at a higher declination do appear to follow a curved path.
So you're describing an optical illusion, right?
No.
Yeah, the stars don't actually do that. They just appear to. Even
That's
if we just
measure them to do
stand
what
in
they
the
do.
same
It's not an
spot on the
optical
equator.
illusion.
You can measure up to that, right? And you can film it. Obviously, we've seen it.
Right, but if you can measure it, it's not an optical illusion.
What? I can measure the optical illusion of Lake Pontchartrain Bridge bending. What are you talking about?
That's not an optical illusion.
Yes, it is.
The light is actually reaching you in that way.
Well, the light of the stars is reaching you in that way, making them appear to rotate in two separate directions just because you look up from the equator, which if you look straight up, they appear to be going straight in two different directions.
Rakia.
Yeah.
They're not rotating. They're not all
I know that.
rotating in two separate directions.
I know they're not.
The
They're all
entire
going east to west.
celestial sphere, the entire celestial sphere appears to rotate in one uniform direction.
Appears. Yeah, you
I've
slipped
already
that one
said
in,
this
right?
about 10 minutes ago, but here we
Well,
are
then why
again.
don't you go appears, right? Appears, not actually.
Appears.
Right.
Yeah,
It is
appears. He
apparent
said
to us
appears.
as we measure it that the celestial sphere is rotating in one uniform direction.
But they're not, right? I mean, we didn't move.
They
We
are.
didn't change our direction. We just looked up and then looked north and south. And you're telling us the stars appear, right, to move in a different path, but they're not actually doing that, right?
Oh, for God's sakes. Rakia, the celestial sphere as a uniform thing is all rotating in one
Yeah, you can
uniform
say it
direction.
1,000 times, but you have
Right.
to use
It's
appear.
not two different directions, you illiterate dumb fuck.
Right, it's not. It's all one direction, east to west, right?
Come on, doofus.
No, you guys appear to agree
How many times I need to say it, right, Bandsaw? Do I need to say the same thing?
Maybe one more time.
1 minute straight. Do I need to say the same thing, or can he fucking understand the answer?
Maybe
it looks like you both
restricted.
agree. I mean, do you guys disagree about anything? It sounds like you guys agree.
Yeah, it does sound like we agree. It's just an optical illusion. It
Saying
just appears
rotates
that
in
way.
two opposite directions.
Yeah, but don't actually, right? It just appears to.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, he's the savior, but we can talk about him later. Appears, not actual.
Well, you did say the stars rotate east to west. That would be one direction, celestial sphere or not.
You're really going to do that appears, therefore not actual.
You guys are trying to draw the implication
on the
that
road,
it's
therefore
actually
it's not on the
translated
road,
into a
right,
spherical
Rakia?
shape.
Yeah, that's a weird line to pull. Appears, therefore
Yeah,
not actual.
so my vehicle appears
Well-
to be on the road, but it's not actually on the road. Is that what you want to tell me, Rakia?
Not what I said. I said when you stand on the equator and look up, it appears that the ones directly above you are going in a straight line. If you look north and look south, they appear to be rotating in opposite directions. It's
almost like your reference is what's changing.
Yeah, it's almost like you haven't moved. You just change your angle of viewing.
Yeah, and you're viewing a celestial sphere that's all rotating in one uniform direction.
How could you be doing that from the same spot, the equator?
Because the celestial sphere is rotating in one uniform direction. Jesus Christ, dude. It's not a difficult concept. You're just
There's this
trying
name
to make
again.
it
It's
difficult.
funny how y'all sneak Jesus Christ in there. My Lord and Savior. Thank you, Jesus. Blessed me.
Everybody knows that it's east to west, and that creates clockwise and counterclockwise, which is
just a view, right? The direction that don't change is east to west. No matter where you go, it's always east to west, right?
Clockwise and counterclockwise is not apparent. Like they are. That's a bolt will unscrew or screw in a certain direction. I don't know. Apparent is.
Well, that's not the same.
Well, if
is it? I mean, if it says clockwise, if you show me a.
We're not talking about bolts. If you want to obfuscate to there, you can. We're talking about lights in the sky appearing, their apparent position. Whether they separate, whether they move in different directions.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, we all know that they don't.
Don't worry about it, Rocky. I'm well aware of the conversation.
So we're not talking about bolts unscrewing in one direction or the other. That would be stupid.
Did you just join to insult?
It's called an analogy, Rakia.
No, that was the first. Really, I didn't insult you. I said that would be stupid, not you.
Okay, well that was.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Not bolts, lights in the sky.
Yeah, lights in the sky, stars.
The only analog for the bolt would be screwing the bolt one way and then doing a 180-degree rotation from up to down, and then screwing the bolt the same way to get the star trail. That's how they're going with the analog or with the, comparison by saying that the Earth, for all intents and purposes, is turning like that screw, 180 degrees in reversed opposition, north and south, to give that star trail.
Right, and Rocky, I'm pretty sure you're fully aware that if you're tightening a bolt on any fixture, right? And you're looking at it the standard way, like from the top of the bolt. You turn it righty-tighty. But if you're on, say, and it's on a pipe, say, for example, and then you go to the other side of that pipe and you turn it, you want to tighten it, you actually do it to the left because you're looking at it from the other direction.
So I guess the thing is,
so it's still doing the same turns.
So how could they be turning at the same time if you're in the center, right? One has to be turning clockwise and the other one counterclockwise while you have the third linear motion in the middle. How do you explain that?
You're inside the celestial sphere.
Everything's just going east to west, and there's 2 central points of rotation. There's not 3 different things happening. Everything's it's like you put a camera inside a ball. I mean, I spin around in my office chair all the time to demonstrate this. It's the simplest idea. It's not there's 3 things going in different directions. I don't know where your brain concocted that.
I think he's confused by physical objects.
Hold on. That's not my brain. I'm repeating your fantasy model to you.
All of the stars stay equidistant to one another throughout the course of the night, indeed throughout the course of our lives.
But yet we have 3 different motions at the equator. Sir.
No, we don't.
No,
we don't.
Have you ever seen a physical object spin?
Rotation. I don't know how much more simply I can say it. East to west through two central points of rotation, an axis of rotation. It's just still points of light viewed from within something that is turning. That's all it is.
Well, within, isn't it on the outside of it? We're not within anything.
We're within the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a spherical coordinate system given in right ascension and declination, which is the celestial sphere's version of latitude and longitude that gives you the position of every star.
Well, so we have an air sphere.
It does imply, talking about the celestial sphere, although I know that you guys don't hold to a firmament, does imply that the sky has solidity. Because most of the time, if you're on a spinning object or a moving object, you just see the scenery go by in the opposite direction, but you don't necessarily see curves added to the motion that you see. Like if you're in a train and the train goes by, in a linear path, you just see the scenery go by in a linear way. If we were on a spinning ball, we would expect to see the same thing on the train, not curves, not unless the sky was solid in some way, like a firmament. So I think we're kind of saying things that are a little suspicious. We're kind of implying that the sky has solidity, like it has a firmament or something, to give us those curves.
I'm not saying anything about what it's about. I'm just saying the stars stay relative to their position to one another, completely fixed. And any suggestion that this is up for debate is frankly laughable.
Well, it does look like the only implication that you're trying to draw is that we're on a revolving object, but other implications appear to be available, that the sky has solid curvature to it because it's a solid firmament. And if so, it can refract the star trail this way, that way, or whatever, while the land could be motionless and flat.
Yeah, I'm not unaware of the claim. I've been around for a while.
Sure. You have to explain how one person in a stationary position can see 3 different motions. One linear and 2 curved linear.
That's exactly what one would expect to see. Have you ever seen a 3D object in motion in your entire life? That is what you would see.
But Moyak, the thing is, saying that we would see this in the sky is a bit of a jump. We have a limited visual field. And so we would see a very small section, if any of that. If we're at the equator and seeing a straight trail and a clockwise and a counterclockwise trail, the only way to really see that, as far as I could tell, is if the sky is solid and refractive and or if there's something perspective-wise going on. That's the only way that I can explain it.
Do you understand that if you were a figure skater, I would skate with you, Lemon. But also if you were a figure skater, and you were spinning around, okay, and you were wondering, you're like, wait a minute, I'm spinning around. Am I going clockwise or counterclockwise? Do you understand that if you look at your feet at the ground, or if you look at the sky above you, you're going to be getting 2 different answers? You're going to say, you can say counterclockwise if you look up at the ceiling, you're like, oh, it's spinning counterclockwise. and you look down at the ground, oh, it's spinning clockwise because you're looking two totally different directions, even though you're spinning the same way the whole time.
I'm just exploring the possibilities. Solid refractive sky perspective, or like you guys are trying to imply, a ball with the sky spinning in tandem with the ball, or appearing to spin in tandem with the ball.
What if you put yourself directly under the very highest point of let's say a glass with water above it? You know, when you move an arrow past the glass and it changes direction. Well, let's just say those arrows are moving directly over you. And then when you look out to the angle, there's arrows moving out there too. So they would be appearing to move in reverse direction, right?
That would actually be flipping their direction, since that's not actually what we see. That's kind of weird, Rakia.
We see that with the clockwise, counterclockwise trail. The true direction of the star trail is, some sort of record that revolves overhead. But if you're closer to the center, it appears to be clockwise, and then further out, it appears to change direction and become counterclockwise, like in that Spanish dude's video. The same circle appears to
But it is an in his example with the glass, that actually is changing the direction of part of the object in the through it.
No, the arrows are going all in one direction. You just the water in the glass is what changes the direction.
Well, that's also a double glaze. Yeah, that's basically you're looking through one curve and then another curve.
It appears to change the direction. The direction of the arrow does not change.
Yeah, just your view, because of the medium, changes it.
It's a medium change.
And so now we have more possibilities, gentlemen. Refractive air, glass, perspective, and/or the spin of a ball with the sky just mirroring or reflecting the image of the ball.
Did you ever notice with that arrow that you get distortion?
Of course, it's a medium change. You're looking from the surface of Earth to outer space. There's probably several medium changes there, right? Layers that you're looking through. I think they named them.
They didn't actually. That didn't actually add another one of the possibilities to the table, Lemon.
Yes,
what
they are.
Ended up happening was the glass caused something behind it to, if you want to say, appears change direction. What that means is that the stuff that's on one portion of your view is going one way, and the stuff that's in another portion of view is going another way. As you're looking straight at it. That's not how we see the stars. They continually move around in a celestial sphere. So it didn't add anything to the conversation.
It just depends on how far your scope of viewing the stars is. If you go from the central north out to the further south, you would see an apparent change in direction, which is enough for a flatty like me to go with some sort of refractive medium up there, be it atmosphere or dome or whatever. Changing the direction from clockwise to apparently counterclockwise or whatever.
Well, use Rocky's suggestion of a glass with water in it that changes the direction of part of your view, and try and model that out for us. See if you can get it to match reality.
I've seen glasses filled with water. You put the arrow behind the water in some sort of refraction experiment, and it appears to point left. Then you fill it up with water, and it appears to point right. So we do know, at the very least, that refraction, glass, a medium, whatever, can change the apparent direction of things pretty much, yeah, by refraction, yeah. So it's good enough for me as a possible cause if I had to go with something over a flat plane, refractive, permanent.
Note how that's not a model.
Okay, what do you think, Doofus? What's causing this? Is this an apparent? Is it apparent, or is it an actual movement of the stars? What's your opinion on this?
I would say that there's an overall reality to the star's motion, like a record player. That would be the east-west motion. That is the reality. The apparent stuff goes from there. It can apparently be clockwise or counterclockwise when the east-west stars are refracted through the medium of firmament, glass, atmosphere, or whatever. That's where the apparent stuff comes in. But the most accurate view of the stars would be going east to west, and at best, refracted in reverse through atmosphere and glass toward the outer section.
How about you, Doofus? What do you think? Doofus?
What we see is the celestial sphere, all appearing to us on the ground to rotate in one uniform direction. That's not different than it was 10 minutes ago when I answered it. It's still the same answer.
No, you just said appears to go in a uniform direction, but clearly, with your own pictures from your own sphere fantasy, we have 3 different motions. You're not addressing the point. What makes that is it an appearance? What does that?
If you did put yourself inside of a celestial sphere or some other spherical object and rotate yourself, the 3 different motions, in quotes, that you say we see, you would see as well. It only takes you to be encapsulated by something, and you rotate within it to get the same effect. That's it.
Right. So now you're inferring that we are encapsulated by something. This is new stuff here. We're breaking new ground here.
Outside, concentric with the Earth.
Say again, sorry?
The celestial sphere has always been, through the entire length of this discussion, said to be concentric with the Earth. It's outside the Earth. It's a celestial sphere. This is not new.
Maybe I came late to the party. What is this celestial sphere? Can you please give me like a quick rundown?
It's these coordinate system used to address any celestial object that you see.
So it's a coordinate system. It's not actually a thing. It's a coordinate system.
It tells us what direction we need to look in order to see something, and it works.
So a coordinate system cannot make something happen, right? Like something appear to be turning in 3 different directions?
It doesn't appear to be turning in 3D. You can't think in 3D, dude. What the fuck?
It is amazing.
Help me out here. Maybe
There is no hope for you, Joe. Just spin around and start looking at how things work.
But he just said it's like a mathematical, it's not a real thing. He said it's like an equation.
It'll solve the whole problem if you just start spinning. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's why I was describing the ballerina or whatever I said, the figure skater. If she looks down the ground or looks up at the ceiling to determine whether she's rotating counterclockwise or clockwise, she's going to get 2 different answers.
Well, the ballerina is spinning Kosho, but
no, do you think she has 3 different movements?
She's making one rotation, man. She's doing one movement the whole time, one rotation the whole time. This depends on which.
Right, and she's seeing 3 things. Can you?
It's not that she's seeing 3 things. These are relative directions. These rotation directions, like clockwise and counterclockwise, they're relative.
Yeah, but if she looks up and you have lights spinning, is she going to see them? Like if you let's take the ballerina, right? You have lights in the sky, LEDs, and you make them turn one way. If the ballerina starts spinning, are you saying she's going to see 3 different motions?
If you put lights on the sky and lights on the ceiling and lights on the floor, then she'll see. On
the floor now. Where do we have lights on the floor, Kosho?
That's what's happening here, man. I can't explain it to you better than that, dude. If you don't know where the lights on the floor in this scenario
making no sense whatsoever.
They're in space, dude. That's where the lights are.
Kosho, you just put lights on the floor.
You have to make a analogy that would be an analogy to our model, right? So the stars would be in all directions on the floor and the ceiling.
Well,
hold on, Lemon, please. You just used the ballerina as an example, and when I asked you the simple question, and you knew it was devastating, that if she's spinning and she looks up, is she gonna see 3 different movements? And you knew, instead of answering it honestly, you put lights on the floor. You put stars on the floor.
That's right.
That's what we're talking about.
So that's the analogy, man. In order to keep it consistent with the analogy I was making, when you put lights in it, I had to put lights on the floor. That's why I said she looked at the ceiling or she could look at the floor. I had said that.
I don't know what to say, guys. I mean, you guys are hearing this, right? I mean,
we're hearing you completely.
What's my next question?
The reality of 3D.
I mean, it's ridiculous. You guys are saying
you are completely flubbing 3 dimensions. You live in 3 dimensions. You should be able to figure this out.
Okay, so when a ballerina is spinning outside, let's say in my front yard over here, is she going to see stars on the ground? Like you guys say and reference them?
Jesus Christ, dude.
The ballerina is an analogy.
Again, you brought up Rakia's Lord and Savior.
The ballerina is an analogy for the Earth's rotation.
He for some reason doesn't, or he's pretending he doesn't understand that other way. But if you use your arms and you rotate them, like rotate them forward, I forget what the workout's called, But like you put them at your side, you put them straight out to the side, and you start making them do little circles, right? If you look at one, and you do them in the same direction, so you're making them go up and over, so they're going in the same direction, okay? But if you look on one side, you're going to see them that your arm is going clockwise, and you look on the other side, and the other one's going counterclockwise, but they're going in the same direction.
Okay, since when have you seen stars on the side of your arms? Yeah, you guys are just keep talking, man.
There's no
just
point to
keep
engage
talking.
anymore.
It was a good analogy. I get it. So you're standing on the equator. You look to your left. They appear to be going one direction. You turn to your right. They appear to be going in the other direction, just like his arms on at his side rotating.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Really, that's your analogy. Put your arms to the side, right?
That was Kosho's. Yeah, do it. Do it. Put them straight out. And now
How
rotate
can
them.
his arms be spinning in different directions in the same direction at the same time? It's
So let me get this straight now.
They're rotating the same direction, but they appear to be going opposite directions because of your perspective. You look left, they do it with your arms.
Wow. Oh, it's impossible. You can't have your arms do that.
Unbelievable. You guys are truly rocket scientists. This is impressive.
Yeah, and you can't figure out how things move.
So from us in the real world, looking up at the lights in the sky, you went to a ballerina, and when I told you that's ridiculous, Kosho brought the lights in the sky on the ground, and now you're bringing them on the side of your arms, and you're twisting the side of your arms. This is good stuff. Keep it up. What's next?
You don't understand that analogy? It's very simple.
He doesn't. He's not even trying to understand it. He thinks he's winning. So he's just sort of. I think he thinks he's boxing us around.
He's flailing.
This is not about winning. This is about you guys trying to explain your sphere fantasy, and it's very enjoyable.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, it's a fairly simple point. We've been on it for hours now, but the stars don't appear or actually get closer and further from one another, because otherwise it throws out right ascension and declination and star charts, and it would just fundamentally upset the model. The whole idea of the stars being millions and billions of years away wouldn't work, because they'd have to be further away they are, the more they're accelerating each time they move.
Did you just say, writing, that stars don't appear to converge and diverge?
They stay exactly the same distance from one another throughout the course of a lifetime.
Did you just say that they do not appear to converge and diverge?
Yes, they stay the same
Oh my
distance
god, what stars are you
from
looking at?
one another. Bandy, if you can show me one example of this, I'll buy you
Well,
a
you
jet.
just you won't buy me anything. You won't. You know, it's a hollow offer at the first place, but you can see plenty of examples of star triangles on the equator where they appear to converge and diverge. That's what they appear to do. They may not do that, right? But that's what they appear to do.
They don't. There's two circles being drawn in the sky at either end, at the north and south celestial pole, with smaller and smaller circles going towards the poles. If you open a big old fisheye lens, yeah, you get this idea that right's arcing right and left's arcing left, but they're all still staying the same.
And no pole has been proven in the south, by the way. So that would be wrong already. That's a misconception automatically there. You've made a mistake. We don't have poles in the south at the moment.
Sorry, I've interrupted Jin, evidently. I must have. When did I start speaking, Jin? Was it in the middle of you?
Whenever you talk shit, I'll always railroad you. I'll always bum rush you when you talk shit.
Okay, well, let him finish. Then
So they don't diverge. They don't get further from one another, Bandy. Like I don't know how many times to say it or how else to say it.
Well, they appear to, with all the photography, with all the time lapse, they appear to do that.
No, they don't. No, they don't. If you got a
blown, they don't appear. They don't appear to. I dropped a photo 2 hours ago where they appear to actually do that.
I'm still describing the same
2
thing.
hours ago, this debate's going on.
Show you that same thing: an arch to the right, an arch to the left, because they're in the inside of a sphere, looking straight along the equator of the rotation. So it's not a.
What is your drama if you say that they appear to do this, that we're actually saying they actually do this? Is that the drama? Is that the hang up?
It's just the drama is the fact. If the question I asked of Jeremy is, are you saying the stars get closer and further from one another, like constellations grow and shrink? His answer is yes. Then he's wrong. It's not a drama. I'm not upset. I'm just sharing with you the fact that if he claims that, it's like saying latitude and longitude moves.
The first statement was that the stars appear to converge and diverge.
Right. And when
that was the very first statement 2 hours ago, maybe even longer, that they appear to do that. And you're actually saying that they don't even appear to do that.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I don't know where are you pissed tonight, Bandy? Have you had a couple?
Are you?
No.
You're being a dick. You're being a dick now, writing.
Like, I've just been saying the same thing for
being
hours.
a dick. You're being a dick.
Being a dick. You're being a dick. You're being a dick.
They have cog dis, man. So that's the problem. It's cognitive
That's
dissonance.
nice, Bandy, but isn't that always the case?
Yeah, I think it's gone past their bedtimes, guys, because it's 1:30 in the morning here, Saturday morning early, right? So it must be at least 2:30 in the morning. So they've exceeded their sleep time, I think. Do better.
All right, I posted an
Australia.
image for Mr. SE Montreal. See if he can figure out what he would expect to see. This is not an Earth. This is just a ball, and the guy has his feet strapped to that ball. He looks to the left, and the ball is rotating. He looks to the left. He sees the world. Everything is spinning in one direction. He looks to the right, and everything's spinning the other direction. Is this hard to understand?
Is it actually spinning?
Yes, it's rotating from left to right.
In different directions, or is it that it appears that way?
From your perspective, it is spinning. It's both true spinning clockwise and spinning counterclockwise. It's both true, both depending on your perspective. What direction
Yeah, but
you're looking.
is it actually spinning, or is it appearing to spin?
Well, in this case, you are the one who's spinning.
And the stars are appearing.
You could spin the whole room around them if you wanted, and it'll get the same effect.
That's not the question. The question is, you're in one spot, you said, right? The stars are
glued to that sphere.
Right. The stars are spinning in one direction, right? They appear to be spinning in one direction. They're moving from one side. When we look up, we see the stars go in one direction and one direction alone.
In this example is the object that I'm standing on, as I described it. It is spinning, right?
So you're the one spinning.
We know that.
No, we don't know that.
I've set up the scenario. This is a fact. This guy is a man who is glued to a fucking sphere. And he is sitting there and he's told, please tell me what direction you are moving, what direction you are rotating when you look left. And then he asks him, what direction are you rotating when you look right? Both of those answers will be true, and both of those answers will oppose each other.
Yeah, but are they actually turning in opposite directions, and one straight and two, one clockwise, one anti-clockwise, or does it just appear that way?
What does the globe claim? Because it's the same answer.
Well, you're telling me you're both stationary on Earth while spinning, right?
Well, I'm glued to this sphere, aren't I? I'm not moving.
Right, and your mythical sphere is spinning, right?
This isn't mythical. This is a physical thing you could, set up in your garage if you wanted to.
And then you said something about a celestial sphere.
I didn't say anything about a celestial sphere. In this case, I'm actually looking at all the objects around me. The ceiling and the floor. And then the walls, if I want to see what's going, it'll appear that the walls are moving straight. And they'll even appear to diverge.
Right, so the stars are not actually traveling in three different motions, right?
There you
One
go.
linear, one clockwise, one counter. They just appear to be doing that.
Yep, but on a flat Earth, you kind of need them to actually physically be moving in different directions.
I see what you're doing now. Okay, all right.
Wow, I didn't expect you to be honest about that. Cool.
No, I see what you're saying, but it still doesn't answer anything, because what you have here is a mythical celestial sphere. You look up and you see 3 different motions. Now that's a pretty tall order. You think you can recreate that?
Well, there's one of two. Assuming that the Earth is a globe for the moment, there's one of two options: the entire celestial sphere can be spinning, or the Earth could be spinning, and both of them will yield the same results as far as optically goes.
So it must be simple for you to recreate a little model to show this. That would be pretty impressive.
Again, using this little sphere thing, I could stand the guy, put the guy on that sphere, and I could hold him fixed, and I could spin the room around him, and I would get the same effect as if I spin the sphere.
Yeah, but now you're changing the parameters here.
Same parameters. It's the same guy.
I want to see.
I just move the room around with the guy.
Hold on, it should be simple for you to recreate this model that you just came up with, right?
I think my room is.
You should have. Hold on. You should simply get like a basketball, right? Put a little camera on it or something, or maybe a bigger one of those medicine balls. Put it on a rotating platform, and have lights in the sky going one way, right? And show me these 3 different motions, and I'll say, okay, Moyak, you got a point there, bro.
Do you really need me to do that? I mean, this little example that I did, it should be intuitive to you.
No, should, could, shoulda, coulda, woulda, right?
So you cannot really envision this in your own mind.
No, I gotta see that. If you can show me this, then I'll look into it further. I'll say, shit, man, I gotta re-examine my thoughts here.
Then try the rotating arms thing, where you rotate both arms around in circles.
No, it's your model. Why don't you just do it? It shouldn't cost you much. I'm sure you got a medicine ball, a couple of LEDs. Make it happen. Get a lazy
This is simple enough that you could do it at your own home. I don't see any reason. I've described it, I think, in a way that any competent adult should be able to understand it.
I've already made this video. You can do it with or without lights. You just spin around in an office chair. That's on my YouTube. It's.
I would really love to see it with the lights. That would be pretty impressive.
Do lights move?
And then I would tip my hat to you guys. I'd say, hey, maybe this is possible then.
Do lights move differently than screws in fixed positions? If I put screws in my ceiling and screws in my floor, and I look at those, I'm going to see them spinning, or even fixed objects in the room, the light fixture in the room. Nothing changes with it being lights.
So why don't you do it, man? It would be a hell of a video.
Why would I do it? I think any adult should be able to understand this.
Maybe I'm a little slow. Maybe I just...
Well, I'm sorry. I am not your monkey see, monkey do guy.
Hey, if you don't want to do it, I'm not forcing you. I'm just saying it would be impressive to see it. That's all. No big deal, bro.
Cool. I'm not going to light a match for you to see the matches burn.
No need to get triggered over it.
I don't believe that was a triggered comment.
But I'm sure everybody here would love to see that. That would be one hell of an experiment. Wouldn't you guys agree? Having one sphere, like a medicine ball, with a camera on it, looking up at the ceiling, right? And having 3 different motions. One linear, one clockwise, and one counterclockwise. I think that would be pretty impressive.
I don't know. Can they pull it off? Montreal is the question.
Hey, if he does it, I'll congratulate him.
Yeah, you would. You would. I know.
I swear to God, I would, and I would put it on my YouTube.
Yep.
And I would title it Humble Pie.
Humble pecan pie.
Humble pecan. Humble moyak pie.
The touch of cinnamon.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Ice cream on the side.
Whipped cream, double whipped cream, double
Yeah,
whipped vanilla
double
cream.
whipped.
Oh,
Now you're
yum.
talking.
Oh, yeah.
Look, it's easy to talk about stuff, easy to talk about models, but when the rubber hits the road,
Yeah,
it's a whole different thing.
that's it. When you push the green button, it's all got to happen, man. It's not happening. Their model that they live on is not even correct. They think they live on, should I say.
Yeah, and that's all we're doing. This is not personal against you guys. This is not flat earthers against ballers. No, I don't play that game. Reality.
No.
I talk reality.
Just the reality.
I don't care what side you're on.
Now, in the situation with the sphere that I was describing, if you were being spun, do you think that there'd be ways that you could tell that you were being spun and the room was not being spun?
I have sensitive ears. Yeah, you spin me, I'll tell you I'm spinning. I guarantee you.
Yeah, well, that would really depend on if I moved it so slow that you couldn't feel it.
Well, granted, there might be like a sweet spot that you might not be.
There might be a delay. There might be a delay, but you're going to notice. If you've got any visual cues, you will notice something's different. You will. You'll pick it up.
I'm sure Rakia has been on the boat where if he was in the cabin and it was really gentle wind or something, the boat swings on the anchor and it takes an hour to turn around. He might not know what direction the boat's pointing anymore. He wouldn't have sensed that rotation. I'm sure that's happened. Like if you come up on, oh shit, I was expecting to be pointing the other direction.
That's definitely possible.
Yes, there are motions that are too gentle for us to feel.
If you're inside the cabin, and the thing's moving dead slow, you're not going to notice that at all because you've got the rocking motion.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm driving a car and we've had an earthquake and I haven't noticed it because the undulation motion from the suspension and the unevenness of the road totally neutralized the bloody earthquake. The only way I really did know was when the cables were swaying backwards and forwards. That could have been due to wind as far as I was concerned. So I didn't notice. So that's kind of like but we're on the earth. We're not in something. See, we are on the earth. We're not in anything.
You know what? I'm going to disagree with that a little bit because it depends on what you call the earth. I call the earth the place where I live, and that includes the atmosphere. So we are in the earth.
I live on the surface of the earth. That's where I live. That's the reality. I live on a surface that is level. When I go,
right, but if the surface is moving the same speed
as the ocean, that would still be the surface of the earth. That would be the liquid part of the earth that is there. That's.
Do you live in your house or on? Do you live on your floor?
I walk on the floor in my house.
Okay.
Which is on the earth.
Do you live in the air in your house?
The air occupies the space that I live in.
And you're both moving at the same speed. So, I mean, usually you kind of disregard the air unless it becomes so rarefied that you die.
Right.
You don't think about wind inside your house.
I move faster than the air. Sometimes when I move much faster than the air that flows in my house. You know, of course.
Right, you start running from the living room to the kitchen, you start to feel air blowing by your ears.
When you move from point to point in your house, yeah. Exactly.
And when you forget that pot on the stove and it starts catching fire.
Exactly. Yeah. So there are times when you move quicker. But what are you trying to say?
Well, essentially, that's why I consider myself living in the atmosphere as well as on the ground. I live in both. So I have to be concerned with both. And the atmosphere seems to be moving along at the same speed as the ground. So I mean, I don't see any reason to exclude it from my calculations.
Yeah, but the ground isn't moving. You see, the ground.
That's possible.
Is not moving. The ground is not moving. See, so the air moving over the earth, that's very possible. You know, yeah, because the ground itself is not moving. It's not spinning. It's not moving.
That is the whole whole debate that we're having, and so we would have to make our case for why we think it's not moving.
Oh, I know it's not moving. No, not moving at all. No motion sensation there.
But we've already determined that our sensation is limited. I would say also, like
that would be your sensation.
With Rakia's boat, or I should say with the boat scenario, where you agreed that we might not feel emotion. Do you think that there's equipment sensitive enough?
I was inside a boat. I was inside a boat.
Yes. No, I'm still speaking.
And
so if you let me finish my question, you'll actually find out what I'm actually asking, rather than
hold on, Jen. Jen, we'll just let him finish it, please.
Yeah, carry on.
So you're inside the boat and you can't feel it move. But do you think that there's equipment that's sensitive enough that man has made that would be able to tell that boat had done a 360 or a 180?
Well, you got your compass, so your compass is going to give you that already.
That's one way.
Right.
But are there motion sensors? Like, could I tell when it's moving? And I don't have a compass. So are there motion sensors that can tell I'm rotating?
Yeah, I think if you're sitting in your boat and you're not doing anything else but just sitting in the middle of your boat, sitting in it, you would be able to tell eventually.
Oh, so you think you'd be able to tell no matter how slow? If it took 100 years to make that rotation, you would know it rotated.
I mean, 100 years. I mean, come on. I mean, if you looked
up. All right. If it took an hour to make a full 180-degree turn, you think you would notice that?
Only if I had visual cues, of course.
No visual cues.
Which we do have, because we're on the Earth. We've got to be realistic here. I'm not blind, am I? You know what I mean? Okay.
Well, no, but everything in the globe model.
The speeds we're supposed to. Okay, I'll let you finish. The speeds we are supposed to be moving at are like 1,038 miles an hour at the equator, and as you move towards the northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere on this imaginary ball, the speeds begin to reduce.
That's
got visual cues.
That's true, but if you were walking in any given direction, the amount of speed change is going to be, let's see, to walk 12,000 miles? No, 6,000 miles up to the North Pole. You're going to take months to make that walk. So you're changing that speed over a period of months. You're not going to notice that. And even in an airplane, it's going to be over a period of hours.
Yeah. The fact is, the speeds are different. This is the point, but we don't notice anything. So that proves that the Earth in itself is not moving. We don't even notice 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, which I believe you would notice. That's because that's faster than the speed of sound. You're going to notice that. Don't care what anyone says. It cannot be slow, even if it's taking 24 hours, 15 degrees a minute or whatever. That's at the speed of sound. That's noticeable.
Is it?
Yes.
When I'm on an airplane going 1,000 miles an hour, can I notice that over going 100 miles per hour?
If you're inside it, you might notice it through vibration and noise. If you're on it, you're going to notice it physically as you move through the atmosphere. If you're on
you've got your headphones in, and the windows have all the shades pulled down.
Well, I mean, you're inside, but we don't live like that, do we? We're living on the Earth. I'm telling you.
Right, but what are you going to hear? Are you going to hear? You're going to hear wind? No, the wind is moving at the same speed as you. Therefore,
no, you're going to hear it.
It's just like being in the cockpit of the airplane.
No, I do feel you're going to be hearing wind at 1,038 miles an hour. I mean, look, the fastest I've been is about 180, 182, 3 miles an hour on my bike. Yeah, and you're hanging on for dear life, and that's okay. Admittedly, it's on ground level where the air is most dense, but that's not even 200 miles an hour. So now, if I have to times that by 5, my limbs would be ripped off. The bike would be shredded.
Yeah, sure.
Panels would be flying off. Okay, so let's be real here. We're going to notice.
How would you get this differential in airspeed? We have the air is moving with the ground.
Again,
what are my cues then?
Yeah, again, that's not being demonstrated. That is an assumption on your part on this assumed ball that we live on. It's an assumption, isn't it?
Have you ever run with a?
I have practical reality in that I've moved 182 3 miles an hour on a motorcycle. No room for error at those speeds, and you're hanging on.
Have you ever ridden your bicycle with a tailwind and done the same speed as the wind with your bicycle?
I've had the wind push behind me, push me, and you feel that, and you actually feel that assist, definitely.
Right, but now I'm not talking about feeling the assist. I'm talking about if you're riding on your bicycle and you get up to the exact same speed as the air. You're doing 20 miles an hour now. You've got a 20 mile an hour tailwind. Do you feel your hair fluttering in the wind? Do you feel the wind blowing by your
I don't,
ears?
because my hair is always short. You see, I keep my hair cropped hairstyles.
Okay. Do you feel the air smacking you in the face and blowing your clothes?
Not particularly, no.
No, you don't feel anything. It's actually like you're in a dead calm, even though you're moving 20 miles per hour.
It's not that calm. I do feel the breeze on my face because remember, I'm cycling. I'm moving forward through the atmosphere, even at 20 miles an hour. The wind. There's never a time where the wind does not cool my face down. That's never happening.
Really? So I mean, I'm surprised by this because I mean I've had tailwinds before where when I got up to the same speed as the air, I didn't feel any wind. In fact, it got rather hot because I'm now working hard and I don't have any wind blowing over my body.
No, I've never had that experience, and I'm usually wearing lycra, the cycling gear or military styled cycling gear, and that, and I do not. I'm sweating. It's coming out of me, so I am feeling the breeze on me as I'm moving through. Well,
what speed do you cycle?
Even when I'm slipstreaming, even if I'm tucked behind the car, where most of the wind is blocked, I'm still feeling something. Less, but I'm still feeling.
Moyak, real wind or illusionary wind?
In this case, it would be illusionary lack of wind.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I've never had that. I've had the wind assist me in my rides. I've had that. I've had the wind press against me as I'm trying to go. And that's terrible.
Oh, that's terrible. I hate that.
Cyclist nightmare.
I love a tailwind, and there's times when I'll use the tailwind to try and get up to 35, 36 mile an hour. But and then you get the wind again. But when I go down to just cruising, letting the wind do most of the work, and I'm just keeping my speed up, and I'm just matching that wind speed, I'm really surprised you've never had that situation as an avid cyclist.
No, I've never been. I'm a very keen cyclist. I mean, I'm cycling tomorrow, and I've never had that kind of experience where the wind is not hitting me in the face. That's impossible.
Moyak, so you're saying a flag on a bike moving at 20 miles an hour with a 20 mile an hour tailwind isn't going to be moving?
It'll be just about dead still.
No.
But it will be moving, right? I mean, when
only
in
that wind is never perfectly uniform. So I mean, there'll be it will be changing moving. By a quarter mile per hour here, a quarter mile per hour there.
Yeah, moving.
A convection current over here that I crashed through that slowed the air down. But generally speaking, it would be as close to a still day as you can get.
It's still going to be moving.
Right?
It's still going to be moving because you're moving. Just because the air's still, you're moving.
Yeah, you're moving through the air there, Numpty.
Oh no! You won't be making any eddy currents. You won't be making.
You're not pushing the air out.
Has anybody ridden a bike here? I mean,
you're talking to an expert here. You're talking to an expert. That's why I'm bringing down. I'm fine tuning what I'm getting to the nitty gritty of what you're actually saying because your proposal is ridiculous. Okay, you've got the airflow from you to the flag from your elbows and your legs, the streamline.
What airflow?
You're not talking. What airflow? The airflow. When you're moving, even through still air, the air's not moving. You're moving through it. You're forgetting that.
You're moving the same speed as the air. There is no differential between your speed and the air.
Rare. That's your
legs are moving, so they might poof a little bit of air.
That's such a rare moment. It's like a billion to one.
Oh God, no! I mean, I get these I guess it's because I have these prevailing winds, but there's this one place that I can always guarantee I'm going to have a tailwind, That one's fun, but when you're coming back home, it's guaranteed to be a brute. So I usually try and set my trip up so I have the tailwind coming home.
So you're saying that the wind blows in just perfect straight line, and you can get in line with that, and then the flag wouldn't be moving. But yet you said, well, it would move, but you never answered that it would move.
Okay, this is moving, reality. Right? Reality is not perfect. Yeah. I'm not going to get a perfect wind that goes exactly 24 miles per hour 100% of the time. However, it will go to the point where I would call it a still day. Even when you're outside and you feel that still day where it's oppressively hot and the wind isn't blowing, and you just, occasionally you feel a little bit of air change. That's what you would typically call a still day.
That's never happened anyway. And
in actuality, probably, if you want to be hyper pedantic, there's never been a still day on Earth.
No,
but if you want to talk colloquially, there are still days.
I'm going to be that pedantic, mate. There's never been a still day where the air hasn't flowed across the Earth.
I agree with that. Because there's never been a day without the sun and moon.
Yeah.
So you've never seen a time of day where you would say, wow, it's dead calm out.
It's calm.
Yeah, sure. I've seen calm. I've never seen perfectly still. We always have movement.
Yeah.
Right.
Movement of air.
Movement, but that movement can be within. You can get that movement within less than a mile.
You just want to take the opposing view of everything, right?
You can get the wind up to like less than 1 mile per hour, right?
Okay, let me let you in on something.
This hill, mate. Don't go on this hill.
Here's where this has come to. We bring up things that we know you have to oppose just to make you oppose them and sound ridiculous.
I sound ridiculous when you think that the wind, from me going through at the same speed as the wind, as close as is humanly possible within the constraints that air doesn't move absolutely 100%, 1,000,000%, the same exact rate. We can get really close and we can call it still. You guys oppose this because you have to be hyper pedantic to the point where the point of the conversation is lost.
I am a man of nature. That's why I'm a man who adheres to nature's laws here. That's why I'm being pedantic. I'm saying what you're describing, 1 chance in 6 trillion. In other words, no bloody chance. Sorry. Even on a calm day, even on a calm day, wind is still moving. There is no time on this earth that wind has never moved. Sorry, the air has never flowed. That's impossible. It's never happened. It can't happen. There you go. It didn't create the earth that way. Earth doesn't stand still, just like time doesn't stand still. Like Rakia said, the sun and the moon are always on time. They're there. Come on, man. You're being ridiculous. It's not proving your globe Earth. We're not moving. We would know if we were moving. That's how sure I am. I would know. I've been given enough senses to discern that we're not moving. And I enjoy my bike rides. So we have to try harder to get that Earth globe, what's the word, established, substantiated, or get it, bring it to life. Bring forth the globe. I haven't experienced it yet. It's just that easy. Where's that curvature? Why am I not upside down in Australia? It's dead quiet now. What's happened? What's happened? Everybody gone home?
I think Moyak is building his model. That's why he's quiet.
Yeah. Okay, he's preparing for Assault 2, Earth's motion detector.
He's going to give us a crazy model of a medicine ball with a camera on it and lights on the ceiling going one way, but appearing to have 3 different motions. I can't wait for that. I'm really excited.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, I'm going to enjoy the flat Earth.
I told you
As I've always enjoyed it.
It's on my YouTube channel. Just me
From
spinning
my
it on my
birth.
chair. Perfectly replicates what we're looking for.
Eggshells, why are you always low, bro? Is it just me or is Eggshells low?
Yeah, he's low at the moment. He's not usually this low.
Even on YouTube, we can barely hear you, Eggshells.
Yeah, I think he's realizing it's gone past his bedtime because it must be coming up for either 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. Saturday morning. So he's burned his candles at both ends.
That is true.
He's had to drop the noise level down. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Gin's busy doing the laundry whilst we're talking here. Yeah. My son's birthday today. He's going to be 22. He is.
Congratulations.
22. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, he's 22 years old. So we yesterday we had a little memory lane slideshow on my smartphone, and we sat down here chatting away about the things that he did and we did, and do you remember this and that? Yeah, it was brilliant. Good therapy.
So since this star thing is dead in the water, obviously they they have nothing.
They didn't have.
You guys see the video that I posted on the Disney? Anybody see that?
No, I haven't seen anything.
Let me repost it again. Hold on.
Yeah. What's it about? How they have nothing?
No, about how they making it okay to teach little boys and girls 4 years old about trans and whatever.
Oh yeah, that's been doing a lot of rounds lately. Even in my Telegram, I got a number of notifications, and that was the topic matter. You know,
they're pushing it hard. Even when they get the
unfortunately.
protesting, the negative publicity even helps.
Yeah, I'm not really keen on that subject.
SE, you saw the paint?
Yeah, bro. Mirror. Nice job there.
Yeah, that's the third. The fourth coat I have the glass in it, like be shiny. So that's actually it's mirror, but it's not as shiny as it's going to be. So I'm excited. I just left to kind of get out of their hair. I'm gonna come back later when it's done.
You're gonna be blinding other boats, bro.
Yeah, I love the color. Like I was worried about that. Once you pick your color, not knowing, and then once you see it on the boat, I love it.
It looks really nice. Yeah.
Another 3 or so weeks, we'll have it splashed in.
Sure, you won't be able to feel the motion at all.
I don't know if my engine can go over the curved water.
I think I saw a car. I'm not sure if this was a camera trick or it was the actual car, but I saw a car where the guy could change the color of it, like a remote control.
Yeah, that's coming out. Yeah.
My
you
brother
can change the color of your car.
My brother had a Corvette when I was young. He showed it. He would put it in shows and stuff, and he had 3 different colors, like going up and down as a gradient, and depending on how the light hit it, is what the color was. It was amazing.
That's
cool.
Like
that chameleon paint.
No, that's cool. The angle, what Rakia's saying, but this, you'll be able to change the color electronically somehow. I don't know how they're doing it, but I saw a thing on it.
No, that's cool too. The thing Rocky was talking about. I think they call it the chameleon paint or something. Depending on the angle, it could look purple or teal or something. Was it like the purple teal kind of thing? There's another one now where they use pixels, weird pixels, and from one angle it can look white, and from another angle it could look black. I've seen that too.
I think the one I saw, you could even make it flash and change on the fly, and I don't know if
Yeah,
it
like we
was
can make
real.
bendable screens now. We can make bendable screens. So just if you just make the panels out of screens, you can have the ship be anything you want.
Yeah, I don't know how they did it, man. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like I said, I don't even know if that was a camera trick. Was that even like real? Was it even real or?
I think it was BMW or something. I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I saw it a while ago. The black and white one was awesome too, though. That was just like depending on which angle you looked at it. One angle looked black, the other angle looked white. That'll be look confusing on the title. You get pulled over. Listen, you said this was a black car in the title. It looks white.
Oh, you guys hear about the assault on Twitter?
With Elon Musk, yeah, he's trying to take Twitter over.
He's trying to take it over, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he'll have it.
He'll
He'll have it eventually.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the important part. The important part is that he says that it's not free, and he wants to make it free again. Now, that part I don't buy, but let's see.
Yeah, he wants to return it to its former glory, where you can be free to say what you like, basically.
Yeah, like free speech, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys, Americans especially, have a look at that video I posted. Your children are under assault. America's got to do something, man, because this could be the end of little boys and little girls. You won't hear those two words again.
Gender looming, gender binary, non-conforming. What a load of shit! What are they doing? Honestly, stupid fucks. Anyway, the world is mentally disturbed anyway. Yeah, the world is definitely mentally disturbed anyway. The whole world needs counselling and a checkup from the neck up anyway. All of us. No one can say different from that. No matter how sane you think you are, you still need a checkup.
Yep, the freaks have taken over the show. They've taken control of the ship, or they're trying to, anyways.
Oh no, they've got good control. Look at what's going on. Wear your mask. What's going on over there? What's going on the other side of the flat Earth? You know? No, it's just.
They want to educate children from age 4 to age 8, something like that, about transvestites and neutral stuff and gender equality. What kind of nonsense is that?
That's preparing for the new messy world we're going to be living in.
Not us, our children.
Well, I'm going to be around still, so I'm not planning to die tomorrow.
You're planning to live forever.
Exactly. Yeah.
Good on you, bro.
Junk.
So, ballers, you're silent on this topic. What do you got to say, guys? Moyak, Kosho.
I think it's live and let live, I think.
About writings, what's your take on this?
Yeah, you know me. I don't go along with the mainstream like everyone else does. I'm on y'all side sometimes too.
I could have swore that was rakia, not eggshells.
Close enough. Hey, I got a cool story from last night. No coincidences, right? So I've been going to this one casino, and I stay there when I go on the weekend to do my boat thing. So family's been staying there a lot. Blah blah blah. I've kind of gotten to know one of the chip runners. Like for whatever reason, you know.
Okay.
Probably got a call. It happens with Rikia. His phone
He
drops
ran
him.
away. He ran away.
Yeah, he ran
Essie,
away.
don't try to
Chicken,
try to
chicken.
save him. Fucking save him. He ran away. He got scared, ran away.
In mid-sentence, yeah, that's what flat earthers do. Even though he's not a flat earther. So no baller wants to comment on that, huh?
What was the topic?
The topic is Disney. They brought a bill out in Florida. Disney wants to repeal that bill because they want to teach 4-year-olds to, I think, 8-year-olds.
Oh yeah, they
about
want to groom children.
transsexual. Yeah.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, bro. Yeah.
One time I made the mistake of going into Gym Pandas, and I made a comment about, you know, this woke message that's being crammed into everything. And first they denied it. Then I showed them that it's in literally almost everything. Then they switched to acknowledging it, and then switching to, what was it? So how does that harm you? And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
You can't have a conversation with those people.
No, they want to now slander your character now.
Oh yeah. I'm a bigot.
Well, you're lucky. Jim called me a Nazi, and I should be rounded up.
Well, I was there yesterday, and they were talking about COVID, okay? And I was saying, well, look, I don't believe in that crap. It's just rubbish. And then the guy says, well, my wife is sick. She's got it and that. And then I was laughing. So now they started attacking me.
Hold on, Jen. Hold on. I'm sorry. Don't do any of the medical talk, please. They're cracking down heavy on that shit.
Yeah, I was just saying I was laughing at his wife. Right. And
don't post nothing about it. Don't say nothing about it. That's not.
Don't worry.
That's not on us. That's all these YouTube and Discords and shit.
It's Geo server as well. I understand all that. Don't worry. I'm well informed on that situation. So I'm going to keep it short but funny. And I just said, look, I couldn't give a shit about your wife, you, and that's it. And I just kept laughing. I laugh in your face. Consider it as me taking a dump in your mouth and pissing on your face. All right. That's what I said. And I should have seen that didn't go down well. Yes.
Well, apparently, Jam got a strike for that, or whatever you call it. So we better be very careful. Yeah. That's a no-no.
Okay.
Yeah, they took down one of his channels within the Discord. I heard something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, anything medical is a no-no.
So do regular exercise is a no-no.
Exercise is exercise, bro.
That's good. So do regular exercise and you'll be healthy.
If you're not a doctor, you should not be giving out medical information. Simple as that. And I kind of agree with that in a way, yeah.
I don't know. I would disagree with that, actually. I would disagree with that.
Yeah, I prefer free speech.
Yeah, I prefer free speech, but I kind of get the situation also.
Free speech is free speech, and it's the one thing that we have that we were given. No organization on this earth can stop you to say the truth. Doesn't matter what the server is doing. The truth is the truth, and it must come out. So there are dangers out there. It's the human being thing to warn of those dangers. Sorry, never succumb to that. Never be muzzled.
Well, let's cheer for Elon Musk then. I think this is going to be the first time I ever cheered for him.
Yeah. If he succeeds in, taking it over, that is.
If he pulls it off, I'm going to join Twitter for the first time. I never joined it.
No, I don't think I'll ever join it, but I'll just wait and see what they're doing. You know what I mean? People like Elon Musk as the owner, yes, who lies to us that he's sending his ships to space. That already writes him up in my book already. So whatever he's doing with Twitter, he can stuff it up his ass at the end of the day.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one. Yeah, it's kind of dodgy.
Very, very dodgy indeed.
He's also known for shenanigans, man. Remember what he did with Dogecoin?
The man is definitely a weirdo. They had a thing on him the other time, and something about wearing blood, and he has certain things about his girlfriends. They have to have a certain hair length, a certain makeup, a certain dress. Like, the guy's a real freakaloid. Yeah, definitely. See, when you're that rich, you can order. Sorry, go ahead.
No one's talking. You go ahead.
Apparently, he orders his girlfriends like a certain size breast, a certain size hips. They have to paint their nails a certain way, and no joke.
What's a worry? Anyway, the women conform. They're just idiots as well. But then again, they're just after the money. Yeah. I like my wife to wear clothes from the 60s. 60s fashion is what I like my wife wearing. Even if it's swimwear as well. Okay? That's the era that I like for women. 60s and like the 70s. Chic, classy, but not over the top. You know?
So you ran away, huh, Rakia? Ha! Chicken.
Yeah, Rakia, what did you do? What did you do, man?
Yeah, I took a phone call from my son.
Oh, yeah, well, that makes
He's
sense.
saying how he loved the color.
How is he?
Oh, he's great. They're coming down. They're coming down tomorrow.
All right. Nice. Nice, and it bit of an adventure. Yeah.
we're always moving and going. But I was telling the story last night. I was talking to a lady about biblical cosmology, and another lady that I'd kind of gotten close to over the last couple of weeks. heard us over talking, talking about it. And she goes, biblical cosmology, huh? I said, yeah. I thought she was fixing to start like ridiculing or whatever. She's like, I've been studying that for 4 years. The earth is flat. And I was like, yeah, I know. So it was funny. But I was getting a text from another friend of mine that her husband had just died. And the way that I found out that he was studying it is we went up to his land where he's buried at, and we were taking the kids stargazing, and on the way, me and him were walking next to each other, and that's how we started talking about stars, this, that, and the other, and that's how we found out we were studying the same thing. Well, last night that girl goes, yeah, I've been stargazing since I was a little kid, and the lady was texting me from that land where me and that guy had met because of stargazing. It was so weird. Like, there are no coincidences. It's all connected.
Yeah.
And she has 7 kids. They were all up at the cemetery last night, doing that. But amazing how things are linked together. 2 random, basically, people. It just proves there's so many people that are woke on this subject. I mean, what's the chances of her overhearing it?
Yeah. Her husband, did he die young or
Did he what?
Pass away young.
Yeah, he was in his 30s. He got in a car accident. He was pretty wild and crazy, but he was an amazing man. Like, loved nature. He didn't care what, people respected him. They loved him. He was the one where at his funeral they mentioned flat Earth.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah.
Yeah. But amazing man, a wonderful wife and 7 kids, and she's, I vowed to him and he vowed to me to take care of each other's families. So that's one of the families that I support and take care of. They don't ever have to worry about anything. She is a amazing woman taking care of 7 kids now. Some of them are grown and they help, but she has amazing faith and she didn't understand as much when Clay was trying to tell her in the beginning, but now she knows. She sends me things every day. She actually sent me the thing on the on Disney, and then she sent me that new water. Follow the water or watch the water or whatever.
Yeah.
Where they're talking about
That's
the
good.
venom of the snake. Yeah.
It's nice when they're sending you things because now they're hooked. They're in there. They're actually studying when they're sending you stuff. Yeah. So that's gratifying in itself. Yeah, great. And her husband was a sane man.
He was very, very up on things and, reasonable and really kind, and everybody loved him, amazing guy. But she also told me about, I used to go to her church that she goes to now. New Covenant is what it's called. And that was in my community back then when I was newly married. And we went to church there with our kids, and we all grew up together and did things together. But she has a group in the church now that meets and gets together and discusses biblical cosmology and things. So I'm gonna start going to that group.
Yeah, it is nice when they're actually sending you stuff now. Good. Seven kids. Amazing. There was a lot of love between them. Was she Irish? Was she an Irish woman?
No, I don't know. She's blonde haired and light skinned.
The Irish, they love a lot of kids, which is good. I like big families. The Irish and the Scottish love their big families.
So who here knows about sextants?
I know a reasonable amount, not huge, but
there you go. That got him up. The word sextant got him up.
That did it. That seems to be a hot topic. So, Eggshells, if I was to ask you a question, you take your angle with the sextants, correct?
Yep.
Get an angle.
Zenith.
Now, if I was to ask you, regardless of the two straight lines and all that, whatever, you have an angle now. If I was to ask you, what do you do next for celestial navigation? Would you be able to answer that question?
Yeah, what you do next is subtract that from 90 to establish how far you are from your star's GP.
Okay. I think we all know that standard question, right? Subtract from 90. What do you do next? First of all, where did you get the GP from? How did you get the GP?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
Get it from a nautical almanac. You can get it a bunch of places, but if people
So you have to have your almanac with you then. Okay.
Well, yeah, you could. I mean, nowadays you could just do something that uses apps and stuff, you know.
Sorry?
You can do it with an app nowadays.
It's done with apps, yeah. Do you think that you'd be able to do this yourself in the open ocean?
I think so, yeah.
You think you'd be able to navigate?
That bit I'd probably be pretty useless at, but just being able to take a site and trilaterate probably on a ball, like on a globe map.
So you feel confident enough? Let's say I was to put you in the middle of the ocean, blindfold you, like fly you in on a helicopter, drop you in on a boat in the middle of the Pacific, let's say. What would you need? And do you think you'd be able to make it home to the port where you started from?
Yeah, I think you could make a pretty good sextant yourself, depending on how accurate you want. Like, you're not going to get as accurate as the nicely machined ones, but you can make them out of a coconut. The Polynesians have been.
No, I'm saying you. Would you feel confident?
Yeah, I mean, I get the gist of it. In terms of if what I would need is the almanac. If without the almanac, I will struggle to trilaterate my position. Well, just flat wouldn't be able to. That's about all I can think of. Like, you could make the other bit with the coconut, so you don't need a real sextant. You could just make a plumb sextant with a coconut.
With a coconut? You think you'd be able to navigate home with a coconut? Really?
I mean, it depends where you're aiming for. But if you're aiming for a large landmass and you just need to go, what latitude am I aiming at? Sure.
Which is basically, isn't it, landmass first. That's what you're going to be looking for. If you're a novice, it's a landmass first. And then perhaps the second time you might get closer to your destination. And then eventually you're going to recognise landmasses and you know where you're going, perhaps.
Exactly. But you can determine the way they used to do it before they figured out how to do latitude was before they figured out longitude was latitude's pretty easy. It's just how high is the celestial pole in the sky. North for north, south for south, obviously. But if you know where, you can know what latitude you're at, and you presumably, hopefully, would know the latitude of Australia, let's say. So you just go to that latitude and then sail east, and you're going to hit it.
I would pay to see somebody, anyone here in this arena, shall we call it, to try to attempt to do that, because I've heard a lot of talk.
Sure.
And
I mean, my one of the guys who set up the who was advising McToon on his sextant challenge is about to set off on a tugboat. You know, people who really like boating will do work where they like ferry somebody else's boat from somewhere. You know, it's been sold to somebody or built to spec or something, and he's taken countless sites over time. But yeah, I wouldn't trust myself enough to voluntarily get dumped in the ocean to see if I can get home.
Does anybody know if you have to actually navigate this way to get a captain's license?
That's a good question. I would
no, you
think
don't.
so.
You don't. As a matter of fact, Rakia is here. He can speak on that.
Oh, like a standard boat license? Definitely not. I've got a standard boat license here.
Well, like a yacht, literally a yacht, like a big,
Oh, no,
you know.
I thought you were meaning like if you wanted to be like a commercial, you know, shipping person.
I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to the licenses, but I just mean like for instance, my father built this big steel yacht himself, and in order to operate it, he required to receive a captain's license. I don't know what exact license, but I'm just curious if anyone has to actually do it and succeed doing it in order to get the license.
I know a little something that might help.
Navy.
The little research I've done, I remember reading any commercial vessel, I believe it was 3,000 tons or 30,000 tons. Don't quote me on the number. They had to have at least one person aboard that knew how to do celestial navigation in case of an emergency.
Yeah, like if you're suddenly out of power or there's an EMP or for whatever reason your GPS stops working, you've got to be able to still find your way back. And so yeah, there's same in the Navy. They've got gators, they call them navigators, whose job it is to keep a current set of sights and know where you're at.
The reason I ask is because I would have no reason to doubt that celestial navigation is not a real thing. You know what I mean? Like I don't doubt that you can do it. And like
I'm
you
not
said,
saying it's not a real thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not a real. Yeah. What I will say though is that magic book that they use now is irrelevant. That's just one way maybe to do it. Because the Polynesians did it. I'm sure they didn't have a magic book.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. The Polynesians did it the same way I'm talking about, which is they know the latitude they're aiming for. I mean, it's entirely possible that they also had longitude worked out, but longitude, at least today, is really difficult to work out because you need to know the time in a place that you aren't at, if you get what I mean.
Well, yeah, look, you know roughly that the sun rises in the east, not always at the exact same spot, but you know roughly. That's some things you can count on, right? You know Polaris, that's the most important navigational tool there is, actually.
Well, except you can't see it past the equator.
I was just going to say that if you're in the north. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's all right. We've got ones in the south. We've got Acrux and...
Well, you got the cross there, yeah, which kind of hard to find.
What?
Why is that? Why is it hard to find?
It's not as easy as
because it's not. Yeah, it's
not easy, but a little hard work is worth it.
That's what hard to find means. I didn't say it's impossible. It's not like the North Star.
I think the southern celestial pole is more difficult because you have to kind of figure out where it is and about a center spot about these other stars that you do know where they are, that are easy to see.
That's the point I was making, I think.
Yeah. Okay. But isn't it, why is the fact that the celestial bodies all move opposite directions in the south versus north? Why do you think that is, Essie?
I think you're late to the party. Is Moyak here?
No, I was asking you. Yeah, I am late. I just got here. Okay, all right. Writing an
We
A-shells has
already
been here
went
since
through
last
this.
night. He's been here the whole time.
We already went through this, bro. I don't want to go through it
No,
again.
just high level. Just like the cliff notes, just like a one sentence.
Well, we talked all about the stuff that you want to get into right now.
No, I don't want to get anything.
And
I
asked them, okay, fine. This is what I want you guys to do. Make a model of it, recreate it. Get a medicine ball, put a little camera on it, easily done with a phone, let's say, or whatever. Spin it, have lights in the ceiling, like recreate the lights in the sky, and show me 3 different motions. One linear, and one on either side of it, a counterclockwise and a clockwise motion.
I can actually do that. That'd be kind of, I have a small GoPro camera I'll stick on there, tape it to the side, and we'll spin it around. And I have lights I can put all over the place. And what you'll see is exactly what you think you see. Things at the equator will go in a straight line. Things on the North Pole will rotate counterclockwise. And on the Southern Pole, they'll go clockwise. I'm asking you, why do you think that is? Why do you think that is that we see that in like Australia versus like North America or Europe? Why do they go different directions? And I don't need to get into it. I'm just curious your opinion, Jesse.
You mean why do they appear to go? First of all, I want to see you do this. Are you going to be a man of your word and you're going to make this model?
Sure, I'll do it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So tell me, but in exchange, why do you think this is observed in appearances? What you see, sometimes what you see is caused by other things. But why do you think it is that we see that?
First of all, I haven't seen that myself.
You haven't looked out your window and seen things go. You haven't looked out your window and seen things go counterclockwise.
No, I've seen things go counterclockwise and clockwise, of course. But we're talking about the stars now. If you're at the equator, if you look up, you should see a linear motion, a counterclock motion to the left, and a clockwise motion to the right. Correct?
Yeah, I think we have video. We've shown video of that here.
Yeah, there's plenty of that going around, but I want to see that recreated. I want somebody to recreate it, show how it's done. Because if the stars move in one direction, right? We see them move in one direction across the sky. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that at all.
So you're saying the stars move in one direction.
By definition, By definition, a circular path is a constant change of direction. So it's exactly opposite of what you just said.
Okay, let me rephrase that then. When we look up in the sky, how do we see the stars moving?
We see them moving in a counterclockwise rotation in North America, northern hemisphere.
Right, all in the same direction, right? Rising in the east and setting in the west, right?
No, I just had a. Well, no, they don't, because they take a circular path. But I'm thinking about what you're saying and think same direction. Like, which way does your clock hands move? They all move the same direction. It's clockwise. Is clockwise a direction? Maybe that's where the confusion is.
Okay, let's get to the nitty gritty. When we look at the stars, they move in a clockwise fashion. Yes or no? When we
look
look
in the southern hemisphere.
And in the northern?
Counterclockwise.
Now, is that an apparent or an actual rotation?
That is an actual rotation.
So the stars are actually rotating counterclockwise in the south and actually rotating clockwise in the north.
Define actual.
Define actual?
Yeah. Like, for example, when we talked about Coriolis and things, is the ball actually moving straight or is it actually curving? I'd say yes for both of those. But it depends on your definition of actual.
It's not. You listening, Jeremy?
Remember, words have meanings, and definitions are critical here. No,
you see Jeremy, why I don't want to get into it with these guys? Because they're in La La Land.
No, you heard what I said? So actually it can be both. It's reference frame dependent, is it not? I mean, if I'm in a Coriolis analysis, they're both real. They both have effects. It depends on how you're looking at it or where you're looking at it from, which reference frame you're looking at it from. So if you're looking at it from a rotating reference frame, it is actually turning because you can plot out the coordinate systems and see the path is actually a curved path. I can give you the coordinates and it is a curved path. So actually it is. But when it actually means absolutely or in an inertial sense, then you'd be right. The only actual movement would be the straight line, and that'd be only viewed from the inertial reference frame.
Did anybody understand that? Is he saying two things at the same time, or is it just me?
No, Jeremy knows what I'm saying.
So what are the stars? Are the stars actually moving?
Can you define actual?
clockwise?
Can you define actual, please?
Yeah, actual for real. In other words,
no, that's not good enough.
That's
Like
not
when we
good.
throw
Okay,
a
can you
ball in
define actual?
Well,
I just told you.
When we throw a ball, hold on, Zanuck. Like when we throw a ball in a straight line on Earth, we know how to actually throw a ball in a straight line, right?
Right.
Right. We know how to actually, so we know the ball's actually going straight.
How do you know it's actually going straight?
Because do we know how to actually throw a ball in a straight line on Earth?
You're saying two different things: how to do it and what you see. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Do we know how to actually throw a ball in a straight line?
How do we? I'm confused what you're asking because no, you
Can
don't.
Do we know as humans how to actually throw a ball in an actual straight line
Yes,
on the
we
actual
do.
Earth we stand
and
on?
we know how to shoot, and we know how to shoot a shell in a straight
Okay,
line.
so we can actually
Do we know how to do that?
Let's baby steps.
We don't know how to
So
do
we
that.
can actually.
We can't do that. It's not possible. It's not possible to throw something in a straight line from a gunboat to a northern shore of England from the ocean in the south. We don't actually know how to do that. We can't do it. It doesn't happen.
You can't get nowhere, Essie. There's this.
Well, no, I'm just telling you.
That's why I told you, Jeremy. That's why I told you. I tried to pass the baton to you, so you.
Confusing,
This guy
Jeremy.
forgot it.
Don't pass this shit off to me.
Jeremy, you know this. And you're walking it back. You're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing to me that I did to you, right? Now you're pussing out, looking at your peers here. You're backing down. Look at you. You're cowarding away. Jeremy, you know this.
I'm on SE's side.
I know you are. I think that's why you're a traitor. You're a traitor. You totally walked it back. You were a strong man, big man on campus. You knew Coriolis. You understood reference frames, and now suddenly you regress back to an infant.
Listen,
you mean you saw the light? You saw the light. That's what you want to say there.
No, he's gone backward. He started out not knowing it. He spent a year studying it. Now he knows it. Now he's walking it back because you're there. Because your deep, very convincing voice, SC, an intelligent voice, is crushing him. He's bowing to you now. He's paying homage to your greatness.
But it doesn't work on you.
I'm never going to
work on you
because I'm like a robot.
Danik, can I ever have a chance to respond?
Yeah, I just spew truth. You see. I'm like a robot. I don't bow.
Let Jeremy say his piece, bro.
He's not. He won't let me. He can't let me.
Of course I will. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. So unlike you, I think that we actually know how to throw a ball in an actual straight line on Earth. I don't know what your contention with that is. It's weird if you have a contention with that.
Straight line with respect to what? The shortest distance between 2 points? The shortest distance between 2 points, is that a straight line? Jeremy, I'm going to play with you here. You're going to lose, by the way, once we go down this path.
Oh, you're going to pull a Bob on us now, Zanuck?
Well, I mean, Bob understands it too, but I have a little different way of explaining it.
Please, go ahead. The popcorn is out. Go ahead.
Okay. Jeremy is a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points.
Jeremy, indulge him. Say yes.
He won't play my game. He knows all.
Trying to negotiate with a 4-year-old. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Hey, I know,
Jeremy. I know. See, where I'm going with that is actual, means what you see. I mean, you actually see something. And you're thinking absolutely. Does it absolutely go straight in all reference frames?
Zanuck, you can't back out on it from now.
I'm not backing out. I'm giving you so much rope. You either can flourish with it or you're going to hang yourself with it. Yeah, see, which is it?
Bro, you already drowned. You already hang yourself. How many
No,
times?
not me. See, you can't project onto me. I'm telling you, I've given you the rope. Now, divine actual, is it what you see or what it is?
You said that a ball actually travels both straight in one reference frame and actually curves in the other one. Now, how can you recover from that? You can never recover from that.
Perfect. If you stop there, you have my respect, and you and Jeremy are on the same page because Jeremy knows this, by the way. And we can stop there because yes, they both are true. It's not double
What?
speak. They both are true.
So you're tripling down on it again. This is the
Of
third
course,
time you're going to say it.
SE, it's something that I understand completely.
You might understand it. You might
No,
accept it.
I understand it, know it, have knowledge of it, and are able to convey it to you. You are putting barriers up. You don't want to entertain the idea that something can actually curve and go straight and
At the
both
same
be
time.
true
At the same time.
At
Yeah,
the same
finish that
time.
at
sentence.
the same
Finish
exact
that sentence.
yes, at the same exact time, because how you're looking at it makes all the difference in the world.
You heard it, guys. You heard it. Zanik, have you heard of the term dialetheism?
No, I have not.
Okay. Dialetheism means the acceptance of two truths. You have two truths.
Well, this would be one of those then, if that's the definition.
Absolutely. This would fall in that category. Yes, sir.
Okay. And now I need to say it one more time because I think you might have missed it, even though I said it 10 times earlier, that in the reference frame you're looking at that motion from, it will make a curved path or a straight path simultaneously because both will be happening. Can an inertial reference frame contain a non-inertial reference frame? Of course. It's a subframe. It's a local reference frame. Do you know what a local reference frame is, first of all? Yes, see. Have you heard the definition of a local reference frame?
A local reference frame?
Yes.
As opposed to a far away reference frame?
No. Local as opposed. So I'm going to teach you something. You taught me a word I didn't know. Dilithium crystals.
No, not dilithium crystals.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Dilithium.
Yeah, I know. Dilithium. It sounds like dilithium crystals. That's how I'm going to remember the word. I never heard that word before. So you taught me something. Now I'm going to teach you something. So a local reference frame, which you don't know what it is, and an absolute reference frame. A local reference frame can be within a absolute reference frame. You get me so far.
Well, give us an example of this, please.
Well, we could have a reference frame that is rotating, and we can have a reference frame that is not rotating. Both are point coordinate systems, and the local reference frame lies within the absolute reference frame, and there's math to actually do transforms between them. So you can actually analyze the motion within either one of them from the perspective of either one of them. Does that make sense?
So a reference frame within a reference frame? Is this what you're trying to say?
Yes.
And how does this apply on the ball and the merry-go-round, please?
Well, if you're looking at something from the absolute reference frame, it'll appear different than when you're looking at something from the absolute reference frame.
You just said absolute twice.
I'm going to say, well, I'll look at the TV real quick. If you look at something from the absolute reference frame, it'll look different than looking at something from the local reference frame. And you can you can predict what that path of that object moving in it will do, depending on if it has an inertial state or not.
So
there's also objects that are moving in it that could be inertial or non-inertial themselves, which makes it even more complicated. And we use transforms. There's math we use to actually determine the path and predictions of motion in those environments based on what reference frame you're looking at the objects from.
So
does that make sense?
Does that change the motion of the ball traveling in a linear path?
Well, yes, depending on which reference frame you're looking at it from, yes, absolutely. For example, if you're looking at that ball that was thrown in the inertial reference frame that went straight, and now you're in the rotating reference frame and you're looking at that ball being thrown, that it has an inertial state once it leaves that person's hands, it will make a curved path in your reference frame. In the rotating reference frame, it actually curves. You can plot it. You can predict it.
You keep saying, I can't believe it, man. I just can't
I
believe
know. This is
how your
mind bending
brain
for you.
works, bro.
I'm spending time because I know it's mind bending. It's not simple. It's an abstract thought, but you're fighting it, and you know it's true because you know if you go on a merry-go-round and I throw a ball across the merry-go-round, you know that it looks like it curves.
Looks. Now you said it correctly.
Fair.
Now you're changing the
Well,
story.
no, it
Looks.
actually curves. In the reference frame, it actually curves. It will curve. You throw the ball, it curves to your buddy. He's over to the right. You throw to the left. It takes a curved path to the right. It actually curved. It truly, actually, positively, absolutely curved.
Wow, I don't know what else to say to you, bro. You're truly a dialetheism in action, like live, real.
If that's the
What do they
definition,
call it?
yes.
VR?
There are two truths there. You don't think that when you throw the ball across the merry-go-round, that takes a curved path?
I'm with you.
Well, you're breaking up real bad. Oblivion, you're breaking up really bad.
Really?
Oblivion,
Oh.
you're at a real problem with your connection, whatever it is.
What's up, Zanuck?
What's up, Bubba?
What's going on? Yo,
How
Jeremy.
you doing, man?
Not much, man.
Let Oblivion say his thing, bro. Hold on a second.
SC and I were talking about dialetheism.
I was saying, I'm with you, Zanuck, right up until you said the ball actually really did curve, when we know it didn't. But I know what you're saying, but it appeared to.
If you didn't know if you didn't have any other exposure to any other environment, you're on this merry-go-round permanently. It's a big merry-go-round, and it's always spinning, huge merry-go-round, like the Earth, but it's moving really fast. So everything you do makes these weird, from our perspective, from people like us.
I get it.
But you would never know. All you know is when you throw a ball, you better, if you're throwing it north, you better expect this thing to turn right. If you're throwing it south, you better expect this ball to turn right. And it's always turning right, no matter where you are. And that's your reality. It's actually turning right because everything you do in your life will be based around this ball turning right whenever you throw it. Everything.
I get it. So, like, for instance, if I went outside at night and I was smoking a cigarette and looked up at the sky and I saw this light streak across the sky, but it curved at a radius, I would go in and tell my wife, holy shit, I just saw this streak in a curve, so I get what you're saying.
Everything would be curved, right?
Unless
you're able to force things to go. Now, here's the mind bending part, SC. And I'm glad you brought that up, Oblivion. Now, say you saw something go straight. Now you have a whole new set. We'd have a whole your culture, your environment. Everybody would know all these laws of physics, and you draw some math about it too. People would figure all this stuff out. So if you ever saw something go straight, you go, "Fuck, that's impossible. Nothing can go straight in our world, right?" Because you have all the math to prove it. Everything you do curves. So that must be a spaceship with forces to make it go straight. So that required a force in your. So it'd be a pseudo force. It'd be a pseudo force in respect to your environment. So nothing can go straight in your environment. You don't know of any other environment. All you know is where you live and you're spinning, and everything you throw curves, actually curves, because that's the environment you're in. How does that make more sense to you, SC? If you looked at it from like where you live, your environment perspective.
Zanuck, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You keep cracking me up.
No, if you didn't know any,
I think we live in different worlds, bro.
If you knew nothing else, but your world was spinning, if you knew nothing else, and everything you did made these curved paths, how would you know there was anything? What inertial even means? Inertia would be the opposite. If anything was going in a straight line, you'd say, "Well, that required a force to do that," and that would be true. Because it's all rough. See, it's an abstract thought. I get it, SC. You're not familiar with it. You haven't studied it. You haven't used it in your day-to-day life. Most people have not. Even I have not. But it is a truism. It is an absolute fact that if you are looking at something that is rotating, that is accelerating reference frame, you will observe actual movement that is a curved path for objects that otherwise would be straight from an inertial perspective.
Observe. Now you're changing it again. You mean actual curve.
Actual.
Yeah, that's
it's actually curving. Because actually means what actually means, did it go from B1 to C2 to D3 to E4? Is that the path it took? And you'll say, did it actually do that? SE, I'd say yes, because I can plot it. I know where I took a video. I have a point coordinate system superimposed like a matrix. You can see all these dots everywhere. Every dot is equally distant from every other dot. It's a matrix, right? And I can plot very accurately the path of this object. And every time I throw it, every time it's shot, it follows this curved path. It actually is doing it. So yes, actually and observed are one and the same in that reference frame.
Sheer delusion, bro. Sheer delusion. That's all I can. There's only one way to say that.
You know what's funny is here you are, not knowing much about it, but very articulate and very intelligent, as you are, I can tell. But every physicist in the world would agree with me. Every single one. There's not one that wouldn't. Isn't it? Millions of physicists that have studied this for 8 years of school, PhD physicists, they all would agree with me. Every single one of them, except for you. Isn't it kind of a Dunning-Kruger
Tell
thing?
I challenge any one of them to a debate on this. Any one of them.
Convince him.
You?
Yeah,
you?
Me.
Why
yeah,
are
me.
you? Why do you feel you're delusional? You called me delusional. I have to call you delusional. Why do you think you're equipped to make this argument? You can't even make it with me, and I'm not a PhD.
Well, just tell him this delusional, crazy dude wants to debate you on this.
Hey, Zen,
I say they more than happily will do that, especially the ones that are a little bit, eccentric like me. They'll do this for the fun of it because they will be like, how are humans in this planet being so dense? And that word dense does not mean the molecular distances. We're talking about dense as in your brain. You're not opening it up a little bit to understand some basic concepts of physics. We're trying to help you, and you're just resisting it with all your might, all your
let me
tenacity.
tell you how I see it from my point of view. This is what's happened to you.
Why do we care with your point of view?
You've been listening. Well, why are you talking to me then?
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead. What were you saying?
This is what's happened. You've been listening to the shadow giants, right? Particular Einstein. You've been told a story. You bought the story. Now you're repeating the story. What we're doing is showing you the nonsense of this, and you're clinging on to these shadow giants. That's what's happening. You're in a state of confusion and denial.
Zach, can I offer you something? Because I don't want to take away conversation with SC, but I thought maybe because I heard I get where you were trying to go with the that whole other universe, or like your observation being made from that rotating frame. You were arguing that there's not an actual frame, and then the one where it appears to be doing something else in some other frames, like it's at whatever frame it's being described from is what it's actually doing. And I was going to offer you that the Galileo's, what is it called, the principle of relativity, just how he describes all motion as being relative, and you can't even describe motion or speed or velocity, acceleration, anything. You can't describe any of it without some reference frame. And so, just because you're in one reference frame and not another doesn't mean that if there's some true sense to what's happening, right? Like there's not an actual event. There's not an actual path. There's actual paths in every reference frame. So
that's ridiculous. That's relativism. That's a pile of nonsense. You have to believe in what you said right there. You have to believe that a ball could both be traveling straight and curving at the same time.
Right. That's actually what I was
about to say to you. Physics does not allow that.
That's what I was about to say to you. Actually. I was about to say that's the last thing I was going to say to you. I was going to ask you to describe to me the path of a ball. It should be very easy. Not any single path, but the actual path of the ball. And this ball is being thrown by a dude on a scooter on a cruise ship, going I don't know, whatever speed you want it to go. Okay.
Are you going to start with the cruise ship again?
And it's being observed by many people, people on the shore, people on the cruise ship, other people on scooters on the cruise ship. And so just describe to me how fast the ball's going. Path of the ball and all this kind of stuff.
I'm going to describe to you just pick a speed. Pick a speed. When a person throws a ball, how fast do you think it? 20 miles an hour, 30, it doesn't matter the speed.
The boat's going 10 miles per hour. The scooter's going 10 miles per hour. And the river is also flowing 10 miles per hour. Okay. And the ball is thrown at what speed?
Pick a speed, 20 miles an hour, let's say.
Maybe there's a better way to phrase that question by asking like, if you try to measure how fast the ball is moving using like a radar gun, where would you put the radar gun?
This is not about speed. This is about the appearance of a ball traveling. When you throw it in a straight line, how does it appear on a rotating frame of reference as opposed to the non-rotating frame of reference? That's what this is about.
I know, but this is the fundamental disconnect. This is why we're talking past each other. It's because we're not talking about the same thing, and that's why I'm bringing it to the most simple way of describing it. Like when you said, "Oh, that's just relativism," I'm trying to show you that that's the way all motion is described. Any motion.
I think. Can I put a quick? Yeah, Coach has done a great job of trying to set the stage for it. And SC, I'll just cut to the chase because I know you don't have the patience for a lot of this. In talking about throwing the ball on the boat on the river, going at some speed, where do you get the radar gun? Where do you put the radar gun? If you put the radar gun on the island, if you put the radar gun on the boat, you know you'll get a different speed for that ball, right? Which one is correct?
Talking about speed. Why are you changing
we're just talking about relativities.
Yeah, but you're talking about speed. I'm not talking about speed. It's irregardless. I'll give you any speed you want. You want 20? You want 30 miles an hour? You want 33? Maybe your favorite number. No problem. It's not about
the speed, but where to put the radar gun.
I'll let you go. Let him go. So we can't fight the flow here. Let's see. Let him roll. Okay, so any speed. So 33, my favorite. Actually, is my favorite number. My football number. I like that number.
You see, I told you.
Yeah, good guess. Okay, so we got 33. Wow, that's kind of spooky. You know that. All right. Anyway, so 33 miles per hour. And we measure it from where? Are we measuring it on the ship when he throws the ball with the radar gun? Or are we measuring it from the island across? We're approaching this island, and I measure it with a radar gun. Where do we measure it from?
What are you guys going to bring in that next? Hula hoop and dancing girls. Dude,
no. Just stay focused.
Just hear me.
This is a quick one because I know you know the answer, and I'm just going to draw the analogy, and you're going to say, "Oh, that's bullshit," but that's okay. Let's just go through the exercise real quick. Those are great points. Kosho and Bacon both brought it up. So you got a radar gun, and you're on an island, and you measure this ball on a boat across you can see the boat. He's approaching you. He's almost going to run into the island, and someone throws the ball on the boat, and you measure 33 miles per hour. Now, if you put the radar gun on the boat, would you measure 33 miles an hour?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, just play.
What do you think? What do you think?
Me. Well, we know that
I'm not playing your games, bro. We're talking about motion.
I'm just trying to get your mind wrapping around.
No, you can talk about
relative motion. I'm just trying to get you to understand relative. I just posted a.
You can talk about fairy tales all you want. Radar guns.
It's not. Can you let me?
The ball is traveling in a straight line.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to get you to understand relative motion. Just real. Let me. Okay, you know what? Don't say anything. Let me finish my sentence. Then you can make your comment. So we have a ball that we've now measured from the island that says going 33 miles an hour, but when we went on the boat, it's only going 13 miles an hour. You understand? Now they're both actual. It just depends on what point of reference you use. Now in the relative motion in curve paths or reference frames, which is different than relative motion from points, you will see the same analogy that if I watch that motion from the rotating reference frame, things occur in the point coordinate system that I can plot and predict. And if I look at that same motion from an inertial reference frame, I will look at that motion. It'll be straight. It'll be inertial, and I can plot it as well, which is correct.
So are you saying, okay, you're talking a lot, bro. Take a break.
No,
so
I had to describe two scenarios.
Different relative motions, are you saying that relative motion is caused the ball to actually curve instead of going straight? Is that what you're saying?
Depending on the reference frame, it will either actually be curving.
Man.
Okay,
I can't
okay,
do this anymore.
Well, hold on. You say you're so smart, and maybe this is a product of me and the institutionalization I've had with all the people telling me what I should think. You could be right there, but I posted that blurb about the changing the frame of reference, motion, physics. This is in the physics books. You talk about defining laws of physics. I'm showing that it mentions transforms. I also mentioned that too. This talks about the local frame and the absolute frame. There's a transform between those two, by the way. This is exactly speaking to what I've been trying to tell you about. It depends on where you view the motion from. If you view it from a rotating frame, it curves. If you view it from an inertial frame, it doesn't curve. They both are true. They both are correct.
No,
I don't know how more simple to make it.
Absolutely wrong. When you say appear, yes. But when you say they really do curve, you're wrong. And there's nothing ever that you're going to say, no amount of math, no amount of reference frames that you bring up that are going to change that, Zanuck. Understand that.
So, in other words, you can't think in different reference frame. Go back to the very first sentence I started with. I want to know the definition for you of actual, what actual meant to you. And now you've defined it. Actually means to you inertial. So everything you see is from an inertial perspective. And I get that. You can't get out of that inertial frame. It's a common mistake that most people in physics make when they first start learning it. And you're making it. And it's okay. It's not bad. A lot of people do this.
No. You're making the mistake.
Okay. No, I'm not. No, don't attack me. You can attack me later. I'm attacking you now because you can't look at things from a different frame of reference, and that's fine. So your definition of actual, and we all can have our own definitions in context. Your definition of actual means inertial, and that's all I'm going to say. And I'm not going to change your mind.
I'm in the real world. You're in fantasy.
Real world. What does define real? What does real mean? What does real mean?
What does real mean? Real is this. When you throw a ball straight, it goes straight. It doesn't curve.
Really? On the merry-go-round, the
real.
Ball curves?
Yep.
The merry-go-round ball curves. You throw it to your buddy, it curves to the right if it's spinning counterclockwise.
It appears.
No,
ball is actually traveling straight at your buddy, turning into that.
He catches it from a curve. He even turns his mitt to the side because the incoming trajectory of that ball is curved, and it comes into it at an angle. So he has to get his mitt to the side. So he actually catches it from the side. How could it go straight?
Because he's curving, not the ball. He is the one curving, correct?
Correct.
He is in the non-inertial reference frame, correct?
Also, he has a reference frame, right?
They all are. Everybody's in the non-inertial reference frame because that's how we're looking at it from.
If he has a reference frame, if he has a reference frame, and you use that reference frame, there would be a curve in that reference frame. You agree that he has
correct.
A reference
it would appear. It would appear.
No, I'm saying in that reference frame, not actually, but in that reference frame, right? Because you agree that he has a reference frame that is actually rotating. So if you use that reference frame has a curved path.
No, I'm not saying that's incorrect. It appears to have a curved path.
I'm not saying if it appears or if it actually. I'm not comparing appears to actually. I'm being very specific. I'm referring to the path in that reference frame.
Yes, and I'm being equally as specific. The ball is actually traveling straight always, and in the rotating reference frame, it appears to be curving.
Yeah,
nothing
it appears to be curving because in that reference frame it's curving.
Okay. Right? Remember, Bacon, I you there when Brett mentioned if we lived in a world that was spinning really fast, really small, and that we never knew anything else, and everything we did made these curves path, how would you know that things are going straight, actually, in your world, SC? If everything you saw curved, you threw a ball, you walked, you were always leaning one way, everything you did was, and we had a whole set of physics that had this equation, 2 omega times VR equals this force that is always with everybody on our planet, on our plane, or whatever you want to say you're living on. It's all there, and we never knew anything else because all we saw was this. We didn't have any reference points above us, no stars over our head. All we had was when we throw a ball, it takes a curved path. How would you know that there's any other reality of that? How would you know? See,
what kind of question is that?
What kind of person?
What kind of question is that? If you were to throw a ball and it would take a curved path, We would not be in our physical world. We'd be in another realm.
Well, yeah, no, you could be.
That is a
If I put you in,
question.
if I put you in a huge room, like the size of the biggest building on the planet, where it's like a mile across in every direction, and you are, and that whole entire building is spinning, and you have no idea of anything else. You never left out of that building. You're not. It's like almost like what was that movie with what's his name where he's like it's a simulation. Anyway, you're this building spinning. You never have left the building. You don't know there's anything outside the building. It's your whole world. It's so big, you have no reason to suspect anything else. You're born there. You were brought up there. You played baseball there. You played football there. You've run there. You've driven cars there. Everything curves to the right. Everything, matter what you would accept that as your reality. How would you know that there is something where you can throw something straight? Because your reality would never allow you to see something go straight. How would you know that there is something, the reality where the actual reality where something could go straight? How would you know that?
What kind of nonsensical stuff are you? You're starting to make my brain.
No, I'm just trying to say, if your knowledge, if you didn't know, if you didn't know
I'm not the only one. This guy is hurting my brain, Jeremy.
Bacon, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help it.
Why? Because if he didn't know, how would he know? If he didn't know of any other situation where a ball can go straight, he never seen a ball go straight ever in his life. It's not possible for him to throw a ball. The only way you can make something go straight is if you add forces to it, which is the inverse of 2 omega times VR.
I prefer the boat analogy. I really, you can ask, how fast is the ball actually going? There's a difference.
I know that was he didn't like that because it's not rotating. It's not rotating, so we had to go back to rotation.
There was a claim that is very easy to demonstrate, which is that the ball is curving in the frame of reference of the rotating in a rotating frame of reference. Because what is a frame of reference? It's just the coordinate system, right? So if you have this coordinate system rotating, every second the ball is in a different position on that coordinate system. So you can draw a grid on the merry-go-round and plot what's the position of the ball in every second or every tenth of a second, and that is going to form a curve in that grid. We all should agree with that. That's sort of obvious, right? So if it forms a curve on the grid, that is the exact same thing as saying it forms a curve in the frame of reference, because that grid is the frame of reference. So you cannot say that it's not curving on the reference frame. It's going straight actually, but appears to curve. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I was asking you, C. Montro, is if it's curving in the reference frame. And the answer should be obvious.
Yeah, the answer is obvious. It appears to curve. We're doing this. We're going around in circles over and over and over.
Not the question. The question is what happens to the path of the ball in the reference frame that is rotating. That's a very specific question, and there's only one right answer.
It appears to curve. That's what happens to it. It's very simple. Because if it wasn't here, let me put it to you this way, Bacon. And I gotta go over to next level. We're gonna go live soon. Let me put it to you this way, simple. What if the merry-go-round is not spinning? How does that ball appear in that reference frame?
Straight.
There you go, bro. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
Why?
Wait. What was the question again, SC? If the ball is not spinning, or what's not spinning?
If the merry-go-round is not spinning, and one guy throws the ball from one side to the other, how does the ball appear?
In a rotating reference frame?
No, nothing's rotating, bro. The merry-go-round is not rotating. You have one guy on one side.
Reference frames are not merry-go-rounds are not reference frames.
Oh my God!
The reference frame is the point coordinate system that contains the merry-go-round. So you're making
Jeremy, please take over. I can't do this anymore, bro.
Of course you can't. Your brain is not able to handle it. It doesn't have the capacity to deal with this topic.
Bro, you're a lame brain. I'm telling you, you can't answer a simple question. A merry-go-round.
That's projection right there.
A merry-go-round, not spinning. One guy on one side, one guy on the other. How does the ball appear to move?
Depends on the reference frame.
I'm trying to ask it a different way. So
what different way, man? It's simple question.
I could have a reference frame that I've created a reference frame that actually is rotating. That I'm looking at that stationary in
But
your
it's
world.
not rotating. I'm
No,
specifically telling you,
you
it
see,
is not
objects are not
rotating.
reference frames. Objects are not reference frames. They occupy space in a reference frame. And if I
Forget
have a
it, man.
reference frame,
Forget it.
all reference
Forget it.
frames. Yeah, you don't understand reference frames. That's okay.
There's nothing more I can tell you guys,
Yeah, I know.
man.
You're true.
A
That is
child
absolutely.
can
That's a
understand.
truism.
You know, it
That's a
doesn't
truism.
understand reference
So
frames. That's why
Zanik, I'm gonna
you
go
should-
now. We're gonna go live soon. I'm holding you to task. I want to see your model with the medicine ball and the lights you said. Deal?
So I have a globe. I'll put a camera on the globe. I can spin the globe, and I can see these objects and all the reference points you've talked about, and see the relative
Okay.
motion between them.
All right. I'll give
And
you whatever time you want. And
yeah, you'll see the ones on the North Pole. They will go counterclockwise, and the South Pole they go clockwise, and on the equator they will all go in a straight. Well, the ones will be that are in line with it will go in a straight line, where the other sides will be opposing directions.
okay, cheers. Let's leave on that happy note. Cheers. Thanks for the convo.
You got it.
Later, guys.
He is one stubborn mofo.
I get where he's coming from, though. I understand what he's saying, but
no, because
remember, but no, hold on. Remember, I even said, Zanuck, I'm with you up until you said actually, and then you're like, oh well, and then they gave the example about the boat. I totally get it. Reference frame dependent, but he's stuck on actually.
Well, that's why.
That's
why in the very beginning we could have solved all this on what he meant by actual. And what he means by actual is that it's from the inertial reference frame perspective, and that makes sense.
Yeah,
sure.
but it's not just that, because if you specify the reference frame, he doesn't want to use the word actual anymore, even though you're specifying the reference frame. So if that ball was dropping drops of paint of ink on the roundabout, and you ask what's the path it forms on the roundabout, it forms a curve. It doesn't appear to form a curve. That's a curve right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no. He thinks actual is inertial. He can't get past the inertial nature of his question because actually means only means in his mind when it is looked at from an inertial reference frame. It's he can't get past that. He thinks that's reality. That's what actually reality means. The inertial reference frame is reality, and that's not reality. Mathematically, it's not reality because it is relative. It's relative, not to belabor the term.
Even if you want to go with that, you still should be able to. For example, if I tell you that I ate an apple, right, in my dream. So I had a dream. In my dream, I ate an apple. So if I just ask you, did I actually eat an apple? The answer should be no. But if I ask you, did I actually eat an apple in my dream? Now the answer should be yes. But just because I'm referring to the dream, he refuses to use the word actual. But I'm giving you the context. It's on the context of my dream. In that context, I actually ate the apple.
That's even giving him more than I'd like to with your dream. Actually, in your dream.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Even if you take how he sees it, he's still
yeah, that's
just
what he's thinking though. Yeah. That's how he's thinking. He's saying, well, even in your dream, did you actually consume one? Well, you thought you were consuming one. You went through the digestive process. You can feel it go down your throat in your dream. It went into your gut, but it really wasn't getting digested. This apple didn't molecularly, nothing happened because there's no molecules involved because it's in your imagination. But in the physics world, these are physical things. So, I mean, I get your analogy. It makes sense. I'm taking it one step further. And actually, you didn't eat an apple, even though you did in your dream. You didn't actually eat one. An apple, physical apple, wasn't touched, or it wasn't there. But in reference frames, these things are actually there. They have physicality. They have laws of physics that apply to them, and laws of physics that don't apply to them. And
that doesn't make the claim I actually ate a dream in my apple. I actually ate an apple in my dream wrong.
No, I would not go with that because that has too many loopholes as far as what dreams are. Are dreams actual?
But I'm saying
I know
actually.
I know what you mean. I completely understand what you mean, and I get the analogy absolutely. What he doesn't understand is that I gave him a lot of rope I gave him the actual description of what a local reference frame was and an absolute reference frame, and he's stuck on the absolute reference frame. He cannot leave his thinking based on the absolute reference frame, and that's his problem. That's just a small-minded problem.
Right.
Yeah, that's his problem.
Oh, that.
That's one of. I mean, who knows what else he has going on? Any of these flat earthers. I mean, I'd love to spend a day with him just to see how he lives his life. Maybe it's one of those things where it's such a small segment of their consciousness and life that it doesn't matter one bit that they have a belief in contraphysics and the earth is flat and all this. It might not make a bit of difference. Maybe that's true. It doesn't at all. It's one of those things where it's just a glitch. It's like a computer glitch in their brain, and they work around it.
How do you explain to someone that you can have an angle to a curved surface?
Wasn't Bob talking to Jeremy about that yesterday?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think I came up with an example for that, which is mirrors. So mirrors, the angle of incidence is the same as the angle of what's the other name? It enters the mirror and leaves in the same angle, but it's the angle to the normal line, right? And the normal line is defined as a line that is perpendicular to the surface of the mirror.
Right.
That's like the general rule of mirrors, and that applies to curved mirrors as well. So it applies to convex mirrors, it applies to concave mirrors. So they're curved, and they still have a normal line, which is perpendicular to that curved surface.
Yeah, draw.
So if the claim is that you cannot have an angle to a curved surface,
yeah, draw.
Why do curved mirrors work? Why the laws of physics don't prevent
that's
curved
true.
mirrors to exist?
That's exactly right. So the answer is
draw it.
It's based on tangent.
Once you draw it, you'll see it.
Stop doing that. You can have a tangent to any curved surface. What Bacon is saying is that there's a tangent to the curved surface, and there's a perpendicular line to that tangent, and the angle is based on that relationship of the tangent and the perpendicular line. Is that what you're saying, Bacon?
No,
yeah,
he's got fucked up.
Yeah, that's the truth. Because that's how light's going to reflect. So yes, there is an angle to a curved surface.
Yeah, I haven't fucked B-ball. He tried to do this, so I actually took everything out until he just saw the angle. Here, I'll grab it.
I think you just demonstrate it with a fucking ball and a protractor. And you put a little line on it, normal to the surface, straight up and down. And all of a sudden, you can start getting angles as soon as you have a reference.
They almost can't believe that you can have a protractor on a ball. They think that the same angle will be right because it's a curve as you rotate it. But if you realize that as you turn it, there'll be a different point of contact. You can't have it on one point and have it be normal to that surface. It always will have. It'll have a different point. That's why tangents are like that. That's why they call them tangents. If you draw a tangent to a line, if you look at a distance, any distance away from that point of contact, the distance to the curved surface will be the same. If it's not the same, well, then it's a different tangent. You see? They can't envision how tangents work.
I was saying that you can't get a. Like if I have a horizontal plane or a plane that is tangent to a sphere, I cannot tilt that plane without changing where the tangent is, right?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
Right. Yeah, sure.
But see, that right there is the way you fight it, because if they think, well, yeah, of course you just take the protractor and tilt it. But what happens to the tangent? It would actually go into the surface.
Yeah.
Well, you start making a chord. You start having a chord.
You can visualize that by just think of a very rigid sphere like a snooker ball or a billiard ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you get a plate, like let's say a metal plate, and you press the plate against the ball. And then imagine if you can tilt the plate and keep that touching the same point. You can't. As soon as you tilt, it's going to roll over the ball.
That's how you can measure the circumference by doing this. because as you move it, you will actually start traversing, following the path of the surface.
Yeah, that's true.
And so that's how spherical geometries in gearboxes work, like harmonic gearheads and things. Harmonic gearheads work on that principle of that tangent moving across the surface. So they just their brains haven't quite grasped the fact that these tangents do have a point on the surface, and once you move it or change the angle, it moves on the surface. Quite fascinating that their brains aren't able to grasp this.
SE can't grasp the fact that you can have three motions on a spinning sphere, all independent of each other, but they're all going the same direction.
I know, right?
You should be able to grasp it because that answer is contained inside your answer. But you don't understand your answer or that answer or anything.
I do. I understand it perfectly well.
Yeah, you don't, though, because you don't understand what he's saying.
I do.
Well, you just said you didn't.
I do understand what he's saying.
You do or you don't?
I do understand what he's saying, and I understand perfectly what I'm saying to you. When you have
now you know why. Then you were stumped.
You don't know why. Can you? Would you agree with SC that when something is in a rotating reference frame and viewed from a rotating reference frame, that it actually is taking a curved path? It's thrown.
Let me guess. Take whatever answer you want.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm not.
If I throw a ball in a rotating reference frame and it takes a curved path, is it actually taking a curved path?
Yeah, if it's a curved path, it's a curved path. The reference.
Okay, good. Then you're one step above SE.
Yeah, so this is Bacon. This is why you trigger so hard, because you never listen to answers to begin with. That's why when you ask questions, I tell you to use any answer you want.
Of course I do listen. But when we're asking,
you have a cognitive function, so that's why you blurt, and that's why you don't listen. So you ask questions,
I like to have when you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why you say use any answer you need. That's
I'm trying to speak, man.
That's for you because you don't.
You're not listening.
Now.
You're doing a lot of projection here.
Yeah, you're not listening now.
Crit, come on, Crit, please.
Yeah, he's not listening now.
Listen, you're not listening. You're just talking. You're just talking. You're just throwing out words now.
Yeah, exactly. And I can explain it or not. If I don't need to, then use any answer you want. Just make it up.
It's very simple. When we're talking about a topic in physics, I like to have a conversation about physics.
You don't know physics, though.
Whenever you join the conversation,
whoa, he made a claim. What do you mean he doesn't know? Well, Bacon, hold on. You made a claim. You attacked him. He doesn't know physics. How do you assess that? Why do you say that? And what's your assessment based on?
Yeah, the same thing every day. The same.
No. You made a specific claim.
Okay,
I expect you to back it up.
If you're not listen to the answer, use any answer you need to trigger or not trigger. As soon as you interrupt, as soon as you ask a question, then interrupt, then squawk.
You weren't answering the question, though.
Yeah, I was. I was actually talking.
You weren't.
Yes, I was.
You were talking, but you weren't answering the question.
You can go back and replay it.
Yes, you were talking, but you weren't answering the question.
Okay, there you go. See, you're not listening.
I am listening.
If you're not going to listen and just squawk.
Okay, I'm going to stop talking
away.
right now. I'm going to stop talking and allow you to speak. What's the answer to why you think, what's the validity of your assessment of him not knowing physics? Go ahead, go.
Because I've talked to people who know physics. They don't need to tell you they know physics. It's obvious they know physics.
That's not an answer.
Okay,
Did I say I know physics? Did I say I know
Bacon,
physics?
don't let him talk. Let him hang himself. Right. How do you assess him not knowing physics?
The same answer.
That you've talked to people that know physics and therefore he doesn't know physics. That's not an answer.
What's my answer?
You said you've talked to people who know physics and he doesn't know physics. That's not an answer.
There it is. What's my answer?
I don't know your answer. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay, I just say it again. Keep saying it till you hear yourself talk.
You said Bacon doesn't know physics. I ask you why you know this.
Yeah,
and how.
People who know physics, they know it. They don't judge it against other people. And if people have an error in the physics, they're able to correct that error. He can't do that either. There's two answers. Can you repeat them back?
What do you mean I cannot do that? How do you conclude that?
He's not answering the question.
Yeah, the whole thing with the mirrors. You don't understand even how mirrors work. That is
Don't
someone
I?
with deep-rooted errors in physics.
Okay, so where was my mistake on mirrors exactly?
The angle comes in and then reflects. That is the angle. It has nothing to do with the surface.
It has.
The surface is the cause.
What are you
You
talking
can
about?
change. You can change the surface.
I actually, what I said was exactly the law of. I think it's called the law of refraction. Let me just see how it's called.
Angle of incident equals the angle of reflection.
Yeah, which is an angle taken by the normal line, which is a line that is perpendicular to the surface. That is by definition the law of reflection. So me quoting the law of reflection is me not understanding physics,
Yeah,
being
because then
that
you think
actually
about
the law of physics that
Yeah.
describes yours.
yeah, because you're not listening again. Because then you messed it up and say like you're not sure how to explain that. You don't even know what the flat Earth idea is first. Then you shit your brains out over not understanding physics, and then end up exactly where you started at, in the endless spiral with
Where
no
am I not
learning,
understanding physics?
no growth.
What about physics am I not understanding?
Go back and listen to the tape. Just play that.
So you don't want to answer.
Or
Right.
if you're not going to listen to answers, just make it up.
Well, I'm asking
You
questions. I
You
expect an
pick.
answer.
I
You're just
gave
not
you an
giving me.
answer. If you're
What's
not
the
going to
answer?
listen, yeah, you don't know how light works, how reflection, how angles work.
Am I making
None of this
claims
stuff.
about light?
None of this stuff. You have no idea for any of it, but you rate yourself as some sort of expert that's
wasn't
going to
making any-
explain to somebody else what air they have.
This is so much wrong. I never said I was an expert. I wasn't talking about light. I was talking about the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction. Whatever produces that is just a separate discussion. Well, I'm not talking about light, how light works. That is how reflection is described in physics. That's what I'm saying. So if what I'm saying is how physics describes mirror, you cannot just say that that's me misrepresenting physics or not understanding physics. Anyway.
Yeah, so this is how simple it is. The angle, they label where the angle is. It has nothing to do with the surface. That mirror could be curved, concave, convex. That doesn't change the angles at all.
It does.
The angle is still the same spot. The light coming in measured to the light going out.
It actually
There's
does
your
change.
angle. That's your angle.
It actually
Two
does.
straight lines.
It actually does change if you're.
No, that angle's still going to be from the light going in to the light going out.
No,
There's
no,
where
if
you
you're
measure
sen-
your angle. Of
if you're
two
s-
straight lines.
I'm trying to speak. So if you're sending a light ray to a mirror, and it's a flat mirror, and then you change, you make that mirror curved, without changing where the light is hitting.
Yep, two
without
straight lines.
I wasn't finished. I
Still
wasn't finished.
straight lines.
I wasn't finished. So
Yeah,
you don't
I'm
change.
correcting
I
you, but
wasn't
you're wrong already.
Crit, can you let someone
was-
finish a sentence? Is it possible?
No, how about this?
Apparently not.
Use any answer you need at that point.
Let him finish, bro.
I'm
Come on.
explaining to you what the flat Earth idea is, and you won't even let me say
Would you
it.
stop lisping over people?
Yeah, you can.
Moyak, that's not necessary. Crit, let him finish, please.
Right. So you have a ray of light. You're sending a ray of light to a mirror, and you curve the mirror without changing where the ray of light is hitting on the mirror, and without changing the angle. Oh, he's deafened. All right. Okay, so he can listen again. No, he cannot anymore. He's deafened again.
Is he done? Is he done squawking now?
I'm waiting for you to undeafen.
No, you're
so I
not.
can finish my
I'm
question.
waiting for you to get done so I can explain to you again what the answer is, or use any answer you need.
No, we want your answers. Tell us the answer. Go ahead. What's the answer?
Are you done squawking?
He's not done talking. Don't even insult him. This is a friendly conversation.
Squawking. Are you done squawking? Yes or no?
This is a friendly conversation. We're all done. We're waiting for you to speak.
You're not done then.
Hey, Jeremy, would you control your little animal?
Yeah, you asked us to if we were done, and we're telling you we're done, and then you say we're not done because we're telling you we're done.
Because you're still squawking. When you would be done, you would
Well, you asked if we're done, and I said we're done, and you said we're squawking.
You'd be done. You would stop.
Okay, I'm going to say it one last time.
He's not
We're
done. Let him finish. Hold on a second, guys. Please. Crit, he's
Jeremy, why
not
don't you
done.
moderate?
I'm trying to. Just stop talking. So, he's not done. Let's let him finish. Go ahead, Bacon.
All right. Again, you have a... Okay, he definitely himself again. He doesn't know.
Dude, either say it or don't, bro.
All right.
Don't.
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know what to tell you.
I wanted to ask him a question. Like, if he definitely himself, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna just talk to no one, right? It makes no sense. Never mind. I give up.
He's undeafened. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say it.
Oh, he's gonna deafen again. Oh, you see?
He's like it's like full retard, Jeremy. It seriously is.
Maybe he's just not interested in whatever the conversation was.
No, he asked. He said, "Are you going to let me answer the question or not?" And we said yes. And he goes, "Are you going to stop squawking?" So we're stopping the squawk. Everyone's quiet. He's off deafen. So Bacon, why don't you tell him? Go ahead.
No, there's nothing for him to tell me. I'm telling you with the flat Earth. This all started because Bacon couldn't figure out why flat earthers say you need 2 straight lines to measure.
Okay, great. No one say anything. Go ahead.
I'm explaining.
No one say anything. Go ahead.
That's not what I said, actually.
No, Bacon.
I'm explaining.
You hear me?
Why there
no one
is,
say
why
anything.
you need
Go ahead, Crit. Go ahead.
This is okay. So the top one shows you where the angle is. The light coming in, you measure the light going out. There's your angle. Now the bottom picture shows the same thing. You can curve it, you can wobble it, you can do whatever the reflective surface can do whatever. It doesn't change the fact that the light going in, you measure the angle, the light goes out. There is your 2 straight lines to measure an angle. You don't use the surface at all for anything.
Doesn't the surface cause those variances? Wait, Bacon,
the picture that he sent? Oh, wait, the picture that he sent completely contradicts what he said.
I know, exactly. So doesn't the surface change that angle? We have an acute angle in one of those contact points, and we have 90-degree angles in others. So which is causing what? Crit, your angle contradicts exactly what you said.
Use any answer you need at this point, because you're not paying attention. You're not listening.
Oh, I was listening very, very, very carefully.
Okay, repeat back what I said then.
You said that the surface doesn't matter in the angle. It hits the surface and comes off at an angle. You didn't to say what angle that is, and then you said the angle is always the same, but yet you're showing a picture that shows the angle always being different. Now, if I misunderstood you, I apologize. Try to explain it again with that picture.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it again.
They all seem to have the same angle of incidence. Something's different between all of them.
Yeah, right. That's exactly the point.
Yeah, so you're going to explain it, Crit. Go ahead. They have the same angle of incidence, yet all the lines have different angles. Every one of them.
Just like star trails.
What? No, we're talking about something hitting the surface.
That is where you get your angle from. You get your angle from
the surface
versus no, not the surface at all. Here you go. This is what.
Why is there acute angles and there's obtuse angles? There's all sorts of different angles there. Why are they all different? The angles of incidence are all the same, yet the resultant angle from the reflection is different.
There you go.
Due to the surface.
There's your angles. These are how you measure an angle. 2 straight lines.
Well, yes, but why are the angles different?
Yeah, what do the red lines mean? What are those red lines?
The red lines are
the red lines
is normal to the curve.
There we go.
No, I'm asking.
We'll take care. I'll take care of the red lines, and if that's got you, that needs to be erased too.
Why? That's important.
No, because you don't know how to measure angles to begin with.
But I think I do. But go ahead.
Well, that one's about 90 degrees. That other one is about 60. There's a
35, 45. I mean, so what? They're all based on this normal.
Okay, what is the difference between all? What is happening that's different between all of those angles of incidence and angles of reflection?
Yeah, these are just angles. Did you see these as angles?
Is this indicating light and its reflectivity?
These are indicating angles.
Well, yeah, we know what an angle is, but
okay,
so this is just a picture of an angle. Okay.
Now you got it figured out. This is how you measure an angle. 2 straight lines.
Actually, you don't measure an angle with two straight lines.
Well, so you don't know what an angle is. That's fine.
No, you measure the relationship. You measure the relationship of the two lines.
You measure the angle with a protractor. The straight lines do not measure an angle.
The point is that that surface isn't flat; it has curves on it. And if the surface was flat, all of the angles of reflection would be the same. And because they're curves, now they're diverging and converging. They're changing their direction because of the curves on the surface, which is exactly what I was saying. And you're saying the opposite, that the surface is irrelevant. It doesn't seem to be relevant in the picture you sent. Because
that's why use any answer you need, because you don't listen. You don't pay attention. You're unable to. It's some sort of clear cognitive issue within yourself, not me.
Yeah, I don't know why even try to talk to you.
Listen, I'm saying don't. Anytime you have a question for me, don't ask. Just make it up. You're not going to listen. You won't pay attention, and you'll be just as confused after as you were before.
Hey, Jeremy, do you think that the surface has some impact on the angle of incidence and angle of reflection?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you think that the surface is needed for the angle of incident and angle of reflection?
The surface?
Yeah, the mirrored surface.
I don't understand.
Well, if you have a curved mirror, will it have a different angle of incident and reflection, stuff like that?
It's still an angle.
Yes, it's still an angle, but it's a different angle.
This picture right here, you'll say you can take an angle between these two lines. That's what the globalist claim is.
Yeah, I can find normal for that.
Actually, that's not.
When we talk about sextants, are you still talking about a curved adjacent, getting an angle from a curved line? Is that where this is coming from? Because we don't do that, by the way.
Right here, this is where B-Ball's image that he
can answer the question.
He said that this line here, the angle he was drawing, was from the surface of the mirror to the line. And I'm like, no, that's not what you're doing. Okay, what you're doing
B-Ball isn't here. We don't care about what B-Ball is saying. Can you answer the next question?
Yeah, use any answer you need. Since you're not paying attention, you're not listening. Use any answer you want.
All right, Jeremy, this is not a conversation. This is bullshit.
That is not. I mean, have you ever heard having an actual conversation? I never.
Use that too. Use that. Now you've got your own logic.
I only restored.
Yeah, you've got your own logic.
Because Zenik was speaking to him, and I wanted to hear.
Yeah, you've got your own logic now.
But
See,
I regret that,
me.
and I'm gonna.
Yeah, you don't even need me.
Go back and restore.
Yeah, then you wonder why. Like, oh, I'm not gonna listen to you. You don't listen to me. And then you've got a reason for that.
That sounds much better.
Well, it sounds like everybody's been listening to you and responding to you. You don't seem to be responding back because you're
Yeah, I do. I give you one chance to listen. If you don't listen,
you know what, Jeremy, you can have your fucking little retard here. I'm gonna leave. Have a good one.
Yeah, look at. Of course, he wants to flounce.
Please don't call names. And what do you want me to do? I don't know. If you don't want to engage with them, don't engage.
No. I understand. It's just it's unlistenable. It's listening to his voice.
We were trying to engage since we started this conversation.
You're just lying now. All this started because they're just dumbfounded as to why flat earthers say you can't have an angle from a curved line. Then you try to explain it to them. They don't listen. They don't even lack the cognitive ability to listen. They turn you down. They mute you. They locally mute you. They hot mic while you're trying to talk.
Hey, are you there, Zenik?
I'm here. Yes.
Can I send like two very short pulses of light that overlap and are seen as a single photon? I'm not sure if that makes sense. That question makes sense. Zenic. Mic check.
Yeah, you can. I mean, a photon emission and reception can dictate a line. It's 2 points. 2 points always dictates a line. Is that what you're saying?
No, like as far as I understand, like if you're sending electromagnetic waves, photons are going to be like specific spots or peaks of that wave, right? That's how you would see photons out of a electromagnetic wave propagating through space. Is that a fair interpretation?
I think so.
Right. So if I have a single photon, I have this single package of wave
energy.
Yeah, but it's an oscillation of the electromagnetic field, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if I send like two photons and they sort of occupy the same regional space, so they interact and create a third wave that is a result of the two original ones of each individual photon. Is that possible? Is that going to be seen as just an individual photon with a different wavelength and speed?
I think you've kind of lost me.
Yeah, maybe. I know my vocabulary on this isn't.
No. It's not. It's my knowledge of the topic. It's not. I don't think it's sufficient enough to comprehend the question.
Right, because I was, the experiment in which you had like a single photon going slower than the speed of light. If what I asked made sense, there would be a way to do that. So you send two waves with different frequency, and the resulting wave, when you combine those, has the peaks moving slower.
Mm-hmm.
Because and if the peaks are where the photons are, and you do that very shortly in such a way that you only create a single photon, you can make the photon itself go slower than light. When you actually have two waves, both going at the speed of light, but the peaks are actually slower because of the way the waves are combining. So you create a photon that is slower than the speed of light. But at some point, the photon will become two unique photons again, I think. I don't know.
I can't. No comment.
Yeah, I think maybe I need to bring that to Gummy Bear. I think you
might want to talk to Quantum Erasure about that.
I was just gonna say it. Damn it, you beat me to it.
Are you guys talking about how light can travel at different speeds through a vacuum?
Exactly. Without the speed in which the waves are traveling being slower, you can have the waves traveling at the speed of light, but not the photons, because the photons aren't the wave exactly. I mean, if you try to understand how refraction works, then that might make sense. It only made sense to me when I understood refraction, like why things slow down in a medium. It took me a while to understand it. It's not as intuitive as you might think.
Yeah, the absorption and re-emission takes time. That makes it slow down.
That's not the answer.
Yeah.
It's not being absorbed. it requires a minimal amount of energy for an absorption to happen, and the re-emission doesn't follow the same direction of the absorption. So that is not correct.
That's kind of how it's a colloquial explanation of how refraction works.
That's kind of what?
That's a colloquial explanation of how refraction works.
All right. Well, yeah, but usually, like the word absorption and re-emission,
well, it's how
they have specific meanings that don't apply here.
Well, it's no different than when you have a radiation, electromagnetic radiation, hits a molecule, and then that molecule then re-emits the radiation, called radiation emission. So it's how heat actually. It's how heat can move, right? It moves via radiation, convection, and conduction, right?
When you say absorption, do you mean absorption of the energy of the electromagnetic wave, or the absorption of the photon?
It has to be transferred, right? It has to be absorbed.
That's true. That's true. But that's what I'm asking. Are you referring to just the energy of the wave, or the absorption of photons? Because
that is the energy. The photons are the energy packets, right? That's where the energy is stored.
Yeah, but the absorption of a photon require like a minimum amount of energy, and you have refraction. Even
no, wait. Would you say no? There's nothing that says that energy has to have energy to absorb it. That would break the first law of thermodynamics.
No, I think you misunderstood. There's a photon. Yeah, when a photon is absorbed, right? You need a certain. This photon has to carry a certain amount of energy. You can't absorb.
No, it is energy.
Yeah, but you can't absorb like a. I agree. A photon always have energy, but for the absorption of a photon to happen, you need like there's a minimum amount of energy you need for that.
No, I don't think so at all. Why would there be any minimum? That also would break the first law.
No, we wouldn't. Why would that?
Of course it will.
Why?
That means there's some energy will not be transferred. There's energy where energy has a direction. It always goes from high to low. If something has lower temperature, lower heat than something else, then it always will. It doesn't take an energy to be absorbed. It will actually transfer the energy to that lower energy state matter.
Sorry.
It has to. I mean, it doesn't. That's how it works. It always will move. It moves because of the first law, the second law.
Okay.
It moves from high energy to a low energy state.
I'm going to see my source again, see if I'm saying something wrong here. So I think maybe I'm not phrasing correctly. Let me just see how this is phrased. Okay, so what I was referring to is an atom absorbing a photon. And for that to happen, the photon has to have enough energy to excite an electron to the next. Let me just see how it's saying. It's like, it has to. Electron has energy states, right? and it cannot be in between energy states. It only goes from one to the next. It only jumps from one to the next, and that requires that same amount of energy from the photon, right? So if the photon doesn't have that amount of energy, it's not going to be absorbed by the atom. It's not going to be absorbed by the atom, right? Because for the absorption to happen, you need that minimum amount of energy to excite an electron to the next state of energy. That's what I was saying. That's what I meant by saying
We're not giving an atom a higher energy state by adding.
But that's what the absorption of a photon mean for an atom.
No, you're talking about energy state of the atom. So you're actually
the electrons of the atom.
The electrons, yeah. You're adding electrons to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's jumping orbital paths, the electrons in the orbits of the nucleus to a higher energy state.
Yeah, isn't that what is an absorption of a photon? Like when we're talking about light going through medium, we're talking about going through matter, through atoms, right?
Right.
And the way matter absorbs light is that a photon is absorbed by an atom by giving its energy to an electron that jumps to the next state of energy, to a higher state of energy, and that only happens in like chunks of energy. So
I don't think so. I thought it just makes it oscillate faster.
Yeah, the oscillate. Yeah, but if you're just making it oscillate faster, that isn't what an absorption is. You are absorbing a bit of energy of the photon. That's correct.
That is what you're talking. That is an absorption. If you can make an atom oscillate faster, then you've imparted into it greater energy.
Yeah, but that's the point that I was trying to make. That the word absorption has two meanings here. One of them is when you say light absorbs, is being absorbed by an atom. That is what I'm describing. The photon being completely absorbed by the atom, and that requires the photon to transfer its energy to an electron. And if you're just saying the photon is exciting the electrons and making them oscillate faster, then the photon is still going through the atom. It's not being completely absorbed. It's losing a bit of energy, which is exciting the electron and creating a new wave, which interacts with the first one. So there is a bit of energy being absorbed and being re-emitted, but that's not the photon being absorbed and re-emitted. That's
yes. Whenever any energy released is in the form of a photon.
No, the photon is just losing a bit of energy, but you still have the same photon. It just has less energy when it passes through the atom.
No, I don't.
It's different from it being observed. Like when you say a photon is being observed, it means like it's being observed by the atom.
That's how radiation works. If you transfer energy via conduction or convection or radiation, radiation is a specific type of transfer of energy. Now, if you're sending radiation through the vacuum of space, it's moving, it's not touching anything, not transferring any energy along its path. It's going through absolute vacuum, there's no matter there, but it's still moving because photons don't need a medium. So you're confusing the fact that you think, it sounds like almost like you're saying it needs a medium to traverse, like sound. It doesn't. So
I'll link the video that I watched that explained this. So maybe if you watch that, you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like I said, I'm not very proficient on this topic, and I'll be the first to admit it. But I do know the high level, and I can work through the logic of it. Even though some things in physics are counterintuitive, and this might be, of course, light is one of them. But I'll watch it and see what I come up with.
All right, I sent you. I'll be right back. I have to leave for a while.
So they got particles, light particles, single photons. to move at a different speed through a vacuum.
We do this test, we as humans do this test with black, where they accelerate electrons at near light speed, and they also fire photons
Yep.
going at light speed measurably.
Yep.
They have that's why this thing's 2 miles long, so they can actually discern between different effects that certain types of tests have on the photons when they're shot from these guns from one end to the other. So it's not like we haven't experimented with this concept before. We have.
You know, fun fact is, what, sir?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to tell my friend Zanuck. Fun fact, Zanuck, is that when you taste, all different taste buds, when you taste the flavor of sour, that's your taste buds detecting a single hydrogen nuclei. Yeah, that's true.
That's fucking brilliant.
Thanks,
That's profound. I'm gonna go.
It's a true story.
And it happened in your dream. That's where you were that going full circle about the reference frame.
Well, you said you understand physics, and so if you understand physics, you wouldn't be equating dreams with reference frames.
That's what you guys said.
No,
Yeah,
that's
that'd
what.
be dumb.
That's
That'd be
not what
dumb
we
to do
said.
that.
There was an analogy to try to explain something to SC about understanding things actually happen in a dream versus in reality, and that's not a valid analogy when it comes to physics. Physics is reference frame dependent. Reference frames are physical points in space that can be mapped out, plotted out, and you're looking at relative motion based on observing that motion from a particular reference frame, whether it be inertial or non-inertial, i.e., not accelerating or rotating versus rotating or accelerating.
That's the problem, is that there are some people that think there's a preferred reference frame that's absolutely true and everything else is false.
So
do we know how to move a ball? Do we know how to throw a ball in a straight line on Earth? Like an actual straight line. Can we actually throw a ball in a straight line?
Well, I know what you mean. Yes, you'd have to apply a force to it.
So
Remember I talked about. Hold on, let me answer you. So remember I talked about the reference frame that is rotating and you're living in it and you've never seen anything other and everything moves in curved paths and you think that's just reality. How do you make something move a straight path in that reference frame? Well, you'd have to apply a force inverse of the 2 omega times VR Coriolis force factor. Every calculation, the physics in that reference frame that you live in, you've never escaped from, all the physics would incorporate that factor everywhere. And the only way to make something go straight would be to add that into the motion. So a ball being thrown would have to have little jets on the side of it to make it counteract the curved path. Anti-Coriolis force. So in that reality, it actually would be curving always. Everything in that reference frame, everything in your world there would be curving until you applied a force to it to counteract it. You would never know that there was an inertial reference frame that existed in the universe, in your universe. The reference frame is just an environment for which you view motion from. That's all it is. And all reference frames exist simultaneously with all others. Where you look at something from makes all the difference in the world.
Yay, Lemon's here. Save the day.
Hey, how you doing?
All right. All the globalists are just stumped as to why they can't explain anything to flat earthers. And I'm like, you can't explain anything to anybody, let alone flat Earth. I mean, for crying out loud, just go test yourself. Go try to stand in a street corner, just pick some random person and try explain anything to them. They won't even listen to you to a starting point. They'd be like, who's this clown trying to explain something?
It does seem like there's a lot of time spent explaining why we don't feel the movement or see the curvature that we should, rather than saying, what we're actually experiencing. A lot of mind effing, if you will.
Yeah, then you tell them that. You say, like, hey, I don't experience any emotion. And you're like, they try to, like, psychoanalysis that. And it's like, huh. So you got a degree in mental health now, do you? You got, that's what the angle you want to take this?
Yeah, it does seem like a bit of gaslighting. Like, you don't feel movement, but this is how you should interpret that. Like, even though you don't feel movement, you wouldn't feel movement anyway because it. Small math number, therefore deny your senses. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny because nobody tries to tell you something that you don't already know. But I mean, you guys thought about it. You already know. You already know what you'd said was true. Because instead of me explaining to you that you're not supposed to feel it, why don't you just tell me how you're supposed to feel it?
I can feel 20 miles per hour in my car, therefore I would probably feel 66,000 miles per hour through space, by logical extension anyway.
Yeah, but how do you feel 22 miles per hour in your car?
I can feel the bumps, the wind, the jostle. I can hear the motion. I can tell when I'm going one way or another, uphill, downhill, with motion, against the motion, with the current, against the current, that sort of thing.
How would this apply to the orbit?
I'd be able to tell if I'm going with the orbit or against it. I'd be able to tell if the Earth is going through space or through some sort of.
You broke up at the end.
I'd be able to tell if I was going through some sort of substance, if the Earth was going through some sort of substance of space, like an ether.
I agree with that. You'd be able to tell if you were moving through something or not. But if you were not moving through something, then would you be able to tell?
Then I'd be motionless. If I'm not moving through the thing, then I would be motionless.
No, not that you're not moving through the thing, that you're moving, but there's no thing that you're moving through.
That's absurd. How do you move through nothing?
The same way you drop a coin down an empty bucket, and before it hits the bottom of the bucket, it's falling through nothing.
You would be falling through the wind. You'd be falling through the substance of space mixed with the wind, the ether. There'd still be something to drop through.
To do the same thing in a vacuum chamber, then.
You'd be dropping through the ether.
Yeah, but that's just a claim.
Like that's just a claim that nothing can exist. You can't even prove it because you have nothing to present to show that nothing exists.
That's not the case. You're claiming that we should feel ourselves moving through the ether.
And you're claiming that space is nothing, therefore we don't feel any of this stuff. No, that's a huge claim because you have nothing to present to prove that nothing as space can exist and we can go through a vacuum space of nothing.
No one's claiming space is nothing. What's not being claimed is that space has some sort of property that, stops you from moving through it. It's definitely not empty. It's definitely not empty.
Moving through it. There you go.
It's definitely not empty, but it doesn't have anything to give you drag, to slow you down, to do any of those other types of things that would make it apparent that you were actually moving. If there's nothing slowing you down from moving, then you're not being influenced in changing your velocity. So it's
then we have no way to prove that we're moving at all. without that framework, without something to move through, with an appreciable movement this way versus that way, or going crossways to that thing's, substance. You have no way to prove that you're moving at all. So at that point, saying that we're moving is a meaningless phrase, not without a framework that helps make it intelligible.
Yeah, that's not true at all, though, and you know that as well because that's the whole point behind all the Foucault pendulum and Coriolis, like his gyroscopes, Foucault, and his pendulum. These are tests that are meant to display movement that ordinarily would not, have any of this sort of deviation. But obviously, there's a force that's deviating it, and we call it an inertial force, and that only occurs if you're in an inertial frame. And so that's one way to test it. You do a test like that.
Well, if space is a substance to move through, that substance could be moving itself while the Earth doesn't move. That opens up another framework for interpretation of the false cult pendulum, the gyros, and all this other stuff. The substance of space itself, the ether flowing over the flat, motionless Earth, as opposed to the Earth being a spinning ball, somehow spinning through nothing or something that gives no drag and no sort of indication that we're moving.
Well, I mean, that could be true. You're right. But, I mean, why would you have any confidence that it was true or hold any stock in it if there was no evidence that was true? But that's just
the framework that allows the movement to be proven. The only way to prove if we're moving is if we're moving through a substance that offers an appreciable wind. Otherwise, it's an improvable claim to say that the Earth is moving and or something else, the substance of space, is moving.
No, but no one's saying the substance of space is moving, but we are claiming we're moving through space, and that's because people had made that suggestion, and through that suggestion, others had made tests to indicate that suggestion was true.
Kosho, I'm sorry. You guys literally claim the substance of space is moving. Do you know what dark energy is? That is literally the heliocentric claim.
Yeah, dude. I don't think you understand what dark energy is, dude.
It's space expansion.
Yeah, and how is space expansion going to display itself to anybody in this galaxy?
That is space moving.
Now, how is it going to display itself to anybody in this galaxy?
That's an
important question. Well, I mean, you're explaining our claims, right?
Yes,
our
claims that space
our claims tell us that dark energy is not going to be experienced by anybody in any galaxy or even our local galaxies. That's actually what a local cluster is. A local cluster
A few months ago, you said we experienced it in LIGO.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't say dark energy. I said space-time curvature.
Said the expansion of space. That's why you get a different reading when the gravity waves hit it. Space in between the two mirrors is expanding.
Yeah, but that's not because of dark energy.
Space expanding. Whatever.
Yeah,
it's space.
I know, but dark energy is a lot slower, dude. It's not.
Okay, so it's space expanding slower. All right,
Huh?
It's space expanding slower. Okay.
Yeah, dude. It's I think 0.7 of a centimeter. No, 0.7 meters for every. Yeah. I forget the value, but it's over like a million years. The whole point is it's not something that can be experienced in our universe, in our galaxy.
Tell us how fast space moves when you just got done telling us that no one's saying that space
moves.
No,
I'm telling you that we can't experience that here in our galaxy. So we're not going to experience that orbiting around the sun. So it's not.
But space does move, though, right? Space moves.
Space is expanding. This expansion is accelerating.
Yeah, space.
That has no effect on any observations we're making here in our galaxy.
But both sides are claiming that space moves.
Yeah, space bends. Space does a bunch of stuff. I mean, are you listening to what's being argued? Because we're talking specifically.
No, I wasn't.
I just get back to the point that we tried to get away from initially, Kosho. If space is already moving in an expanding universe in your model, then space could be moving over the Earth, giving us these effects of these gyros and other things. The Earth doesn't need to rotate at that point.
No, it does actually, because in our model, that's not explained. So if you're going to use our model, you can't just use things in our model that do one thing somewhere else and
The
say, oh well,
explanation is available.
since it can move space in this other way, let's pretend it can move space and things in space, so that it slows things down and does all this. You'd have to
At
actually
the
show
very
that that's
least,
true.
the explanation is available even by your own logic. If you're saying that
Lemon,
space
you're
is
not addressing what I
expanding,
just said.
then it could move and cause these gyro effects, these pendulum effects, and these other effects too.
How could that happen? When it can't even affect mass, it can't even affect matter inside a galaxy because it's so weak. Every other force is much stronger than it.
We have lots of questions on both sides. How does space expand? What is it expanding into? Is it expanding into more space? Is it expanding into something, into nothing? There's questions on your side too.
Yeah, Lemon, it doesn't matter if there's questions on anybody's side. I'm questioning the claim you just made. Making a claim that just because space is expanding, that means that since space is expanding, it can also move and also move things in it, and also move things in it such that things that look like they're orbiting for other reasons are actually moving, are actually just made to look like they're moving because the space is moving around it.
The stuff space is expanding into, that's called outer space.
Yeah, okay, man. Now, see, the
Why would
difference
space
between the
need
claims
to
that are being made
expand at all?
The difference between the claims that are
If it
being
can
made.
just pass through objects with no effect, why would a space need to expand at all? Expansion is done by something that has a limited amount of space and needs more space to, I don't know, organize or whatever. If space has no organization and no structure, why would it need to expand at all? That doesn't make sense.
Who knows if it needs to expand? It's just we're talking about the observations that are being made, and that's what I was saying. Is that the difference between the claims that our model makes about space time and dark energy, and the things that you guys just made up and suggested, is that there's evidence to suggest the things that we don't just believe it randomly. We believe it because the evidence suggests it. So if evidence suggested what you guys were saying, then you have some validity to it. But there's nothing to suggest that space-time slows down the Earth, or no, space-time spins around the Earth, making it look like it's orbiting the sun.
But the thing is, we need to see necessity for your interpretation. We need to see that your interpretation is the only game in town. And if you're saying out of one side of your mouth that space doesn't interact with anything at all, then it won't need to expand. Expansion is done by something that has a limited structure that needs to explode out of something. Otherwise, it can't be structured right, like an explosion. If space doesn't have any of these necessary properties, no structure, no need to interact with matter, why would it expand at all? Expanding would be a pointless thing for space because it has no need to expand or do any of that stuff. So that makes your interpretation very, questionable.
Yeah, it would if that was my interpretation, Lemon. But that was a complete straw man. I didn't say anything about space not being able to interact with matter. I said the ways.
Then if it can interact with matter, there's your gyro right there. There's
ways
your
that we
gyro
understand it to interact with matter.
It's the rotation of space
That's
over
why
the
they're part
Earth.
of our model. That's why they're part of our explanation. The ways
whatever you're saying, Kosho, space appears to be able to explain the gyro and the other stuff as well, Kosho.
Yeah, Lemon.
It seems like you're dancing around the point that space could be the source of the explanation of this gyro and other stuff.
Guys, please.
Yeah, I mean, I waited for him to finish running on. I don't know why you couldn't wait for me to finish my one sentence. But yeah, it's space time.
You can finish your point. It just seems like you're dancing around the point and
avoiding
the otherwise necessary
completely did a straw man, Lemon. You completely argued against a straw man. I showed you
you're
how.
Invoking it as a straw man.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that space time. I didn't say that space time or space cannot interact with matter. What I said was there's no evidence that it's interacting with matter the way that you're suggesting it could. I'm saying that the reason why we describe it interacting with matter the way we do is because we have evidence to suggest that. So that's a big difference. But
that's not the only suggestion. It looks like space
you
has
see
structure.
Something happen, you're like, oh, space moved. We see something happen, we're like, space moved. You guys are like, we have evidence, you don't.
Yeah, that doesn't happen though, dude. We see evidence that space is doing this. We see evidence that space-time is curving because of mass. We see evidence that space-time is expanding, or space is expanding, accelerated expanding. You're claiming that you see like a thing in the gyroscope, like Bob Model's gyroscope. You're claiming because this happens that we're seeing space to have this effect on this, when that is nonsensical.
I know what's nonsensical is is dark energy. There's no evidence space is expanding. You just had to ad hoc that in because you didn't want Einstein getting broken down to pieces.
Dude,
what
I don't think you
evidence do we
understand.
have
That
that the
doesn't, dude.
universe is expanding?
Einstein's the one who came up with that in the first place, and he took it out. The only reason they put it back in is because they observed it to be true, like in 20 years ago. They actually.
But Kocho, what evidence do we have? What evidence do we have that space is expanding? Let's check this token that you use to say that the universe is expanding and see if you've made a proper interpretation of it. What evidence do they have that the universe is expanding exactly?
Why would empty space expand? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter if it makes sense, right?
So space is having more space babies? Or is empty space having space babies and they're reproducing? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, maybe. That could be it. That could be the answer to dark energy.
What sense is space expanding, Kosha? What is the token that they saw and said, oh, space is expanding? What evidence?
That would be the Hubble constant. The Hubble constant that has been observed since Hubble. So that's the red shifting of further and further away galaxies.
Time dilation.
Say what?
Time dilation too.
Time dilation. But that's just for the expansion. But now, if you were to have asked what's evidence for the accelerated expansion, which is the ultimate claim. But I mean, honestly, the expansion itself is a claim in itself. So,
are you not aware with the Hubble constant problem?
What's the problem?
That if you use not sorry, hold on, let me think about it. The difference between the expansion rate given by the microwave background radiation and the expansion rate from supernovas, type 2A supernovas.
Oh wait, what? Oh wait, so you're saying say the distinction? I thought you were going to bring up the dumb vacuum energy thing, but what was the distinction you said? The difference between which ones?
So there's two different rates. There's two different Hubble constants. One is determined from type 2A supernovas, which are white dwarfs that leach energy or matter from their companions and always explode with the same brightness and power and whatever. And so they're a known distance. So there's certain expansion rates that get determined by I think those are type 2A supernovas. And then
you got a red shift, blue shift problem. Oh, go ahead, Extremistus. Go ahead.
And then you can also determine the expansion rate based on the maybe you can use red shift and blue shift, or I think you can also use the cosmic microwave background radiation, CMB.
Both of them.
The CMB is where we saw the accelerated expansion. But yeah, I think you're talking about 1A supernova because those are standard candles, and I thought that they would use that in conjunction with blue shift and red shift, but let me see because this sounds familiar. But let me see, is this because first of all, that there is a discrepancy. There's a range between what the Hubble constant actually is, and I think that's probably why there's a range. Is because it's
the problem is so there's kind of a both of those. There's different ways to get it. It comes down to there's different ways to get the Hubble constant, and there's a margin for error on the Hubble constant for these different ways. The problem is that I don't think the margin for error overlap. So one is a little bit less with whatever the margin for error is, and the other is a little bit more with whatever margin for error is. But the two margin for errors don't overlap.
Right. Yeah. I remember this now. Yeah, because this is like it talks about that range, and the range isn't like that far apart, but it's not. It's not. Like you said, it doesn't overlap. Because I remember hearing about that. Like whenever you see that range, it's not just because it's a range of possible error. It's like there's a discrepancy between different schools of thought on what's the actual Hubble constant. But it's also changed. It's also changed over time too. But yeah, I don't see that as an ultimate issue. That's just an issue of. I mean, if we're in both cases, we're seeing it expanding. So it's it seems like that's definitely the case. Just a question of like how much is it expanding?
Hold on, here's a video timestamp for it.
Well, I see the values now too. It's like 68 megaparsecs, kilometer per second per megaparsec, and versus 50 to 60 kilometers per second. Oh, Becky, Dr. Becky.
I actually just watched this. In fact, she just released this video yesterday.
Yeah. See, okay, I see what you're saying. Like that the error right there is fairly small. But yeah, that's why. But if you ever look at the range, if you ever look at the Hubble's constant, it'll say like 67 through 73 or whatever. Yeah, but I don't see that as an issue though. Like I don't see it as an issue to evidence that it's expanding. That's just an issue, and maybe how much is expanding and what's causing the ultimate expansion.
You and I don't see it as an issue. They see it as an issue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jeremy's ultimately going to use it as evidence that this space is not expanding, but this isn't evidence of that. This is evidence of two different expansions, but in both cases expanding. But I wonder if the issue in this discrepancy has something to do with the fact that that space is accelerating. Space is accelerating, expanding at an accelerated rate. But regardless, we're kind of getting the weeds about this. When I was trying to describe to you that even in our model, when we claim that this happens, we don't claim that we're ever going to experience it in our galaxy or local cluster. I tried to describe to you that's what a local cluster is. A local cluster is literally defined as the collection of galaxies that are basically going to exist together, whereas everything outside of that is going to continue to expand away from each other. The gravity is going to win over the force at this local scale. Yeah, it's just, what Nate was showing me the other day about Hawking radiation, and somehow through Hawking radiation they got the implication that that space-time curvature is just a correlative relationship, and there's no reason that you can't suggest that space-time could be, or mass could be warping space-time, but also the warping of space-time could be creating mass. Like it could be what the cause of mass is. Like, what the fuck? That's a confusing idea. But Jeremy, now that you've said that, I don't understand what this whole point is. We're talking about how we don't feel movement, and so then that brought us to how we should be feeling the movement around the sun, and that got into how what was it? I don't know why we even think we're moving around the sun when it could just be the space doing something to us that it can't do to anything else. And then now we're talking about fucking dark matter or dark energy.
There's a video on the PBS Spacetime where it asks, "Does time cause gravity?"
Yeah, dude. He did that after it does, because he did that after a few other people, I had to actually watch a few people explain it before I fully understand it, but it makes a lot of sense. It also makes a lot of sense of why it's a freaking why it's a inertial or pseudo force. Like when you start to think about it as time bending it, causing the attraction, gravitational attraction, it makes sense in the same way that centrifugal force pulls you inward when it's rotating outward. But yeah, ultimately, I think the simple way to explain it is that, like, if you're on a mass and there's a mass below your feet, then the time that your feet are experiencing and the time that your head is experiencing are going to be slightly different. And what is it? The feet are slower. Yeah, the feet are slower and the head is faster. And ultimately, this is going to cause you over time, your vector to be ever tilted closer, more towards the mass or whatever, which is basically going to, over time, is going to attract you towards it, or appear to attract you towards it. And that's the same thing that happens in the centrifugal force, because your vector is ultimately perpendicular to it, but since you're rotating, it pulls you down into it. That blew my mind at first. I was like, what the fuck? And people ask, this is a weird thought, but like people ask, like, what's space expanding into? Space, outer space. As fucking this high bastard said a second ago. Oh, he left.
space,
All right, so there. What'd you say, high bastard? It's probably with his family. Anyways, no, but dude, people, you were just asking, like, what does space expand into? But think about this, like, space expands, and now there's more space, right? Seems kind of counterintuitive, I guess, but time is also expanding all the time. Like at the very beginning, if let's say the Big Bang was first second, the seconds kept increasing since then. The time that exists right now is the greatest the greatest amount of time that there's been so far, and it's only going to keep getting more and more. And it's not the place that it's not like moving something so that it can exist, so that more of it can exist. You know what I mean? So it's just I think we have a limited way of thinking about things, and yeah, I don't know.
You're just rambling.
Well, I'm trying to make a comparison between space and time, and how time expands and we don't question it, but space expands, and people have to know what it's expanding into.
There's the popular analogy that if you have raisin bread and you cook it, the raisins get further apart, but it's not really, nothing's expanding in between. And, it's not expanding into something in between the raisins.
The edge of the bread, the edge of the bread, as it rises, it's expanding into something. It's called space.
No, but I'm saying the distance between the raisins, it's not, forget the edge of it. I mean, that's not part of what I'm saying. Saying the interior space is not expanding into something else. The distances between the raisins are just getting further apart.
Yeah, we know. And that means on the edge of space, it has to be expanding into something. You can't have distance getting longer in between things and then not have the whole thing expanding.
That was my point. That's why I brought up time. Because if you think of time that way, and there's no problem. Like whenever, like at the beginning, there was 1 second, and now there's fucking 13 billion years. But there was never more time than this. Like, this is the greatest amount of time. Time's only increasing in size. What is it increasing? Where is it increasing into? You know what I mean? It's almost like it doesn't even. It seems like it's nonsensical to think about it like that. but that's what you're thinking about when you think about what is space expanding into. But there's no space. The space is what's expanding. So there's not something for it to be expanding into. It's that the space is what's there's more and more of space. If there was space outside of space, then space wouldn't be expanding at all. Things would just be moving further apart. I have a hunch that I'm probably wrong though, but I have a hunch that probably when dark energy is more and more understood, we're gonna actually learn that there's a whole aspect of gravity that was completely understood, and we'll have a new understanding of that. And I think there's a possible relationship between the existence of energy in mass and matter and dark energy and gravity. I think that, like, just by virtue of there being information or energy or mass, just by virtue of existing, that causes that causes the space time to expand, and also the expansion. There's something about it. The fact that it was together at one point, the energy was like the same at the same position. Like it wants to contract, basically. So it's like they're two opposing forces almost. But I don't know. This 80 to 90 you said 80 to 90 kilometers per second per megaparsec. See, I once heard it in a way that made much more sense. It was like one.
It's not constant. It's all over the place.
Yeah,
you got problems with your red shift and blue shift. Your red shift, blue shift shit don't make sense. It's all great. Your shit's all fucked up, bro. There's definitely anomalies in the red shift and blue shift. The Hubble constant's not constant. He just told you there's two different values.
Is there anybody of course it's not constant. It's accelerating, first of all. So even if they fucking had a consistent fucking number, it still would be constant because it's accelerating. It's just a name. Hubble's constant. It's not an actual constant. But anyways, what was I asking you? Damn, you made me forget, man.
Basically, Jeremy is griping that we don't know the numbers for the different tests that we do come up don't agree that the Hubble's constant is, the same. All the tests should come up with something close, and there's differences.
I remember I was going to ask you, dude. I was going to say, okay, dude, yeah, exactly what Extremistus is saying that you're claiming. So then, why do you think that that's a problem? Why do you think that this is some evidence that that dark matter isn't, or dark energy? I'm sorry, that the space isn't expanding. Is there any tests that show that space isn't expanding, or is there just these different discrepancies in how much is expanding? Because your claim doesn't really fit what you're arguing right now.
He's basically arguing that because the numbers don't agree, then all of it's bullshit.
That's paradoxical in itself, dude. Because if it's bullshit, then you can't even say that they don't agree because it's bullshit anyways.
Don't argue with me. Argue with him.
I know, but I mean, he's not even saying. He's probably with his family eating fucking macaroni and cheese or some Cheerios or something. You watch Dr. Becky a lot, Extremistus?
I mean, not. I don't watch all of her videos. Kind of like all. I mean, the only one that I really will watch all of them is the PBS FaceTime.
Yeah, like
But I watch the Arvin Ash and the Dr. Becky and the German lady Sabine, whatever.
Yeah.
I watch kind of videos here and there of all of them.
You ever watch Science Asylum?
The name sounds familiar. Maybe one or two.
Okay, because that one does a good job of because that was actually the one where I heard about the time component bending causing the attraction of gravity. Actually, and he explained it in a much more just intuitive way than the space time one. But I like that. I like the space time show for sure.
Did you ever watch the? I don't know how long they've been doing them for a while, but there was an original host. I mean, I guess the new guy's Australian, but the original was somebody else.
Yeah.
And he talks so fast.
Exactly. I was about to say that, dude. He talks way too fast, man. That was a problem. I used to have to watch his videos like on like 90%, just so can make it, I could rewind it and stuff. But he's got some good videos too. But it's like I remember there was a video about gravity and what was it about gravity and that's something to do with space time. Can't remember exactly what, but I had to watch it so many times just because it was hard to tell like what his point was at different parts because he's like talking so fast.
My favorite one, and I think the Australian guy did it, is the one where they talk about why gravity and quantum dynamic or quantum whatever it is are not quantum mechanics are not compatible. Why they break down at the certain levels.
I've probably seen that one, but I gotta look and see. I gotta look and see that one again. Sabine Hofstetter or whatever her name is. She brought up that that claim that the vacuum catastrophe. No, the vacuum energy catastrophe, whatever it's called, where people claim that there's a discrepancy, between the vacuum energy and the cosmological constant of like a 10 to the 120th. But she says that that's like a specific prediction made for some specific scientists. It's not the prediction of a model. And she's like, yeah, I can show this to you. I can show this to be true. And next time somebody claims that, just ask them what model, what theory did that debunk basically by showing it to be wrong. Because if that were a prediction made by a theory or model, then that would obviously show that theory or model is wrong.
I've heard several of them say, that they're talking. The flat earthers are talking. They say, well, all these cosmological ideas and theories, and they have the worst theory, worst prediction ever. It's off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. How can anything be correct and they're that far off?
It's because they heard Lawrence Krauss or Michio Kaku say that. When you think about it, it's like they were being irresponsible because both those dudes are like science communicators, and so it's like they have an incentive to express something like that, even when it's not necessarily like it's not a claim. It's not a claim made by the it's not a prediction made by the theory. It's a interpretation. Like she was saying, it was a specific scientist interpretation that he's putting these things together, and he comes up with this discrepancy. It's not an actual discrepancy in either model, either theory. But anyhow. You live in Texas, don't you, Extremis?
Dallas area.
Yeah. That sucks, man.
Don't
Dallas,
tell him he's a CIA agent or something, man.
Mossad, dude. Everyone knows that.
Mossad, yeah, man. Now he knows you're in Dallas. He's in Texas. He'll be, next thing you know, it'll be Kosho outside your house.
I used to chill with this girl I met on Discord who lives in Dallas. Kind of regret it, though. Yeah, we gotta get
Say
down.
Puerto Rican chick?
No, she's not Puerto Rican. I don't even want to admit who it is, so. Not proud of it.
Act like we're gonna know her or something.
Yeah, all of you will know her.
Extremist has said that before. You said she's in Dallas.
No, he did. I don't think anyone else. No one did. I'll tell you this much. Most people find her annoying.
That doesn't narrow it down much.
Anyhow, it's not important. What is important is who knows? What were we arguing? Oh, yeah, we were arguing something earlier, Jeremy. But who cares about that? And last night you were arguing something. You got so heated, dude. And there's a dude who comes in here. I'm not going to say his name, okay? But he kind of throws it into a different direction that doesn't need to be in sometimes, and it can be unpleasant at times.
Yeah, he ended up leaving. He insulted pretty much the whole live stream, Geo, the server, all flat earthers, everybody, people who weren't here. And it was like, okay, that's kind of enough. If you keep doing that, it's time to get a mute. He goes, how dare if I'm not welcome here, enjoy your echo chamber, and then flounced.
Well, I'm not talking about Bob. But that's kind of funny. What was even funnier though was when Zanuck last night he was trying to get back into Jeremy's bed and stuff and got out of the doghouse. So he was like telling him like, yeah, dude, sorry, man, Bob was wrong completely. I was right. I know he was wrong. I just didn't want to embarrass him. And he was talking all this shit, and Bob was in the room the whole time.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. Bad for not letting him know, and then I think whenever he said, "Oh, I knew you were in here" and stuff, I think he was trying to cover his ass.
Oh, he's a big bullshitter. Zanuck's a big bullshitter. Yeah. I know this guy.
It's funny.
It's in his obituary.
He's a good guy, dude. I'm happy to know that. I'm happy to know because I was so fucking confused, dude. I was like, Zanuck, why are you you guys are not agreeing with each other, man? So yeah, I'm glad that he at least said that in secret. That's not easy to do though, the dude, and I mean, I had to do it. So I mean, even earlier. That's what I had to do earlier. It was so fucking confusing, and people coming in talking about the star trails and all that kind of stuff, and changing the question you're asking and saying that I'm answering it wrong because I'm not answering the question that they're actually asking now. I mean, dude, I'm not answering your question. I'm answering the question he was asking, dude. That was a shit show. Anyways, Jeremy's gonna be the only one fucking was there, and then he's fucking doing some dumb shit like burping his kid or something.
The thing with Ruhif too, right? I mean, he left the server, but he was doing that for a while, like burping and farting and just making all kinds of noise when other people are talking. And they're like, dude, why are you behaving like this? You know what you think? Just because you think you're a monkey doesn't mean you have to act like a monkey.
Jesus. After I was talking to him last night for a bit, he told me that he just was kind of fed up. He thinks it's unfair in here, and he just had enough a couple weeks ago. And actually, I've never been modded in here in that way. I usually stand down if actually, I don't know why. But regardless, I don't get modded in here, so I do see people unfairly being modded. There was a drunk dude in here last night for fucking ever, drunk as fuck, and with no value. It was just complete trash. This guy, he's trashing the whole server. But
no, that's not what happened. You missed.
Nobody muted him.
You. This is why, because he'd say, "Hey, APOC, it's time to tone it down. You know, let some other people talk." Then he would stop. He'd be like, oh, "Okay, I'll dial it back." He was listening to moderation and would dial it back. Yeah, he did. Go back and play it. Listen to it.
He dominated the entire time. It was him the whole entire time, and he would interrupt everybody.
No, he was against 5 globalists. He was the only flat earther talking.
And he was insulting everybody and doing all this other kind of.
And they insulted him too.
Well, were they?
At this point, the only person willing to talk to some of the people who were talking last night was APOC. No one else was willing to talk.
We had to go to a different room.
Yeah, and that's what the other rooms are set up for.
Like whenever somebody's dominating drunkenly.
Yeah, but he wasn't dominating. It was him and 5 other people.
Not just him. It was basically him and what's his name, Doofus. I kept telling people
and Dr. Bob, and Moyak, and like 2 other people.
Yeah, I guess early on, possibly. I don't remember. I'm thinking about
if
Ed and I got
like 3 to 5 globalists talking to one flat earther right from the very beginning, that's a pylon.
Yeah, but
so you want a different flat earther to talk, but none of the flat earthers are willing to talk to those guys because they're just rude and obnoxious. Yeah, the only flat earther who will is the drunk guy.
That's not at all how it happened. Like, there was a flat earthers. We had to go down to another room with flat earthers to talk to them down there.
Yeah, because they were sick of Dr. Bob and Moyak and Doofus.
No. After a while,
people, that should tell you something, that your side is so annoying, it's almost indistinguishable from a drunk guy.
It's not indistinguishable. You're the only one who's making the this false comparison. And these guys aren't my side. Right? Moyak's cool. He's my buddy, but these are just other people who believe the Earth's a globe.
Well, they don't. Really. They think it's not flat.
Regardless, even Doofus was treating that guy all right last night. Like he was being calm and everything. I was like, oh, Doofus being calm, but that guy was extremely aggressive, insulting people, and saying this weird shit, and not saying anything valuable. Being drunk, they left the server.
No, he left the channel. I don't think he might have left the server.
Yeah, by that time I was already in the other server. I already went back to Gems because nothing was happening with that drunk dude. But no, dude, he was not calming down or doing anything like that.
Yeah, he was.
And the only person participating with him after a while was just Doofus. He kept asking him questions. I'm like, dude, why are you asking him questions, dude? He's not.
Because people wanted to talk to him. That's
why. They did not.
Yes, they did.
You're so silly, dude.
Yeah, if you didn't want to talk to them, people wouldn't have kept asking him questions.
People don't want to talk to people all the time, or say they don't want to talk to people all the time, and they do it anyways. And those people, I don't think that's a smart strategy. But the people do that, and Doofus is one of those people. But yeah,
that should have told you too. Doofus would rather talk to some drunk flat earther than you.
What are you talking about? That wasn't his options.
Yeah, it was, because you went to a different room.
I went to a different room because I didn't want to. I wasn't even talking. I just didn't want to listen to that.
Okay, so you went to a different room. What room did Doofus stay in? The APOC room or the cultural room?
Well, Doofus eventually went over to Gems, and I talked to him about that drunk dude and asked him why he was asking him so many questions. But he asked the same questions, and then they would go around in circles together because the guy was drunk and couldn't even remember what he was just told. It was very stressful to listen to.
Yeah, it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's indistinguishable from talking to someone who's drunk and a globalist. Almost indistinguishable.
Yeah, almost.
I've talked to Bob one-on-one. I said, do you want to know what flat Earth is? He said he's debunked it. I go, what is it? He says, a retarded conspiracy theory of right-wing nut jobs and anti-science deniers. And I go, no, it's, for me, I'm a flat earther. I'll tell you what flat Earth is. It's a description of the surface of the Earth and an overall just understanding of the human environment. You go, so what is flat Earth? He went on again. It's a retarded conspiracy theory by nut jobs. I go, you almost had it, okay? Flat Earth would be flat, a description, Earth being what's being described. It could also be described as an environment where humans live and operate. I go, so what do you understand flat Earth to be now? And this went back and forth for about 8 times, and he never got it. He never listened. He never paid it. I go, whatever you think you've debunked, that's not what I think flat Earth is. So you haven't debunked anything from my point of view. You just came up with something and then debunked it and then think that I'm supposed to somehow think what you think. Your thinking's broken from the very beginning to the point you're almost as annoying as a drunk guy who's not listening or paying attention to anything's being told him. It's not like anyone goes to Bob's space. His server is completely dead, 24 hours a day. No one cares what this guy thinks. He's got to come here and make it seem like if he's not given the red carpet, that somehow it's an echo chamber. And then all he does is act completely unprofessional, like a drunk guy, and just insults people over and over again, based off content he added. He said flat Earth is this, and then insults it, and then says, but that's also you. It's not. It's not me. You added that, and now you're worked up. Your fault, not mine. So calm down. Maybe that would be the funny part. So the flat earthers need to quit drinking, and the globalists need to start drinking. See, the issue with you, Coach, is you've been so used to operating inside the echo chamber that it's always the flat earther's fault for everything. None of it is like the people who are there just to troll flat Earth. They're not the problem. People making bird sounds when like me, Jeremy, and Chemo were talking. They're not the problem. The flat earthers are the problem.
Damn, they all cleared out. It was busy earlier.
by and check out your ironic community for that type of thing?
I have created a cows can fly thing on Telegram a long time ago. Other than that, though, no.
Did you pick out something that you're aware that people actually think is true and try to make a community out of that, ironically?
Oh, no.
Okay. Because I found out today.
What are you, the leader of the Globe Earth Society or something?
There is on Reddit, like, pretty much the most basic of names that could be picked for this type of subreddit, just r/flat earth, no space. r/flat earth. Okay.
All right.
And here's what they have basically for their description. Is the earth actually flat? Where's the edge? How come we don't fall out? What about gravity? Learn all of this and more at this very serious subreddit. And it seems like it's basically a place for people. It seems like it's ironic or sarcastic or whatever, a place for people to come and post their memes and basically make fun of people who think the earth is flat and all that garbage. And it's just like, I've never had the urge to take something that I know somebody else, like maybe when I was a child, when I was like a young person, like a teenager or younger or whatever, I think that did happen. Like children would take the thing that they know that this other person likes or whatever, okay, and then try and make fun of it, and maybe even try and make a sarcastic little group of your friends saying, "Oh yeah, we totally like this thing too, ha ha ha." Okay, but it's like, to me, it's like it's a child's game, right? It's not a serious thing. And they have this basically like one of the most basic ways you can spell it. They used it for their sarcastic or ironic community that they have here. And on top of that, there's this post that is pinned, which means that like pretty sure just basically it stays at the top. Okay. And it says, come join the official Flat Earth Discord server. And Flat Earth, there's a space between flat and Earth. And it's like that word official, that's supposed to mean something. And it's not like it's the official r/flat Earth, no spaces, Discord server. It is, come join the official Flat Earth Discord server.
Hey, can you DM me a link? Can you DM me a link to that Discord server, please?
There is an official Flat Earth Discord server.
It's straight up called official Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah,
which is like it seems like it's like basically almost like to me, my guess is it's like that Flat Earth Society website thing where maybe they made this whole subreddit basically to catch people.
Or something. I'm saying I want to check this out. Can you hit me with the Discord link in the DM?
Let me see if I can get a link to it. Like I can tap on the link to go straight to it, but I don't know if there's a way to get
right click.
Oh, yes, here we go. I got it, I think.
I'm on that Discord, the official Flat Earth Discord. I'm on it.
Oh, send me an invite. Somebody shoot me an invite.
I don't.
Here,
I'm sending you. It's not like a real server, though. I mean, it's not like a real Flat Earth. I don't know what it is.
But. It doesn't seem like, or at least I didn't check the Discord server, but the subreddit that links to it, the subreddit seems like it's like, especially because that last line where it says this totally serious community or whatever it is, like it seems like they're being sarcastic there. Yeah, it says learn all of this and more at this very serious subreddit. It's like, okay, it seems pretty clear that they are not like honestly actually a flat Earth community. It seems like it is, we set this up for basically to catch memes and have people come in and make fun of people and stuff like that. But like I said, I don't have that same urge to do something like that, but whatever. I mean, they can do what they want. So that's one thing I wanted to talk about. The other thing was, Jeremy, like 2 nights ago or whatever, did you hear the conversation that was going on with that lady that joined, Scarlet Sky or whatever?
Yeah, I caught a bit of that.
Repeatedly, over and over again, she made the argument that the government is bad. They're bad at their job. They don't want people to succeed. That like she made it clear that she doesn't like the government. She's not into it. Like basically they're awful. and then try to also at the same time make the argument that we should grant the government more responsibility or more things to teach to our children in public school because that will help them do better.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense.
And it's just like, how is she holding both of those things in her head at the exact same time? She had this whole sob story about her dad like going into the army and her mom left and all this stuff, and how she's apparently under the impression that if he would have just had a better education about taxes and how to do them, and loan stuff and compounding interest stuff, like if he had just been taught better about those things, then he wouldn't have joined the military, or her mom wouldn't have left. And it's just like, how are you holding that in your head while also saying to us over and over again, you think the government is terrible at their job and they're not doing a good job? Like, what?
The government's never ran anything successfully. I don't know why. They should be able to. I mean, we have all these people and positions that are in charge of making sure shit runs smoothly, you know what I mean? But it never does.
Well, I wouldn't paint like the entirety, like every single individual that's ever been in government has done a bad job. Like, I'm sure there's people who have legitimately wanted to do good for others and have tried to, in their position, within their scope, attempt to help other people. I would think that that's a thing that has happened, but on a whole, I would say it's not a good idea to attempt to shore up power in the government in an attempt to get your idea forced on other people, because like that can just be turned around on you. Like you might win that fight this time, but then what happens when you don't win that fight and somebody decides to turn that government that you've now shored up power in and turn it on you, and now they're going to force their ideas on you with the power of the government. Like, to me, it's like better to just always, no matter what it is, always argue for the side that's more freedom and less government interfering with your life.
I hear that, Ron Swanson.
Yeah.
Fucking Ron Swanson Jr. over here.
Hey, that's a compliment, all right? I take that as a compliment.
Absolutely.
That's my philosophy too, though.
You agree with that, Coach?
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah, absolutely. The problem is it's a difficult balance to determine what powers to give them, and I think ultimately, best course of action is to not give the government any powers, any extraordinary powers, because you can never take those back. That's the problem.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Like, and really, I think one of the biggest things is specifically giving it to the federal government. Like, not that that's the only like one that you have to worry about. I'm not saying that. It's just like, it seems like a lot of people want to take the federal government and like use it as a club to beat other states over the head with. And it's like they aren't comprehending or properly considering, or maybe they just don't care what exactly the United States of America is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be taking the federal government and beating other states over the head with them. That's not the idea.
I once stole a book from the Capitol building, the library of the Capitol building here in Austin. And it was a book called Robert Byrd. That's what it was called. Robert Byrd. He was actually the longest living senator in this country. He was a senator for so long that he used to be a racist senator. But yeah, he died recently. Anyways, my point is, the book was called the Senate of the Roman Republic. And I really like that book because he basically, I guess he did a filibuster where he was arguing. He basically told like the entire story of fucking Rome, or the Senate of Rome. But his point was to show how Rome was founded, how Rome was a Senate, how the Senate structured, and ultimately how the powers of the Caesar, how he used what he used to take the power away from the Senate. And his point was actually because he was at the time filibustering against Bill Clinton using executive orders or whatever. But
they tried to sell Obama a Senate seat, bro. That's got ancient Rome written all over it.
I mean, that's Chicago all the way, dude.
Nice, that's Chicago.
That's Chicago style politics right there, dude. But honestly, the reason why his point was to try and show the exact parallel of the Roman Republic and how it became a empire, and kind of how America is. It's the same because it's the exact same way. That's what Julius Caesar did. He was basically giving free money and free stuff to like the poor people, and they were just he had their respect and their loyalty basically, and so he was able to overrun the Senate because he knew they had his back because he was giving them free shit. And that's basically the same thing the government does now. The federal government will give people free shit and
yeah,
here, and then the people themselves will argue for the federal government.
Right.
It's a good thing.
And they're like, it's like they'll either ignore or they just don't care enough to look at like all the other stuff that the government's in charge of. And it's like the people who argue for defund the police, but then like also we're going to argue that the government should take all your guns away. It's like, how are you putting those two thoughts in your head and keeping them in your head? You understand that for them to take all the weapons away, they're going to have to pay people with guns to come take your guns. And then it's like, yeah, it's really weird. It's like you're the ones who are saying that only the police should have guns, but also they're the ones who are racist, but you're arguing for them to be the ones with the weapons and only them. Like it's like they're not taking the time to consider just how bad the government is whenever they start to get into the details of people's lives, rather than just being the force that protects rights.
But the part that worries me is like they're not just dumb people who don't think about it. There's really smart people who do think about it, and they still come to that conclusion, and end up arguing with people like us or whatever. And they have okay points, but like Scott Veach, he's a good friend of mine actually, so I don't mean anything bad about him, but he's got like a jolly view of the world almost, like where he feels like the government isn't or can't do. Like, there's a lot of people like that actually who just think like the government is like altruistic and they can't be these bad entities in them that would
rose tinted glasses.
Yeah. He's cool. That's like he's challenged me on stuff that I'm not sure if because like you gotta admit there's things that you believe, like conspiracies, that you just don't even check them out anymore to see if it's legit. And I hadn't checked some of them out for so long, and then he'll check me on something, and so I'm trying to do research, and it turns out I didn't have the evidence I thought I did. I don't know if you guys ever experienced that, but it's kind of a weird feeling because you feel like a piece of you dies a little bit, but then also it's good to shed any untruths or whatever.
That's how we felt when we realized the globe was bullshit.
You got to come in here and start something, Matrix.
It won't be no shit.
What were you arguing about yesterday, Matrix? Because I was trying to get in on that conversation, and somebody else. I don't want to name names because every time I say that, I'm talking about the same person, and nobody knows who I'm talking about for some reason. But
I think we were having a conversation to Doofus Minfrey.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
he was trying to make the distinction between the temperature and the.
Right, that's right. Give me 1 minute. Hold on.
That's because Jeremy was asking him something specific, and he kept red herring the argument, talking about something else and not answering the question. Oh, okay, I remember. I think we were talking about the car, the Tesla in space, and the tires and the rims and the materials and the convection of the heat of different materials.
By the way, I know it's kind of a topic. You got just going back for a second, Bob, about that official Flat Earth Discord thing. That's actually a Flat Earth Society. That one, it's Flat Earth Society. There's
is it?
Yeah, there's like 2 Flat Earth Societies technically. There's 2 of them. But anyways, this is one of them. It's the tfes.org, the Flat Earth Society.org. Anyways, yeah, that's kind of who runs that one. So yeah, it's not like whatever it is, it's some kind of a weird, whatever those things are, that whole deal. Meaning that it's not authentic.
Basically, it's a trap.
Yeah, I mean, there is kind of there's 2 of them, so yeah, this is like I believe this is the second one that branched off. But anyways, yeah, it's not like, I mean, there's like nobody on this server that's actually in, talking about anything, or it's funny. They have 10,000 members, but it's just like a ghost town.
Yeah, it's not necessarily super surprising to me, considering the way the community, the subreddit is set up. It seems like it's basically a joke and place for them to come and post their memes and stuff. So like somebody might like click and join just to like check out the Discord server, and then probably, realize there's not really much, if anything, going on, and then probably don't even bother coming back. I would think they might be looking basically just to see what it is, or to like see if there's more people on, so they have, people they can make fun of Flat Earth with live, or whatever. I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah. Just another little CIA operation, little trap there. Yeah, because there's the one that's theflatearthsociety.org. And then there's this other one, TFES, which is sort of it's sort of a branch off from the original one. So, but yeah, they're both pretty similar. They actually had I remember way back, they had one of the guys that runs the TFES one, the Flat that website, that one. They actually had that guy on Globebusters like years ago, and it was kind of a little bit of a tension thing, because the guy from the Flat Earth Society was really trying to say that the Earth is moving upwards at 9.8 meters per second, like it's flying upwards through space or whatever. He was actually trying to like promote that, and anyways, it was kind of a
trying to argue for upward thrusting Earth.
What would even be the observation for that? Like, to try to say that.
The observation would probably be, look, I dropped a stapler and it went down, so Earth must be going up.
So instead of the stapler going down to the Earth, hypothetically, then the Earth will be moving up to the stapler.
That might be the argument that they make. I don't know. If you think about like a rubber band just sitting on a desk somewhere, it's just sitting there. Is the argument that rubber band, like that there's forces that are keeping that rubber band from being stretched if it's just sitting there on the desk?
What rubber band is that?
What do you mean being stretched? If it's on the table itself.
Yeah, if it's just sitting there. If it's just sitting there, is there an argument that there's forces that are keeping it from being stretched, or that is somehow counteracting its stretchiness just from it sitting there not being stretched?
No, I don't think there's an argument for that, because it would need a force for the rubber band to be stretched, and when it's in the table, it's at equilibrium, so there wouldn't be no forces.
Right. That's the way that I would see it, is like, it's not that there's some force that's causing it to not be stretched. It's just a lack of a force that would cause it to be stretched. And to me, it's like the same thing with objects falling to the ground. It seems like a pretty simple idea that like it's not necessarily when it's doing that it's an additional force that's forcing things to stay down. It's a matter of when they're not up, it's a lack of a force moving it up.
I think a rubber band though, like if you're talking about what's it called? What's that energy called again? Potential energy. If you're talking about potential energy, then gravity, or something that's not on the ground as potential energy because of its elevation and all that kind of stuff. But a rubber band has potential energy when it's stretched. I don't think it has it when it's not stretched.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I always think of its tension and its what's the other thing? Oh, whatever's pulling it open.
Elasticity, you mean?
Yeah, I mean that's the same thing, I think, right?
But like, if there's like a rock sitting somewhere on the top of some high mountain or building or whatever, and it's just sitting there, like it doesn't have any potential to do anything else until something acts on it, right? Just like the rubber band. It's not like the rubber band is sitting there like bursting with, or like just containing its potential energy just by sitting there. It's like things are just not doing stuff until a force comes along and causes them to do stuff, right? That's the way it would seem to me.
Yeah, energy's as a strength.
Isn't that the first law of motion? I think things remain the same until external force comes, and then which one of those laws is that one?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the first law. Object at rest will stay at rest, or object in motion will stay at motion until
external forces are acted upon it, right?
Yeah, until some external force acts upon it.
Yeah, see, I would say like the second part of that. What if it's not that the second, like that the thing needs something to act on it to stop it, but that it just needs to lose what did act on it for it to come to rest? Like you push something and eventually it stops, and say, well, there's just the energy isn't permanent, so eventually the energy gets used up and then stops.
Yeah, but except for that, I'd say it's when it's in motion, and there's unless something happens to it, something affects it. Something happens, it's going to keep that energy. It's going to keep that velocity forever. Is a claim.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but like, couldn't you just easily say, well, objects at rest will remain at rest unless acted on by another force, and objects in motion will remain in motion until the energy is depleted?
Well, no. They're both the same. They're both going to be. It's both the case. It's the same case for both of them. The same case, because the energy it doesn't require energy to stay in motion.
I mean, it's the whole thing that energy cannot be created or destroyed. So like the thing that's moving, if it loses energy, energy has to go somewhere. And since there is nothing that's stopping it, well, since there's nothing that's stopping it by the example that it's not being affected by something, well then there's energy can't go anywhere, so it has to stay there.
So when you said energy can be created or destroyed, do you mean like generated? Like do you mean that? Because
that's another first law. I mean, the two first laws. The first law of thermodynamics and the first law of motion.
I want to understand the distinction between. Well, I understand it. I want to know if there is between creating and generating. Is generating the right word?
So generating, anytime we get energy from anywhere, we're only transforming it from one type to another. So like with a generator, you either have the chemical energy within a fuel, or for example, if it's hooked up to like a turbine or like a weather, what are they called? Wind turbine.
Wind
Then you're
turbine.
converting kinetic energy to electric energy. So it's all just, you're never generating it from nothing. You're transforming it from another form to another. It's still energy.
And that's the point of the potential energy we were talking about before. The potential energy exists until it becomes kinetic energy, but it gets transferred into the potential energy gets transferred to kinetic energy. And when it's
So for example, on the apple, right? Let's say the tree is a small tree and it's growing growing apples. So that apple has potential energy until the tree is ready to let the apple fall down. So the whole time that it's growing, it's carrying potential energy.
Well,
Hey, everyone.
Oh shit! I pressed the button.
So the thing about the thing about potential to a specific ground level.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because technically, the more the tree grows, it will be increasing the fruit's potential energy.
Yeah.
As the apple grows weight and it does work on the stem of the apple, eventually it falls. But yeah, the whole time it'll have potential energy. Technically, the tree itself has potential energy.
So what? Potential energy?
No. Anytime we talk about things being lifted and falling, we globers, as you might say, would use the term gravitational potential energy. But there's other, again, there's still potential energy, but there are other ways of getting, I think Kosha said something about rubber bands earlier. That's another way of getting potential energy. If you stretch a rubber band, you get potential energy because it's trying to snap itself back together.
But in the case of the rubber band, there has to be the initial force put on the rubber band, right? You have to stretch it first, which is implying the force.
Potential.
It's the same. It's the exact same with gravitational. Something has to lift it first.
Potential energy is always going to imply kind of two forces, indirectly, even if anything, just because basically one thing is doing one thing has to do something, and then it's basically it's kind of hard to explain like that. But I can't even. What's another good example? Actually, there's a lot of examples of potential energy. I'm thinking of like a mouse trap is a good example of potential energy. But you got to set up the mousetrap first. You got to actually put the tension in the spring and all that.
That's the thing about potential energy is that you always have to do something to set it up to happen, because potential energy isn't necessarily stable unless there's something else holding it in a stable position.
So could you say that a spring is like a potential energy device?
Yes. So when you push the spring together, you're quote unquote loading it with potential energy.
In fact, most valves also, right? Like what do you call that? What are those things? What's that called on your desk chair? The
piston, the pneumatic piston.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the thing that makes the chair go up and down, the hydraulics?
Hydraulics, that's what I was looking for, yeah.
Aren't they? Actually, I don't know how they work, to be honest.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't slept in a while, dude, and I gotta fucking get to the other side of town now, man. That was irrelevant to you. I'm just saying, I don't even know what I said. I don't know if what I said right before that was true or not. Okay. half the time, if I say something and Gummy Bear doesn't disagree with me, then I assume that I'm correct.
But yeah, like anytime anytime you want to get potential energy, some force has to be put into it. Some energy has to be put into it to begin with. Of course, when we're talking about the apple, well, it's the tree growing that's actually putting energy into what it's lifting up. So the energy came from something lifting it, and then now, because it's been lifted, it has that potential energy, and when it gets released, it's gonna use that potential energy to become kinetic energy, which is why it falls. So that's the whole thing of energy can't be destroyed. It just transfers from one way to another. So first, you've got the energy from the sun going into the tree. The tree uses photosynthesis and all these things to grow, which moves it upwards, and then it's potential energy. And then when it drops, it becomes kinetic energy. And then when it hits the ground, it thuds against the ground, and it's mainly dispersed as heat. It gets pushed into the ground, some in deforming and some in heat. Yeah.
It's a good thing you said that, Gummy Bear, because it's a perfect segue to what I was about to say to Matrix. Because I got a phone call, Matrix, but you were reminding me of the phone call yesterday. I mean, of the argument yesterday. And actually, that's the thing. I didn't want to name names, dude, but there's a fella. He makes it hard to have conversations here. Because actually, I didn't mind talking about it yesterday, but this guy wanted to argue about it very much. And yeah, and Jeremy was asking a question. I had an answer for him. I had a regular answer for him. And this other guy was yelling at him, so then Jeremy's yelling at me, dude, and it was the whole thing, man. He's being a fucking dick, actually, Jeremy.
I think Jeremy just didn't like the sophistry, man. Like he was going out of his way not to answer the question. He was doing it on purpose, and we could all see it, man.
Yeah, I know, but no, he might have been doing that. But then when I was actually trying to get him to stop talking so I could finish saying what I was saying, because I was trying to answer his question instead of doing what the other guy was doing. And then Jeremy, I guess, thought that he sees two Globers and he becomes racist all of a sudden. And we all just look alike to him. We're all just the same fucking dudes.
Oh, you'll get it like the rest. You get it like the rest of them. I don't discriminate.
Yeah, well, you're a jackass, dude. Because yesterday I was actually answering your question. I gave you values, and I wasn't doing what the other guy was doing. I was trying to actually.
You got to remember, we're all called Jeremy here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Your name's Jeremy too, is it?
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Hey, so
don't try that. Don't try that. We've known you this whole time, and just find out your name is Jeremy. Are you trying to copy us?
He's told me a while ago, dude.
I said it a long time ago.
Bro, stop trying to copy it.
Jeremy, relax.
My passport.
Relax, the Jeremys, relax.
But at any rate, what I was trying to express to you yesterday, Jeremy, you fucking jerk off, was the article I read, and it was an important article to describe because it was answering your question about the reason why Doofus was comparing the heat and energy, or heat and temperature. I'm sorry, was the same reason I was beginning to do that in the first place, and I was leading into your temperatures. Your temperatures do exist there, but it's important to remember that there's a couple ways you can think about temperature, but one way is that's never thought of is total energy. And the total energy is going to be completely different depending on how much medium you have there in the first place, or how dense that medium is. You know what I mean? If there's no medium there, then that temperature is almost irrelevant. Other than the radiative heat and all that kind of stuff. But anyways, I don't remember what my point was. I think I was just going to ask you, Matrix, if I don't know where we left off because I ended up leaving yesterday.
Well, the main thing about I assume you're talking about temperatures in space.
We're talking about Tesla ultimately.
Yeah. But the thing about temperatures in space is that you're not just going to have something be a certain, like the way you figure out what temperature something's going to be in space is by literally looking at what are the outputs of energy and what are the inputs of energy. And when they two balance out, that's the temperature that's like its resting temperature, you might want to call it.
Yeah, I think it's called radiative equilibrium or something like that.
Exactly, yeah. when for example, when the input from the sun is equal to the output from your own radiation, that's like the fundamental thing.
That'd be
And
what your
that's why
temperature is, basically. Yeah.
yeah, and that's why people will have the misconception that space is cold, because it's not that it's cold as in you'll instantly freeze up there, but it's cold in the sense that if you have no input energy, if you're somewhere far away from any star or sun, the only energy you'll have in is from cosmic microwave background radiation, and that is that contributes to like 2.3 Kelvin or something, if I remember correctly, and that's why people will say that the temperature of space is 2.3 Kelvin. It's simply because if the only input you have is background radiation,
It's
that's the temperature you end
2.73
up at.
Kelvin. You're butchering this.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. It's
Damn,
2.73 Kelvin, first of all. All right, my bad. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're not butchering anything,
Go
dude.
ahead.
Jeremy has a boner for that number, so if somebody says it and they don't say his number, then he's gonna get fucking blue balls.
Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. We'll finish it
No,
up.
it's
I'm
fine.
going next.
So that's all it means when you say that when people say that temperature is cold, it's that's the resting temperature eventually, if that's the only input you have.
That resting bitch face.
No one's saying the temperature's cold. In fact, quite the opposite. They're saying it's very hot.
Quite the opposite. They're saying both.
Extremely
Because-
hot.
Yeah.
The opposite.
Yeah.
They're saying it's extremely hot.
But you know,
I can pull up a
astronauts.
citation. Do you want a citation?
No, we know this. We agreed. We both just agree
So
with
you
you,
don't-
and
So you know it's hot.
well, and also cold. But
At the same time?
well, yeah. There's astronauts, dude, who literally
I'd
will
hate to
tell
play
you
that hot and cold game with you where like you hide somebody's keys and then you're like,
Dude.
we'll play the hot or cold game.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
And then
There's
you say, am I hot or cold? And I say both.
Yeah, exactly. And that made you do hide and go seek. Well, you go look for it because I'm sleeping with your wife. That's fine. But anyways, what's really happening is hot. Oh yeah, there's astronauts that express like being out on a spacewalk, and then said that the weirdest feeling was when like the sun is shining on one part of their like shining on their leg on one side, and then the other side it's like cold. They can actually feel the difference in temperatures. But that goes back to what Gummy was saying about different materials and their equilibrium. Because the thing about a spacesuit is it kind of reflects some of that heat, but also is meant to it's meant to retain heat and stuff like that too. So it's like,
well, they're also
Hold
don't
on.
they have like a? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, don't they have like a like almost
temperature
a
regulator, yeah.
system, or temperature regulator that literally moves the heat around their body because of the fact that they often have one-sided heating, so they need that in order to not be literally like boiling on one side and freezing on the other.
Yeah. Like the
Hold
astronaut
on.
wasn't killed. Go ahead, man.
Let's go back to the part where you said it's both hot and cold. Now they are the antithesis of each other. That is
That's true.
Paradoxical, and that is dialetheism that Bev's whole crew's been talking about recently.
That's true, man. So your wife
You
told me
got
the
issues,
other day,
bro.
Your wife told me the other day that I was cool and hot at the same time. I was like, "That's pretty cool, man." And she
That's
said,
not the same thing I'm talking about. Don't be goofy with me.
"Yeah, well,
that's
dude,
the thing, Jeremy. It's hot when you're in sunlight. It's cold when you're not.
Okay.
This is a
Okay. Cool.
this is a true
So
Jeremy conversation.
So it's hot in the sunlight. Cool. What's the temperature in the sunlight?
but that's you're asking the wrong questions, man. Because
No, I'm asking the right question because I know what the melting point of rubber is.
I know, but
So
dude,
what's the temperature when it's hot in the sunlight, guys?
we have to like start off on the same page here because
We're on the same page. Okay. Do we know the melting point of rubber?
No, but look, there's a reason for this. It's because temperature in that way is not as relevant expressed as you think.
So yeah, you don't have a temperature in the sunlight. You have an input of energy in the sunlight.
Yes, and that makes things very hot. We know it makes things very hot in the sunlight.
Unless it's redistributed or reflected off or whatever
radiated
else.
away.
Sure. Okay. Sure.
A lot of material.
So what's the temperature in the sunlight in the thermosphere or wherever that Mars car went?
They say 200 plus, but like Gummy said,
200 plus. That's it.
Like Gummy said,
Are you
though,
sure that's it, Kosho? I thought it was way higher than that.
250, something like that. But here's the problem: is that number is not exactly.
Why are you
true.
giving me wrong numbers trying to minimize this shit? You know it's way more than that, bro.
I was thinking about 200 plus, 200 minus, but it doesn't matter because it's not important. As important
What's
as Gummy said that the each material has a different equilibrium based on how much energy it radiates away, which some things do immediately. So
temperatures in the upper thermosphere can range from about 500 Celsius to 2,000 degrees Celsius.
Sure. What does that mean exactly?
That means the temperature is 500 degrees Celsius to 2,000 degrees Celsius.
For the average energy for the particles up there, that's right.
The temperature. Yes. Do you know what temperature is?
Yes, I do. That's what I'm trying to say to you, that it means something very different down here or in any kind of medium than it does in some place where there's almost no medium. Because that energy is not the energy of like the radiation or something like that. It's the energy of the particles that are there. Like there's very energetic particles there, but there's very few of them.
Oh, this is neat. You want to hear the ignition temperature of rubber?
Sure, dude, but it's not going to be relevant here.
Well, I don't. Okay, you can say it's not relevant. However, the ignition temperature of rubber is 260 to 316 degrees. Hold on, is that Celsius or? Probably Celsius. Let me just find that. Rubber begins to melt at 180 degrees Celsius.
Think about it this way. If you talk about, talk about the temperature of a room. Okay, let's say it's whatever the fuck. I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit. I think 80 or something sounds normal to me, but I don't know. But let's say 80 for a second. That's the temperature of the room. That doesn't mean anything when you talk about what temperature is the fridge going to be at. Well, because the fridge is constantly trying to cool itself down, it's not going to be the same temperature as the room because it's constantly trying to cool itself down. And that same can be said for someone who's in space. Sure, the thermosphere might be a certain temperature, but if the person up in the thermosphere is constantly trying to cool themselves down, they're not going to be that temperature. They're cooling themselves down just like a refrigerator.
I don't know if
that's cool. What's the coldest temperature it gets?
I don't know if that's the best example, but
I didn't even listen to that. The point is, we know the melting point of rubber, and we know the temperature in the the thermosphere up there. So
yeah, I know, but that temperature is as I know, it's a what do you call that? Convective heat energy from the particles that are energized and moving around real fast. It's not a ambient temperature or something like that you're it's just going to be imparted on you when you get up there. The particles actually have to come in contact with you for you to for it to give its heat to you. There's not very many particles, so it's not going to be a big deal. I'm sure if you stayed there for a while, you might feel weird.
Does rubber catch on fire? Most types of rubber will ignite around 500 to 600 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah,
260 to 316 degrees Celsius.
You have to make the tire that hot. The tire has to get that hot. So then you have to ask yourself, how long?
I have to ask myself, what is the temperature, and what is the temperature of the medium that this tire is in? That's what I need to ask myself. What was the temp? 500 to 2,000.
But the temperature itself is not going to give you any enough information. Whenever you realize that the tire is very big and the amount of particles are very few, the time it's going to take for that energy to be imparted onto the tire, who knows how long?
How long?
Who knows how long?
No, well, you can't do some math for it, or
I want to do some math for that. I'll tell you what. Tell me the density of the air up there, the average amount of particles per cubic meter, and I'll do it.
The average, what you want, the PSI?
Not the PSI. It's hard to find a chart that has like a very.
You want it in a Torr value, or?
I need the amount of particles in a cubic meter.
Well, give me the PVNRT formula for the Earth.
You said PVNRT. You just said the formula, man.
Yeah, or give me the. Well, let's punch the numbers in. Let's punch the numbers into that so we can figure it out. You want to do that?
No, I do not want to do that.
I know I won't want to do that either, because where are you going to get the V from?
Listen, let me just find a calculator real quick.
Where would you even get the V from? I don't even know. What? Hey, let's say you were going to do that formula. Where would you put the V in? Would you put as the V?
If you wanna know the number related to cubic meters, then you put it in a cubic meter. If you want the
you need a
number in
volume.
relation to,
You know what the V stands for?
Yeah, cubic meter is a volume.
Yeah. So how much volume what number would we put in there?
Well, if you want to know about a cubic meter, we put in a cubic meter.
No, for Earth. We're going to do it on Earth.
You mean the entirety of Earth?
Yeah, all the gas pressure. We got gas pressure on Earth, right? We got a formula to figure out gas pressure.
Hey, what's the altitude of the ionosphere? Isn't it like it's over?
Can't do that until we get this PVNRT formula figured out for Earth.
Okay, dude. Well, I'm in the middle of working on the problem, dude. Okay, so
you're working on dumb shit, bro. Stop.
Dude,
You gotta
we're on the
focus.
same problem that you. We're talking about the same thing right now. You freaking numbnut. That's why I'm trying to figure out what the what the altitude is. You need the altitude to get the pressure. Okay, pressure's part of the formula, dude. But I'm not doing it that way, anyways. But still, what's the Oh, wait, here it goes. Here it goes. It says. What the fuck? Hold on. You should know how high the ionosphere is, dude. You always talk about it, man.
I literally never said the word ionosphere before.
But that's what we're talking about right now.
I said thermosphere.
Thermosphere?
Yeah, the temperature in the thermosphere.
Apparently,
it's 500 degrees to 2,000 degrees Celsius. I don't know. It probably doesn't get hotter than that.
Ionosphere and thermosphere are different.
Listen, Kosho's always confused. It's fine. You just got to work.
I thought the ionosphere.
We know you're confused. We know. You said it earlier today, like it was a fucking brand new event that had never happened before. Like, guys, I'm a little confused. It's like, yeah, it's a shocker.
Yeah, okay, man. So your wife gave me a roofie last night.
Anyways, no, the ionosphere is
isn't it part of the thermosphere?
Well, so yeah, well, the thermosphere is is a part of the ionosphere. The ionosphere is a large area. It has the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere.
Right, what's the hottest part of the ionosphere? What's the hottest part of the ionosphere?
I'd have to Google that.
Well, there's like 100 miles. Like the thermosphere goes from 70 to 140 miles. Looks like. I'm just trying to see how many. It doesn't matter. This is really ridiculous, dude. We're just trying to see how many particles are there. Okay, and there's not very many. That's all you need to know. There's not very many particles there. That's why even though it's a high temperature, it's not going to be it's not going to transfer that to you in any meaningful way.
Like the example I always use is, you manage to heat a feather to 400 degrees, and you try and use that heat from the feather to heat you up. It's not going to happen.
Not analogous. Terrible analogy.
Not a terrible analogy.
Terrible. You guys have the worst. You don't think it's a terrible analogy because you have the worst fucking analogy in the world.
You have to understand this, though, dude. Imagine if you have a fucking pool of sand. Okay?
That's a great analogy for you.
Yeah, it is.
For your analogies.
You have a pool of sand, and all the fucking sand particles are all 2,000 degrees, okay? It's a pool of sand, and then I fucking put you in it up to your neck. It's going to be very hot, okay? This is the truth. Now let's say I have that same temperature sand, 2,000 degrees, and I have like fucking, I don't know, like 100 particles. I just blow it in your general vicinity. It's going to be a very different experience because even though the temperatures are the same, there's a totally different amount of energy because there's not that much particles to impart on you.
So there's going to be 200 particles of this 2,000 degree sand constantly bumping into me. How long till I burn?
Like, you know, they're probably also going to radiate away the heat quick enough too. But I'm sure if you stayed up there too long, you'd probably
I
get
mean,
pretty annoyed.
you can hold an alloy.
What's it
that's
radiating into?
2000.
What's the
You
heat
can hold
radiate
an.
into?
Have you ever heard of night vision goggles? Night vision goggles only work because your body radiates away energy.
Infrared.
Yeah, and then so the energy in that medium would be
Electromagnetic? What do you
what's the
mean?
energy? What's the temperature in the medium that we're in?
Right now, what are you talking about? It's 80 degrees, 90 degrees here.
No, dude. The temperature of the medium. That's the temperature we use. That's how you get temperature.
I know, but in some cases that's relevant. In other cases, it's not. In the case of because down here in our atmosphere, it's relevant to talk about it like that. However, Gummy pointed this out earlier that when you're not in our atmosphere, it's important that to understand that when you're discussing temperature, it's going to be unique for different materials because it depends on that material is going to have a radiative equilibrium, which is going to determine, depending on how much energy is imparted on it, how much what temperature it's going to be equalized at, basically. Some materials radiate away energy, like metals and stuff. They radiate away energy just as quick as it's put on.
Like think
Like
if you
here
put
we go.
something in sunlight, it's not gonna just increase forever. At some point, it's gonna level out to the point where the input from the sun is equal to the output from other things like convection and all these.
Okay, some parts of space are hot. Gas between stars, as well as the solar wind, both seem to be what we call empty space, that they can be more than 1,000 degrees, even millions of degrees. However, there's also what's known as the cosmic background temperature, which is 455 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, telling me it's pretty hot up there.
Cosmic background temperature, that's negative, dude. Negative 400 degrees.
I was gonna say it's
Oh, they must have did a typo. They must have. Oh, this is from space.com. Oh, it said minus. My bad. It did say minus. I misread it.
Okay, good.
So
That's
when
the
if
number you
it's
said earlier, 2.73 Kelvin.
2.73, yes. Kosho loves that number. Every time I mention it, he fucking orgasms.
Yeah, okay, dude. You just stole my joke. That it doesn't matter, dude. You hear earlier, whenever who was fucking with Xanac, and then they're like, "Just give me any number you want. Just, it doesn't matter what number." And he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna give you 33." And he's like, "Dude, that was my jersey in high school, man." He's like, "That's fucking weird." It's like, dude, that's this number that all flat earthers they all give it to shit. That's like the shill number for flat earthers, dude. I think he really thought that Godscalpel just randomly guessed that number.
It wasn't God's Scalpel. It was SC Montreal.
Oh yeah, right. Tomato, potato.
I think Zenig was just trying to. I don't know.
I don't think so, man. I think that really was his number in high school. He could have been joking. It could have been a subtle.
No, I mean what I mean. He could be joking. Is his reaction? His reaction was maybe the number is right. I think it was just anyway.
Xanac's a very spiritual man. Not a lot of people know this, but
Oh really?
I shouldn't say anything else about it. But I'm halfway joking.
I don't know what that means.
No, I'm not supposed to say it, so just forget about it.
Get it? Hey, Gummy Bear. Okay, so you know something about photons and refraction and wavelengths, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I send like a photon is like the peaks of the waves, right? It's like this.
That's a way of looking at it, yeah.
All right. So if I send, can I like put two photons in the same space and then combine them their waves?
Yeah.
Right.
So photons are. I always mix this up. Fermions.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what
or
the different speeds
bosons.
are.
Wait. It's a boson. So bosons, all particles that are bosons can actually take up the exact same position in space. All fermions cannot.
Right.
So, for example, electrons are a fermion. They can only have one position. For example, one energy
They
level.
collide, let's say.
Yeah. Like the reason we have volume at all is because of the fact that fermions can't share the same space, but bosons can. They can literally, you can have millions of photons, the exact same position in space. They
And it's
essentially
gonna work like a single photon, right? Because I was trying to, like, I was thinking about that experiment that they allegedly slow down like a
Exactly.
single photon, right?
That's how they did it. They
And yeah, I was trying to like come up with a way that I could do it, like and see if that's how they did it. So that's what I came up with. Like if you had two overlapping photons, right, with different wavelengths, the peaks of the waves are going to travel slower in space than the photon itself. But if you I mean, and then the wave itself. But if you see the photon as like the peaks of the waves, then you have a slower photon, right?
That's why refraction
But you
occurs.
do know why it travels slower, so to speak, in the experiment, right?
No.
Okay, so when you talk about how fast it travels in the experiment, you actually
Jeremy
should.
just unmuted. Oh, sorry, go on.
It kind of is weird to talk about it as a photon, because the main thing you need to think about is the fact that it's a wavefront. It's an electromagnetic wave. And the way that they make it travel is they send it through a lens that actually redirects it into like a conical shape almost. And then prism at the end redirects it back into a straight line. So essentially during the in-between, it's traveling in like a conical wave, and then like almost like two wavefronts, and then we combine it into one wavefront.
You lost me,
again.
sorry.
I know. I'll post
Think
an
about
image in a
interference.
second.
In conclusion, when we now know that light can travel at different speeds through space.
Absolutely. And I have a photon chair, and it's like sitting on air. It's amazing. And if light is traveling so fast, why isn't it blurry? Like, I've been asking this. I haven't got an answer yet.
What?
That's our question.
The question didn't make no sense.
No. Maybe let me say it another way. If light is traveling so fast, like the speed of light is so fast, why isn't it blurry?
Because you don't see that.
Why would that look blurry?
You don't see light.
You don't see the light traveling like that. What you see is a reflection or you see emission. You either see something emitting light or something reflecting light. You don't see light traveling through the air.
If you just picture how the image is formed in a camera or in your eye, there's no reason why you would expect to see that.
We don't see light?
I didn't say that.
We see
light
light when it's hit our eye, not while it's traveling.
Oh, we don't see light moving.
Yeah, you see whatever hits your eye that forms a picture of what you're seeing. So, for example, if there's a spot source of light very far away and looks like a point, it looks like a point because there's just a tiny region of your retina that is actually being hit by photons coming from that source of light. And because all the rest of your retina isn't receiving any photons, the rest of it just looks black. And the region that the photons are actually hitting is where you see that point of light. So where the blur come from? Where would the blur come from?
Yeah.
It reminds me of the question somebody asked. They said if light, if the light comes from the sun, like why is space so dark or something like that? And like I said, because when light interacts with your eyes, it's because it either what you're seeing is the emission of light, like light being emitted from something, or reflection which is the light emitted off something and then reflected off something else. But you don't see it
You're
traveling.
saying when I close my eyes and light's not entering it, it's light's not still there? No, I don't think that. I think light is still there.
Yeah, it's still there, but you're not going to see it because it's not being captured by your retina, right?
But it's still there, right? Still moving.
Yeah, I think Kosha wasn't saying that. We wouldn't be there.
Now, I'm just saying that your eyes don't detect the movement of light or something like that. It's just detecting light, the sensors where the light ends up at.
What's darkness then?
It's when there's no light coming from that direction.
But the light is still moving? But there's no light at all.
There's no light coming from that direction and hitting your eye. So
No, I disagree. I think there's still light. You just can't interpret it as light.
There's less light, or if there's light, there's no visible light.
Well,
there you go.
Visible light can leave the sun and travel to Earth, and the entire time from if like you can be looking at a perpendicular or oblique. I mean, looking at that same path, and you're not necessarily going to see. You're not going to see light moving unless it's interacting with particles, because you don't see. It's the same thing as a warehouse that's empty, no dust or anything. If you have like a spotlight in there, you'll see the source of the spotlight, and you'll see where the spotlight's hitting the wall. But if there's dust in there, then it'll light up all the dust and shit like that.
Yeah, you see everything else moving, just not the light, right?
Oh, I mean, if there's stuff moving, then the light can reflect off it, and so it'll all be illuminated or whatever. But without that stuff, you only if like same thing with a laser, like you have a laser pointer. If there's nothing in the air, you usually can only see the light at the source or what it's intersecting with.
Yeah, sometimes they add color. It definitely looks like it's moving in a laser, but I don't know if that's the same. But like when you close your eyes, you can still see things moving, right? Is that light? I mean, it's dark, but it seems like light. Something's moving.
What do you mean?
You mean like you see like some blurred shadows or something like that? Because like
no, just close your eyes. It looks like space, right?
Yeah, if you close with a lot of strength, you're gonna see stuff because now you're forcing your retina to send
get this thing on.
pulses to your brain. What's that, Jeremy?
I'm just
And
kidding.
should I eat the seafood buffet or the steak dinner tonight?
Buffet, because you get more.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Thanks.
I am having steak in a little bit, so.
I knew you would know, Kosha.
I mean, it's just they're both good choices, but the buffet, I mean, at least you get more shit.
Yeah, I had this teriyaki steak or some type of steak at a Chinese restaurant last night. It wasn't that good. I'll go with the seafood tonight. Hope there's light in there.
What you getting? Some Cajun seafood stuff?
No, we're eating like a buffet that has crab legs and whatever on it.
Oh, I love that. I used to go to the Chinese buffet. They have all you can eat crab legs. I used to walk out of there sick to my stomach every time. It was delicious.
You eat too much. You eat vegetables.
Three cups of butter. Yeah, 3 cups of butter. 3 giant plates of crab legs.
You eat too much meat. Eat vegetable.
The last time I went to one of those buffets, I was in Virginia.
No, we do that in the Poconos, though. We go to these buffets, and they'll have all kinds of seafood. It's fucking great.
Maybe one day you'll take your wife on a real vacation, man.
Oh, we go to the Poconos, bro. That shit is banging.
Yeah, the Poconos is nice.
My grandma lives there. I guess I don't think of it as a vacation place as well.
Bro, we had a champagne fucking hot tub 2 floors high overlooking the fucking living room with a pool in our room. Like, that shit's banging, bro. Crazy.
Were you on Geo's that night? You were on Geo's talking to Kosha that night.
What did I get logged in out there? I might have, yeah.
Hey Ken, did you see what I sent?
Whoa, dude, you're making some kind of machine? Okay, what is that? Oh, wait, that's for bacon. Oh, that's for the light thing. Okay.
Yeah. Most of the vacations we do is for the kids, anyways.
Yeah, don't go to Disney anymore. You saw that?
I was about to say that.
No, I didn't see that.
I've been telling you.
Well, it's
I don't even
Disney.
know what he's talking about, and I was about to tell you that.
We all know Disney was in it with them, with the elites, with faking that, the moon landings, you know, the NASA corruption, all that shit.
Wait, what are you
Yeah,
talking
it's
about?
worse than that. They after your kids, man.
Is that how they did it in that article?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's
Okay,
been a
so-
lot more than
how they did in that article.
it's been a lot more than this in the past. So, like,
Did they do A or B to slow it down?
They did both. Both have the same effect.
What happened? What's been happening at? Wait, sorry, you guys go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I guess B is an easier way to understand, right? What's going on A, right? Okay, so the way the wavelengths combine there in the middle makes the peaks like travel slower. Is that what's going on?
That's what happens with the refraction too, right?
Well,
Yeah, but refraction happens
so
like
think
inside,
about it.
inside
The
of
thing
a
is that the wavefronts are literally moving in a diagonal direction for a while, and then they combine back together. It's that fact that's making them structured, so to speak, into moving slower in the sense that they've traveled a slower, shorter, the same distance over a longer time.
So if I would look
Displacement
to
is
those diagonal lines like individually, right? I would still see them traveling at the speed of light, right?
yes.
They're still
What speed of light? The slow down speed of light in space, or the fast speed of light in space?
and you wouldn't be seeing the speed of light either.
Constant
Can't
C.
see the light.
Sure, you can't. But that's all we're saying.
C is not a constant, bud. We just debunked. That's debunked.
C is absolutely a constant.
Yeah, C is constant.
Well, how do they constant? Where is it a constant at? Not in space.
The speed of light is not a constant. C is a constant.
Yeah, which is also called the speed of light. So that there's a bit of confusion there.
What is
But it's really the speed of propagation through space time. It's like space time has to communicate with space time. That's how fast it does it.
Yep.
C?
Which is pretty
so
constant.
how fast light moves through space?
Usually at C.
Usually, is it constant or is it usually C?
It's not constant because there's particles, there's fraction, there's all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
But the speed of light
And
speed of light in a pure vacuum, because it will be behaving uninfluenced, it goes at C, which is that's why it's called speed of light.
Yeah, C, but that's not true though, because it doesn't always go at C. Sometimes it slows down. We've gotten it to slow down personally.
No, unobstructed. I'm saying unobstructed,
Personally, but-
uninfluenced.
Yes, unobstructed through free space. Not constant.
That experiment
We've been
wasn't
through this day after day.
Yeah, that experiment is just you're combining waves that are all at the speed of light, and you're looking to the combination of them and interpreting that as a photon that is lower. But they're still all
They got single photons.
That's what I just said.
Photons that go slower and through free space in a vacuum.
Yeah, but
not even a debate anymore. Like C is not constant.
I'm explaining that, Jeremy. I'm not going against.
You don't need to explain it. I just detailed it. They got light to move through a vacuum in free space.
Yeah, but the wavelengths, the waves are still going the speed of light.
No, they're going slower than the speed of light.
No, just the peaks.
Listen to me. They got light. They got single photons of light. Is a photon light?
I'm not gonna get into semantics with you. That's so annoying and boring.
I was just saying, Gummy, just remember.
Trying to detail how they got light.
No,
travel
you're doing
slower.
Word game. I'm not interested.
I don't know where the confusion is. They got photons, which is light, to travel different speeds through free space in a vacuum.
Saying photon is light is a bit too reductionist. There's a bit of details in what a photon is, and if you want to go with just photons is light as a complete definition of photons are, now you're gonna get to wrong conclusions, which is exactly what you're doing.
Okay,
so
well,
I'm not gonna accept that definition.
How would you define light? Let's hear how you define it.
Oh, it's electromagnetic waves in the visible spectrum.
Can we define a photon?
It's like a package of energy in the. It has more
In the
attributes.
visible, spectrum.
That's not enough.
It's called
I think
light. It's called light.
No, photon
The
is
thing
not
you just
just light.
said is called light.
No, it isn't.
Everything that.
No, what I
Alright,
said.
whatever, bro.
What I said, I didn't when I defined light. I didn't mention anything about package of energy. I just said it's electromagnetic waves, right? Photons have, I think, 6 or 7
Whatever, dude, we're done.
attributes
That's it.
that makes them.
It's over.
Yeah, it's over because you don't want to get into the precise definition of the things you're talking about. You want to go with the.
Well, I know what a
most-
photon. I know what they.
Okay, define me a
Let me bring
photon.
a definite. I'll bring a definition up. Hold on.
Guys, why don't we come to a place where we agree on? It doesn't have to be combative, man, because I see what's going on here, dude. Turns out you are actually incorrect, Jeremy, but Bacon's not. He's not expressing. I know he's trying to express. He's trying to express the different components that make up.
Are you ready? This sounds real sciencey. Hold on, Kosho.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Get back to the battle, sir.
This sounds real sciencey. You ready? Photon. A particle representing a quantum of light. Electromagnetic radiation.
That's right, dude. Light, as we know it, is the visible spectrum. Very, very small, between 400 and 700 nanometers.
So it's safe to say a photon. If we have a photon, we have light.
No. If you have light, you have there's photons involved, but not the other way around. You could. I mean, I sometimes talk about electromagnetic radiation in any wavelength and call it light, but I always get corrected when I do that. So.
Okay, well, they were using the same kind of photon, so it was a light photon.
Sure.
Yeah, but they were emitting light in many directions, and the combination of them are what produces like this photon that was going slower. But all of those waves were traveling at c, not the photon. So if we argue that photons can travel slower than light, sure, but you cannot argue that electromagnetic waves can travel slower than light. And photons and electromagnetic waves are not the same thing.
Oh, here we go. Ready? Yo, you ready for this? Photons are massless. They always move at the speed of light. Number 2 million whatever meters per second squared.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Or sorry, meters per second. That's from Wikipedia. So we know that's not true. We now know that's not true, and photons don't always move that. So we now know that's not.
Bacon, you got that? Yeah, because he's at home with his family. He's gonna scream at us, dude.
Relax, guys. So we now know that photons don't always travel at that speed in a vacuum through free space. Simple. I don't know what the big argument is.
Which doesn't make C not a constant.
It has a number here, and we know that number can change. That means not constant.
Yeah, but C isn't
gotten
the
that
speed
number
of
to
photons.
change.
C isn't the speed of photons.
Jeremy, are you able to see the text chat or anything like that? Because Gummy posted a picture to show to Bacon, and it's that picture that was the reason why we're talking about this, and it's that picture that kind of shows you why you end up with that slower speed. And in that picture, you see that the light travels at the speed of light in the directions that they're traveling, and then where they destructively interfere with each other. That's where you get the peaks of the what do you call that? The wavefront being slower.
And I just got to clarify, the very latest picture I showed is directly from the article where they did.
Can I respond to something? Please? The speed of light in a vacuum, commonly denoted c. This is also from Wikipedia. I mean, you could obviously find other sources. So I don't know what kind of weird game you guys are playing with me right now.
Yeah, common denoted doesn't mean that C is defined as the speed of photons. Just because it's commonly denoted. It's commonly denoted as at the speed of photons or whatever.
Speed of light is now
go ahead.
Because it's
Because it's almost always the case. But they found exceptions to that, which are not a problem for relativity, as you seem to have implied when you were bringing this up for the first time. So this is not a problem for relativity. This is not a problem for C being a constant. C is still a constant.
You're playing weird games with me. If C is the speed of light, they've gotten light to travel at a different speed, not the number of meters per second
they got photons.
they've given.
They got
Excuse me?
photons. They got photons to travel slower than C.
The big thing here is that photons and light, like they're not the same concept. They don't denote the exact same thing.
Okay, so your guys' contention now is that these photons they use aren't light? Contention is?
So what you got to think about is a photon.
What's in contention? Dude, what's the problem?
A photon is usually denoted as a packet of energy. So when we say that the photon traveled slower, we're saying that the time it took for the packet of energy to arrive was longer. But when we're talking about the speed of light, we're talking about the speed of the wavefront of light. And that can be different than the actual time it takes for the packet of energy to arrive, like in the experiment.
Really? Because they gave me a meters per second number. That meters per second number that they gave me, that photons always travel at that speed, constant C.
Okay, so
you're telling me that's not the number. Is that the number or no?
That's not the number of photons.
If they stated that
the speed of the photon, no one said the number of photons.
No, I
misspoke. I can't fuck with you guys right now.
I misspoke. I meant that's not the number. All right. That's not the number for photons. That's the number for electromagnetic waves.
I read everything out clear for the class. I mean, everyone heard all the definitions and citations and shit. There's no problem. You guys are like confused or something.
I promise you, man.
We're all in agreement with this article.
I promise you, dude, that the more you understand about this stuff, the more you see why it's explained the way it's explained in the Wikipedia article and stuff like that. To get into the complexities of what he's talking about, the distinction between the photon and the with light, like photons are emitted even when magnetism happens, right? Where electromagnetic repulsion happens. But it's just not. It's not the same thing as a light wave, right? It's like a virtual particle. So anyway, the point is that.
Oh boy.
The point is that.
Actually, it's a virtual photon. When
yeah,
you talk
Rocky,
about
that was. My bad, Dice Low. Rocky, that was the article I found that exact link. That's a quick Google search. Like, I don't know what. There's nothing's in contention here. You guys are like.
No, dude,
arguing for nothing. I don't understand.
The part that's in contention is that there's a difference between the what do you call it? The wave. It's just called a wave something. I forget what it's called. A wave something, and that's when that's the actual propagation of the wave of light, right? But when you're talking about individual photons, you like reflections, for example. Did you know that reflections and refraction, like they have when they're what's it called? When they're superposition, like they're superposition, they're all over the place. They're taking these weird paths, and the only reason you see that path is because it's the shortest path, the quickest path. Okay, but light is doing a lot of slower stuff all the time. You just don't see it.
Light
doesn't. Go ahead,
light's not an emission. Yeah, light's not an emission. What you were talking about with magnetism, it's called a virtual photon, and with light, it's called a virtual particle. I know it seems a little counterintuitive, but that's kind of how they chop it up. But all that stuff is only to facilitate within helping render calculations and predictions. But there's literally nothing that represents any of that. It's all literally abstract concept, and even from Richard Feynman's mouth even admits that. So light's not an emission, and it's neither is it a particle or a particle wave duality. I mean, this is all just fantasy, dude. Like there's nothing.
Feynman said light isn't an emission.
Yeah, that's according to it.
Feynman said, here, I'll read you the quote here by Feynman. Let me pull it up here. pertaining to.
You're talking about how quantum these particles are an abstraction, and that's true. There's a model, and that we think of them. We think of them in a way that the model describes their properties, but you're not they're not actually seeing them. They're smaller. They're smaller than the ability to see them even. So.
Well, the whole thing is because they only exist to do one thing. If you would see them, that would mean that they're interacting with other things, and that's not what they're existing for.
I'm going to read the quote here.
I'm wording it there.
A virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they are very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. End quote, Richard Feynman.
That was probably before we had those visualization of virtual particles inside of a proton.
Yeah,
I think that would change. I think that was going to change Feynman's.
I mean, that's all. What you're talking about is literally particle mysticism of the worst kind, and literally belongs along the side of unicorns and leprechauns.
How's the mysticism?
Because there's nothing to conclude that there's this discrete particle interactions taking place. There's no observations. There's zero observations to account for this particle wave duality. What you guys are misconstruing is the diffracted wave pattern, and this is how. That? Excuse me.
Have you looked into that? Because you're saying there's no evidence. I assume you probably have read the articles and.
It's purely conceptual.
So how did they produce?
Created.
How did they produce that visualization of quantum fluctuations inside of a proton? How did they do that?
That's just the neutron essentially blipping in and out of existence, because essentially it's all neutrons are all free neutrons are essentially just protons. So
I think,
you look up.
I think those were quarks.
In the nucleus.
No. Those were quarks.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. You can't claim you looked it up.
Sorry, I had to mute my map here. What was your question?
No, I wasn't quite asking anything. I just said you cannot say you looked it up because those aren't even protons or neutrons. Those are quarks.
Yeah, you can look up neutron decay. It's a known thing.
Neutrons decay, but neutrons inside the nucleus don't appear and disappear and reappear. That doesn't happen. And they're not loose neutrons. There's no loose neutrons in a nucleus.
Yeah, I don't deny the atom. But as far as the construct of what you guys premise an atom to be consistent of seems very questionable. You know, have we ever seen an atom?
Yeah, there are animations of atoms. They're used atoms too.
Yeah, you got to restate that, Bacon, because it sounds like.
Yeah, that sounds like it's a cartoon.
Yeah, it sounds like they animated a
right. There's an animation
out of atoms.
Yeah, it's like a stop motion using atoms. Let's see.
A cartoon with atoms as the pixels.
Yeah.
Do atoms ever touch?
They interact with each other.
Do they ever touch? Do atoms
touching doesn't make sense at the subatomic level. It only makes sense at the macroscopic level.
Technically, when you touch things, you're only you're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing those electrons are doing, which is just repelling each other. But your electrons
so nothing ever comes together.
The table.
Well, there are no actual surfaces, right? And if you look at things at the subatomic level, you don't have surfaces to touch.
They're just
so then what's the medium between the two?
There's just electromagnetic repulsion and attraction and stuff.
Ether.
No, the electromagnetic.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Electromagnetism, the charge, the charge between, the negative electrons, and they're repelling each other, repulsing each other.
Taizo doesn't believe in electrons.
No, I don't. And it's not a matter of belief; it's just logically implied.
Okay, well then, what repels?
It's no less of a belief. I can say the same thing about the shape of the Earth. It's not about a matter of belief. It's just logically implied that the Earth is circle. So, I mean, what's the point of saying that?
I mean, you have no evidence for that other than concepts.
Or
So
have you evidence that for the non-existence of electrons?
Oh yeah.
Feel free.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just logically implied. The fact that you say electrons are consistent of these charge carrying particles where they flow, and essentially at the end of the road, the electron stops and essentially 1,000 coulomb jump out, creating one electron. I mean, this is like
when
purely
does the
illogical.
stop? Well, when does the electron stop? Whoever said the electron stops?
So what's an electron?
It's a fundamental particle.
So
it's got negative
so
charge.
is it a charge carrying particle?
Yeah.
It does have charge, negative charge.
So what's charge?
Fundamental property.
It's a property of fundamental particles.
That's not an explanation.
I don't care. That's the answer for a question.
Yeah. It's a property
it's
a property that things have, and you can discuss the relationship that they have in electromagnetism. Like a positive and negative charge will attract one another, and charges will repulse each other.
You're giving me descriptions. I haven't heard an explanation.
It's a property.
That's where those words came from. It came to describe how things behave.
That's not the purpose of science. That's mathematics you're talking about. Science is supposed to actually give an explanation upon the things they're discussing. So where's your explanation?
It's supposed to describe how reality works and how the universe behaves. So that actually describes very how a lot of the universe behaves. It allows us to build circuitry and yeah.
And you realize that the circuitry you're talking about was all created by people who said electrons didn't exist, right?
I don't know that to be the case, no.
Oh yeah, it is the case. Highly the case. The entire electrical system that we're using today was created by people who said electrons do not exist. Yet all of a sudden you think that because you can use it.
Who invented the transistor?
I don't know. Go look it up.
Well, you know, everyone that invented the circuitry that we use don't believe in electrons, but you don't know who those people are. So how do you know they don't believe in electrons?
Yeah, you never asked me who they were.
I just asked you one example.
You asked me who invented a transistor, which is
which is
within
one of the most
realm
fundamental. Which is
I
one of
can't
the most
conversate-
fundamental.
I can't conversate with you if you're just going to continuously overtalk.
Oh, go ahead.
You asked me a specific question, and then you asked me another question before I could even answer the first question. So which question do you want to?
Yeah. So yeah, I was explaining why you not knowing is making you contradict yourself, because you said that you know that people who invented it don't believe in electrons. So I just picked one component of one of the most important components.
You're talking about quantum.
No, I'm talking about transistors.
The transistor came from quantum understanding, did it not?
No,
Not the original.
The old ones didn't, and they allowed the first computers to function in a relatively fast speed, and they just evolved with time. We improved them, make them small and more energy efficient. But yeah, so that's one of the most important components. So if you don't want to appeal for the older ones, just pick any of the versions of the transistors and show me that person didn't believe in electrons. That would be a very good way to back up your claim.
Yeah, so we got Steinmetz, Tesla, Heaviside, Thomson, all these guys.
Which one of them invented the
all
transistor?
Of these guys,
Thomson
all of these guys. All right, man. This is too difficult. I'm gonna go back to work, guys.
I mean, it should be difficult to make claims that you cannot back up. Isn't supposed to be easy.
I've heard people say that before about Thomson. Thomson discovered the electron.
It doesn't mean he believed it, right?
I think I've heard someone say that.
The thing is, it's quote mined and then misunderstood quotes. That's literally what all of that is.
Is Dice a moderator here?
I'm not sure, but doesn't really matter in my opinion. But
No, I was just
What?
surprised because whenever we try to discuss something, I quickly end up muted because I don't know. I don't think he likes my questions.
yeah,
But
I
that
don't
didn't
know.
happen this time, so maybe he's not a moderator.
I am unaware if he is or not.
Okay, never mind.
The thing is also the argument is kind of bizarre because you know, before so it was like Thomson discovered the electron. Now they realize what's going on down there. Then they start learning some more shit about how electrons behave with photons. Now they're discovering quantum mechanics. And if you were an engineer or scientist around that time, before that time, during that time, like when you're working with electronics, yet you're not on the cutting edge of quantum mechanics and discovering this stuff. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that a lot of these dudes either A, didn't know about electrons, or B, didn't believe them at first and still use
The
electricity.
thing is, you can create circuits without believing in electrons. It's not like believing in electrons isn't a prerequisite to making electricity related.
Oh, it is for a
technology.
lot of the components.
Yeah, some of the components, or a
Transistor.
lot you could even claim.
I mean,
But,
just think about like the size of transistors in the most modern processors. Like they're what 14 nanometers, or like it's not. I don't think it's not even nanometers. I think it's like the next unit for.
No, they can't get smaller than that, man.
Yeah, they're just a couple of atoms now. Like they're having to take into account like quantum effects on.
Yeah, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and quantum tunneling and stuff.
Yeah, they're becoming as small as it's physically possible, and that requires to really understand how atoms interact.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it was relativity that unified electrostatics and magnetism. It was when I understood how that happened, it was really mind blowing.
You talking about Enrique Fermi?
Electrostatics and magnet. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, because
quantum electrodynamics.
because
a moving electrons in a cable creates an electrostatic effect.
Technically, that's the special relativity, though, right?
Yeah,
I don't
special
know.
relativity.
The one that gives you how's it called? Length compression? No.
Special relativity. Is the specific. General relativity only talks about gravity, or the only addition from special to general is gravity related.
The accelerating frames in the space time, curvature of space time.
Magnetism is like the pseudo force of electrostatics, right?
Huh.
It's electrostatic in a different frame of reference.
Yeah, exactly. Like electricity or my words aren't working right. Yeah, electricity is like in one frame of reference it's the electric field acting, and in another frame of reference is the magnetic field acting.
Yeah. And a perpendicular well, it's a perpendicular component. Right, because also if you have a what's the word? I can't think of words either. You guys are fucking me up with the fucking words. But if you have a dynamic or a changing electric field, then you'll have a magnetic field. Vice versa.
Well, a moving electric charge induces a magnetic field.
And then moving magnetic field, and then changing magnetic field will have
induces an electric charge. Yeah. And that's why, or that's part of why we've kind of also why it's unified, that we say that it's an electromagnetic field. It's not two different things. Even though we talk about it as two different things, still, we know that it's not two different things. It's the same field that just acts in like multiple ways.
Boys and mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Stay sharp. And whatever you do, don't fall into one of Bansaw's and Jeremy's traps, dude. They try to pit brothers against
Dude, my
brothers.
shit's straight up, bro. My shit is straight up. Photons moving slower or faster, not C. Not that number they give for C. A different number, not constant. Photons. Massless particles. C.
Well, it's funny.
That's kind of the difference, Kosho. You guys have like a regimen, you know? You've got like a specific story that you're being told that you have to defend, and then you guys are claiming that it's true. So when you guys then have inconsistencies, you're like a little army or whatever, and when you have inconsistencies and you don't have any way to like empirically back it up, then those being called out can reveal that the deception underneath it.
Hey, well, wait, why do we have to defend it?
Wow, you're here. I don't know. You seem to choose to. I mean, you seem to,
Just because I'm correcting somebody doesn't mean I'm defending a model. I'm just correcting somebody's incorrectness.
But the thing is, when you're mentioning like the photon is traveling slower than the speed of light in a vacuum, and then like I've gone and I've looked at the actual experiment and I've explained why that is a weird way of phrasing it. All I get back is, yeah, but a photon is traveling slower. When I try and elaborate on what it means to even, for example, what is a photon, for example, is a very important question when we talk about this.
Massless particle that they base C off of. All photons travel at this rate in a vacuum, and they give a number for it in meters per second.
Yeah. Gravity travels at that same rate as well too. So
okay, that's a cool story.
It's not the speed of light. It's just this. It's the speed limit of the universe. It's a speed that space-time speaks to space-time.
It's supposed to be a constant number. They give a number in meters per second for it. We've gotten that number to change. That means not constant. You know what happens if a number changes?
The number is constant. C is constant. The speed of light or the speed of propagation is not constant. That's true. The speed of propagation is not constant. It's never been claimed to be constant because in a medium it'll be slower, it'll be faster. If there's obstruction, it'll be slower, fast. There's things there's no one that says that speed is a constant, but that value C is a constant.
Okay, and I gave the definition of C. I could have swore I read it out, so we were all clear.
As I remember, none of those definitions you read out said anything other than anything about light, which is just not the case because everything that is massless, all information that moves through the universe, if it's massless, has the speed limit of C. And so light isn't even the main thing that travels at that speed. Like I say, when we saw those stars crash against each other, and then LIGO received it. LIGO received it before any telescopes received the light. Like the light from the gravitational waves got here faster than the light did.
Are you? But wait. Isn't the way that worked out? Wasn't it that they measured gravitational waves, and then they were like, huh, This doesn't. The gravitational waves don't look like it's black holes colliding. It looks like it's neutron stars colliding, and then they looked at where it was coming from and saw that they could see the neutron stars because they're so bright. I thought that's how it happened.
You could see black holes colliding too, couldn't you?
You can only see them colliding in the sense that you can see the gravitational lensing of them shifting other things.
I guess I never thought of that. That's crazy.
You can't quite see them the same way you see anything else.
When neutron stars collide, they call it a kilonova. I thought that when black holes collide, I guess when black
there's
holes
a different name for neutron stars collision.
Well, yeah,
So
but
that sounds like a good
because of the energy output.
Sounds like a good rap name, Kilonova.
Is that like a same name for when a black hole collides with a neutron star?
Yeah, it's going to be also killed. I mean, I don't know if it's called that, to be honest with you, because I didn't know that you can't see it. Actually, when a black hole
You can with LIGO.
Well, yeah, exactly, but I don't know if they call that a supernova. I mean, supernova infers that there's light there, implies light, and
does it?
Nova.
So it was just the event of a dying star.
There's a lot of stuff to be believing, guys. Like to have zero like empirical validation of this is like.
But there is empirical validation.
You think it's zero.
We're literally discussing observation that was co-witnessed by LIGO and people seeing it.
Yeah, we both have images from telescopes observing it. We have LIGO and the other one observing the gravitational waves of it.
Observing what? I mean, I like what you're doing is like if there was a light in the sky and I said, "Oh, that's the unicorn marriage. They're getting married right now," and then made up a whole story about it. But at the end of the day, what are you actually observing? You're calling something empirical just because somebody else linked it to something that you think you believe because they're an authority. That doesn't mean that that's what it is.
Yeah, but if LIGO said,
can I just say quickly? But what happened wasn't just we saw something and made up a story. We measured something on LIGO and the other one, and literally looked at the data and realized, this doesn't seem like two black holes. They don't seem massive enough. The gravitational waves aren't indicative of two black holes. It seems like it's neutron stars based on the information of the gravitational waves. And then looking at the data, figuring out the direction it came from, we then see the actual neutron stars orbiting each other on its way to colliding.
No, I think they saw the blast.
Or the blast. Whatever it was, they pointed their telescopes at it and noticed that exactly what we expected from the gravitational wave data is what we can see as well with our eyes.
Did they capture the gravitational waves first and then the blast?
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Oh, the blast is like a blast of.
Yeah, we might be talking about different events. I'm talking about the one in August.
Like neutrinos? I don't know, because neutrinos are slower than light, right?
Yeah, but there's no neutrinos that were. This is just from a very far away galaxy. And
wait! You almost said a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, no, but that doesn't matter. It was observed that they got the gravitational waves first, and they were confirming it. It's like they were determining where it would be, and what they observed was the blast. I thought, and then I said this is the one from 2017. You might be talking about a different one, but from 2017 they saw the same place in the sky like a day or a couple days before. And then looked at it then, and there was a super, super bright blast going on there. It was like brighter than that galaxy that was in.
Right. So how do you have a way in your own mind to delineate between complete and total sci-fi, fantasy, fabricated stories about the lights that are happening in the sky versus validating that you believe that that's what it is?
And actually, you purchase a telescope or go to an observatory and see them yourself.
Yeah, no, but I'm not doubting that there's things that happen in the sky. There's, like, for example, that whole thing, the gravitational lensing, the micro lensing that Chronic does, it's like literally a light in the sky goes a little dim and then a little brighter. That's all it actually is. That's all that he actually has observed or anyone has observed is a little light going a little dimmer and brighter. The story they add to it is, oh yeah, there's a gravitational lensing and it's bending and warping because two objects are doing this. It's a whole story based upon that he believes, and I get that. But that's not any different than, because you can't actually go validate that. That's not that different than if I claim that that's a marriage of two unicorns and then got a bunch of people to believe that.
So the reason we know,
and then the LIGO thing is just, I mean, that's completely unverifiable.
No, so the reason we know is because using that data and the understanding that it is gravitational lensing, we then make predictions and then see that those predictions come into fruition. If it was just completely made up, we wouldn't be able to make predictions, but we do, and they come into fruition, showing that clearly we've gotten somewhat of an understanding.
So because you have a model that you think is making predictions upon the model that was fabricated in the first place, you somehow think that confirms the model?
If that's how you want to word it, sure.
What is because it's not a real prediction. You didn't predict the future. You're just using a model that you already have prefabricated that has certain components to it, and then you looking at the phenomenon and then just linking that phenomenon. That's sort of like if I said, I predict that the unicorns are going to do this or that when they get married, and then all of a sudden there's a phenomenon in the sky, and I say, see, look, I predicted it. Now it's happening.
Well, if you were to say, okay, the effect of these two unicorns getting married is that now you'll see a huge rainbow in the sky trailing from one to the other.
Right,
well,
and then a rainbow shows up, and then I claim that that's validation of the prediction of the unicorns getting married.
Well, no, you have to make the prediction beforehand. You need to say the day before, for example, you need to say, tomorrow we're going to see this phenomena because of this happening, and then tomorrow we do see that phenomena. If you haven't said it beforehand, then it's just a random like, oh, look, that was that's verification. No, you would say tomorrow we'll see this, which is what is predicted from this first thing and our model. And then if we do see that, that's verification of your model.
It's not, though. It still isn't. Because there's certain cycles in the sky that these luminaries make, and there's certain dynamics like eclipses and all kinds of other things. So that would, what you're saying now is sort of like saying, when Venus aligns with Jupiter, that you're claiming that you predicted it, but Venus and Jupiter are on a cycle. So of course they're going to align. That's sort of like saying, I'm going to predict that it's going to be 12 noon 10 minutes from now, and then all of a sudden 10 minutes from now it's 12 noon. Did you predict that? No, you didn't predict it. It's on a cycle.
Yeah, it's actually what's called a post-prediction. Like it's happened before, so you know it'll happen again.
But in this scenario, it isn't. It isn't something that's happened before and we've observed it before, and therefore we're saying it's going to happen again. This is something that we haven't observed before, and this is what the prediction says should happen, and then we observe it and see, oh yeah, it was true.
Yeah, it's not a cycle. It's a very unpredictable thing that happens. It'd be like if you had a thing that said, I have a machine here that tells me exactly when a unicorn will be in the sky. And then you're like, oh, my machine's going on. What's going on? Let's look in the sky. And you look in the sky, and there's a unicorn in the sky. And you predicted it was going to be there using your machine.
We understand the concept of prediction, but I think what Gio was saying is that the cyclical nature of the sky is no longer a prediction if you've seen it happen over and over again.
Yeah, that's never happened before.
That's fine, but we're not talking about the things that we are observing cyclically, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about things that we've never observed before, and we're making a prediction of what we think we should observe now that we're looking for it, like before we ever observed it.
No, but it's not even just that. They're unpredictable events.
Like, hold on. Let's start here. Which phenomena are you talking about? What they call gravitational microlensing? Is that
no? I'm talking about the kilonova that was witnessed between the two neutron stars colliding as experienced from LIGO, and then witnessed that same day after they looked for it.
Okay, well, let's leave LIGO out of it. It's completely unverifiable garbage. So
that's exactly what we're talking about. Though. We're talking about how LIGO observed, discovered, or measured this event, and then they looked up in the sky, and they were correct. There was an event happening where they measured it.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, let's just set that aside for the moment, since we can't verify what LIGO is doing in any way, shape, or form. But what is the thing that was observed? What were the lights doing? Hold on, just for a second, leave LIGO out of it. What were the lights doing that you're claiming it was observed by people or whatever?
There was a giant blast in the sky, brighter than the galaxy the blast came from.
I've heard quotes from people that work in the same field as LIGO, and even those people say, those experts and specialists and scientists say, you have to just trust the people in LIGO.
Okay, that's fantastic. That's what I'm saying. You guys say, let's not talk about LIGO, but let's talk about this. We can't trust LIGO. I'm telling you that LIGO is the one who had this information before anyone saw it. Before the light.
I just gave a quote of what the other experts and scientists.
So it doesn't matter if you don't trust them. It doesn't matter if whatever anything they're doing. They have the capability of knowing that was going to happen before anybody saw it.
Sure, you have no idea how they were able to do that, but sure.
Well, I have some idea. If it wasn't that idea, then it must. You're right.
Only what they told you.
Yeah,
there's no way to verify.
They could have summoned a demon or something. I mean, I don't know.
They could have, yes. They could
Well,
have done ayahuasca.
There's a couple possibilities. I mean, first of all, how do you know? Well, dude, it's fine. I mean, if you believe it, it's fine, but it's just a faith-based belief.
Not really, though, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, it is, Gio. Absolutely.
If you're able to, okay, so there's only 2 times I know of that somebody was able to predict that a supernova or kilonova, whatever, was going to be someplace in the sky.
Hey,
true.
Hey, where are you going?
And in both those cases, one was when LIGO.
Going, Adam?
One was when LIGO did it. You're talking to your son, dude. One was when LIGO did that, and then the other time was when recently there was gravitational lensing, and it was like a supernova that already occurred was re-witnessed or whatever. But those, other than those 2 experiences, there's not a way to know when a supernova is going to happen. And I know what Bacon's going to say. He's going to talk about neutrinos, but I'm not talking about neutrinos.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to be offensive, but it just sounds like you're like tuned in to a TV show, and then you're just basically watching the TV show and just believing what you're told, and then seemingly thinking it's real, and then believing the authority that's telling you so, and then therefore purporting it and asserting it as being reality.
But it's not just that we're blindly believing it. They seem to have information that they otherwise couldn't have gotten unless what they're saying is true.
Okay, so you're deceived by a magician who says, "Hey, I'm going to make this thing disappear," and then he makes the thing disappear, and then you're believing it. It's the same thing.
Oh, he says that he regardless of how they got their information, whether they got it from the devil or their machine works or whatever it is, or they made that blast happen in the sky.
Yeah, whatever it is,
whatever it is, LIGO has the ability to tell us when there's going to be a blast in the sky, way far away. You can only see it with like a super, a big enough telescope and shit. You can't see it with like a regular telescope because it's like it's fucking far as hell away. Okay, so it's like I don't. Either way, like you're saying these dudes are impressive. They're either impressive.
Who saw it happen?
So it was a private dude, and then he was the first one to see it, and then a bunch of other people. When he found it first, and then a bunch of other people knew what it was.
Who actually saw the event happen?
Lots of people. All any amateur astronomer that day.
Okay. And we have no idea how these people got the information. Yeah, and we have no idea how they got the information to predict it. Fine.
Well, it's not we have no idea. We have the idea of what they've claimed they did, which does make logical sense. But if you want to make the claim that no, they actually got it some other way and they're just deceiving you into thinking they got it this way, then I say fine, but that's your belief. The same way that you say my belief is that they didn't figure it out some other way.
You're basically saying that
your belief is you just have to trust them. You trust them. That's your belief. I don't trust them. I don't believe it.
Is that you don't trust them.
Yeah, I don't believe them. I don't have a belief. I don't have a belief. I don't trust. Go ahead, Crypto.
The view on the other side is that we're asking for evidence. You can't say that asking for evidence is a belief. That doesn't make any sense.
So they provide you evidence and then you don't believe it even with that evidence being there. That is a belief. You believe that the evidence is false.
No, I don't believe these people. That's not me having a belief. That's not me having a belief. Listen, you believe these people. I don't believe them. That's not me having a belief. That's you having a belief in these people. I don't have a belief in these people.
Your belief is that the evidence they give is false. That is a belief.
Listen.
This is pretty desperate. Come on. This is pretty desperate.
You
Like,
can think so, but that's true.
You're trying to make it so that both sides have a belief. But why?
And that is
this some
true.
kind of agenda? No,
Both
it's not
sides
true.
do have a belief. Why are you
No.
trying to avoid having a belief? Is it a bad thing to have a belief?
I believe in the thing you believe in. That is
It's just simply incorrect. A lack of a belief is not a belief in and of itself. It's literally the opposite of that. It is a lack of a belief. If
No,
you
I'm
say
not
I
saying.
believe in unicorns, and I
I'm not
say I
saying.
don't believe in unicorns, there is no belief on my side. I'm saying I lack a belief in that thing.
I'm not saying you have a lack of a belief. I'm saying you do not believe in the evidence, and that is a belief you have.
No, that's a lack of a belief. Crypto. That's literally what you're describing. You're describing someone not having a belief.
Yeah. And it's funny
It's
because
the same way.
I'm sure if we were to talk about atheism versus agnosticism, you would say that atheism is a lack of a belief.
No,
And
I wouldn't. Atheism is just as much of a belief as theism.
No, it's a lack of a belief. Crypto. Listen, if you say you have $5 and I say I don't have dollars, that doesn't mean I have dollars. That's just stupid.
As a false analogy.
It's not. We're saying one person is saying they have a thing. The other person is saying I don't have that thing. And you're saying that in and of itself is that thing.
Yeah.
The same way that believing
it's
there
mentally
is a God.
retarded, dude. Like it's
the same way.
Seriously, you have a mental problem if you really think that someone saying I don't have a belief is in and of itself a belief.
The same way that saying that there is no God is a claim, saying there is a God is also a claim. That's why I would say that both atheism
saying there
and
is no
theism
God is not
are.
a claim. That is a lack
Yes, it
of a
is.
claim. What you were saying is, I do not believe that there is a God. You are saying the negative part. One person says, I believe there is a God. The other person says, I don't believe that. All that means is you are denying their claim. You're saying, I don't have the same claim as you.
No, what atheism say isn't I don't believe in God. Is say they believe there is no God. There is a difference between those two statements.
Okay, so you seem to have a misunderstanding of what the word atheism is. Maybe you should go look that up. Because what it is atheism without theism, which would be without the thing. They don't have the thing. Not they do have something. It is literally they don't have the thing because of the prefix a and then theism. Go look it up.
Well, you go look it up because you're wrong on this.
Asynchronicity doesn't mean that there is synchronicity. It means
I agree.
There is none. A and then synchronicity. It means there isn't any there.
Crit, hold on, but Crit agrees with me on this point. It seems.
I don't care what Crit agrees. That means he's wrong too.
I haven't even said what I think yet. So I mean,
okay.
Maybe yeah, cool. So I agree that the statements "I lack belief in a God" and "I assert there is no God" are different statements. I agree with that. However, in this circumstance, we are lacking belief in your thing. We are not asserting a different thing. Do you understand that? So we don't have a belief.
Here, I did it for you. Prefix a, not, without, not, in words from Greek. Asexual, amoral, agnostic, atheism, asynchronicity, all of those things are saying without that thing, which means there is a lack of that thing, which is cannot itself be that thing.
Okay. I'm going to say that we agree to disagree because I got to head off.
We don't agree to disagree. You're being an idiot. You can just go look it up.
Yeah, Gummy's. Well, he was wilding on that one. I didn't even know.
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless, we're desperate to try and accuse us of having a belief when you're presenting evidence and we're saying, not sure about that, bro. Like, and there's, oh, you've got a belief. No, I don't have a belief. Just because you're unverifiable doesn't mean I believe something.
I derailed Geo's whole shit, though. My bad, bro.
Yeah.
Geo's like, let's not talk about LIGO, and what I do. Sorry. Even though the people in their own field and the experts in that field are like, you got to just believe what LIGO's doing.
Do you want to maybe let Gio come back in then to complete that?
I think everyone left.
Oh, Gio's still here.
We saved Kosho. We saved Kosho, but bodied Gummy Bear though on that. I mean, that was crazy. That was a reach that we have a belief on that. I don't know. Saying I don't believe in something is not. Yeah. What, Bob? Why are they always trying to mix up that word "not"? They have real big problems with that word "not."
I think it's probably because they realize the strength of the position of simply refusing to buy into somebody's bullcrap. It is seriously, it is an exceptionally strong position to take of simply, I don't care to interact with the thing that you're offering me. Like, that's a big deal. Like, that's the whole thing behind, like, whenever we talk about the powers that be and the ones who are controlling things, like, pretty sure the absolute worst thing we could do to the people who are in power is simply ignore that they exist. Because then they literally have nothing. And so, like, the position of simply choosing to not interact with the thing that they have is probably, like, one of the things that cause the most, like, internal seething in their mind is they're basically trying to sell something mentally, and we're not buying. We're not even taking a look. Or we glance at it and we're like, no, that's bullcrap. And then we move on. Like, we're concerned about the wares that they're selling mentally. And it's probably, like, exceptionally inferior up with this concept that somehow us not accepting it is us not buying their wares is somehow us trying to sell our own, which is obviously an idiotic thing to say. If someone decides not to buy your stuff, it doesn't mean that they're selling something of their own.
Yeah, I don't believe those people. I don't believe them. Well, they do that thing with the knot thing with the gas pressure without a container too. How they misuse the word "not."
Yeah.
Simple things. They have these real hard times with, like, next and be arguing about goofy stuff sometimes. It's like, what are you serious? If I say I don't have something, like I don't believe something or I don't have something, that means you don't have it, not you do have it. Like, real simple shit. They'd be getting all crazy with us on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you were there, Jeremy, yesterday, but where Moyok Man asked me if I believe in cars because I didn't believe that a Tesla was in space.
Yeah, I kept antagonizing you the whole time when you were arguing with him. I'm like, this guy doesn't even believe in cars. Come on.
It's just so fucking stupid. Like, why do we have to put up with that shit?
I don't know. We need these guys for something. We'll figure it out someday.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bob loves the Globers. If you rearrange the letters in Bob's name, it spells Glover.
Well, that's just not true.
It spells globed. Oh, is there a G? Oh, there's no G. Damn, Bob.
Maybe you could change your name to the real G, Bob Dole.
I don't want it.
And then he'd be Gangster and Glover.
What was even the point about the thing we were on with LIGO? Oh, Kosho, with the gravity wave, which is, by the way, space expanding, which he was telling Lemon earlier. Kosho literally said, no one's saying space is moving. I'm like, so what about dark energy? Oh, that's space moving slow. I'm like, okay, so space is moving. Crazy, man. The amount of double speak and contradictory statements.
Yeah. Yeah, and it seems to
Coach
be
told me earlier it was hot and cold in space, same time. That's not contradictory at all. If that's not the biggest contradiction, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, yeah, they say that it's hot in the thermosphere, don't they? But you wouldn't feel it.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we were going over the tires on the Tesla.
Right. I would like to test a tire in a vacuum chamber, just see what happens. I think that would be interesting. But I'm not sure I'd have a strong enough. I'm not sure I'd have a strong enough vacuum chamber to actually make any difference. But
all we need is a 1 mile long vacuum chamber and a laser beam and a couple pumps. I priced it out before. It was like 80 G's for the tubes alone, not counting the laser or the pumps. Did I say pumps already? Like 80 G's for like 3-inch clear PVC pipes. And I don't even know if that would hold it. You might need some stronger shit than that. That was like your run-of-the-mill, just regular Home Depot PVC pipe. I don't even know why we need it clear. You can't see. You're not even gonna be able to see the beam anyways. Does the laser go straight though in a vacuum? I don't know. Would there be something else affecting it? They don't do perspective tests. I wish they did perspective tests in vacuums. No, real long vacuum. Show me a angular size measurement of something in the vacuum from that distance, and then out of the vacuum from that distance. That'd be a neat test to do. Yeah, you guys all leave?
I'm still here.
No. Geo, you there? We even scared Geo off. See what you did, Bob? Your fucking simple logical argument scared everyone away. What's wrong with you?
Scared everyone. Terrified. They can't handle it.
Yep. You can't handle the truth.
Like this is the whole concept of putting a in front of something to mean the lack of or not having it. Like that's something I learned like in school, regular school, not like college or anything, like just regular old simple school. When you put the a in front of something, it means the lack of that thing. Like how are people getting into adulthood and trying to have these like scientific arguments and not understanding what an a in front of the term means?
It's
weak sauce, isn't it? It's really weak sauce. But I mean, this is the sort of bullshit we have to. Obviously, I'm going to bring up the Moyoc thing again yesterday. It's like, if you don't believe that there is a car in space, then they accuse you of not believing in cars. Like, this is so illogical.
Dude, he should. If I was me, I would have crash landed that shit on the moon. We could have put a bunch of cameras on, all four sides of it, some 360 cams. You could have done some awesome stuff if you would just crash that shit into the moon.
Yeah, if you're going to go to the trouble of launching a motherfucking car into space, I just feel like they would have done a lot more with it.
Do you know how gangster it is to crash something into the moon? You know what's not gangster? Just letting it float away into space.
Well, they don't want to disturb the moon penguins.
There's really a moon treaty. Did you guys know that?
Is there really?
I'm not lying. I'm not lying, bro. There's a moon treaty.
What does this moon treaty say?
It's it has to do with the disturbing the Apollo landing site, I believe. There could be other parts, other facets to it that I'm not aware of, but I believe the main crux of it was the disturbance of the Apollo landing site.
Or is this for the other fake moon landings that they're doing?
They're saying no country, no one's supposed to land near it or anything or disturb it or go near it. Don't touch it. Don't even look at it. It's like that dude in The Hangover. Remember, he's like, nice car. Don't touch it. Don't even look at it.
Sorry, guys. Get myself some unhealthy GMO food. Should have put myself on mute.
That's just some of the goofy stuff we end up arguing here is just unfucking believable sometimes. Unbelievable.
Yep.
I was just trying to back up what Gio said, and it devolved into a whole bunch of craziness.
Oh yeah, but that's what they do, isn't it? The second you go slightly off topic, they stay off topic.
They eat that up. Yeah, that's my bad. My bad.
Yeah.
I saved them that time. We bodied him in the end of it, though, so I mean, whatever.
Yeah, but you'll notice it was agreed to disagree and slink off.
Bob bodied him, actually. I mean, I was dumbstruck when he said that. I had to believe because I didn't believe.
You know what's funny, though, is like I was agreeing with Bob, but I had a slightly different point, and then Gummy Bear spun that so that I was agreeing with him and not Bob. It's just like, bro, it's not true. Like, he was trying to conflate two sentences that weren't the same.
What's up, kiddo?
Yeah, like bringing up like this other person, agrees with him and disagrees with me is like that's not going to change my mind. Like, think about where you're at. You think that I'm worried about how many people I can get to agree with me on a thing for me to decide whether or not I think it? I don't care if some other dude says that I did. They're wrong too. Then that just means you're both wrong.
Yeah. It literally doesn't matter who agrees with you or how many people.
Yeah.
This is a concept that you can understand. Because they want to appeal to authorities, right? This is something we talked about the other day, though. It's like they don't understand that we don't agree on their authorities.
Yeah, that's a fallacy that they misunderstand too. They use the fallacy to try and describe the fallacy, which is really it's such a ridiculous concept that they actually invoke the fallacy or fall into the fallacy to explain what the fallacy is.
Literally, yeah. Well, because they think it's the false authority fallacy, when it's not. It's just the authority fallacy.
Exactly.
They don't know what fallacy.
If we had an absolute objective determination of which authorities to use and not use, we wouldn't need to worry about the fallacy at all. Like it wouldn't exist because it would just be like, oh, here, these are the authorities. We know these are absolutely right. There's nothing else to even appeal to because this is it.
Yeah. And this is part of what's his name? Research Flat Moon, that guy. This is part of his kind of like insidious rhetoric. It's talking about how we pick different authorities and that we appeal to our authorities, but they're wrong authorities, right? Of course,
Yeah,
he's just asserting all of that.
of course that's an argument.
Yeah, it's a completely hollow argument, but it's one of his 5 tobacco script kind of nonsense claims that he makes. I think fundamentally what's really going on is that they don't realise, or at least they won't admit, that they're underestimating us. And so they throw this weak shit out and they're absolutely amazed that it never works.
I mean, like, someone like him, maybe he's used to that crap working on, like, the idiots that are in his classes or whatever, like the dumb kids who decided to go into debt up to their eyeballs so they can get their ridiculous degree. You know, maybe they're actually stupid enough to walk into his class and then get bullied by him. I don't know.
Yeah. I do find the concept of atheism and agnosticism interesting, though, because I've heard the kind of atheist rhetoric on this, and although the etymology seems sound, I actually don't think that they use the word in the way that the etymology would suggest. I think that atheists like to flit between asserting that there is no God and lacking belief in a God when it suits them.
That might be of some, yeah, they might try to, like, basically play whichever thing they're trying, or that would be useful to them at the time.
Yeah. That's what I think is going on, and I think that's why they get really annoyed when someone defines atheism as asserting that there is no God, because they want to say, "Oh, but I simply lack a belief." Cool, that is the etymology. That isn't how atheists act. You know what I mean?
Like it's something that I was told, like, while growing up, and I have, like, a religious background, and it's something that, like, religious people are saying. It's an argument that they're making, which is really, it's ridiculous. It's a dumb argument, but, like, I was even told that atheism is a religion itself, okay, or, like, you know, like, not believing in God is a religion too, and it's just like, what a dumb argument for you to make, and, like, think of the, like, I guess, untenability then later on trying to make arguments from the position of simply not accepting what someone else claims. Like, it's a horrible position to put yourself in.
Yeah, and also the fact that you're
being a bad argument all on its own.
Yeah, and you're kind of implying that having a religion is bad as well, while having one. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, I'm personally not religious. I'm pretty sure that we were created. I'm 99.9% sure that there is a creator, but I don't think that there's, like, I'm not going to read a book and know about the creator. At least I don't think so. I'm not even sure that the creator really cares about us. Like, I'm not saying that I know that he doesn't, but I can't be sure that that's true.
I saw this awesome TikTok. The question was, like, if you could say one thing out loud and all 8 billion people on Earth would hear it in their head, what would you say? One guy said he would say, you have picked the right religion. This is your proof, and so forth. And then just, watch the shit show after.
Just see what chaos ensues.
Yeah.
Just say something really cryptic, or like, yes, they do know about that.
But, suicides skyrocket the week after.
Yeah.
And homicides.
I would say something to get everyone to fund our dome thing. Like, yo, give you know, as much as you can from whatever. You know, just give as much as you can to this organization. Start up an organization to build our little concrete whatever huts. Yeah,
Well,
that
how
shit
mad is it?
funded in 5 minutes.
If you got $1 from every person on Earth, allegedly, you'd have about $8 billion. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, we're shooting for the moon though. We want people, you know, Jeff Bezos type money to give us like, you know, a couple billion of his money. Musk give us a couple billion. Say
Once
give
you got
10%.
no, man. Once you got $8 billion, you've got infinite money. All you have to do is just invest in assets and watch the money grow.
Yeah, but we want to start doing shit now though to help people. So 6 billion don't go as far as it used to. 8 billion, whatever. For real, bro. We're trying to build infrastructure, homes for people, all types of shit. We need zillions, dude. Zillions. With a Z.
Yeah, that with a Z.
With a Z, that's right. For the UK heads, for with a Z.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, man. You wanted to like help everyone out and stop like all the the whole struggle. You need a shit ton of money. Like ending world hunger is one thing. You could do that cheap. That's only like $15 billion or something. That's nothing, right? But if you want to like house them, give them electricity, feed them, you know, all kinds of shit. It takes a lot of money. Build all the infrastructure you need for all that.
You do realise that this is going to sound pretty rough, but you realise that was this is exactly what the imperialists and the colonials said, was that they wanted to build infrastructure in places like Africa and India.
Who? Are you talking about Star Wars?
No, I'm talking about the British Empire.
Oh, I thought you said the Galactic Empire. I was like, what?
No, not the Galactic Empire. This is the thing that people conveniently forget about colonial. And I'm not pro Empire. I wish people would just fucking stop invading other people's shit. To be honest, but
yeah.
People forget, especially the British Empire, is that they thought that they were going to get a return on these lands, and in order to get a return on the lands, you had to invest in them first.
Yeah, we're not looking for a return on this though. Like, there's no return. This is a complete loss of money.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The thing I want to do.
It's interesting. I think people have got a really basic understanding of certain parts of history. I'm not talking about the people in this group. Just, you know, your typical Twitter leftards. You know, I think they've got like a cartoon understanding of bad guy, good guy. You know, I saw a fantastic meme, which is about what was it? It was like American history teachers trying to explain why America was bad, except between 1939 and 1945. And it kind of explains. Well, it's a really good kind of, for me anyway, it's a good crystallization of how retarded the rhetoric is. America bad, except when Hitler was around. Then America good. Like, okay, it's just too simplistic.
Oh.
Have you seen how bitter and angry loads of people are about the potential Elon Musk Twitter takeover?
Yeah, I've noticed it seems like the left
Dylan,
side or whatever, the people who are
are you
not
bashing your back
free
off the
speech.
couch? Where are you trying to drag me? Where are we
Yeah,
going?
carry on. Bob, carry on. I think he's
Oh,
not making.
it seems like they're kind of freaking out or melting down because I guess it seems like they're under the impression that he'll let Donald Trump back onto Twitter. Like that's just like this horrible, awful thing that they can't. Why would anyone allow that to happen or whatever? Like it's a big deal. Like it matters. What the heck?
Well, yeah, because they're fully into the bread and circuses kind of thing, aren't they? But
Maybe not.
I mean, has Elon Musk said anything about Donald Trump? I don't know. Like,
I'm not sure if he's specified it at all or not. I don't know. Maybe
he did say though that it's got enormous potential for free speech. Now, I don't believe him for a second, but if he actually is genuine, that would be very interesting. Because at the moment, Twitter's just another. If you're not,
I don't
if you
believe
don't
he's
have
in
the
it.
right talking points, then you get censored platform. It's just another one of those. And all of these platforms have lost people because they've done it. It's like they don't care. As long as they're silencing inconvenient people, they don't give a shit.
I don't believe Elon Musk is in it for a good thing or anything because with his influence, he's one of the biggest influencers in the world. People go off his Twitter posts and shit. Like all he would have to do is say, "Hey, everyone, send me $5. I'm gonna build a whole bunch of free homes. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna use $1 billion of my dollars. I'm gonna take all your $5. That's gonna be billions of dollars, and we're gonna do a lot of good with it. And the struggle for people, build, give them food, end the world hunger, all kinds of shit." And he's not doing it. He can make a stand. He could get money from other billionaires. So not even everyone give me $5. Like he could hit Bezos up like, yo, give me $100 million real quick, man. Come on, stop being a cheapskate, or Bill Gates or whatever. All the big names for shit tons of money.
I think the thing is though, this is quite it's quite difficult for people to accept that like the only way to have billionaires is that you also have poor people. Now, $1 billion is only it's only considered rich because relative to the amount that everyone else has, it's a lot. But if everyone had $1 billion, nobody would be rich.
Yeah, I hear you. We're not talking about taking away their billions of dollars. We're just saying, hey, you got 60 billion. Spend $1 billion on this thing to where we can end the struggle for lots of people. Probably everyone on Earth with that much money.
Yeah, but the struggle is what makes them so comfortable.
Yeah, but they'll still be more comfortable. They'll still have their yachts and their maids and their servants and shit. We'll just be.
They don't care. The problem is that when you start solving the problems of really, really desperately poor people, suddenly it's much more expensive to find maids, and it's much more expensive to find cleaners, and it's much more expensive for them to do all the shit they want to do that makes them comfortable. It's having desperately poor people that makes their lives easier, and they know it. That's why they don't want to solve anything.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's a shame. Don't get me wrong, it is a shame, but people are like, oh, why doesn't the government do anything about poor people? Because they benefit. Like, why? Otherwise, they would have, right? They talk a good game. Like in the UK, they talk a good game about, oh, house prices are too high. Okay, so then what do you need to do to make house prices lower? Well, you need fewer people. Okay, so you need to control immigration, which they aren't doing. You also need fewer corporate landlords, which they don't seem to be doing anything about. And so they actually don't give a fuck. They obviously don't give a fuck because I'm just some retard who's thought of these two things that would obviously work because you're addressing the supply side and the demand side. Really, is that simple. But they don't care because high house prices means better economy for them. A lot of them own property already, so they want to have high house prices, yada, yada, yada. They don't want to help us. They don't care.
Do you think that that if the public school system would have taught us about doing our taxes and about compound interest and when to take loans and stuff like that we would all be doing way better?
Oh, 100%. But then, again, you would...
Seriously? You really think that?
Yeah. I think if people knew about the financial system, like really knew about, like, for instance, when I went to school...
Okay, wait, hold on. Before you go into that, though, I didn't ask if you think that if everybody knew about it and had good knowledge of it. I asked you if the public school taught about it, do you think they would be better off?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, that's an unanswerable question because I don't know what the saturation would be of that knowledge.
Right, you don't know how they would teach it, right? But based on their track record, would you assume that they would do a good job or a bad job?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it would be horrible.